Ancient 1 Chapter 1593 to Chapter 1647. Chumujia said, I knew you weren't a soft-hearted and cowardly person. You must be plotting something. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, plotting? I'm just trying to protect myself. Humph, protect yourself? Chumujia sneered and said, your saint weapon seems to have that expert with the body of a true dragon, right? If he had made a move earlier, Xianxia and that unfilial son of mine would have died long ago, and Xianxia wouldn't have been beaten to such a state. Li Yunxiao said, that friend is indeed in my world god monument. But you must understand that he is only my friend and not my subordinate. I can't command him as I please. Chumujia snorted and said, you don't have to explain to me. After spending some time together, how can I not know that you are not a good person? What do you plan to do next? Let the two souls of Yuan Gaohan fuse together in this lawless heaven? Li Yunxiao said, that's right. Even though this place is filled with danger, it is still a safe place. The nine nether filthy soil no longer exists, and the deathly aura will eventually dissipate. River Yen City will no longer have such a vile environment. Xiao Mujia said, the nine netherworld filthy soil is gone, and this land will no longer produce the Earth Emperor Pearl. As a small city at the border, I'm afraid that Jiangyan City will no longer have any value. The entire city will soon be destroyed. Fei and I was startled and she muttered to herself, under the endless filth, there is endless vitality. There is life in the land of death, but there is no life in the land of death. A trace of confusion appeared on her face. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, there is no absolute good in this world, nor is there absolute bad. There is always me in you, and you in me. Isn't your celestial phoenix nirvana the same? Finding new life in the midst of death. Fei Ni's furrowed brows relaxed, and she revealed a look of realization. She was like a blooming spring flower, brimming with vitality. She giggled and said, husband is right, Fei and I understands immediately. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that she couldn't change the way she addressed him, so he let her be and said, how's your heavenly phoenix nirvana physique? I sensed an extremely powerful aura that was completely different from before. Fei and I said happily, that's right. After absorbing the true dragon's qi, my nirvana body has undergone a great change. I feel like I've been reborn, and it seems to be even stronger than after the 9 changes. Li Yunxiao said, true dragons and heavenly phoenixes are the two strongest types of ancient true spirits. Their might goes without saying. There are no more obstacles in your path of martial arts. As long as you persevere, stepping into the realm of transcendence and sainthood is just around the corner. You might even be able to reach the godly state. Fei Ni's heart was filled with joy. She smiled tenderly and said, these are all given to me by my husband. Thank you, my husband. Li Yunxiao said, this is all their own fortuitous encounter, it has nothing to do with me. I have something to ask you. What do you plan to do about the Long family? Fei Ni's face revealed worry. After pondering for a while, she said, I've already decided to leave the Long family and follow my husband. Naturally, I can't take over the position of the Long family's patriarch. I'll find a chance to return the sect leader's token to them. Li Yunxiao said, that day, before Long Qianmiao died, he passed the position of patriarch to you and passed you the sect leader's token. All the heroes in the world saw it for themselves. Fei and I was startled and said, husband, you mean, Li Yunxiao said sternly, now that the world is in chaos, no power can stay out of it. The eastern and western regions are already in chaos. The sacred region's heart is not enough, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress the chaos in the world. If you can take over the Tianling Long family, you will definitely be able to stabilize a region. It will be of great benefit to the overall situation of the world. Fei and I said, since my husband has said so, then I will take over the position of sect leader. From now on, the Long family will definitely be my husband's right-hand man, and listen to his orders at any time. Li Yunxiao said, that's good, and with your current strength, you have the qualifications to become an overlord. Fei and I giggled, I don't want to be an overlord, just let me stay by my husband's side peacefully and be a little woman. Li Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. He turned his head and pretended not to hear. Chumujia suddenly said, I'm afraid it's already too late to think of taking over the Long family now. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, what do you mean? What information did you get from Ishi's memories? Chimujia said, the reason why Wei Qing did not personally come to Lawless Heaven is because his injuries have not healed, and because he went to the Tian Ling Long family. Fei and I was shocked, and snorted, as expected of an ambitious and ruthless person, he is very scheming. Lord Patriarch was just killed by him, and now he is going to harm the Long family. He will definitely cultivate his own power to control the Long family, just like the Red Moon City. Chimujie glanced at her, and sneered, little girls are always so naive. Controlling the Long family is naturally important, but Wei Qing's bigger goal is not the Long family's power. Fei and I frowned, and said, then what is it for? Li Yunxiao was shocked, Ghost Azura? Fei Ni's face immediately changed, and became extremely pale. She immediately thought of Zhang San and Li Si, who were once with her, and turned into corpses. They were completely walking corpses, and were no different from the corpse puppets they had met before, or rather, they were living corpse puppets. Hee hee. Chimujie grinned, and said somewhat cruelly, it is the Ghost Azura. The people of the Long family are all existences with the true spirit bloodline, and are the most ideal vessel and supply place. Li Yunxiao said, this is indeed a big problem. However, the cost of refining the Ghost Azura is too high. Other than the vessel itself, all kinds of financial resources are consumed, and even Wei Qing is unable to produce the Ghost Azura without restraint. Chimujia said, it is indeed very costly, so it is even more necessary to control the Long family. With the wealth of one of the 7 superpowers, and the fact that it is the source of the vessel, the Tianling Long family is extremely likely to become an Azura C, ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with pride and excitement. He was extremely happy that his research results could be promoted. Fei and I, on the other hand, felt her hair stand on end. She couldn't help but shiver a few times, her face filled with fear. The Long family was the place where she was born and raised, and she had deep feelings for it. She definitely didn't want to see that sacred land become a living hell filled with walking corpses. She couldn't help but grab onto Li Yunxiao's arm. Li Yunxiao only felt a pain in his arm, and immediately felt the fear coming from Fei Ni's body. He immediately patted the back of her hand, and comforted her, don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. What the Ghost Azura needs is the blood of a true dragon that is close to the 10th stage. Any existence that has the slightest possibility would have already been selected to be experimented on. Even if the current Long family wants to find so many excellent quality descendants of the dragon blood, it would not be that easy. Fei Ni's lips were a little pale. She bit her lips and nodded. Haha, true dragon's blood? Childish. Chimujia laughed complacently, do you think that this old man's research results are limited to the true dragon's blood? Let me tell you a tragic news. This old man's research results are the true spirit's blood, and not just limited to the true dragon. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, his heart could not help but sink, and he immediately felt that the situation was not good. Chimujia chuckled and said, the reason why Wei Qing chose dragon bloodline experts for the first batch is because dragon bloodline is the easiest to find and has the most abundant samples. As long as the bloodline power of other true spirits is strong enough, they are qualified to become Ghost Azura candidates, ha ha ha. He laughed presumptuously, in this world, is there a more suitable Azura C than the Long family? Ha ha ha. Fei Ni's face was almost translucent, and he couldn't even stand stably. This time even Li Yunxiao's face turned pale, not knowing what to say. Chimujie grinned hideously and said, this is really a great era. Although I hate Wei Qing and can't wait to kill him, I'm not afraid of him. But I have to admit that he is the only one who can carry forward my research results. Pervert. Bei Chunnan couldn't help but curse. Humph, those who aren't perverted are mediocre. Chimujia replied with disdain, and his eyes were full of disdain for him. Li Yunxiao patted Fei Ni's hand, and comforted her, even if what Chimujia said is true, it will take a long time to control the Long family and produce Ghost Azura. After we are done here, we will go to the Long family immediately, and try to control the situation to the minimum. Chimujia said, the key now is to take over the Long family, this Azura C. A sinister look flashed across his eyes, and he said coldly, if we can control the Long family and produce a large number of our own Ghost Azura, we will be able to sweep across the sanctuary, and even the whole world. Li Yunxiao said, I'm sorry, although I am also an alchemist, and I am full of praise and admiration for your research results. But I am not interested in this method of refining living people into walking corpses. Chimujia snorted, don't forget, ghost Azura is only a byproduct in the process of refining divine blood. My original intention was to refine real level 10 divine blood, and find a way to reach the godly state. And there is already a successful example, Luo Qingyun. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, maybe I can accept it when the success rate is extremely high. If I refine it now, I will definitely die. Luo Qingyun's martial arts heart and will are not something ordinary people can achieve. Even if he doesn't refine divine blood, I believe he will be able to break through the shackles of martial arts. Humph. Chimujia sneered, how can I increase the success rate without a large number of experiments? Any human research must be carried out by stepping on piles of corpses. Li Yunxiao said, then you can find some demonic beasts and sea beasts to study. Chimujia sneered, do you think those demonic beasts and sea beasts have no intelligence? Are they more lowly than humans, and deserve to die? Li Yunxiao said, of course not. Who told this world to respect the strong, and the weak to be ants? Humans are too powerful, and the other races are naturally unlucky. Although I don't like this kind of bullying, and even think it is shameless, it is still better than you using your own kind to experiment. Crazy Jia, you are worthy of being a great alchemist, but you are unscrupulous in pursuing your goal, and that is why the world can't tolerate you. Chumujia's face darkened, and he laughed coldly, in my eyes, the secular world is just an ant. I wholeheartedly pursue the highest technique path, so what if I have to sacrifice billions of lives? Compared to the technique path, their lives are so insignificant that they can almost be ignored. To be able to sacrifice their lives for my pursuit is their honor. This will also allow their lowly lives to blossom with some light and become more meaningful. Li Yunxiao said, as a fellow alchemist, I can understand your thoughts. However, what we value, others may not value. You respect the technique path as the supreme, others may not care about it. Therefore, if you take the lives of others for your own selfish desires and break the rules of the secular world will naturally not tolerate you. You think you are aloof, but don't forget that you are just an ant living in the secular world. Even if you have extremely high feelings, you can't break this kind of rule, unless you have truly reached the point where you can look down on the world and sweep everything before you. Only then can you twist the rules and no one will dare to control you. Chumujia's face twitched, he snorted heavily, and did not say anything. Li Yunxiao said, there's no time to lose, let's let Yuan Gaohan's two souls merge and go to the Tianling Long family as soon as possible. He threw the world god steel out, and instantly, it shone brightly. Countless chains of laws flew out and spread out densely, sealing the surrounding heaven and earth. The 37-bordered blue flag in the sky flashed and turned into countless flag images, then disappeared. The world god steel flashed, and several figures appeared one by one. It was Yuan Gaohan and the others. The appearance of two identical Yuan Gaohan gave everyone a strange feeling. Chen Qingyu said, the filthy aura here is still very heavy, will it affect Master's cultivation? Now that the pursuers have left, why don't we change places? Yuan Gaohan said, no need. Although this place is a little oppressive, it has been occupied by the power of the 5 elements for a long time, so it can be considered a treasured land. It is very suitable to use the Starlight Soul body. Wait for me to set up some other methods, just in case. Li Yunxiao said strangely, Old Yuan, isn't it unnecessary for you to set up a defense? Humph, if it were anyone else, it would be suspicious. As for you, there aren't many. Yuan Gaohan had a look of distrust on his face as he took out a set of array artifacts and unfolded them in front of him. Suddenly, a faint golden light flickered in the ground. It was like a beautiful piece of jade emitting a dense aura. It was gorgeous and colorful, and the inside was a vast expanse of gold. That is. The few of them were shocked and looked down warily. The earth bulged up slightly, becoming taller and taller. The ground turned golden and spread out in all directions. Fei Enai exclaimed, a great treasure has appeared? Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Mujia, what do you think? Chu Mujia's face darkened. After thinking for a while, he said, it should be the metal spiritual qi. His worship fish's stomach was a cage made of metal spiritual qi, so he had some understanding of this power. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Mujia's guess is the same as mine. If I'm not wrong, after the battle between the two five-elemental true spirits, the 9 underworld filthy soil was nourished and evolved, thus suppressing the metal spiritual qi. That's why only rice grain-sized divine will purple gold worms were born after countless years. Now that the 9 underworld filthy soil is gone, it can no longer suppress the metal spiritual qi. Chumujia said, the 5 elemental forces reinforce and subdue each other. This lawless heavens lost the 9 underworld filthy soil but gained a type of metal spiritual qi. Maybe it will give birth to another opportunity. Li Yunxiao smiled, that's impossible. Because I want this metal spiritual qi. His eyes flashed with light, he looked very happy. Chumujia said, although this item is precious, it's not of much use to me. Fine, I'll give it all to you. Li Yunxiao said, thank you. There's no time to lose, I'll go collect it now. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you guys for old Yuan's fusion. Chen Qingyu frowned, Lord Pajun, Lord Yuan's important matter is imminent, you shouldn't be distracted now, right? The metal spiritual qi is contained in the ground, it can't run away. He was quite dissatisfied. Li Yunxiao said, who said it can't run away? The 9 underworld filthy soil has just dispersed, the metal spiritual qi gathered uncontrollably and will disperse soon. By then, it'll take more time and effort to collect it. Yuan Gaohan said, Li Yunxiao is right, this is a rare opportunity. With these experts protecting me, even if a transcended mortality comes, I'll be able to resist. Li Yunxiao said, I'll leave it to you guys. He immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged into the ground, right where the golden light was the brightest. He disappeared in a flash. Yuan Gaohan said, with the barrier of the Universe God Monument and the rainbow 7 embroidered blue flags, in addition to the ancient formation board that I've prepared, it'll be foolproof. Please stay 100 feet away from me and protect me. Yes, Lord. Chen Qingyu was the first to respond and flew 100 feet away. She spread her divine sense and stood still like a door guardian. Fei Enai smiled, be careful, Lord Yuan. She and Bei Chunnan also stood in different directions. East, south, west, north, the last direction, the heaven patrolling bull's shadow slowly appeared and stood there quietly. Chumujia said, although I'm not on the same path as you guys, it's not easy for you to come this far. I'm glad to see it too. Yuan Gaohan said, thank you for your kind words, Brother Mujia, please don't blame me for being mean. Brother Mujia, please go outside the formation. Chumujia smiled, it's my duty. He retreated outside the protection circle in a flash and crossed his arms, watching quietly. Yuan Gaohan then carefully spread out the formation board in his hand. Like a card, he opened up 18 sides and surrounded himself. The cards were full of pictures and some incomprehensible words. Chumujia's eyes lit up and he could not help but exclaim, ancient formation board? He stared at the pictures and words with interest and tried to figure them out. After Li Yunxiao charged into the ground, he immediately felt that it was difficult to move and his body was in pain. Metal suppressed wood, so his lightning body was greatly suppressed. After flying for a while, he transformed into his human form and displayed the indestructible golden body. He continued to sink into the center of the golden light. In this hazy golden world, tens of thousands of divine will purple gold bugs were wandering around, all heading in the same direction. The deeper he went, the stronger the suppression. His divine sense was also gradually blocked. Li Yunxiao's eyes shot out colorful lights and formed a strange demon-eye state. His vision was instantly opened. What? That is. He was shocked to see that at the very center of the golden light, there was a bug that was more than 2 meters wide. It was the gigantic divine will purple gold bug. Those rice grain-sized existences continuously surged into it, becoming a small part of its gigantic body. In the golden sea, the worm's aura kept increasing and it was full of spirituality. Divine will purple gold worm. Li Yunxiao was shocked and looked at the worm in disbelief. Its body flickered with a hazy golden light and occasionally purple light. Moreover, as the golden light and the rice grain-sized divine will purple gold worm absorbed the golden light, runes kept flashing on its body, and its body continued to grow. Gulp. Li Yunxiao swallowed with difficulty as he stood blankly in the sky, not knowing what to do. If he went any further, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger, but he was unwilling to retreat just like that. This thing can't be a real spirit, right? He thought for a while and muttered to himself, if it was a real spirit, it wouldn't have been suppressed by the 9 underworld filthy soil for so long. It should be slowly gathering its initial form. It's probably impossible for it to recover its previous strength. After making this judgment, he became bolder and slowly descended with vigilance. Ta! His 2 feet landed lightly on the worm's body. It was incomparably soft, as if he was stepping on cotton. This world is really strange. The world's toughest metal spirit has turned into a spirit, but it has the softest body. Just as he exclaimed, runes flashed under his feet, and a golden light spread out. Bang! His 2 feet were instantly shredded. The golden light was like a bulldozer, crushing everything in its path into dust. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and turned into lightning to escape. Swish! In an instant, he shot out hundreds of feet. The golden light rose from the divine purple gold worm's body and stopped at a distance of about 300 feet. It turned into a ring of light and dissipated in the air. Under the green lightning, Xianxia's body slowly emerged. His face was pale, and cold sweat dripped down his face. He looked down in fear. If not for the fact that his body was close to the 5-elemental spiritual body, he would have been completely crippled. However, because the power of metal was extremely strong against the power of wood, the injury he suffered was even more serious than when the Tusita Sky Peak shattered his body. The remaining metal power was still circulating in his body, tearing apart his meridians and flesh. Gradually, it was absorbed by the power of the invincible golden body. I was too careless. This thing is too strong. What should I do? Xianxia thought hard. Then, he saw the power of the divine purple gold worm, but he still couldn't figure it out. I can only try this thing. He took out the Tusita Sky Peak. It was heavy in his palm, and there was no light at all. He poured some force into it, and suddenly, a black rune flashed. His own power disappeared without a trace, and he couldn't control it at all. This dark art is really strange. It seems like it can swallow everything like a black hole. Let me try to refine it. After thinking for a while, Xianxia took out the mountain and river cauldron, threw the Tusita Sky Peak into it, and began refining it on the spot. The mountain and river cauldron suddenly let out a huge roar. The entire cauldron shook violently, and a bright light shone out. A pure white space appeared in the world of golden light. The divine purple gold bug seemed to have sensed something as it raised its head slightly. 2 small balls were hanging from its 2 golden feelers, twinkling like lanterns. However, it didn't do anything. Its feelers swayed a few times, and then quieted down, continuing to absorb the metal spiritual chi around it. Xianxia glanced at it, and let out a sigh of relief. He began to focus on refining the Tusita Sky Peak. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in a world of golden light, as if a dimension had been embedded into the ground. The people high up in the sky seemed to be able to faintly sense the energy fluctuations, but they didn't think much of it, continuing to guard Yuan Gaohan with high vigilance. Yuan Gaohan's 2 bodies were sitting opposite each other. Their palms were touching and they were suspended in the air quietly. There didn't seem to be any changes. Bei Chunan's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." The rest of the people were startled, and they all raised their guard. Yuan Gaohan furrowed his brows and looked at Bei Jingnan in surprise. Even as an arcane refiner, he couldn't sense anyone. This mysterious man seemed to be getting stronger and stronger every time he appeared. Not bad. It's indeed the Starlight Soul form. As long as the 2 souls merge, he can reach the peak of Formula Path and even step into the realm of Technique God. A voice in the sky said slowly. Chimujia was shocked. Oh no, it's the sect leader of Soul Eater sect. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Gaohan's 2 bodies in the ancient formation plate trembled. The power around them fluctuated and their emotions became unstable. Don't panic. Don't let anything go wrong. The voice in the sky sounded again. Huang Fubai's figure slowly appeared. He stood in the sky and looked down coldly. Once the fusion starts, it can't be stopped. Lord Yuan Gaohan, you must succeed. For me and for yourself. What do you mean by for you? Chen Qingyu's face turned pale. If you want to touch Lord Yuan Gaohan, you have to step over our dead bodies first. Huang Fubai ignored him and said, everyone, don't worry. Before Lord Yuan Gaohan succeeds, I won't do anything. Don't worry about that. If there are enemies, I will even help to stop them. The space behind him fluctuated. Another figure appeared. He was in a black robe, but his face was exposed. It was Shang Chen. Shang Chen looked around and said coldly, where's Gu Feiyang? Fei and I sneered. You lost to me and you still have the face to ask for help? Do you believe that I will burn you to death? Shang Chen flew into a rage and shouted, little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation was greatly damaged, with that little flame of yours, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match. Fei and I stuck out her tongue, raised her hand and gestured at her face, TSK, shame on your face. To think that you are the head of a division. After losing to a little girl like me, you don't know how to repent. You only know how to find excuses and reasons. Damn it. Shang Chen was furious, and just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Huang Fubai, who shouted, don't ruin this seat's grand plan. A wave of pressure spread out, and Shang Chen only felt a chill. His expression instantly changed as he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, I hope that after Lord Huangfu has extracted Yuan Gaohan's soul, you can help me take down that Gu Feiyang so that I can report back to my superiors. Huang Fubai said, don't worry. That Gu Feiyang is also on my must-kill list, so I can take care of him at the same time. I'm just afraid that Tian Xingzi is still alive and hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble. Shang Chen smiled and said, don't worry about this, Lord. My Genesis Splitter technique is invincible. Even if Tian Xingzi doesn't die now, his cultivation will definitely be greatly damaged, and he won't be able to recover without 3 to 5 years. Huang Fubai's eyes flashed with joy, and he said, if that's really the case, this seat really has to thank you. Shang Chen hurriedly said, I don't dare to thank you, Lord only needs to help me take down Gu Feiyang. Killing intent exploded from Huang Fubai's body, and he snorted coldly. Don't worry, as long as he is still in this lawless sky, he will never be able to leave. As Yuan Gaohan listened to their conversation, he felt uneasy and regretted not changing locations. After chasing Shang Chen away, an even more troublesome Huang Fubai came. Moreover, he specialized in extracting people's souls, and was the most hated person among all the refinement masters in the world. His 2 bodies suddenly started to tremble, and at the same time, shock appeared on his face as he thought that things were not good. Just a moment of distraction had caused his cultivation to become unstable. In his shock, he hurriedly calmed his mind, and large droplets of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Chu Mujia frowned and said, don't worry, Lord Yuan Gaohan, it's just 2 people, we are confident that we can handle them. Huang Fubai snorted coldly and said, Lord Yuan Gaohan, don't worry, calm your mind and focus, expel your inner demons, and execute your technique with peace of mind. This seat will stand guard for you. Yuan Gaohan's face was livid, and he raised his head to glare fiercely at Huang Fubai and Shang Chen, his eyes full of anger. Huang Fubai said, if Lord wants to blame someone, blame that Gu Feiyang. If it wasn't for him defeating this seat's golden speaker and making me in urgent need of the nourishment of a super strong soul at the peak of the refinement path, this seat definitely wouldn't have thought of attacking Lord. The situation forced me, and I had no other choice. It turned out that after Shang Chen was defeated, he felt that he couldn't return to the holy region to explain himself, so he thought of the other great force that was hostile to the Myriad Stars Valley, and thus hurriedly rushed to the Soul Eater clan. Huang Fubai had just sent away the 2 from the Heaven's Mode Horizon, and was planning to go into seclusion to wait for the opening of the immortal realm in the Nephrite Heaven. Who knew that Shang Chen would come looking for him, and revealed that Tian Xingzi's whereabouts were unknown, and that Yuan Gaohan was trying to reach the peak of the refinement path. Only then did he become overjoyed, and the 2 of them immediately opened the passage and rushed over. Bei Chennan said indifferently, this time, it won't be the golden speaker that will be defeated, it will be your main body. A cold light shot out from Huang Fubai's eyes, and he pointed at him and said, I hope you still remember what you said later, then you will know how you died. Bei Chennan said, for countless years, I have seen many martial artists like you, all of them turned into ashes, and only I am still alive. Huang Fubai sneered, as if he was afraid of disturbing Yuan Gaohan, and did not say anything else. However, he was also very confused. Where did such a strong martial artist come from? He seemed to have never heard of him before, and had no impression of him at all. Yuan Gaohan calmed down a little. Although he did not know Bei Chennan well, he knew a little about him. He was the person who cultivated his Starlight Soul technique, and seemed to be more powerful than he had expected. He immediately calmed down, and no longer cared about the outside world's interference, and focused on fusing the two souls. When the four palms touched, the Starlight Soul body began to change, and it kept fading, turning into rays of starlight, and entering his main body. The surroundings immediately became unusually quiet, and everyone breathed slowly, watching attentively, and at the same time, extremely vigilant. Yuan Gaohan's body began to tremble slightly, as if it was reaching its limit, and a painful expression appeared on his face. The yellow light on his body flickered, and then it turned into a faint white light. The world was quiet, but a storm was brewing. The extremely oppressive atmosphere caused the clouds in the sky to roll, as if there was a dragon walking in them. Everyone watched with vigilance, and even held their breaths. Time passed slowly, and a few hours had passed. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and spiral-shaped white clouds rolled up in the sky. A ray of light shone down from the sky, and directly shone on Yuan Gaohan's body. A phenomenon of heaven and earth. He's going to succeed. Xianxia was shocked, and he clenched his fists tightly, and stared at it. Yuan Gaohan sat cross-legged in the ray of light, and the painful expression on his face gradually disappeared. Starlight surged on his body, and from time to time, rules flowed and were absorbed into his body. Huang Fubai suddenly exhaled, and looked down, and said, "Could it be that Gu Feiyang has entered the ground to collect the metal spiritual qi?" He had already noticed the rising golden light below, and it was as gentle as a beautiful jade, and there were faint ripples coming from it from time to time. Fei and I scoffed, "As the leader of a sect, you sure talk a lot of nonsense." Huang Fubai said, "Xianxia, are you willing to go down and meet that Gu Feiyang?" Xianxia was shocked, "My lord, aren't you afraid of affecting Yuan Gaohan?" Huang Fubai said, "My lord's fusion of the two souls is going smoothly, and his soul power is already very high. He just needs to stabilize it. To me, whether it's stable or not isn't important anymore." Everyone was shocked, and they were all extremely vigilant, and they immediately shrunk the protective circle. "I see." Xianxia was delighted, and he laughed coldly, "Then I'll leave these ants to you, my lord. Without a helper and a divine weapon, that Gu Feiyang will definitely die." He immediately turned into a ray of black light, and dashed towards the rising golden light below. Fei and I was shocked, and just as she was about to chase after him, a sudden pressure came from the sky, and she was suppressed, and she couldn't move at all. Chu Mujia said, "Let him go. Xianxia is injured now, and he's not Li Yunxiao's match at all. He'll just be sending himself to death if he goes down." Fei and I said anxiously, "But my husband is also injured, and he doesn't have the world deity monument." Chu Mujia interrupted, "Don't you know that Li Yunxiao has many tricks up his sleeves? If you really want to save him, you'd better think about how to deal with the Soul Devourer sect's leader first. He's the overlord of the world, and he's not a joke." Chen Qingyu quickly said, "My lord, Chu Mujia is right. If we are defeated by him, not only will my lord Yuan be killed, but if he continues to sneak in, my lord Yunxiao will also be in trouble." Huang Fubai laughed coldly, "It seems like you guys are quite confident in Gu Feiyang. I also hope that he can hold on, because I really want to tear him apart with my own hands. Now, let me enjoy my lord Yuan's delicious meal first." A ray of light condensed in his hand, and he smashed it down. That ray of light enlarged in the sky, and turned into the Panga banner, stirring up the winds and clouds, and pierced towards Yuan Gaohan's head. Clang clang clang. The Panga banner's surroundings were constantly emitting the universe deity monument's chains of rules, and they shattered inch by inch. The universe deity monument, which was suspended in the void, revolved with flowing light, and shone brightly. A ball of white light surged out from the universe deity monument, and the monument disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, it appeared beside the Panga banner, and collided with it. The power of the world revolved, and all the surrounding forces were crushed. Boom! Under the collision of the two profound weapons, the sky shook, and they separated. Bang, bang, bang! The sky was filled with golden light, and the spider web formed by the chains of rules appeared, and they were all shattered. The universe deity monument's light dimmed, and it returned to its normal state. It floated not far away, and it seemed to have lost its spirituality. It's just a restriction. Huang Fubai laughed coldly, and he formed a seal with one hand, and struck the Panga banner. With a bang, it suddenly unfolded, and once again descended from the sky. The universe god steel stopped reacting. After the restriction on the chain of law was broken, everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with it. Everyone, be careful. Chumujia's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then, a green claw appeared in the sky and slashed at Huang Fubai. Pissed. 5 cracks appeared in the sky, but Huang Fubai was nowhere to be seen. Chumujia's figure appeared behind the claw. Covered in scales, he waved his tail in shock and pointed it behind him. Heaven pulse poison stare. Patchwork. Childish, low class. The poison stare pierced into the darkness. The crimson stinger suddenly paused and was caught by 2 fingers. Huang Fubai's figure appeared, his face full of mockery. The legendary lunatic alchemist is a juggling monkey? Chumujia's face darkened and he snorted, don't dodge if you have the guts. Take my kick. He turned around in midair and suddenly kicked out. An expanse of golden light rose up, and a huge truth character flashed into appearance. Huang Fubai's expression changed. He felt the pressure of a mountain pressing down on him, and he felt suffocated. He raised his palm and slammed it down with a roar. Although he could feel that this kick was extraordinary, he was confident in his own superiority. How could he show weakness? Rumble. His palm hit the foot of Truthlessner. His blood and chi were stirred up, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He was even sliding from the impact and only stopped after a while. His face instantly turned pale. The power in his body was in a mess. His previous injuries were affected, and his condition deteriorated rapidly. The leader of the Soul Eater sect is only SOSO. Seems like I worried too much. Chumujia retracted his hand and his eyes flashed with contempt. Pfft. Huang Fubai was so angry that he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled slightly. Previously, he fought with Tian Xingzi and Li Yunxiao and even suffered from qi deviation. Although Nanxiu Yu pulled him back in time, his body was severely injured. He had only just stabilized his injuries. Originally, he thought that dealing with a few 9 stars pinnacle existences would be a piece of cake. He did not expect to be beaten to the point of vomiting blood in just one move. While he's sick, kill him. As Beijing Nan shouted, a ray of sword light flew out of his hand and slashed forward. Huang Fubai no longer dared to be careless. With a furious roar, he grabbed at the air. The Panga banner landed in his hand. It spun continuously and struck at the sword light. Pung! The huge sword shadow was shattered. Once again, he was forced to take several steps back. A mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it down. Extreme shock flashed through his eyes. No matter if it was Chumujia or Bei Chunnan, they were both outstanding figures at the peak of the martial arts realm. They were only one step away from transcending mortality and entering the divine realm. Bei Chunnan's body had reached the phenomenal success stage. He used to be a God-state expert. His understanding of martial intent far surpassed everyone else. I thought it would be a simple matter. I didn't expect it to be such a big deal. Huang Fubai's face was dark as he shouted, "Elders, come out and help me kill these people." Yes, Lord Faction Leader. 6 figures appeared in the sky again. They were the Spirit Eater faction's elders who had come before. Only the Vice Faction Leader, Shi Yuluan, was nowhere to be seen. Shi Yuluan's injuries from the previous battle were too severe. Once he returned, he immediately went into seclusion. The expressions of Chiao Mujia and the others changed greatly. Although many of the 6 elders were injured, overall, they were not seriously affected. Just by standing in the sky, they were like a stabilizing force, giving off an imposing aura as if the situation had already been decided. Bei Chunnan's gaze turned cold. He said, "I'll deal with Huang Fubai. You guys think of a way to deal with the other 6. He raised his sword and appeared in front of Huang Fubai in one step. Huang Fubai's face was gloomy as he retreated along the sword momentum, shouting, "Don't worry about me, kill the others quickly." The 6 elders looked down. One of them said, "Everyone, be careful. These 3 people and 1 bull are not easy to deal with. Don't be careless." Another person said, "There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just that crazy Jia is a little tricky. 2 people should be enough to deal with him. Let's do it." "Yes," the rest responded. They instantly split up and transformed into different rays of light as they swooped down. Yuan Gaohan stood in the center of the ancient formation board. His expression was solemn. He couldn't help but frown. He raised his head and looked outside. Then, he formed a hand seal and sent it out. Suddenly, the space outside the ancient formation board changed. A blue light flickered and transformed into a fluttering flag. War drums thundered from within the flag. Murderous intent surged. An elder who was charging at the forefront suddenly stopped. The murderous intent from within the war flag almost solidified. It shook his body, and he retreated in shock. "Everyone, be careful," he shouted hurriedly. At this moment, a sword gleam slashed across the sky. Chen Qingyu gathered her strength and slashed down. Then, red light filled the sky. Fei and I also transformed into the heavenly phoenix Dharma body. Rolling flames burned the sky red. Like a river, the flames flowed around the war flag and burned toward the 6 people. The heaven patrolling bull also let out a low roar. It walked toward the center step by step. Chu Mujia's gaze was cold. His divine sense locked onto the 6 people. If there was a chance, he would attack with all his strength. He wanted to kill them in one blow. In the gold spirit space underground, Li Yunxiao, who was wholeheartedly refining the Tusada Sky Peak, seemed to sense something. He let out a soft cry of surprise and looked up. His demonic eye contracted and rotated. It radiated a strange power that appeared in 7 colors. But the gold spirit chi in the space was too strong. Even his gaze couldn't penetrate it. The chains of law are all broken. The restrictions I placed on the World God Monument have all been destroyed. Who's causing trouble? Upper Dust? Li Yunxiao couldn't help but feel suspicious. The power of Upper Dust shouldn't be enough to shake the experts above. Could it be that another powerful figure has appeared? Forget it. I've already informed Cheiyu. If something happens, that kid should be able to act in time. But, is that kid really reliable? He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He remembered that he used to bully him. Now that he had grown up, it would be difficult to command him. Looks like I can't rely on Cheiyu for everything outside. I should hurry up and refine the Tusada Sky Peak. Then, I'll go out and take a look myself. Li Yunxiao thought. He immediately focused on refining the Tusada Sky Peak. He stopped being disturbed by the outside world and focused on refining the Tusada Sky Peak. After a few hours, the trembling of the mountain and river cauldron became weaker. The light became gentle and soft, and it kept shrinking. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He flew into the air and slapped several seals on the body of the cauldron. The huge cauldron kept rumbling, and all kinds of runes shook. After a few breaths, the mountain and river cauldron finally stopped. A beam of light shot out from the cauldron. Then, another beam, a third, a fourth, a total of 5 colors shone in the sky above the cauldron. At the same time, they rotated, like a peacock spreading its tail. It was very pleasing to the eye. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He immediately felt the strand of connection with the Tusada Sky Peak. He quickly formed a seal and shouted. Boom! The lid of the cauldron opened, and the Tusada Sky Peak flew out and slowly landed on Li Yunxiao's palm. The mountain had changed. Not only in terms of the light, but also in shape. There was an additional mountain peak that looked like 5 fingers. Based on this, if the 7 colors were achieved, it would have evolved into 7 peaks. Li Yunxiao carefully dragged the mountain peak with his hand. He checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that there were no problems, he flipped his hand and put it away. Then, he went to collect the mountain and river cauldron. His arm, which had just reached out, suddenly stiffened. He immediately formed a seal and slapped the body of the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron trembled, and a beam of light shot out. the various patterns on it lit up again. Mountains and rivers, birds, beasts, flowers, and plants all came alive. Bang! The beam of light shot into the void and suddenly exploded. A black figure appeared in the huge tremor. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Feiyong, we meet again so soon." Only then did Li Yunxiao grab the mountain and river cauldron and put it away. He put his hands behind his back and smiled. He said, "So it's Lord Xianxia. Why have you come back? I wonder what reinforcements have you brought?" He glanced at the sky. Xianxia was furious. He felt that the other party's words were filled with endless humiliation. He shouted, "Don't look down on me. Now that you have no helper, let's see how you can still show off." The heaven-tilting sword instantly slashed out. A beam of black light tore through the golden world, and it suddenly struck down. Haha. Li Yunxiao laughed loudly and easily dodged the attack. Then, he threw a provocative look of disdain and flew downwards. Damn it. Die for this seat. Xianxia Qi's fury attacked his heart, and the Qitian sword transformed into a gigantic sword shape, merging with him as he chased after Li Yunxiao in the air and struck down fiercely. Haha, Lord, please don't be angry. It's a big taboo to have emotional fluctuations when fighting an enemy. Don't tell me Lord doesn't understand that? Li Yunxiao used his movement technique and kept flashing left and right. Although the sword force had locked onto him and made it difficult for him to escape, he couldn't hit him in one hit either. I only know that I have to kill you. Xianxia's angry roar came from the huge sword shadow. The light from the entire sword force increased. When it saw Li Yunxiao step down, it slashed down with all its might. Li Yunxiao raised his head and smiled. His body suddenly became faint. A beam of golden light floated up from under his feet, and everything in its path was shattered. What? An afterimage? Xianxia was shocked. His sword force had already slashed down, and it was difficult to retract. At this moment, what made him even more anxious was that there was a 3 to 4 meter long white insect lying on the ground in the light that rose from under Li Yunxiao's afterimage. What is that? He already had a vague feeling that Li Yunxiao had purposely lured him to attack that insect. He instantly realized that he had been tricked, and a wave of shame and anger surged in him. However, he couldn't care so much at this moment. His sword force had already been unleashed, and there was no turning back. The sword shadow of the heaven-tilting sword trembled continuously, emitting a huge force as it slashed down on the divine purple-gold insect. Boom! A violent force instantly shook them, and countless ear-piercing noises poured into their eardrums. It was incomparably painful. Xianxia felt as if his sword had stabbed into something extremely soft, but there were streaks of extremely sharp golden rings of light surging up along the blade of the sword. Clang clang clang. The entire sword vibrated violently, shaking abnormally violently. The patterns on the sword were constantly being erased by the ripples of the rings of light. Xianxia was shocked, and he exclaimed, "Metal spiritual qi." He had to expend a lot of energy to block the rings of light that were spreading over from the sword, and he had used up a lot of his origin energy. He suddenly formed a hand seal with one hand, and the Emperor's qi around his body turned into a faint layer of black. The golden rings of light moved up along the heaven-splitting sword, and they were absorbed by the black light the moment they came into contact with his body. They were like bottomless pits that continuously devoured that terrifying metal spiritual qi. Li Yunxiao instantly appeared 100 feet away, and he smiled in surprise. Lord Xianxia's divine ability is indeed extraordinary. This dark technique seems to be able to devour everything. Was there really no end to it? You can test it today. The metal spiritual qi here can cover a radius of several miles. Lord, take your time to absorb it, I have high hopes for you. He gave a thumbs up in praise. As expected, Xianxia's expression changed drastically, becoming as ugly as a pig's liver. His body began to tremble slightly, and it was clear that he could not hold on for much longer. However, his sword had already pierced into the divine purple-gold bug, and it was stuck by an extremely strong adhesive force. He could not pull it out no matter what. Am I really going to die here for no rhyme or reason? Xianxia's eyes widened, and he was extremely anxious, but he could not think of any good ideas. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, Lord Xianxia is indeed powerful. That bug seems to be about to be split apart by your slashes. Xianxia was shocked, and he looked down. All kinds of runes were surging up the divine will purple gold bug's body, and its body seemed to be slightly unstable. With the heaven-splitting sword as the center, cracks continuously appeared on the bug's body. Xianxia was overjoyed, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope in a hopeless situation, and he immediately unleashed all of his potential. The black light around his body turned into a spiral, and a hand seal fiercely slammed onto the sword. The piercing sword chime almost turned into tangible energy that spread in all directions. Xianxia's black robe was completely torn, and his long hair danced wildly in the air. He instantly reached the strongest state of one with his sword. Split the heavens. The light on the sword instantly brightened, and the three large ancient characters on the body of the sword, heaven-tilting sword, became almost transparent. A vast might spread out and pressed down. The cracks on the divine will purple gold bug instantly multiplied, and the sword kept stabbing into it. This move, Split the Heavens, was the other half of the divine skill, Genesis Splitter, and it was also the ultimate move that Xianxia could execute. Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled. Lord Upper Dust is indeed valiant, I'm so scared just looking at you. I'd better hit you now. A five-colored light flew out from his palm, and the Tushita heavenly peak turned into a huge mountain, smashing toward the Upper Dust Mountain. No. Xianxia's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. That mighty pressure was like rolling thunder, suppressing him so much that his body trembled incessantly. The sword intent in his hand was on the verge of collapsing. Gu Feiyong, you're despicable. What a despicable man. Xianxia let out a blood-curdling scream. The heaven-tilting sword suddenly collapsed, and the boundless sword light shattered, swallowed up by the golden halo that shot into the sky. A low voice came from the divine will purple gold bug's body, and a boundless light shot into the purple heavens. The Tushita heavenly peak also flowed with five-colored light, and it suddenly pressed down. The two forces completely suppressed Xianxia. Forget about escaping, even moving a finger was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. All he could do was glare, and his eyes were filled with resentment and indignation. Pung! The two vast forces finally collided, and Xianxia's body instantly shattered, turning into specks of black light, and disappeared without a trace. Clang! The heaven-tilting sword was sent flying, and under the pressure of the two forces, it kept vibrating. Finally, with a pung, it broke, and turned into two pieces of scrap metal that shot out. Xianxia looked on in shock. The vast power of the five elements surged, tumbling up and down, unable to tolerate each other. The entire golden world twisted and warped under the disturbance of the two forces. More and more metal spiritual chi was directly absorbed by the divine will purple gold bug, and the space became even more unstable. Xianxia's body turned golden, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the center of the two forces. He could feel that the frequency of the Tushita heavenly peaks fluctuations was very rapid, as if it had met its match. That's... Xianxia's pupils shrank, and his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the source of the fluctuations. At the center of the fluctuations, a purple gold phantom slowly appeared, and it continued to expand, as if it could be pulled to infinity. At the same time, a gray light surged from the Tushita heavenly peak, and it gradually expanded, turning into a strange-looking ancient bird that spread its wings. The remnant will of a true spirit? Xianxia was shocked. The two monsters in front of him were the manifestations of the eight-shadow ancient starbird and the divine will purple gold bug. As soon as the eight-shadow ancient starbird appeared, its eyes flashed like lightning, and a star pattern flashed on its forehead. It raised its head and pecked down. The divine will purple gold bug's body swayed slightly, and the antennae on its forehead rippled with two powerful rays of light. They combined into an extremely sharp slash, and it slashed forward. Boom! The two forces collided, and Xianxia felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Large amounts of metal and earth elemental energy swirled around him, making it difficult for him to see clearly. Rumble! The violent forces continued to spread, and the metal spiritual space collapsed and disintegrated. Xianxia only felt a whirlwind sweep him up, and he was directly thrown into the sky. Boom! The earth split open, and the terrifying force turned into a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. The people who were fighting were all shocked, and they immediately separated, turning into several rays of light that fled to the side. Yuan Gaohan was still stabilizing his realm, and when he saw the terrifying force of the pillar of light, he was so frightened that he hurriedly teleported away and disappeared along with the ancient array disk. The next moment, he appeared hundreds of feet away, and countless nomological powers descended again and entered his body. His sea of consciousness was instantly in chaos, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Fubai was fighting with Bei Chunnan. The golden speaker's soul had merged with his, and after its transformation, its whole body was glowing with a faint golden light, and it was almost able to suppress Bei Chunnan. However, the golden speaker seemed to be unkillable, and it stuck to him like a piece of sticky candy, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Go to hell! He roared angrily, and all the anger in his chest burst out, and he punched out fiercely. At the same time, he made a hand seal with his other hand, and the Panga banner was unfolded, and it swept across a large area. The two forces complemented each other, and Bei Chunnan had nowhere to hide. He could only raise his sword in front of him to protect himself. Bang! The long sword kept buzzing and trembling, and his entire body was almost deformed. Under the extreme compression, he shot out like a spring. Huang Fubai caught his breath, grabbed the Panga banner, and turned towards Yuan Gaohan. The golden light that rushed out from the ground gave him a very dangerous feeling, and the whole situation was probably out of control. The most important thing now was to extract Yuan Gaohan's soul and leave as soon as possible. Yuan Gaohan was shocked, and he had just spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his breathing was chaotic, and although his soul was strong, he couldn't control it at the moment. He took a deep breath, and the surrounding ancient array discs flew out and lined up in front of him, forming a world that protected him. Huang Fubai's eyes were burning, and he said angrily, "You'll be mine sooner or later. Why struggle so hard? Isn't it better to save yourself a lot of pain?" The golden light on his body shone brightly, and the virtual image of the golden speaker appeared behind him. He grabbed the Panga banner with one hand, formed a soul world, and hit the ancient array disc. Boom! It was as if the power of two domains had collided, and the ancient array disc instantly shattered. Yuan Gaohan's face was dark, and although he was full of anger, his heart was unusually calm. He could see that Huang Fubai was severely injured and didn't have enough time to recover. As long as he could hold on for a little longer, he would be fine. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, and a large blue flag appeared beside him. He swept it in front of him, and his figure disappeared. Huang Fubai was in a panic. Come out! All that was left in front of him was an azure world, and the flag fluttered in the air. Get out of my way! Rip! He tore apart a large patch of blue, but he still couldn't find Yuan Gaohan's figure. Suddenly, a frightening power appeared behind him, and all kinds of cries of alarm sounded. Huang Fubai hurriedly turned around in shock. A giant purple insect and a strange dark gray bird had appeared on either side of the pillar of light, and they were locked in a fierce battle. Divine will purple gold insect and 18 ancient starbird. Huang Fubai's entire body shook, and his mind went blank. Lawless Sky was part of the Soul Devourer sect's territory, so he naturally knew the origins of this place. The moment he saw the two true spirits in the sky, he immediately knew what they were. The other elders of the Soul Devourer sect were also shocked, and they stared at the two true spirits fighting in the sky. Although the rippling power of the 5 elements wasn't very strong, the lofty and condescending attitude of the two true spirits was shocking and fascinating. They really are true spirits. Fei and I was also dumbfounded. The sky phoenix blood in her body heated up, as if drawn by the aura of the true spirits. Li Yunxiao, what the hell is this? Yuan Gaohan appeared next to Li Yunxiao, and he pointed angrily at the true spirits fighting in the sky. He was practically roaring, "You're always causing trouble. When you were a minion, you provoked Emperor Wu. When you were Emperor Wu, you provoked the pinnacle of the martial way, then you provoked transcendence, and now you provoked two true spirits, you. He was so angry that his face paled, and he almost coughed up blood again. The light on his body flickered, and he almost couldn't stand straight. Li Yunxiao wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. This was purely an accident, I didn't want it to happen, Yuan Gaohan said angrily. Accident? Why is it that others never have accidents, but you have them every day? Hee, this makes my husband stand out from the masses. A ball of flame descended, and Fei Ni's true body appeared. She was full of tenderness, and her lips curled into a smile. Yuan Gaohan slapped his head weakly and said, I actually thought of letting a madman like you protect me. I've really been with you for too long and my brain has become short-circuited. Li Yunxiao then asked, Brother Gaohan, how was it? Did it go smoothly? I almost lost my life. Do you think it went smoothly? Yuan Gaohan said angrily, his eyes almost spitting fire. He originally wanted to find a safer place to merge the two souls, but who knew that he would encounter a danger he had never experienced in his life. He looked at the fighting true spirits and the people of Soul Devourer sect, feeling speechless and powerless. Li Yunxiao blushed with shame and said, as long as the two souls merge successfully, it will be fine. The matter in front of us is just a scare without any danger. Fei Yanai smiled and said, exactly. Lord Yuan Gaohan should learn from my husband to be fearless in the face of danger. No matter how dangerous or difficult it is, he will not be so angry and complain to you. Yuan Gaohan. Fei Yanai continued to snort and said proudly, if not for today, you will never have the chance to see a true spirit in this lifetime. Yuan Gaohan's body shook slightly and he raised his head to look at the two true spirits who were fighting to the death. He pondered and said, the might is enough, but the power is not enough. This should only be the remnant will of the true spirits. Just like this, it is still a rare sight. Thinking of this, his mood gradually relaxed. In addition to the fact that he had just merged with the soul, his entire body was filled with energy and a heroic spirit rose in his chest. Chen Qingyu, Qiao Mujia and the rest also retreated. The people of the two sects stood on one side, watching the fierce battle of the true spirits while looking at each other with vigilance. Huang Fubai said with a dark face, Gu Feiyang, where is Upper Dust? Li Yunxiao said angrily, Lord Upper Dust was killed by these two true spirits. Lord Huangfu and Lord Upper Dust came together. I hope that you can take revenge for Lord Upper Dust for the sake of the sacred region. Huang Fubai. After a brief moment of silence, he snorted heavily and said in a cold voice, don't even think about quibbling. Xianxia went to kill you, so how could he be killed by the true spirit? You must have killed him. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, to think that you're the leader of a sect. How can you spout such nonsense without any evidence? If I say no, do you dare to guarantee it with your head? Huang Fubai snorted, you don't need to explain these things to me. It doesn't matter to me whether it's true or not. You better pray for yourself. If we meet again, this seat will definitely take your head. At this moment, he knew that it was almost impossible to capture Yuan Gaohan, so he could only return resentfully. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, similarly, if I have the chance to take your head next time, I won't give it up. Huang Fubai flicked his sleeve and led everyone away. Chen Qingyu said anxiously, are we going to let them go just like that? Yuan Gaohan glanced at her and snorted, then you go stop them. Chen Qingyu's face reddened and she immediately hid behind Yuan Gaohan, not daring to say another word. Chu Mujia watched the two true spirits' wills fight and said, the divine will purple gold bug and the 18 ancient starbird don't have any special abilities. They only rely on their 5 elemental spiritual bodies to look down on other existences. Li Yunxiao said, Fei Yanai, lend me a hand and disperse the remnant will of the divine will purple gold bug. Yes. Fei Yanai responded. Then, a ball of fiery light rushed up and transformed into a phoenix in the sky. It flew towards the two true spirits. The crimson flames burned the entire sky red. The phoenix even spat out a line of fire from its mouth towards the divine will purple gold bug. Whoosh! As soon as the divine will purple gold bug came into contact with the divine fire, it immediately struggled with all its might, twisting its body in an attempt to escape. The 18 ancient starbird opened its mouth and let out a cry. It flapped its wings and chased after it, turning into the Tushita heavenly peak and smashing down. The phoenix flapped its colorful wings and made a turn in the sky. Its tail swept across and a sea of fire whizzed up, pushing forward like countless layers of waves. The divine will purple gold bug was a little afraid and shrank back. Suddenly, the Tushita heavenly peak fell. Boom! A huge tremor was heard. The divine will purple gold bug was smashed and its form immediately exploded, turning into a ball of gold that emitted blinding light. However, it no longer had any spirituality and only floated there quietly. After the Tushita heavenly peak was smashed, it flew out from the surging golden light and floated not far away, giving off five-colored light and full of spirituality. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed and grabbed at the Tushita heavenly peak. At that moment, he could feel the changes within the peak. The remnant will of the 18 ancient starbird was residing within it, just like a weapon spirit. Boom, boom. The Tushita heavenly peak slowly rotated over and was held in his hand. After a careful inspection, he happily kept it. The remaining ball of golden light was directly stored in the divine steel. Xianxia said enviously, I didn't think that the fate of these two treasures would be obtained by young Master Yun. TSK, what a great opportunity. Li Yunxiao smiled. I have to thank Brother Mujia for letting me have them. If Brother Mujia had wanted to snatch them from me, I would have been in big trouble. Mujia smiled faintly. Although these two items are precious, they are not of much use to me. I never do things that harm others without benefiting myself. Fei and I also flew back and said, Husband, Lord Yuan's matter has been settled. Husband has also successfully obtained the metal spiritual qi and the 9 underworld filthy soil. Li Yunxiao knew what she meant and nodded. We will go to the Tianling Long family now. I wonder what Brother Mujia and Lord Gaohan plan to do. Yuan Gaohan frowned. I didn't think that the person who came to capture me would be the head of the secret bureau, Shan Chen. The person who can command the secret bureau must be one of the rulers, most likely Wei Qing. Since that's the case, why don't I follow you to the Tianling Long family? Li Yunxiao said, that's good too. It's much safer by my side than in the sacred region. Moreover, I also want to have a chat with Brother Gaohan. Mujia also said, Wei Qing has already gone to the Tianling Long family. I also want to see how he will bring my formula path research to greater heights, ha ha ha. Li Yunxiao said, alright, since we are all going the same way, we will go to the Tianling Long family first. However, we must leave one person to go to the Myriad Star Valley to inform them of Tian Xingzi's situation and wait for his news. Yuan Gaohan was also worried. The Myriad Star Valley has suffered great losses, and Lord Tian Xingzi's whereabouts are unknown. The power in the western region has lost its balance. I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Qingyu, you go to the Myriad Star Valley. Qingyu said in shock, then Lord, Yuan Gaohan said, I will follow by Li Yunxiao's side. There are so many experts here, there is no need to worry about my safety. Qingyu still wanted to say something, but seeing that Yuan Gaohan's attitude was firm, she agreed. The few of them did not stay any longer. They directly went to Jiangyan City to teleport, and then headed for the northern region's Tianling. At this moment, in the northern region's misty snow sacred city, a secluded building was hidden in an inconspicuous corner. It was only 2 stories tall. There were several long tables in the building, and they were all placed with dark green jade tablets. Each of them was flowing with spiritual energy, and they were emitting a vigorous life force. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound came from the second floor. It was a martial artist who was patrolling the jade tablets. Then, his eyes gradually widened, and his forehead unconsciously dripped with cold sweat. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and he rushed to the second floor like lightning. Then, a mournful scream sounded, directly reverberating in the air above the entire building. What? The fate of the upper mortal realm is broken? In the main hall of the sacred region, Gongyang Jingqi suddenly slammed the table and stood up, directly shaking the armrest of the throne. Who did this? He was abnormally furious. He stared at the martial artist who reported below, holding a broken jade tablet, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. The people below were also whispering, and their tone was extremely shocked. The Dark Department was one of the 2 most mysterious departments in the sacred region. Even many people present had not heard of the name Upper Mortal Realm. Someone slowly walked out of the crowd. It was Bai Lingyue, and she said softly, Lord Upper Mortal Realm did leave not long ago. As for the so-called matter, I am not clear at the moment. We need to investigate. Investigate. Hurry up and investigate. Gongyang Jingqi was unable to restrain his anger, and his eyes flashed coldly. He said, the people of the Dark Department never leave the sacred region for no reason, unless there is a mission. And the only ones who can mobilize the Dark Department are the 5 rulers. It is actually very easy to investigate. His gaze turned cold, and he turned to a person sitting not far away. He said coldly, "Do you think so, Song Wuqiang?" That person was hidden in the darkness, and his face could not be seen. As Gong Yangjingqi's gaze turned, the person's face was gradually revealed. It was an ordinary face, the kind that people would immediately forget if they walked in a crowd, and there was no color to it at all. Indeed. If it wasn't you or me, then there are only 3 people left. He Yuhu has been in seclusion ever since he was injured in the battle against Tsutsumi, so the possibility is not high. Then there are only 2 people left. Humph. Don't be in such a hurry to eliminate everyone. No one can be eliminated so easily, including you and me. Gong Yangjingqi snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Song Wuqiang. Song Wuqiang raised his head. His eyes were clear, and he did not look ashamed at all. He said, "It is important to find out what upper mortal realm is doing and leave the sacred region, but it is more important to find out who killed him." Gong Yangjingqi said, "These 2 questions are actually just one. If we know what he is doing, we will naturally know who killed him. Lord Song Wuqiang, you are rarely in the sacred region, so why did upper mortal realm leave as soon as you returned?" Song Wuqiang said, "This can only be a coincidence. Could it be that Lord Jingqi suspects me?" Gong Yangjingqi said, "Before there is any evidence, all 5 of us are suspects, so it is normal for us to suspect each other. You can also suspect and question me, Lord." He looked calm. Song Wuqiang said, "I naturally trust Lord Jingqi. If I send upper mortal realm out, even if he is dead, there is nothing to hide. Why don't you send a message to the 3 of them and ask them about this matter? Perhaps there will be an immediate result?" Gong Yangjingqi's brows furrowed slightly, and then he made up his mind. "All right, I will immediately send a message to the 3 of them. I hope someone will stand out and confess. Don't disappoint me." With a raise of his hand, a pentagonal formation suddenly appeared above the main hall. It shot down a ray of green light and projected it onto the ground. A rumbling sound erupted as a stone table slowly rose up from the ground, fusing with the formation of light. With a slap, Gong Yangjingqi hit the table. Instantly, countless rays of light shot out from his palm. The stone table surged with radiance and illuminated the entire main hall. Suddenly, 3 figures slowly appeared around the table. They were in a trance and were very dim. One of them was Wei Qing. He frowned and said, "Lord Jingqi, why did you summon us?" There was also a light figure protecting Heiyu. He also opened his eyes slightly. His expression was calm, but worry flashed in his eyes. The last person had his eyes tightly shut. His face was dignified and delicate. His long hair was coiled into a bun at the back of his head. He was actually a woman. Her figure was in a trance. It seemed that she did not care about the summons. She was serene and quiet. Seeing the 3 people, Gong Yangjingqi said, "Xianxia is dead." These words were like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no sound at all. The entire hall became incomparably quiet. Wei Qing asked, "How did he die?" Gong Yangjingqi glanced at him. His gaze swept across the other 2 people and said, "The reason I summoned you all here is to know how he died." Wei Qing said, "Xianxia was the leader of the secret department. Apart from the 5 of us, no one could dispatch him. Or maybe he acted on his own." Gong Yangjingqi said, "The people of the secret department never interact with the outside world. Even many people in the sanctuary have never come into contact with them. Xianxia has always been in hiding. It would be too much of a lie to say that he died because of private matters." Wei Qing turned and said, "Ling Baiyue, do you have any clues on your side?" Ling Baiyue nodded slightly and said, "This matter was too sudden. Moreover, the secret department's actions are not within our surveillance. There are no clues. If you all want to investigate, you should start from the time and place of Master Xianxia's departure." Gong Yangjingqi looked at the crowd and said, "Xiao Binwei, what clues do you have?" A burly man stood up and cupped his hands. "Master Xianxia left 5 days ago. He went to Nuyan City in the northern region." Nuyan City? Everyone frowned. Nuyan City was the recently established headquarters of the Merchant Union. It was well connected and had many more teleportation portals than the sacred region. It could lead to any place on the continent. Most of the time, they would go to New Yen City to take a detour or intentionally take a stroll so that others wouldn't be able to figure out their true itinerary. The reason why the upper mortal realm had left the holy region and walked to New Yen City was most likely because of the latter. Hey Yuhu, seating you, what about you too? Are there any clues? Hey Yu said, after the battle with Tsutsumi, I've been in seclusion ever since. I haven't taken a single step out of the secret chamber, so I don't know anything about this. In the end, the woman's eyes were still closed. She said indifferently, I don't know. Humph. Gong Xianxia seemed to be very dissatisfied with these answers. He sneered and said, the four of you don't know. That Xianxia was most likely sent by me. Everyone fell silent. Xiao Binwei suddenly said, I just thought of something, and it's not surprising at all. However, it's very rare for dark agents to be mobilized in the sacred region, not to mention that Lord Xianxia left in person. Just before Lord Xianxia left, Lord Yuan Gaohan also went to New Yen City. I wonder if these two matters are related. Yuan Gaohan? Everyone was shocked. Gong Yangxingqi's expression also changed greatly. He said, who knows where Lord Yuan Gaohan went? Everyone looked at each other. It seemed like they didn't understand. Xiao Binwei said, I'll send someone to ask the spirit agents, but I think it's most likely because of the soul. Gong Yangxingqi's brows gradually locked together. He said, if it's because of the soul, why didn't he inform me? He wants to carry out such an important matter in secret? Xiao Binwei said, could it be that old Yuan is trying to avoid unnecessary trouble, so he secretly carried it out by himself? Gong Yangxingqi's expression was furious. There were faint origin energy waves coming from his body as he said coldly, if that's really the case, he must have discovered something amiss and is afraid that someone will harm him. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed abruptly. Shock was written all over their faces. He Yuhu frowned and said, Lord Xingqi's words, could it be that you have some evidence? Evidence? Humph, if this old man had evidence, would today's discussion still be so peaceful? Gong Yangxingqi said coldly, his eyes shooting out cold light continuously. Everyone was extremely shocked. It was extremely rare to see him angry. This time, he was clearly really angry. Wei Qing snorted coldly and said, since you don't have evidence, it's better not to speak nonsense. Speak nonsense? Gong Yangxingqi's eyes were like knives as he directly stared over. He said coldly, previously, when Yuan Gaohan requested to open the Divine Capital's passageway, it was the three of you who vetoed it, causing the matter to drop. You know best who is guilty. What? The crowd went into an uproar. Everyone looked shocked. The world only knew that the realm of heaven martial arts had 5 great celestial realms, but they could only name 4 of them. They were the eastern realm's earthly heavens, the southern realm's Mount Meru, the western realm's ancient smoke cloud, and the northern realm's clear sky. Very few people knew what the 5th great celestial realm was. After a long time, the world only knew of the 4 great celestial realms, and the last one was slowly forgotten. The 5th great celestial realm was hidden above the sacred zone, the divine capital. Someone couldn't help but ask, why does Yuan Gaohan want to go to the divine capital? Forcefully opening a realm of celestial realms requires an immeasurable amount of energy. If there isn't anything special, it's not worth it. Many people nodded, but even more people furrowed their brows. The more it was like this, the more serious the problem was. Wei Qing snorted and said, Yuan Gaohan is very mysterious. If he could give a suitable reason, I wouldn't oppose it. But he doesn't give any reason and wants to open the divine capital. Putting aside the fact that he's only the head of a division, even as the ruler, he doesn't have the authority to do so. He Yuhu also nodded lightly and said, Lord Wei Qing is right. If Yuan Gaohan can give a valid reason, I naturally won't oppose it. Si Tingyu's eyes were still closed, and he said simply, same here. Humph. Raging with nowhere to vent the anger in his chest, he said coldly, I don't care what you're hiding in your hearts, but you better not let me discover anything amiss. Otherwise, I'll be the first to not forgive you. Kangwu Qiong said, Lord Xingqi, now that things have come to this, let's think of a way to deal with it. Gong Yangxingqi said with a dark expression, if the source of this matter is from within us, then we must first find the problem from the source. Wei Qing said coldly, Gonyang Jingqi, there's no need to make insinuations here. These words make me very uncomfortable. What exactly do you want to do? Just say it. Gonyang Jingqi said, fine. Since Lord Wei Qing has said so, then I'll directly say what I'm thinking. From today onwards, any deployment of a division must be approved by me, and the 5 of us must know about it together. Wei Qing's expression changed several times, and he sneered, everything must be approved by you? Are you saying that you want to take sole authority? Gonyang Jingqi's expression did not change, and he said, I can't say sole authority. But the operation of the sacred region has been under my control for many years. When have you guys ever meddled in my affairs? Besides, I've also said that I will inform the 4 of you of any deployment of a division, and you can supervise me together. Wei Qing flicked his sleeves and said, I don't agree. His figure became even more indistinct, as if he would disappear at any moment. Gonyang Jingqi's gaze swept across the others, and he said, what about the 3 of you? He Yuhu frowned, and he said, what if you act recklessly? The reason why there are 5 rulers in the sacred region is to prevent one person from ruling alone. Gonyang Jingqi said, if I act recklessly, how can I convince the masses? Besides, are the 4 of you vegetarians? He Yuhu immediately fell silent, and he turned to look at Si Tingyu beside him. Si Tingyu's emotions had not fluctuated since the beginning, and he only opened his eyes now, and he said, I agree. With that, he closed his eyes again, and returned to his statue-like state. Wei Qing said angrily, Si Tingyu, you. He Yuhu said, since Si Tingyu also agrees, then I have no objections. What? This time, Wei Qing could no longer sit still, and he said angrily, He Yuhu, that old witch's head was clamped, so is your head clamped as well? Haha, there are already 3 people who agree, so this decision can be considered passed. Gonyang Jingqi laughed loudly, and he glanced at Wei Qing with a smug expression. He Yuhu said indifferently, Si Tingyu is currently busy, and so am I. Even after my injuries have healed, I plan to organize people to surround and kill that Tsutsumi again, so I have no time to attend to the sacred region. Besides, Lord Jingqi is right, he has always been in charge all these years, and it's fine for him to be in charge while the 4 of us supervise. Wei Qing said with a gloomy expression, what about you, Kangwu Qiong? Kangwu Qiong said indifferently, it's already 3-2, my opinion is not important. Wei Qing snorted, since you all have such thoughts, then I naturally have nothing to say. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Gonyang Jingqi said with a serious expression, this old man is magnanimous, and I believe that I can shoulder this responsibility. Wei Qing knew that he couldn't change his mind, and he sneered, whatever, you can play however you want. Gonyang Jingqi ignored the mockery in his words, and continued, from today onwards, any division chief and vice division chief must go through my orders to lead the sacred region, and any Emperor Wu expert must go through the division's approval to lead the sacred region. Xiao Binwei, you must keep a detailed record of the situation in and out of the sacred region. Yes, Xiao Binwei replied. Most of the others frowned, but they quickly relaxed, and didn't have much of an opinion. Gonyang Jingqi said, Zidingji, from today onwards, the finance department must give me the accounts every month. Even some large investments must be approved by me. Zidingji stepped out of the ranks, bowed, and said, yes, Lord. This time even more people's expressions changed. Even Wei Qing and the others, with the exception of Si Tingyu, were frowning, as if they had something to say. Kangwu Qiong said, Lord Jingqi seems to be interfering with the normal operation of the departments. Don't worry, Kangwu Qiong and everyone, I won't interfere with any normal operation. I just have a general understanding of the various expenses, Gonyang Xianxia said. No one had any objections after he said so. The world is in turmoil now, and there are signs of chaos. I hope everyone can work together to overcome the difficulties, Gonyang Xianxia said. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Gonyang Xianxia said, the most important thing is to keep ourselves calm. Nanfeng Xian, you will be responsible for investigating the whereabouts of Yuan Gaohan and the death of Xianxia. Report the results to me as soon as possible. Yes. A small figure flashed in the crowd, followed by a string of bell-like laughter, and disappeared in the hall. Gong Yang's Henki frowned slightly, seemingly very dissatisfied with her unruly behavior, but he was used to it. He could only shake his head and said, Ling Baiyue, intelligence is very important now, especially the movements of the world's major forces, Tsutsumi, and some people who are not to be trifled with. They must be included in the surveillance during this period of time. Ling Baiyue said indifferently, yes, Lord. Those so-called people who are not to be trifled with are. Gong Yang's Henki's pupils shrank, for example, those forces in the outer sea, titled Emperor Wu, and some powerful individual cultivators. He paused, especially Tsutsumi and Li Yunxiao, these two people really make me a little uneasy. Many people were shocked, and their eyes flashed. Ling Baiyue said, now we can basically conclude that Li Yunxiao is Gu Feiyang, who seized the body of the innate body and was reborn. It is indeed very troublesome. But now he only has the cultivation of Emperor Jiuxing, so he can temporarily suppress it. If he is allowed to grow, he may be even more powerful than Gu Feiyang back then, and there is really no one in the world who can suppress him. Gong Yang's Henki said with a worried face, you mean to get rid of him now? Ling Baiyue smiled indifferently, I am just putting forward my own opinion, how to decide is up to you. Why do we have to get rid of him? I've interacted with Li Yunxiao for a while, and I think he's a good person. Moreover, back then, Gu Feiyang was not an evil person. Someone stood out and said. This person had a mustache, and his hair was speckled with white. It was the Origin Division's leader, Su Yan. He had crossed paths with Li Yunxiao in the Land of Bones. Wei Qing said, indeed Gu Feiyang is not a treacherous or evil person, but he is not a good person either. I agree with Ling Baiyue. If this person is not suppressed now, I am afraid it will be difficult to suppress him in the future. Gong Yangjingqi said awkwardly, I can't make a decision on this matter. What do you all think? Kang Wuqiong suddenly said, I agree with Lord Wei Qing's opinion. It's best to take precautions against unknown risks in order to avoid future troubles. Wei Qing glanced at him meaningfully and said, that's right. Back then, Gu Feiyang caused trouble everywhere, causing chaos everywhere. Now that the world is not peaceful, another person like him is another explosive that can explode at any time. No one knows when he will explode, but once he does, the consequences will be unimaginable. Gong Yang's Henki said, what about Lord He Yuhu and Lord Sitingyu? He Yuhu pondered for a moment, then said, Wei Qing's words can be said the other way around. Although Li Yunxiao is not a good person, he is not a treacherous or evil person either. Even though he caused trouble everywhere back then, he did not cause any trouble. In addition, he is a member of our clan, and most importantly, he is extremely powerful and has a grudge against our current enemy, Tsutsumi. Gong Yang's Henki said, Lord He Yuhu means to use Li Yunxiao to deal with Tsutsumi? He Yuhu said, that's right. If we can make good use of him, then the two worries we are worried about will be completely cancelled out. Wei Qing shouted angrily, Hey Yuhu, have you forgotten about the battle with Li Yunxiao and the others in Crimson Moon City? Even you can't take them down, and if they are allowed to grow out of control, they will one day step on the heads of the sacred region. Hey Yuhu said, it's precisely because we fought once in Crimson Moon City that I think they have value. If their strength is too weak, how can they deal with Tsutsumi? Moreover, Li Yunxiao already has Tsutsumi in him, so he might be the best candidate to deal with the other Tsutsumi. Gong Yang's Henki said in a low voice, Lord He Yuhu's words are extremely reasonable. If things develop as you imagine, then I will have removed two great worries from my mind. Wei Qing sneered, Lord Jingqi also knows that this is just wishful thinking. Since Li Yunxiao is also possessed by Tsutsumi, maybe the two of them will join forces. At that time, it will really be a great calamity for the world. Gong Yang's Henki said, Lord Jingqi also knows that this is just wishful thinking. Since Li Yunxiao is also possessed by Tsutsumi, maybe the two of them will join forces. At that time, it will really be a great calamity for the world. Ling Baiyue, what do you think? Ling Baiyue waved the feather fan in his hand, pacing back and forth in the main hall, as if thinking about how to answer. Wei Qing suddenly said, Ling Baiyue, just answer truthfully. Yes. Ling Baiyue held the fan with both hands, cupping his fists, and said, reporting to the lords. According to the information I received, that Tsutsumi and Li Yunxiao are mortal enemies. Morong Zhu, who is now possessed by Tsutsumi, is a good friend of Gu Feiyang back then, and in the heavenly wasteland, Jiang Churan was killed by Tsutsumi, and it seems that he did it to save Li Yunxiao. Now Ning Kuei's daughter, Ning Qiue, is also a good friend of Gu Feiyang in the past, and was taken away by Tsutsumi. The possibility of the two of them joining forces is very small. Wei Qing's face became more and more unsightly, his eyes shot over like a knife, and said in a cold voice, Ling Baiyue, have you really investigated clearly? If the situation is wrong and leads to serious consequences, you have to bear the responsibility. Ling Baiyue said embarrassedly, of course, there is no absolute in the world, maybe they will join forces. Gong Yang's Henki said, your analysis is very reasonable. Although Gu Feiyang is unruly and unrestrained, and does things in a bold and unconstrained way, he is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Back then, the matter between the East Sea and Mount Tiandang caused an uproar in the world, but it was all because of his disciple. He dares to provoke the four seas, and he is not afraid of death, he can be considered a peerless hero. Kan Guqiang's face changed slightly, and he said, Hua Qianshu is not in a good state right now, and with his character, he may vent his anger on the sanctuary. Gong Yang's Henki said with a sigh, as long as we have a clear conscience, Gu Feiyang is not an unreasonable person. Lord Xingqi's words are well said, but what if he feels guilty? Wei Qing suddenly grinned, looking somewhat sinister. Gong Yang's Henki's pupil shrank, and his face changed instantly, and he said, what do you mean? Haha, nothing. Wei Qing smiled indifferently, and said, I just said it casually, who knows what that lunatic is thinking, in the end, we still have to trouble Lord Kan Guqiang. Kan Guqiang said, if everyone chooses to ally with Li Yunxiao, then I will mediate the conflict. This is what I should do, after all, Hua Qianshu has always been my subordinate. Gong Yang's Henki seemed to hear that something was wrong, and his face became a little unsightly, and he said, Si Tingyu, what do you think? Si Tingyu opened his mouth again, and he lightly spat out two words, ally. Wei Qing and Kan Guqiang's eyes flashed, and their expressions did not look too good. Heiyu Protector said, it is now 2-2, and the most crucial vote is in Lord Xingqi's hands. Think about the current situation, besides Tsutsumi, if you also want to suppress Li Yunxiao, you will probably have to use half of the sanctuary's strength. Moreover, we are currently facing two more hidden dangers, the demon race and the demon race. Gong Yang's Henki flicked his sleeves, and sighed, you really have to touch my sore spot. The demon race is easy to deal with. Even if they found the inherited Saint Armillary sphere, and their overall strength greatly increased, at least they are still under our control. What I am most worried about is the demon lord coming out. Everyone, don't forget the origins of the sanctuary. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they looked at each other. The sanctuary had been the leader of the masses for a long time, but no one could say exactly when it started to exist. Su Yan could not help but be startled, and he said, the origins of the sanctuary? How did the sanctuary come about, could it be related to the demon lord? Gong Yang's Henki said, this is not a secret, the existence of the sanctuary is a powerful organization that first appeared to monitor the demon lord's seal. What? This was the first time they had heard of such a secret, and everyone turned pale with fright. Gong Yang's Henki narrowed his eyes, and he seemed to be thinking, and he slowly said, about 100,000 years ago, that was the final years of the demon lord's reign. The world's experts gathered in Misty Snow Sacred City to discuss how to deal with the demon lord. At that time, it was only the simplest organization, and their goal was also very clear, which was to exterminate the demon lord. Later, they successfully sealed the demon lord, and in order to prevent him from returning to the world, these people did not leave, but used Misty Snow Sacred City as a stronghold, and established the organization's sanctuary, with the responsibility of monitoring the demon lord's seal. Su Yan said in shock, but why don't we know anything, even where the demon lord's seal is? I even joined forces with the people of the deity sea to release a seal in the burial ground. Gong Yang's Henki looked at him indifferently, and sighed, I am talking about the sanctuary 100,000 years ago, these are all recorded in those moldy ancient books. A thing that has not happened for 100,000 years, who will remember? Who will be vigilant? Even I once doubted the authenticity of the demon lord, and I didn't expect to meet him again in this life. I am really unlucky. Ling Baiyue waved his feather fan, and said, I also know a little about the origin of the sanctuary. Judging from the demon traces that I have grasped so far, the demon lord is indeed very powerful, but fortunately, 100,000 years of suppression has made him split into several doppelgangers, and they do not tolerate each other and are enemies with each other. Gong Xianxia said, exactly. We must not let any of the doppelgangers devour other existences, otherwise the consequences will be too serious. No one knows how strong the demon lord is, but 100,000 years ago was a world with a large number of God realm existences. At that time, we could not completely erase him, let alone now. Su Yan said, why can't the demon lord be killed? Does he have an immortal body? Gong Xianxia said, I also don't understand the reason. An immortal body is just a fairy tale. Even if it's the five-element spirit body, it's impossible for it to be unkillable. So I plan to send people into the Wanxiang Codex to search for information on the demon lord. Lin Yuanbo will be in charge of this. Collect all possible information as soon as possible. Yes. An old man said slowly. His thin and small figure was extremely inconspicuous in the crowd, and he had no sense of existence at all. However, when the crowd looked at him, there was not the slightest disrespect in their eyes. Hey you protector said, what's happening with the demon tracks? Gong Xianxia said, there are two clones that seem to be thinking of ways to devour each other. Wei Qing, what's with the demonic transformation on Li Yunxiao's body in the Battle of Crimson Moon City? I've always wanted to get to the bottom of this. It's best for you to explain it. Wei Qing frowned and pondered with some doubt. Li Yunxiao has two demonic essence in his body. One is ordinary, the other is emperor. They don't seem to tolerate each other. That Mopu seems to be related to the Ocean Emperor. The Ocean Emperor, Gong Xianxia murmured, this matter involves Li Yunxiao again. He's really connected to all troubles. Wei Qing said, and Li Yunxiao and the Ocean Emperor's daughter are also very close. I don't know what Bronon's attitude will be when he's publicly with the Ocean Emperor's daughter. Oh right, I almost forgot someone. If it's about those demons, maybe this person is also very important. Who? Gong Xianxia blurted out. The others were also very curious. This person is Qi Xingfeng. Wei Qing said word by word. As soon as this name came out, everyone's expression changed slightly. The news that Qi Xingfeng was still alive was no secret. But when everyone heard this name, they were still very shocked. It is indeed surprising that Lord Qi Xingfeng is still alive. I don't know if it is good or bad, but it is inevitable that the deification sea will stir up a storm. I only hope that this matter can be settled as soon as possible and not become the source of turmoil. Kangu Qiong said, the stability of the deity transformation sea is indeed very important to the overall situation of the world. Qi Xingfeng's appearance really came at a bad time. Humph, Wei Qing said, it is precisely because of the abnormality of the heavens that demons and evils are born. Actually, we can completely rely on the momentum of sweeping away 1,000 armies to uproot these hidden dangers one by one. Oh? Wei Qing, what good idea do you have? Gong Jingqi asked in surprise. A bright light flashed in Wei Qing's eyes as he said, it's very simple. The first step is to stabilize the 7 major sects and summon the leaders of the 7 major sects for a discussion. If there are any objections, suppress them first. As long as the 7 major sects are stabilized, they will be like 7 giant pillars on the ground, and the situation will basically be stabilized. What a lousy idea. What a load of nonsense. Gong Jingqi immediately interrupted him and said angrily, suppress the 7 major sects and make them submit to you. Only you can think of such a brainless idea. Kangu Qiong suddenly frowned and said, although Wei Qing's idea is a bit extreme, I think it is a good idea to borrow the power of the 7 major sects to stabilize the world. Gong Jingqi said, we definitely need to borrow the power of the 7 major sects, but we can only appease them. We can't take action. Otherwise, we will just create more trouble for the already troubled realm of heaven martial arts. Wei Qing said coldly, it will be good if the 7 major sects are obedient, but if they don't, they will become the source of turmoil sooner or later. It is better to suppress them as soon as possible and control them in our own hands. Hey you protector said, this idea is indeed extreme. Lord Jingqi, you can summon the 7 major sects for a discussion and test their attitude. It is indeed necessary. Gong Jingqi said, okay, I will do it tomorrow. Is Luo Qingyun from the East Red Moon City qualified to participate? Wei Qing raised his face and said, of course. Although Luo Qingyun is not strong enough, he is the lord of the Red Moon City. If he loses the qualification to participate in the discussion, his reputation will definitely drop, and the influence of the Red Moon City on the East Red Moon City will be even smaller. This is very disadvantageous to the situation in the East Red Moon City, which has just been stabilized. On the contrary, it is more beneficial to increase his prestige, and he can better guard the East Red Moon City. Heiyu Protector said, that makes sense. Luo Qingyun might not be qualified, but the Lord of the Red Moon City definitely is. Yes, that is indeed reasonable. Geng Jingqi pondered and said, then what about the Tianling Long family? When Long Qianmiao died, he passed the position of sect master to young master Fei Ni, but where is that girl now? Can she suppress the Long family? Wei Qing's pupil shrank, and he said, she is just a little girl, so of course she can't suppress them. If she really becomes the Long family master, it will definitely cause chaos in the Long family. As for the person who will participate in the discussion, I already have a candidate in mind, so let him come. The surrounding people were all slightly shocked. It seemed like Wei Qing and the Long family were no longer close, but had completely interfered. Who? Geng Jingqi didn't seem to mind, and only asked. Yi Hongming. Wei Qing said indifferently. It's him. Everyone was startled, and many whispers began to spread all around. The rulers also furrowed their brows and remained silent. Geng Jingqi said, there is no problem with Yi Hongming's strength, but his bloodline is too berserk. Once he goes crazy, he won't even be able to control his rationality. He is definitely not a good leader, and I'm afraid there will be even more people who won't accept it. Wei Qing said coldly, in these troubled times, I can't care so much. If others don't accept it, they have to accept it. Geng Jingqi frowned a few times, and said, alright, since it's their Long family's matter, I have no right to interfere. Wei Qing, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him. N. Wei Qing replied softly, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Everyone understood the meaning behind Geng Jingqi's words. Since Yi Hongming was appointed by Wei Qing, then he would naturally be controlled by him. This was equivalent to controlling the Long family, and in the current situation, it wasn't impossible. Ling Baiyue suddenly opened his mouth and said, when the few of you talked about the 7 major sects, I suddenly thought of something. According to the analysis of the recent news, it seems that the Divine Firmament Palace is about to reopen its doors. Geng Jingqi said gloomily, F***CK. Everything's crowded together. Ling Baiyue said, back then, the Divine Firmament Palace's palace master went into seclusion. If he were to find out that Gu Feiyang is not dead, Geng Jingqi said, after going around and around, it's back to Li Yunxiao. It seems that Li Yunxiao is indeed the key figure in this world's turmoil. We have to think of a way to rope him in. Wei Qing said in a deep voice, rope him in? In my opinion, capturing him and completely imprisoning him in the sacred domain is the best way. Don't forget the things on Li Yunxiao. I have already issued an iron order for the whole world to capture him. Geng Jingqi frowned and said, the iron order can be taken back, it's not a troublesome matter. If we can rope him in, we might be able to share the things. Even if we can't, it's not bad to have it in our own hands. Humph, Lord Jingqi is really generous. Wei Qing's expression was extremely ugly, and the atmosphere became a little stiff. Kan Guoqiong said, we can see how we go about Li Yunxiao's matter. The strategy is not the same. Lord Wei Qing, you only said one thing just now, to stabilize the 7 major sects first, and then what? Wei Qing's expression relaxed a little. He snorted lightly and said, the first step is to stabilize the 7 major sects, and the second step is naturally to capture those titled Emperor Wu. Although these arrogant and unruly people will give us some face, when we dispatch them, they all pretend to obey but secretly oppose. They don't put the sacred domain in their eyes at all. Geng Jingqi nodded and said, I have experienced this deeply. Previously, I had Duan Muyoyu investigate Songyang City, and I had Zhuo Qingfan suppress the Demon Lord's clone. Both were left unsettled. They are all arrogant and look down on everyone. Kan Guoqiong said, dealing with these people is even more troublesome than dealing with the 7 major sect masters. After all, the 7 major sect masters still have to consider the interests of their sects, so their attitude towards the sacred domain is much more humble. To put it nicely, these 10 Emperor Wu are conferred by the sacred domain, but to put it bluntly, they are the 10 great fugitives. They are existences that fear no one in the world, so we can only use the method of recruiting them and not force them. Geng Jingqi said, of course. Wei Qing sneered and said, although those 10 fugitives don't listen to orders, as long as the benefits are enough, it's not hard to rope them in. It's been almost 30 years since the Windcloud battle. I'm thinking if we should do it again and gather all the strong practitioners in the world, recruit as many talents as possible to enter the sacred domain and strengthen ourselves. The surrounding people were all shocked, and then they fell into deep thought. Heiyu Protector said, this is indeed a good method. If we start the Windcloud List battle again, it might be even more intense than the last time. We will have a rough understanding of the strong practitioners in the world, and we can even recruit many of them. Yes, this is feasible, but don't be too hasty. It won't be too late to start when the time is right. Geng Jingqi nodded slightly. Wei Qing said, as long as we control the 7 major sects, the 10 Emperor Wu, and recruit all the heroes with great benefits, the world will be stable. After that, we can join forces with the deity Sea Realm and split our forces into 2. One will suppress the monster race and seize the armillary, and the other will focus on killing Tsutsumi. How can we not succeed? After dealing with the monster race and Tsutsumi, we can find Sea Emperor Bronon to discuss the matter of the Demon Master. It would be best if the sea race can help, but if they want to stay out of the matter, it's fine too. Just our strength alone is enough to suppress the Demon Master. He finished in one breath, looked at Geng Jingqi with disdain, and sneered, actually, how can there be any trouble in the world? Lord Jingqi is worrying himself. Everyone fell into deep thought, and felt that Wei Qing's words were indeed feasible. Geng Jingqi ignored his sarcasm and said, Lord Wei Qing's plan is indeed clear, and we can give it a try. However, the world changes too quickly, and I'm afraid that everything will not go smoothly. Wei Qing said, of course. My plan is not set in stone, and it must change according to the changes. However, the core point is to be down to earth, and push forward bit by bit, constantly increasing our own strength and the degree of control we have over the world. Only then can we deal with all the changes. Kan Guqiang said, Wei Qing's words are very reasonable, I agree. Gong Yang Jingqi looked at He Yuhu and Si Tingyu and asked, what about you too? He Yuhu said, this method is feasible, but we cannot be too forceful, we should be gentle. Gong Yang Jingqi nodded, these people are all peerless experts, if we don't handle them well, it will backfire. I will take care of it. He Yuhu said, that's good, then I have nothing to worry about. Once I come out of seclusion, I will start organizing people to encircle Tsutsumi for the 2nd time. I hope Lord Jingqi can help me keep an eye on this matter and provide as much support as possible. Gong Yang Jingqi said, of course. That Tsutsumi is the common enemy of the human race, apart from the sacred domain, the other forces should at least do something. Lord He Yuhu can focus on recuperating and leave the organizing to me. He Yuhu was gratified, thank you. The green light on the stone table suddenly turned slightly red and slowly deepened. Gong Yang Jingqi said, the formation is at its limit, the 3 of you can go about your own business. I will gather everyone when there are changes, everything will be based on today's discussion. He sent a hand seal into the formation. Immediately, the red light circled around the stone table and slowly sank down. Wei Qing and the other 2 silhouettes suddenly disappeared. The light in the hall dimmed significantly, returning to its previous tranquility and solemnity. Gong Yang Jingqi said, the rest of you can leave as well. Perform your duties and be united. At the same time, do not leak anything about today's discussion, or you will be punished with no mercy. Yes. Everyone responded and then began to leave in a scattered manner. Kan Guqiang also stood up and walked out. Gong Yang Jingqi's pupils constricted, Lord Kan Guqiang. Kan Guqiang stopped and turned around, what is it, Lord Jingqi? Gong Yang Jingqi said slowly, was Gu Feiyang's death an accident back then? Kan Guqiang pondered for a moment and said softly, perhaps? Who knows? Then how do you plan to deal with your relationship with Li Yunxiao now? Gong Yang Jingqi's expression changed drastically, and there was a hint of anger in his expression. Song Wuqiang said, let's go with what we just discussed. It's best if we can handle it gently. Li Yunxiao is related to almost everything now. Pulling one hair will affect the whole body. Sir, you must handle this well. Geng Jingqi's face was ashen. Kang Wuqiang replied, I will do my best. Even I don't want to provoke that madman. With that, he turned around and left. Looking at his back disappearing at the entrance of the hall, the worry in his eyes deepened. What are you worried about? There was only one person left in the hall, Xiao Binwei. Ram Jingqi said, there are many things to worry about, but the one I'm most worried about is the Devil Lord. Xiao Binwei, from today onwards, increase the strength of the sanctuary's defense to the highest level. In addition to strictly controlling people going out, we must investigate the entry of outsiders in detail. We must not let anyone suspicious in. Yes, my lord. Xiao Binwei said in a low voice, but isn't it a little too much to increase the defense to the highest level now? Ram Jingqi said coldly, not at all. Xiao Binwei frowned. Is my lord worried that the Devil Lord will attack? That's not possible, right? Ram Jingqi said, the Devil Lord is still alive in the form of a clone. He isn't strong, so it's impossible for him to attack Misty Snow Sacred City. I want you to increase the defense to the highest level. The core is to protect the Spirit Flower Wonderland. Spirit Flower Wonderland. Xiao Binwei was shocked. Isn't the Spirit Flower Wonderland where that lord lives? With that lord's strength. Ram Jingqi interrupted. I'm confident in his strength, but we can't be too careful. I might as well tell you this. Do you know that those people who sealed the Devil Lord wanted to establish the sanctuary in the land of Misty Snow? Because there is a Devil Lord's clone sealed under Misty Snow Sacred City. What? Xiao Binwei was greatly shocked, and suddenly said, could it be that the sealed land is in the Spirit Flower Wonderland? Ram Jingqi nodded. That's right. So from now on, no one is allowed to enter the Spirit Flower Wonderland. No matter who it is, they have to have my orders. If something unexpected happens, you have the authority to sever the connection between the Spirit Flower Wonderland and the sanctuary and let it float into the void. As long as we protect this clone, the Devil Lord will never be able to recover his true body. Yes. Xiao Binwei's expression became serious. She immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. In the sky above Misty Snow Sacred City, there was a cloud that shone brightly. Zhou Chu stood in the sky. When he saw Kang Wuqiang coming out from the main hall, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly flew down and called out, Master. Men. Kang Wuqiang responded softly. There was no expression on his face. He walked in front of Zhou Chu leisurely, covering a distance of 30 meters with each step. Zhou Chu wanted to say something but hesitated. He followed closely behind and walked carefully. Amen? Kang Wuqiang suddenly exclaimed and stopped in his tracks. A ray of colored glass shot down from the neon rainbow in the clouds. It was like a thin thread that slowly descended from the sky and transformed in front of him. Gradually, it turned into a vague projection that sat cross-legged and opened its eyes. Kang Wuqiang looked at that person and said, Xitingyu, what's the matter? Xitingyu's projection was a little dazed. It seemed like he used a great ability to appear. He said, I want Li Yunxiao. Invite him here. Kang Wuqiang frowned and asked, why? Xitingyu said, the samsara wheel. Kang Wuqiang said, is there something wrong with the wheel? Xitingyu closed his eyes and didn't reply. He seemed to be waiting for an answer. Kang Wuqiang said, Li Yunxiao has a divine artifact, and Yi Fan is beside him with Noah's Arkansas. He is indeed the most suitable candidate to study divine artifacts. I promise you, I will do my best. But you should have heard of his personality. If I can't invite him, I'll just capture him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xitingyu nodded in response before making a hand seal with one hand. Her projection instantly disappeared without a trace. Kang Wuqiang stood in the sky and seemed to be thinking about something. He looked at the endless roiling clouds and seemed to be in deep thought. He suddenly called out, Zhou Chu. Ah? Yes, master. Zhou Chu was also thinking about something. He was shocked and hurriedly bowed. You've met that Li Yunxiao. What do you think? Kan Guqiang asked. Zhou Chu was startled and said nervously, arrogant, despotic, condescending, arrogant and conceited, and what? Kan Guqiang asked. And his strength is shocking. Master, is he really Gu Feiyang? Zhou Chu asked carefully. He didn't dare to raise his head, but his forehead and temples were already wet with sweat. Kan Guqiang nodded and said, I'm 100% sure. I'm very surprised that Gu Feiyang didn't die. When I heard the news, I didn't dare to believe it at all. The world is really like a game of chess. Man proposes, but God disposes. Then what do you plan to do, Master? Zhou Chu's face turned pale. He thought about how he had provoked such a malefic person in Nuyan City. Not only did he almost die, but he had also been thinking about how to take revenge. It seemed that he really wouldn't die if he didn't court death. Now, he could only hope that Li Yunxiao would forget about this matter and not come looking for him for revenge. Kan Guqiang sighed and said, I'll go to the spirit flower realm first and talk to that old monster, Ren Shimin. Just as he turned around, he suddenly reached out and grabbed at the air. A white light condensed into a jade tablet. It shone brightly and disappeared in a flash. He furrowed his brows and looked at a side hall in the distance. He snorted softly, then changed his direction and walked in that direction. Zhou Chu was puzzled. He followed Kan Guqiang's gaze and saw that the side hall was where Wei Qing cultivated. Did you summon me here? The two of them walked down and saw a person in front of the hall looking up. Kan Guqiang glanced at him and said calmly, You're too serious, Lord. I was just inviting you. How could I dare to invite you? Please come in and have a chat. That person was Luo Xing, one of the 4 Peak 9 Stars experts under Wei Qing. The other 3 had died in the Red Moon City incident, and he was the only one who had survived. The 3 of them moved into the hall. Suddenly, a light flashed and the restriction was opened, completely isolating them from the outside world. Luo Xing smiled and said, Lord Kan Guqiang, you've always been elusive. It's my honor to meet you today. Kan Guqiang said calmly, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll leave. Luo Xing sweated and felt awkward. Then he said, then I'll get straight to the point. How do you plan to deal with Li Yunxiao, Lord? Kan Guqiang glanced at him and said, since you sent me here, it's most likely Wei Qing's order. Naturally, I'll do as we said in the meeting just now and try to recruit him. Oh? Is that really what you plan to do, Lord? Luo Xing's lips curled into a smile. Kan Guqiang's eyes turned cold. He felt extremely displeased when he saw that smile. He said coldly, Are you testing me? A wave of pressure suddenly exploded from his body, and with a boom sound, it crushed over. Luo Xing was shocked and quickly retreated. However, that pressure arrived in an instant. He hurriedly put his palms together and rushed forward. Bang! Luo Xing only felt his entire body tremble, as his strength was instantly destroyed. His entire body was sent flying, slamming into a pillar, and the steel-like stone crumbled to the ground. Pfff, Luo Xing forced himself to stand up. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat due to the violent force. Lord, you. He was furious, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Kan Guqiang's face darkened. He said coldly, Who do you think you are to test me? If you have anything to say, tell Wei Qing to come and find me himself. He turned around and was about to leave. Luo Xing stood there in a daze. His face was filled with hatred, but he didn't dare to stop Kan Guqiang. Suddenly, countless white lights gathered from all around the hall. They gathered in front of Kan Guqiang and gradually formed a tall and sturdy figure. He was 8 feet tall and had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. It was Wei Qing's Kuan Nu. His eyes were closed, and a yellow mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. Then, Kuan Nu opened his eyes. A cold light shot down and looked at Kan Guqiang. Kan Guqiang raised his head and stared straight into Kuan Nu's eyes. Are you willing to come by yourself? Humph. Kuan Nu snorted angrily. Don't you know that my avatar's ability consumes a lot of energy? I've already used up a lot of my ethereal energy when I was summoned earlier. Kan Guqiang said, if that's the case, you should cut to the chase and cut the crap. Kuan Nu said. Fine. I'll just ask you, How do you plan to deal with Li Yunxiao? Kangwu Qiong was surprised. That's strange. Why is everyone so concerned about this? They're even more concerned than me. Kuan Nu sneered. What do you think? Putting aside the fact that Li Yunxiao was Gu Feiyang in his previous life, he's already a peerless character who can attract the attention of the world with a single move. Judging from the current situation, it can't be a coincidence that he's involved in almost everything. Although I don't believe in fate, the heavenly Tao is constant. This person is definitely a key figure in this era. Kangwu Qiong said, now that you put it that way, I agree with you. We can only use the method we discussed earlier and use a gentle strategy to see if we can recruit him. Recruit him? Kuan Nu lowered his head and glared at Kangwu Qiong. Let me ask you this. Was Gu Feiyang's death really an accident? Zhou Chu's and Luo Xing's hearts were thumping, and their palms were sweating. They had never thought about such a secret. Kangwu Qiong said, of course it was an accident. You know what kind of place Gu Feiyang died in the Xianxia mountain range? Is there anyone in the world who has the ability to ambush him there? Kuan Nu sneered. The Xianxia mountain range is a place where the heavens are buried. Even the heavens will die there. Why would Gu Feiyang go to the Xianxia mountain range? Don't talk to me about pursuing godhood. There are indeed many lunatics in the world, but he's not a brainless lunatic. Kangwu Qiong looked up and said slowly, that's hard to say. Only he knows why he wants to go to the heaven-shaking mountain range. The sneer on Kuan Nu's face gradually disappeared, and he became expressionless as he said, if that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. You better pray for yourself. A yellow light flashed on his forehead, and it turned into the shape of a small flower. His body suddenly became faint. Kangwu Qiong's face twitched, and he suddenly said, if Gu Feiyang's death is not an accident, what does Lord Wei Qing want? The corners of Kuan Nu's mouth curled into a sneer as he casually grabbed the air. There was an ancient table in the corner of the hall, and there were many jade slips stacked on top of it. One of them flew up and landed in Kuan Nu's hand. Kuan Nu placed it on his forehead and slowly imprinted his divine sense into it. It seemed like Wei Qing's strength was running out. Kuan Nu's body began to fade faster and faster. Finally, before he disappeared, he flicked his wrist and threw the jade slip. Kangwu Qiong made a grabbing motion, and the jade slip landed in his hand. Kuan Nu had already disappeared. He placed the jade slip on his forehead and scanned it with his divine sense to read the information inside. His expression instantly changed several times before returning to normal. With a light snort, the jade slip in his hand turned into dust and scattered in the air. Let's go. He called out softly and left with Zhou Chu. Luo Xing looked at the dust on the jade slip on the ground, and his expression became gloomy. He turned around and left the hall. Master, what did Lord Wei Qing say? Zhou Chu followed behind Kangwu Qiong in the sky above the holy region, and he finally couldn't help but ask. Kangwu Qiong only said indifferently, nothing good. Zhou Chu felt suffocated. If he knew this was the answer, he wouldn't have asked. He continued asking, then are we still going to the Spirit Flower Wonderland? Yes, of course we're going, Kangwu Qiong replied. He increased the speed of his divine ability, and he went from 100 feet with each step to 1,000 feet, then 1,000 feet, and finally used spatial bending. Every time his figure flashed, he could travel 1,000 miles in an instant. At the same time, within a dangerous mountain range in the northern region, there was a mountain that towered into the clouds like a giant pillar that supported the heavens. With the mountain as the center, a huge amount of spirit chi spread out, and a white spiral-shaped cloud diagram slowly spread out. Powerful auras spread out from the mountain range from time to time. Many high-tier demonic beasts were scattered around the mountain to cultivate. The mountain range was dangerous, and there were very few people. At the top of the mountain, there were clouds everywhere, and a large number of houses and courtyards could be seen. There were also fertile fields, medicine fields, shops, roads, tea houses, restaurants, and so on. It looked like a city. Within the grand building complex at the top of the mountain, there was a courtyard filled with spirit flowers and plants. A green-robed man slowly let out a long breath and gradually opened his eyes. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was slightly pale. However, his eyes were shining brightly, and there was a faint flash of golden lightning when they opened and closed. "Lord Wei Qing, how is it?" An old man with a curly beard beside him asked, his eyes filled with doubt. Wei Qing tidied up his robe, picked up a cup of tea, and took a sip. Then, he said leisurely, "It's just a matter of business for Lord Wei Qing." The curly-bearded old man said, "So it was Lord Wei Qing who summoned me. I wonder if Lord Wei Qing mentioned anything about the Long family?" Wei Qing said, "Your matter is fine. Don't worry." The curly-bearded old man was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Wei Qing." Wei Qing reached out to help him up, and said, "No need to be so polite. You and I have the same interests, and we're just taking what we need. Now that the world is in turmoil, and after Lord Long Qianmiao's death, the Long family is in urgent need of a strong leader like you. Not only is it beneficial to the Long family, but it's also very important to the entire world." The curly-bearded old man hurriedly said, "Lord Wei Qing is right. When I become the Long family's patriarch, I will definitely follow your lead and do my best for the stability of the world." Wei Qing nodded in relief and said, "It's rare for you to be so broad-minded. I thank you on behalf of the people of the world." The curly-bearded old man said, "This is the duty of my generation. After I ascend to the position, I will immediately start selecting candidates for you to carry out the bloodline purification experiment." Wei Qing replied, "You have to be on guard against this matter, so as to avoid all kinds of criticism and dissatisfaction. After all, the success rate is not high, and the sacrifice is quite big. Hee, without sacrifice, how can it be precious?" The curly-bearded old man sneered, "If the success rate was high, then wouldn't the 10th level divine blood be rampant? How could it be precious? Those who achieve great things do not care about small expenses. My Long family can still afford this little sacrifice. Furthermore, failure is not completely useless. Being able to become a ghost Azura is also a good thing." Wei Qing said, "It's for the best that you can think that way. If only the other people of the Long family thought the same as you." The curly-bearded old man said coldly, "Don't worry, Lord. If there are people who are stubborn, this old man might have to enlighten their minds. Furthermore, this is an experiment that Long Qianmiao started. I have no reason to stop it, right? This matter is of great significance to the Long family, to the world, and even to the whole realm of heaven martial arts." Wei Qing said, "Indeed. Refining the bloodline of the real spirit might be the most effective way to become a god in the world." The curly-bearded old man said, "Lord, this is also for the whole world. I, Yi Hongming, will lead the whole Long family to follow you. But there is one thing, the Long family's head token. There are still many stubborn old people in the Long family who only recognize the token." Wei Qing frowned, "I understand this matter. If you make a move to kill Fei Ni and snatch the command medallion, you will definitely suffer great resistance from within the Long family. Even if you forcefully suppress it, it will definitely affect the stability of the Long family's situation." "Thank you, Lord." Yi Hongming was immediately overjoyed. The matter of the head token and Long Qianmiao passing on the position before his death was a knot in his heart. If he couldn't handle it properly, even if he forcibly took over the position, there would be many obstacles, and it would be difficult for him to truly command the whole sect. Besides the token, that girl Fei and I must also die. Otherwise, she will always be a scourge. Thick killing intent flashed in Yi Hongming's eyes, and his pupils gradually turned slightly red. Wei Qing said, "Don't worry, I will take care of everything properly." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in front of the two of them, and a man appeared. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Lord Wei Qing, Lord Yi, all the elders, protectors, and the 7 young masters are here." Yi Hongming's body trembled, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. He laughed loudly, "Haha, everyone is here? This old man has been preparing for a long time. Today is the beginning of the Long family's journey to the peak." Wei Qing's eyes also flashed with a cold light, and he said, "Everything will proceed according to the plan. Let's go, great sect leader Yi." Just as Wei Qing and Yi Hongming were plotting the Long family's matters, Kangwu Qiong and Zhou Chu had also stepped into the spirit flower realm in Misty Snow Sacred City. There were strange flowers and plants all around. Apart from the astonishing spiritual energy, there was also a strange feeling, as if they had walked into some kind of formation. Zhou Chu looked around and said in surprise, "Is this the spirit flower realm? Although I have heard of it, I have never been here before, and I don't know how to get in." Kan Guqiong said, "Fortunately, you don't know how to get in. Otherwise, if you rashly barged in, that old monster would most likely kill you." Zhou Chu was shocked, and he hurriedly said, "Master, who is that Lord Ren Shimin? Is he a member of our sanctuary?" Kan Guqiong chuckled, and said, "Generally speaking, he is also a member of the sanctuary, but very few people can command him. Although the spirit flower realm is within Misty Snow Sacred City, it is an independent space. He can also be said to be the master of the spirit flower realm, and he prefers this identity." Zhou Chu was a little shocked, and he said, "Does he not listen to the orders of master and the other rulers?" Kan Guqiong said, "If it suits his taste, he will listen to it. Otherwise, he won't." "Zhou Chu," Kan Guqiong smiled, and said loudly, "Ren Shimin, I have come to see you." His voice was loud and powerful, and it reverberated in the spirit flower realm like a spring breeze. All the strange flowers and plants swayed with a schwa-schwa sound, and they emitted a refreshing fragrance. Not only that, but the flowers and plants seemed to have changed, and they kept moving around. Wave after wave of formation power seeped in from all directions, and it pressed down on the two like layers of waves. Zhou Chu was shocked. Even with his cultivation, it was difficult for him to resist such a force. However, he did not panic as he followed behind Kan Guqiong. As expected, Kan Guqiong smiled and pressed his hand forward. A barrier with a diameter of several meters instantly opened, and all the pressure disappeared. "Humph, come in." A voice came from the sky. Then, all the spiritual flowers and plants returned to their original positions as if nothing had happened. A faint fragrance and dense spiritual qi filled the air. It was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Kan Guqiong stepped forward and crossed over. An exquisite pavilion appeared in front of him. He took another step and entered it. It was a small, elegant hall. It was spacious and quiet. There were only 2 prayer mats the size of millstones on the ground. Kan Guqiong walked over and sat down cross-legged on one of the mats. Zhou Chu knelt behind him. "Speak. What business do you have with me?" The voice from before sounded again. The prayer mat opposite Kan Guqiong slowly flashed with black light. A black shadow kept growing until it turned into a human figure. Kan Guqiong said, "Gu Feiyang is not dead." The figure paused for a moment, then snorted, "If he's not dead, then he's not dead. Why are you telling me?" Kan Guqiong smiled and said, "Ren Shimin, you were more or less involved in what happened back then." The black shadow swayed and said coldly, "I only helped you. Besides, I didn't plan to target Gu Feiyang. Even if I had something to do with it, you just used me." Kan Guqiong smiled and said, "Why? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Haha." The shadow laughed and said, "I just don't want to be your scapegoat. If I did it, I wouldn't deny it. Even if Gu Feiyang really came to find me, do you think I would be afraid of him? Humph, the titled emperor Wu might be a god in the eyes of ordinary people, but he's nothing in my eyes." Kan Guqiong smiled and said, "I know what you're capable of. Actually, I'm not here to talk about Gu Feiyang. I'm here to talk about the demon masters. It's said that all the demon masters' seals have been opened." The shadow shuddered and swayed violently. "Oh? All the seals? Are you sure?" Kan Guqiong said, "It should be true." Right now, Gong Yangjingqi was worried about this matter. "I'm afraid no one in the entire sanctuary knows more about demons than you. I want to hear your opinion." The shadow said, "The demon lord has been sealed for who knows how many years. Even if he's unsealed, his strength will definitely not be as good as before. There's nothing to worry about. What's more, with this old man guarding the final seal, there's nothing to worry about." Kan Guqiong replied, "I wanted to ask you if there have been any changes to the seal lately?" "Changes?" The shadow pondered for a moment and said, "There are no changes." Kan Guqiong replied, "That's good. This is a critical period, so I suggest that you don't touch the seal anymore. Do your best to strengthen it." "I know what I'm doing," the shadow snorted and said disdainfully. Kan Guqiong nodded. "Since you're so confident, I naturally have nothing to worry about." I will deal with the matter regarding Gu Feiyang. If things really get out of hand, I hope you can lend me a hand. The shadow was surprised. Eh? Could it be that Gu Feiyang is so powerful that even you are afraid of him? Kang Wuqiong replied, the reason is very complicated. I can't explain it all in a short time. I'm afraid you don't have the patience to listen. The shadow sneered. I do not have the patience, but this is the most important reason you're here, right? Kang Wuqiong chuckled. There are many reasons. There's no priority. I understand. As long as it doesn't harm my interests, I will do my best to help you. The shadow leisurely said, if there's nothing else, then leave. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Good. You really are straightforward. Kang Wuqiong seemed to be very satisfied. He stood up and bid farewell. Then I won't disturb you any longer. With a wave of his sleeve, he left with Zhou Chu. In 2 steps, he left the miraculous realm and disappeared above misty snow sacred city. The shadow watched as the two left. Suddenly, it trembled and began to shake violently. Ah! Ah! A cry of pain came from the shadow's mouth. All of a sudden, rays of light shot out from all directions and entered its body. Gradually, a true body of flesh and blood was formed. An aged face was revealed. His hair and beard were all silver. The wrinkles on his face were like ravines, showing the vicissitudes of time. Ah! Ah! Ren Shimin groaned in a low voice. His body kept rolling in the air, spinning on the ground and twitching nonstop. Wrong, I was wrong. I beg you, let me go. He kept howling in pain. His eyes were filled with pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks as he trembled. Keek, I was wrong? What were you doing earlier? A large amount of black chi suddenly surged from Ren Shimin's body. It gathered on the ceiling of the hall and kept rolling. A figure gradually emerged from within. With a wave of his hand, all of the black chi was sucked into his body and swept away. Only then did Ren Shimin's pain dissipate. However, he was still lying on the ground, trembling. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the person in the sky with a complicated expression. The person smirked and snorted disdainfully, "This is what you get for trying to devour and absorb me to cultivate the supreme demon body." Ren Shimin crawled up from the ground and said fearfully, "Diga, I've already realized my mistake. Why do you have to be so overbearing?" The young man was Diga. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile as he said, "Now you realize your mistake? What were you doing earlier?" "The reason why I didn't kill you was because I saw that you still have some strength left in you. As long as you obediently become my demon slave, not only will you be spared from death, you'll also gain greater power." Demon slave? No, absolutely not. Ren Shimin shouted in horror, "Then I'd rather die than live. You've gone too far by trying to make a divine transcendence expert your demon slave." Pfft. Pfft. Diga spat at Ren Shimin and said disdainfully, "Those who became my demon slaves were all at the divine state. With your trashy strength, you don't even have the right to lick my boots. How dare you try to show off in front of me?" His expression turned cold. With a flash, he turned into a beam of black light and shot into Ren Shimin's body. Ah! Ren Shimin screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. He wailed in agony, "My lord, please spare me. I'm an expert. How can I be a slave? Ah! Save me, save me." So be it. Seeing that you're still a prominent figure in this trashy era, I'll raise your status and make you my demon slave. I'll give you 3 breaths time to consider. Diga's cold voice sounded in his body. Ren Shimin trembled in pain. The immense pain did not only come from his internal organs, but also from his bones, meridians, and even from every pore on his body. Even his soul felt like it was being torn apart. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. In his entire life, he had never dreamed that he could torture a person to such an extent. I give in. I give in. I promise you." Wah! Ren Shimin burst into tears. He looked like a centenarian. His trembling body twitched on the ground, looking very pitiful. Stop acting pitiful in front of me. Let me tell you, this is a great blessing. A large amount of demonic chi surged out of his body and turned into Digga's appearance. He said coldly, "Besides, you've brought this upon yourself. Who asked you to have designs on me and have the guts to refine and devour me? Haha, I didn't expect you to have accumulated a large amount of demonic essence in your body. That demonic essence originally belonged to me. TSK, what a nostalgic power." Ren Shimi knelt on the ground, trembling. He dared not speak as he wiped away his tears. Originally, he had been cultivating in the spirit flower realm because he had his eyes on the demon master under the seal. He had found a way to pry open a crack and let demonic chi seep out from time to time for him to absorb and refine. After decades of accumulation, he had reached a very impressive level. His demonic arts were unusually strong. However, what frustrated him was that the seal on the demon master seemed to have a mind of its own. It constantly repaired the cracks he had opened. Every time he tore open a crack, the amount of power he had to expend would increase exponentially. As a result, the amount of demonic chi that could seep out was very little, which made him feel very frustrated. Just when his demonic arts had stagnated and his demonic body was not refined enough, Digga had barged into the spirit flower realm and caught him red-handed. With his demonic arts cultivation, he naturally recognized that Digga's cultivation was of the same origin as his own. Moreover, Digga possessed a large amount of demonic essence. In his ecstasy, he had immediately refined Digga into the purest form of demonic essence and absorbed it into his body. However, he had not expected that he had absorbed the demon master's clone with an indestructible will. In the end, not only did Digga not die, but he had also devoured all the demonic essence that he had accumulated for decades in his body. Moreover, he had planted a demonic seed that could directly corrode his body. First, he felt intense pain in his internal organs, then it spread to his limbs and bones. In the end, it even invaded his soul. "Open up your beer and consciousness and let my demonic seed enter. This way, you will be granted endless power and become an existence of supreme glory," Digga said coldly. Ren Shimin's body trembled violently. He knew that no matter how much he resisted, the demonic seed would eventually spread to his beer and consciousness. It was just more pain. In desperation, he finally gave up resisting and allowed the power of the demonic seed to spread throughout his body. Finally, it entered his beer and consciousness. Ah! He suddenly flipped up from the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. His head felt like it was about to explode. Digga sneered, "This is a necessary process. How can you see the rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? If you can't even endure this little bit of suffering, what right do you have to become my servant?" Ren Shimin's screams were even louder than before. However, his aura continued to grow stronger. His silver hair and beard turned black, and the wrinkles on his face that looked like they had been cut by a knife gradually smoothed out. His skin began to glow. Inside the world god steel, 10,000 miles above the sky, a ball of golden light was like melted metal, wriggling in the air. Suddenly, a seven-colored light gathered in front of it, turning into many halos of light. An eye slowly opened in it. The pupil was red and black, and there were strange symbols around it. The eye blinked, and the ball of golden light was instantly sucked in by a force. It turned into beams of light that shot into the eye and was sucked into the red and black. The symbols around the eye shattered under the golden light. The eye seemed to be in pain and trembled a few times in the air. Then, the entire eye turned golden and shot out 10,000 beams of light. But in just an instant, the eye blinked, and all the golden light disappeared, returning to normal. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared. He covered his eye with his hand, and blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. He was injured. "Brother Yunxiao, blood." A white figure also materialized. It was Water Deity. She looked on with a terrified expression, and her face was filled with anxiety. "It's fine," Li Yunxiao said calmly. After that, he lowered his hand. His eyes were like a sea of blood, looking somewhat terrifying. That metal spiritual chi is too strong. Moreover, this minor samsara mystical spirit eye technique is incomplete. Although I have tried to deduce many things, I still can't step into the fourth level. Narcissus said anxiously, "If you can't, don't force it. Why don't you cultivate my family's eye of truth?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, the Eye of Truth must be fused with the Bo clan's bloodline. It's a talent that can be derived from it, and it can't be cultivated easily. And this minor rotating trigram spirit eye seems to be the general outline of all spirit eye techniques. Back then, I obtained the heaven peaking eye technique's 5 styles in the small spirit sky of Nephrite heaven. Now, it seems that it was derived from this spirit eyes. Narcissus's face was bitter, and she said, even if this technique is powerful, what's the use if you can't cultivate it? If you forcefully cultivate it, the harm will be too great. Brother Yunxiao, don't cultivate it. Li Yunxiao looked at her pleading look, and his heart softened. He consoled, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No matter what, I won't let the gains outweigh the losses. Brother Yunxiao, you must keep your word, Narcissus said seriously. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh, when have I not kept my word? Only then did water deity clap her hands happily and say, that's good, that's good. I'm relieved. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, all right, go and cultivate quickly. We are already near the heavenly ridge. I will go out and check out the situation. Water deity hurriedly grabbed his arm and said, I want to go out too. Brother Yunxiao, bring me out. Li Yunxiao said, you should calm down and cultivate in peace. The sooner you can refine and control the Tathagata, the better. At that time, you can go anywhere in the world. Li, I'm a Narcissus Li, I know. See, Li, God. No matter how much you cultivate, you have to rest. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Looking at her pitiful look, he said, all right, you come with me. The two of them turned into white light and disappeared from the world god steel. In the next moment, golden light shone, and the two of them appeared on Noah's Arkansas. Sister Narcissus, why did you come out? Fei turned around, squinted her eyes, and asked while giggling. Sister Fei. Narcissus jumped over and pulled Fei's hand. She seemed to be very happy and said, I asked Brother Yunxiao to let me out to rest. I've been cultivating inside all day, and I'm about to suffocate. Although the two of them did not meet much, after the battle in Red Moon City, they were like life and death friends, and their relationship was extremely good. Furthermore, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding about Li Yunxiao. Fei laughed, that's great. We'll be at the Long family in Tianling soon. I'll bring you around. Yay! Narcissus was overjoyed. She jumped up and down, occasionally looking out of the warship at the towering mountains, and occasionally chatting with Fei. Li Yunxiao was speechless, and said to Yi Fan, we're about to reach the Long family. Isn't it too conspicuous to fly Noah's Ark over like this? Yi Fan said, Brother Yunxiao, don't worry. Sister Fei has already told me the approximate area. When we arrive, I'll hide the warship in the void, and we won't be discovered. Li Yunxiao said, that's good. Azura Sea? I'm looking forward to it. Chu Mujia, who was sitting not far away, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Shut up. Don't mention the word Azura in front of me, or else the Long family will be your death. Fei, who was teasing Narcissus, suddenly turned gloomy, and her expression changed. She shot a sharp gaze over, and her body burned with flames, and her killing intent overflowed. Tisk. Chu Mujia sneered disdainfully, as if he couldn't be bothered to lower himself to her level. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Fei's face was filled with anger. The Long family was her home. Although the competition between her fellow disciples was intense, and they plotted against each other, these were all beautiful memories. When she thought of the large number of her fellow disciples becoming Wei Qing's experimental subjects, turning into walking corpses, she could not help but tremble. Furthermore, she also had a true spirit bloodline, so she could feel that kind of sorrow, that kind of pain. Sister Fei, don't be angry. I know him. This person is a bad person. Let's ignore him. Narcissus was startled by her appearance and hurriedly comforted her. The raging fire on Fei's body was gradually extinguished. She let out a breath and used her hand to stroke Narcissus's beautiful hair. She said, Good sister, this is your sister's home. I will not allow any bad people to come here and cause trouble. Narcissus nodded her head in understanding, saying, N. I will also not allow bad people to cause trouble in the sea forest. I am with Big Sister, whoever causes trouble will be killed. Her eyes also suddenly turned cold, shooting out 2 rays of killing intent. Xianxia was startled, and her anger dissipated. She looked at Narcissus with some astonishment. Under this pure and adorable appearance, she did not expect that there would be killing intent. Actually, Narcissus did not come into contact with many things. Normally, she was in a high position. Although she did not need to personally kill people, the number of people who were killed because of her was not small. To put it bluntly, she did not have much of a concept of killing people. If she was unhappy, she might have the intention to kill. Xianxia patted her head and said with a light smile, "All right, we will kill whoever causes trouble." Noah's Ark quickly entered the Long family's detection range. Yifan formed several hand seals, and the warship became dazzled, directly disappearing into the sky. A moment later, Xianxia and the others appeared on the top of the towering mountain peak, on a winding bluestone street. Yifan looked around in amazement, and said in admiration, "I did not expect a mountain peak to have a layout like a city. Moreover, it does not feel restricted at all, instead, it has a unique flavor. NN. This is also my first time coming to such a strange place." Narcissus was also very happy. She grabbed Xianxia's arm with one hand, and Xianxia with the other, looking left and right. Xianxia said, "The Long family is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. The inner sect disciples are all existences who have awakened the true spirit bloodline, while the outer sect disciples are ordinary people who have not awakened their bloodline. However, they must be the descendants of the true spirit bloodline warriors, so that in the future, there will be bloodline awakeners among the descendants." Yifan said, "No wonder there is such a large city gathering place. This place is already comparable to a medium-sized city. Are they all descendants of the true spirit bloodline?" Xianxia said, "Not really, but most of the aborigines are. As the scale of the city increases, many big chambers of commerce come here, and there are many outsiders. Moreover, descendants of the true spirit bloodline are not necessarily outer sect disciples. Many descendants cannot even condense a sea of qi, so they are destined to be ordinary people for the rest of their lives. The lowest standard for outer sect disciples is to be at least a martial warrior. Even if they do not awaken the true spirit bloodline, as long as they practice hard and reach the level of Jiutian Emperor Wu, they can directly become inner sect disciples." Xianxia said, "Among the descendants of the true spirit bloodline, what is the probability of awakening their bloodline?" Xianxia said, 1 in 10,000. What? So low? Yifan and Narcissus were very surprised, but Xianxia and Chimujia were much calmer. Xianxia said, "This ratio is actually not low. There are tens of millions of descendants of the true spirit bloodline on this celestial ridge, and many of them are scattered all over the realm of heaven martial arts. The Long family has more than 10,000 inner sect disciples. 10 million. Then the city on this celestial ridge has almost 100 million people. It is not any smaller than a medium-sized city." Yifan exclaimed again. Xianxia said with a faint smile, "Together with the outsiders, it should be over 100 million, which is the standard of a large city. This celestial ridge is 108,000 feet high, and it is the highest mountain in the realm of heaven martial arts. Even if ordinary people live to 100 years old and start from the bottom of the mountain, they will never reach the top." Xianxia said, "Why don't we go to the Long family directly? Why do we come to the center of the city?" The others also had doubts, and they all looked at Xianxia. Xianxia raised her head and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. She was very worried, and she said, "When we entered the celestial ridge, I found the protective formation was already activated. If I were not familiar with this formation and knew how to bypass it, I am afraid we would not be able to enter." "The protective formation?" Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and he said, "Did something happen?" Xianxia nodded, and said, "Even if the protective formation is not used to defend against attacks, it only needs to be activated. The amount of yuan stones used is equal to the Long family's daily income. It is very large. If it is not an emergency, it will not be activated." Chimujia said with a cold smile, "It seems Wei Qing is already here. TSK, there will be a good show to watch." Xianxia said, "If Wei Qing is really plotting against the Long family and has already found a spy, It is reasonable to activate the protective formation in order to avoid outside interference. But I see that the people in the city are all calm. It doesn't seem like something bad has happened. Xianxia said, yes, I also noticed that. It can only mean that Wei Qing is still working on his plan, and he has not succeeded yet. So, the people in the Celestial Ridge do not know that the faction has changed owners. Li Yunxiao said, from the looks of it, we have to calm down the storm before Wei Qing makes his move. Only then can we minimize the casualties. Xianxia chuckled, is it that easy? Wei Qing's strength and intelligence are far above that of ordinary people. What he wants to do rarely fails. Even if the battle in Red Moon City is earth-shattering, the final outcome will still be under his control. Fei and I looked worriedly at the road in the distance, all the way to the top of the Tongtian Ridge, towering into the clouds. Suddenly, a group of people bustled over from behind. Among them, there were 7 or 8 children around the age of 12 or 13. Under the lead of a few guards, they walked over. Those children were chatting and laughing. Every one of their faces was brimming with joy. Behind them were a few adults, all of whom had extremely happy expressions. Among the few guards, the leader suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted, all right, stop following us, all of you go back. The adults who were following behind immediately slowed down their footsteps. They desperately winked at the children, constantly revealing smiles on their faces. How annoying. If any family's parents follow us again, take their children back. A guard's face darkened as he shouted impatiently. This caused the following group to immediately stop, and no one dared to step forward. It's no wonder that they're acting this way. Seeing that their own children and grandchildren have a chance to activate their bloodline, and from then on, their entire family will be able to soar in the sky. Who wouldn't be excited? Another guard clicked his tongue and said, why didn't I encounter such a good thing back then? In order to activate my bloodline, I went through a lot of trouble and almost lost my life. Yes. The guard looked at the 8 children and said, if they can really activate their bloodline, then they will be directly accepted into the inner sect. The family's rations and treatment will be completely different, and from then on, they will be people above others. In the Tianling Long family, these ordinary mortals had to pay quite a bit of money to the sect every year. If they could produce an outer sect disciple, according to the strength of the outer sect disciple, they could reduce the taxes accordingly. However, once an inner sect disciple appeared, not only would they receive a comprehensive amount of offerings, they would also receive quite a bit of rations from the Long family every year. Even the status of their family members would rise along with it. It could be said that they had reached the heavens in a single step. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and leave. The guard leader's face darkened as he shouted. Suddenly, there was no more sound, and the guards quickened their pace with the 8 children. Yanhui. Suddenly, an indifferent voice entered the ears of the guard commander. His body trembled and he exclaimed, who is it? This voice was very familiar, and it was filled with a kind of condescending majesty. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and his body trembled as he exclaimed, Sir Fei and I, is that you? His voice was filled with excitement and agitation. He fixed his gaze forward. The people in front of him all had extraordinary auras. One look and he could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. The woman who was looking at him was none other than Fei and I. Yanhui took a few steps forward and bowed. Greetings, Master Fei and I. No need to be so polite. What are you doing? Fei Ni's gaze landed on the children. She had heard the conversation between the guards just now, and her eyes were filled with suspicion. Reporting to Master Fei and I, these children meet the requirements to activate their bloodlines. Send them to the trial area to activate their bloodlines, Yanhui said very respectfully. His eyes flashed with excitement, and his face was slightly red. Facing the most promising young master of the Long family, the goddess in the hearts of all the Long family youths, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Fei Ni's expression changed. Bloodline activation requirements? What is that? Yanhui was startled by her expression and hurriedly said, don't you know, Master Fei and I? This is the result of the latest research. It is said that children who meet the requirements, as long as they are less than 15 years old, can activate the potential in their bloodlines and awaken the true spirit force. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He looked at the children and said, as expected, has Wei Qing perfected this old man's research? Or is it still an incomplete technique? Fei and I was shocked. What technique? It's you again. Chumujia sneered. Humph, what do you mean it's me? Techniques aren't good or bad, only people are. Li Yunxiao slapped his head and said, you make it sound like you're a good person. This isn't the place to talk. In case we cause trouble, let's go somewhere else. Just now, when Yan Hui revealed Fei Ni's identity, the people around them heard it clearly. They were all shocked and surrounded them. Yan Hui said, we're on our way back to the Cloud Summit. Why don't we go together? Fei and I said, sure, let's talk in the war chariot. Yan Hui was overjoyed. He hurriedly took out a war chariot embroidered with all kinds of true spirit patterns. Everyone flew into the war chariot. The 8 children were also brought up. Soon, they turned into a streak of light and flew toward the peak of Sky Ridge. Xiao Mujia walked straight up to a child and stretched out his hand to grab him. The child was scared and screamed. However, how could he escape? He was picked up by Chu Mujia like a little chick and cried loudly. Yes, it's my method. Chu Mujia touched the child's jihai a few times and spread out his divine sense to check. Fei and I asked anxiously, what's going on? Xiao Mujia said, what did you use to test these brats? Yan Hui became vigilant. He looked at Fei and I awkwardly and said, this is a top secret of the Long family. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Chu Mujia sneered disdainfully and said, let's not talk about it. It's most likely a powder made from Qilin sprout stones and poisonous inner cores. It's applied to their Qijing, Taihu, and Shinting meridians. If they show a dark color, it proves that they have the talent. How did you know? Yan Hui was shocked. He clenched his fists tightly and became nervous. He had already realized that these people in front of him were not simple. At least, anyone who could be with young Master Fei and I could not be simple. Chu Mujia sneered and said, I created this method. How do you think I know? Huh? Yan Hui was stunned. Fei and I was extremely annoyed and said, will there be any negative side effects after selecting them and activating their bloodlines? Chu Mujia said, it depends on the degree of activation. The spell I've developed can infinitely increase the power of their bloodline. Infinitely increase? Everyone was shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. Chu Mujia said seriously, don't think it's strange. It's an unlimited increase. But the premise is that your body must be able to withstand it. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. Also, the more you activate, the smaller your future growth potential will be. Li Yunxiao said, you mean that activating potential is just pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and it's harmful? Chu Mujia said, you can't say that. Some people may not be able to awaken their bloodlines for the rest of their lives. Although my secret method will harm their bodies, it at least gives them a chance. Yan Hui said, indeed. Compared to not being able to awaken their bloodlines for the rest of their lives, I'd rather use the secret method. Chu Mujia smiled sinisterly and said, I've said before that there's no good or bad method. Only people can be good or bad. This method activates the power of bloodlines. As long as it's controlled properly, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the Long family. But I'm not a Lei Feng. When I first developed this method, I was completely aiming for the 10th grade divine blood. I don't know how many vessels have exploded along the way. Li Yunxiao seemed to have heard something and asked, what happened next? Xiao Mujia glanced at him, chuckled, and said, later, I thought of a way. While continuously refining the density of their bloodline, I used another secret technique to strengthen their physical bodies as well. With this synchronization, the number of body explosions was indeed greatly reduced. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They could imagine how painful it would be for the test subjects. A glint flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes and he said, what happened next? Chu Mujia's face flickered with excitement and he said, those vessels that strengthened their bodies at the same time basically wouldn't explode, but most of them couldn't stand the pain and directly died from a mental breakdown. So I thought of another way to improve their mental strength. Madman, a complete madman, everyone thought so. They finally understood why the Soul Formation Sea Realm wanted to kill him back then. It was too crazy and too cruel. Chimujia narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. He said, under the condition that I used a secret method to stimulate their mental strength, a large number of samples still died. The last batch that didn't die all turned into Azuras. Tisk. Fei sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill all over his body. Looking at the 8 ignorant and confused children, his heart couldn't help but tremble. A batch? How many? Li Yunxiao asked in surprise. Chimujia chuckled. Don't worry, they're just Azuras, not the ultimate ghost Azuras. Everyone's expression darkened. Yan Hui more or less understood what was going on. His face turned extremely pale as if he couldn't believe it at all. Li Yunxiao frowned and asked, how strong are the Azuras? Chimujia said, all the failed products are collectively called Azuras. Among them, the most pitiful one was the ghost Azuras that you've seen. They're extremely precious. They're one step away from level 10 divine blood. The rest are divided into 4 levels according to their strength: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Other than the gold Azuras that might cause you some trouble, the other 3 levels are completely trash. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth and said, you're the trash. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Chimujia laughed proudly. Fei's expression was cold. He said, Yan Hui, how long have you been choosing children like this? How many children have been chosen? Yan Hui's body trembled as he suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. He said hurriedly, it's been 3 or 4 days. There are a total of 20 groups choosing children. I estimate that thousands have been sent to the Cloud Summit. His cheeks were also dripping with cold sweat, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He said, I don't really believe what you're saying. How could the master do such a thing? Fei looked at him and sighed deeply. He said, the master has already fallen outside Crimson Moon City a month ago. What? Yan Hui's body trembled violently. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say a word. The other guards and the 8 children were all shocked, thinking that they had misheard. Yan Hui's voice trembled. Master Fei, what did you just say? Fei said, it's been a while. Has the Elders' Council sealed the news? That's right. If it were to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yan Hui's face was pale. He took a deep breath and said, how is that possible? Lord Sect Master's divine power is unparalleled. Who in this world can kill him? Fei's heart trembled. Her shoulders couldn't help but shake. Although Long Chanmiao committed suicide after his strength fell, he was killed by her divine fire in a battle with her. Master Fei, tell me, how did Lord Sect Master die? Yan Hui's eyes were bloodshot. A wild power surged from his body and a white light appeared. Fei raised her hand and patted his shoulder. The power was immediately suppressed. She sighed. You'll know sooner or later. Don't ask so many questions. Take us to the Elders' Council first. The Long family might be in an unprecedented crisis. Yan Hui immediately felt a force dispersing his violent aura. His heart felt warm. He nodded. Yes. Don't worry, Master Fei. If anyone dares to harm the Long family, I'll be the first to die on the battlefield. Fei nodded. Her face was full of worry. She turned around to look at Li Yunxiao. Narcissus also sensed the seriousness of the atmosphere. She hadn't said anything until now. Sister Fei, don't worry. With Big Brother Yunxiao here, we don't have to be afraid of any bad guys. Fei smiled faintly. Her face flushed. Yan Hui's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have caught on to something. His eyes shot out a fierce light as he stared at Li Yunxiao with a gloomy face. Li Yunxiao felt the different gazes. He thought that he was innocent. He had made enemies without doing anything. Yan Hui stared at him. For a while. Master Fei, what about these 8 youths? Fei said, they'll die if we bring them up. Just leave them here. Let them go down the mountain by themselves. No, I don't want to go down the mountain. I want to activate my bloodline. A boy cried out with anxiety on his face, if I can't activate my bloodline, I'd rather die up there. The other 7 children also had the same resolute expression, and they refused to leave no matter what. This was their only chance to change their fate, and in their eyes, it was more important than their lives. Xianxia said, "It's a good idea to bring them along. Let me follow them and see how far Wei Qing has developed my research." Looking at Fei Ni's face that was filled with anger, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I can guarantee their safety. If there is a need, helping them awaken their bloodlines is not a problem. Furthermore, I have no interest in the internal affairs of your Long family." "That's fine," Li Yunxiao said. "We'll split up. Brother Mu Jia will go to the experimental site and try to rescue the test subjects. Let's go directly to the Elder Council and help Fei and I ascend to the position of Sect Master." "Sect Master?" Yan Hui was shocked. Li Yunxiao said, "Before long Qianmiao died, he passed the position of Sect Master to Fei and I. There is the token as proof, and the heroes of the world witnessed it with their own eyes." Yan Hui was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly knelt down and said, "Yan Hui greets Sect Master." The guards and the 8 children behind him also knelt down in shock. Fei and I waved his sleeves, and immediately a force lifted everyone up. The position of Sect Master is not something that can be passed down. It also requires the approval of the Elder Council. Without going through the procedures, I am not the Long family master. Yan Hui said, "Master Fei and I, don't worry. The Sect Master has fallen, and the position has been passed down to you. The Elder Council will not object. Moreover, in the entire Long family, only Master is qualified to inherit the position." Suddenly, the warship shook violently, and a blocking force penetrated it. Everyone felt their bodies become sluggish, and the entire warship came to a stop. "What's going on?" Yan Hui was shocked, and he hurried out of the cabin. Fei Ni's expression changed, and he said, "It's the inner formation. I didn't expect the inner formation to be activated as well." He explained, "There are 2 protective formations on the sky ridge, the inner and the outer." When everyone came out of the cabin, they saw several rays of light converge, and soon, the warship was surrounded. The leader had a cold expression, and he said in a cold voice, "Yan Hui, who is on the warship? The energy waves are so strong." He looked up and was instantly stunned, saying, "Sir Fei and I." Fei and I said, "It's me. Open the inner formation, I want to go in." That person's face twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Forgive me for not being able to comply." "What?" Fei and I was shocked, and even Yan Hui turned pale with fright. Then, he shouted angrily, "Sha Fei. Do you know who you're talking to?" Sha Fei said seriously, "I know very well." He waved his hand, and immediately, everyone surrounded him. Origin energy exploded from their bodies, and they held weapons in their hands. Pa! At the same time, he smashed a jade token in his hand, and a green light flashed. Yan Hui said in shock, "Sha Fei, what are you doing?" Sha Fei looked at Fei and I and said indifferently, "Master Fei and I, the Elder Council has ordered to seal off the Cloud Summit for 3 days. No one is allowed to enter." Fei Ni's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "Anyone? Including the Long family's young master?" Sha Fei nodded. "Anyone. Also, the Elder Council has ordered that if we see young Master Fei and I, we must stop him and report it immediately." Yan Hui said angrily, "How can the Elder Council do this? Do you know?" Fei and I waved his hand to interrupt him, and asked calmly, "Which elder gave the order?" Sha Fei didn't seem to want to say it, but looking at Fei Ni's calm eyes, his heart trembled for no reason, and he said, "Elder Gong Haogan." "Him?" Fei and I furrowed his brows. Li Yunxiao said, "How is it?" Fei and I said, "It's unlikely that Wei Qing chose this person. He's not strong enough, and his intelligence isn't high. There should be someone else above him." "Humph, little girl, how dare you say that about this old man?" An angry shout came from the sky, and then a ray of light approached from afar, appearing in front of everyone in a few blinks of an eye. The newcomer had a wide forehead and a wide face, a tiger's body and a bear's waist, and a pair of wings behind him. He retracted his wings, and his eyes shot straight at Fei and I like lightning, and snorted coldly, "No wonder you're so arrogant, so it turns out that you've grown capable." Sha Fei's body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed, "Elder Gong Haogan, just now I was." "No need to explain." Gong Haogan stretched out his hand to stop him, and said, "This old man's name has never been afraid of being spoken. You did nothing wrong." "Yes. Thank you for your magnanimity, elder." Only then did Xia Fei heave a sigh of relief and retreat to the side. Gong Haogan's gaze swept across Li Yunxiao and the others, and finally landed on Chimujia. Only then did a trace of seriousness flash across his face, and he asked, "Who are you?" Chimujia laughed, "Looking at your current demonic form, you should be a descendant of a bat-type true spirit, right? TSK, it's really rare. I really want to catch it to study it." "Impudent." Gong Haogan flew into a rage, and shouted, "This is the Tianling Long family. If you don't want to die, then follow the Long family's rules." "Oh?" Chimujia laughed, "What rules?" Gong Haogan said coldly, "Other than Fei and I, the rest of you are to retreat from the summit of the clouds. Forgive me for not receiving guests for the next 3 days." Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "Why does Fei and I want to stay?" Gong Haogan laughed coldly, "Fei and I is already a wanted criminal of the Long family, of course he has to stay." Fei and I said angrily, "Elder Gong Haogan, what do you mean by that?" Yan Huai was also shocked, "How could there be such a thing? Why have I never heard of it?" Gong Haogan sneered, "Nothing much. Not long ago, the Elder's courtyard had just listed you as a wanted criminal, it's just that it hasn't been announced yet. Follow me to the summit of the clouds, you'll naturally know." Li Yunxiao laughed, "Aya, since you're already a wanted criminal, then Fei and I, you shouldn't go back anymore. Most likely nothing good will happen, let's all leave together." "You want to leave?" "No way." Gong Haogan's face turned cold, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, directly grabbing out with his hand. Li Yunxiao instantly retreated, dodging the attack, and asked curiously, "Didn't you just say that we should leave?" Gong Haogan laughed sinisterly, "The friend I'm talking about, trespassing on the heavenly ridge cloud summit, how can he leave just because he wants to?" Li Yunxiao said, "Then what do you want?" Gong Haogan said coldly, "Simple, take 3 of my moves, and if you're still alive, you can leave." Li Yunxiao said leisurely, 3 moves? How about this, you take 1 of my moves, and if you can take it, let us pass. TCH, how dare you? Gong Haogan was furious, "You're just a mere 9-star beginner Emperor Wu, yet you dare to boast in front of this old man, you're guilty of death." Seeing that Gong Haogan was about to charge at him again, Li Yunxiao once again retreated several dozen feet, saying, "Since you're so confident, why don't we have a 1-move agreement? If you can take it, I'll surrender. Not only me, but they'll also be taken away by you, how about it?" Gong Haogan was startled, seeing that he didn't seem to be joking. He asked suspiciously, "Really?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "Of course." Fei and I said, "His words represent me." Yi Fan and Narcissus also shouted, "He also represents me." Chimujia snorted coldly, saying, "Although his words don't represent me, if you can take 1 of his moves, this old man will turn around and leave." Yan Huai, Xia Fei, and the others were shocked, looking at Li Yunxiao with some disbelief, not understanding why so many people believed in him. If others didn't understand Gong Haogan's power, at least Lord Fei and I knew Elder Gong Haogan's strength. Why did she agree? Good. Gong Haogan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, no wonder Fei and I also became so arrogant and despotic, birds of a feather really do flock together. Today, this old man will teach you how to be a person." Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, Good, then teach me how to be a person, my lord. I'm going to attack, don't dodge, okay?" A 5-colored light shot out from his palm, and the Tusada heavenly peak slowly rose. Gong Haogan was slightly shocked. Although he could sense that the mountain was extraordinary, he was still extremely confident that he could withstand a single blow. After all, his opponent's cultivation was obvious. Xiao Mujia and the rest looked at Li Yunxiao with a strange gaze. They thought to themselves that this brat was really vicious. He used this profound level weapon right off the bat. Even if he had transcended mortality and entered holiness, he would not dare to receive it with his bare hands. Li Yunxiao said, "Be careful, my lord. My profound artifact is of the gravity type. I don't know how many tens of thousands of kilograms it weighs. Even a pinnacle 9 stars Emperor Wu might not be able to withstand it." Gong Haogan sneered. "I'm only 1 step away from the pinnacle 9 stars Emperor Wu. A mere profound artifact is nothing to me. He looked at the Tushita heavenly peak that was slowly flying towards him with a solemn look in his eyes. But he didn't think too much about it. With a loud shout, his entire body turned into a demon. His body more than doubled in size. His originally broad face protruded forward and became somewhat pointy. Muscles bulged all over his pitch-black body. With a loud shout, he formed a seal with his hands and slammed them towards the Tushita heavenly peak. At the same time, he spat out a rune from his mouth, which turned into endless sound waves that spread in the sky. All of a sudden, the Tushita heavenly peak's momentum sank. The entire sky suddenly compressed and squeezed downwards. Boom, the power of Gonghaogan's seal collapsed in an instant. The power of the sound waves was also completely annihilated by the distortion of space. What? Gonghaogan's mind went blank. His all-out attack was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. How was this possible? But he didn't stay stunned for long. The Tushita heavenly peak directly descended. Before it could touch his body, it was directly crushed by the five-colored light and turned into minced meat. Ah? Everyone from the Long family was dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. Apart from the buzzing sound of the Tushita heavenly peak, there was no other sound in the sky. At a glance, everyone from the Long family was petrified. Crack, crack. Yan Hui made a few sounds from his throat. He desperately rubbed his eyes with his hands and slapped his head from time to time. Illusion, it must be an illusion. He kept reminding himself that the battle between the two of them should be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. How could it be so quiet? Elder Gonghaogan did not even have the chance to make a sound before he was completely turned into ashes. Yan Hui, let's go. Fei and I said indifferently, anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. Yan Hui shuddered. Fei Ni's words made him a little more clear-headed, and he realized that what he saw just now was not an illusion. Ah? Just now. Sha Fei also woke up with a start. His face instantly twisted, and bean-sized beads of cold sweat poured down like rain. Yan Hui immediately asked the others to start the warship. Sha Fei said anxiously, "You can't." Before he could finish, he saw Li Yunxiao turn his head. He immediately shut his mouth and retreated to the side. Whoosh, the battleship turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the mountain path. Lord Sha Fei, what do we do now? A warrior's forehead was filled with cold sweat. What should we do? Sha Fei muttered to himself. Seeing the battleship disappear in front of them, he suddenly said, "Hurry up and inform the Elder Council." The battleship continued to fly on the mountain path. It had already passed through the clouds, and the peak gradually appeared in front of them. Wow, it's so beautiful. Narcissus clapped her hands in praise. Countless towering trees with leaves and branches looked like huge mushrooms blooming above the clouds. Magnificent palaces were located in the distance, like a fairyland. Fei and I said, "Yan Hui, take Lord Mujia to the test site. Husband, little sister Narcissus, Yi Fan, follow me to the Elder Council." Ah? Fu. 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 Yan Hui's jaw dropped. He was even more shocked and dumbfounded than when he saw Gonghaogan killed in a second. Li Yunxiao was too lazy to explain. The four of them flew out of the battleship and flew towards the clouds under Fei Ni's lead. Li Yunxiao said, "Yi Fan, Narcissus, the Long Family Elder Council is very dangerous. You should return to the World God Monument first." Without waiting for the two of them to agree, a beam of light flashed between his eyebrows and took them in. Fei and I smiled bitterly, "Looks like husband is ready for a big battle." Li Yunxiao smiled, "We have no choice but to fight. We are already surrounded." What? Fei and I was shocked. She spread out her divine sense. There was no one around. She said in shock, "Could it be Hua Qing?" The space suddenly became blurry. Dozens of feet away from the two of them, more than 10 figures appeared. They were all wearing silver-white clothes. There was a formation on them that seemed to be able to suppress and hide their auras. There was only one person wearing a long robe. He held a huge sword in his right hand and carried it on his shoulder. Fei and I said, "It really is Hua Qing. Do you want to capture me too?" That person had been staring at Li Yunxiao since he appeared. He then turned his gaze and said, "Young Master Fei and I, surrender and follow me to the Elder Council." Fei and I smiled coldly, "That's good. I don't need to trouble you, Hua Qing. I am going to the Elder Council." Hua Qing nodded and said, "Let me place a seal on the two of you to lock your origin power. Then you can go." Fei and I said, "Since you also treat me as a wanted criminal, then there is nothing more to say between us. You are not my match. I don't want to kill you for now. Move." Hua Qing said, "Young Master Fei and I is indeed very talented. It has only been a few months since you left the Long family. Even I can't see through your cultivation. I am afraid you are already Emperor Jiuxing." Fei and I said, "If you know, then move. The Long family is on the brink of life and death. Although I have always hated you, you are still an upright person. I don't want to kill you." Hua Qing frowned, and said, "Life and death?" Those words really scared me to death. "Fei and I, it's you who are on the brink of life and death, right? Colluding with Li Yunxiao and plotting to kill Lord Sect Leader, even if you die 10,000 times, it will not be enough to pay for this sin." His eyes became even more sweaty. He took down the large sword on his shoulder, and without saying a word, he slashed towards Fei and I. "I, Hua Qing, will never allow such a traitor to approach the Elder Council." A red light flew over like a rainbow in the sky. The silver-clothed martial warriors also gathered around and took a step forward before disappearing into the sky. "Idiot!" Fei and I cursed angrily and jumped away, unwilling to block the sharp light. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came from all directions. The silver-clothed martial warriors were hiding in the air to attack. Although they could not reveal themselves, they could still emit energy fluctuations. Fei and I formed a seal with one hand, and immediately, a circle of flame surrounded her body and dispersed with a boom. Bang! 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 A few explosions and screams could be heard. 7 or 8 silver-clothed men appeared in the air, their bodies covered in fire as they screamed endlessly. Hua Qing was shocked, and hurriedly raised his sword and rushed over, his large sword slashing horizontally. Fei Ni's eyes were cold, and she said, "Before leaving the Long family this time, my strength was on par with yours. However, I lack actual combat experience, so I might not be able to defeat you. But now, whoosh whoosh." The large sword swept horizontally, directly slashing through her body, but it was as if it was slashing through air, unable to hurt her at all. "What?" Hua Qing's pupils constricted, and his eyeballs almost fell out. Fei and I smiled lightly, and her entire body was already upside down in the air. Her right hand was supporting the broadsword, and she flipped it forward. But now, it is already heaven abyss. She immediately leaned close to Hua Qing's face, and lightly slapped out with both hands. Bang! Hua Qing was shocked. He was actually unable to dodge that palm attack, and it hit his chest. He could only hear countless bones in his body crack, and he was sent flying. Not far away, Li Yunxiao still had a smile on his face. He directly reached into the air, and with a paw sound, he pulled out a silver-clothed martial warrior and sent him flying with a punch. Paw! Another second person was pulled out by him, and was sent flying with another punch. The third, the fourth, a total of 7 people were all sent flying with a single punch. He clapped his hands, and smiled at Fei and I. Fei and I also forced a smile, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He said, "Hua Qing is the leader of the Long family's guards. Even he listed me as a wanted criminal and said that I killed the sect leader. It seems like this trip is much more dangerous than I thought." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "The worst-case scenario is just to become enemies with the entire Long family. It's not like we haven't offended the 7 major powers before. From the Crimson Moon City to the soul-devouring sect, who are we afraid of?" Fei Ni's heart warmed, and the smile on her face immediately became better. She laughed tenderly. "I knew that my husband is an unparalleled hero, and will definitely become the strongest warrior under the heavens." Li Yunxiao's face was full of black lines, and said, "You're thinking too much, let's go to the Elders' Hall first." He did not want to be entangled in this kind of matter, or else it would be too awkward. Hee hee. Fei Ni's laughter came from behind, as if she had recovered her cheerful mood. The two of them immediately flew towards the palace. "No. I will never agree to this. An intense quarrel came from within the palace. A white-robed old man shouted fiercely, "The position of sect leader has always been inherited by the young masters, since when can an elder be qualified to inherit it? How can the Long family's tens of thousands of years' rule be abolished?" At the bottom of the palace sat a row of young experts, and they were the 7 young masters of the Long family. All of them had a gloomy look on their faces, and Chigue was also sitting among them, but the corner of his mouth was curled up in a cold smile. "Xianxia, why are you so excited?" Yihongming slammed the table and stood up, and explained to the other elders, "I am also thinking for the Long family, and that's why I temporarily took the position of sect leader. Once the situation has stabilized, I will choose a young master to take over. If not for Long Qianmia's sudden death, I can just comfortably be my own elder. Why do I have to bear this responsibility?" Xianxia sneered, "If you don't want to bear it, you don't have to. Moreover, the Elders' Hall did not intend for you to bear it, and you are the one who is excited, right?" "What did you say?" Yihongming's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Long Qianmia was killed by Fei and I, and you have always sided with that sly girl. Now that the Long family is in danger, you come out to argue, and maybe the mastermind behind this whole thing is you. What a venomous slander." Xianxia was also enraged. He pointed at him and shouted, "Before Lord Sect Master died, he had already passed his position to Fei and I. The most important thing now is to find Fei and I and work together to help her through the Long family's difficulties. Such a simple matter, yet you are stirring up trouble here. What are your intentions?" Yihongming laughed, "Haha, pass the position to Fei and I? Looks like you are indeed the mastermind. Long Qianmia was harmed by Fei and I, and you actually want to pass the position to her? Fei and I is now the Long family's mortal enemy. Yesterday, the Elder Council had already passed a meeting to abolish her young master status and capture her." Xianxia said angrily, "What?" His gaze turned and looked at the other elders. They all hurriedly lowered their heads or turned their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. "You guys, good, good. So you were all bribed by Yihongming." He was unable to restrain his anger. He was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, his beard and hair were trembling. "Elder Lu Yuan, even you are in cahoots with them? Among all the elders, this old man respects you the most." A purple-robed elder had a look of shame on his face as he sighed heavily and said, "Kongqing, Lord Sect Master has unfortunately fallen. What the Long family needs the most right now is to unite as one and cannot withstand the storm." Xianxia sneered, "Unite as one?" Yihongming colluded with the Sanctum's administrator and shamelessly seized power, angering both humans and gods. How many people in the Long family do you think will unite by his side? He is just relying on the Sanctum's backing to intimidate others. Wei Qing, who had been sitting upright without saying a word, had a change in expression. A cold light shot out from his eyes, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Yihongming sneered, "Xianxia, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. This time I will forgive you for being muddle-headed, but if you dare to spout nonsense again, don't blame me for using my authority as the acting sect master to cripple you." "Acting sect master? Haha, you really think you're something." Xianxia's gaze turned cold as ridicule flashed across his eyes, and he said, "At most, I won't be an elder, I can go anywhere in the world." "Cripple me? Are you qualified?" Yihongming laughed sinisterly, "I am magnanimous. Although I have not done anything for the Long family in all these years, and have even wasted a large amount of resources, it is not easy for you to cultivate, and your heart is not bad, so I want to give you a chance. However, I never thought that you would actually harbor evil intentions, and do not know what is good for you. Go and die." He soared into the air, opened his arms, and directly grabbed Xianxia. A giant crimson claw appeared in the sky above the main hall and came crashing down. The faces of everyone in the hall turned cold as they felt a violent aura spreading out. The entire space was in a trance. The complexions of the 7 young masters changed greatly, and they flew back from their seats. They landed on both sides of the hall and circulated their yuan qi to resist. "You actually dare to make a move in the Dragon Palace, Yihongming, you are too impudent." Xianxia was furious. He did not dare to act rashly, otherwise, if the two of them fought, the entire Dragon Palace would be destroyed. He could only turn into a stream of light and escape. The killing intent in Wei Qing's eyes became even stronger, and he said, originally, I should not interfere in the matters of the Long family as an outsider, but now that the world is in turmoil, and I have been invited by Elder Yi Hongming to oversee the situation, I have no choice but to make a move once. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Letting an outsider interfere in the matters of the Long family was undoubtedly a great humiliation. However, the situation was stronger than the person, and no one dared to stand out. Anger flashed in their eyes, but they did not dare to say anything. Wei Qing clapped with one hand, and a golden light flew out from his sleeve, instantly unfolding in the air. 3 mountains and 5 peaks, a vast expanse of rivers and mountains. The light that Xianxia transformed into suddenly stopped, and revealed his true body. He looked at the sky in shock. The painting was vivid and lifelike, and the spiritual energy soared into the sky, completely suppressing his power. Bam! Yi Hongming's sharp claws landed, and directly struck his body, shattering the protective Emperor Qi and shaking into his body. Pfft! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Xianxia was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Heh, stubborn people who don't know what's good for them, die. Yi Hongming laughed sinisterly, and without waiting for his body to land, he directly rushed over in the air. His 5 fingers formed into claws, and 5 sharp rays shot out from his fingertips, emitting an ear-piercing sound, wanting to take Xianxia's life. Lu Yuan was shocked, and said angrily, Yi Hongming, stop. A few other elders also stood up, all of them unable to suppress their anger. Wei Qing's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Elders, calm down. Lord Yi Hongming is only cleaning up the family. Leaving a black sheep alive will always be a disaster. The elders all dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. The elders secretly convened yesterday had already suppressed all of them. The surrounding protectors and young masters were all extremely shocked. Although they were not clear about the specific situation, they all knew that Yi Hongming's position as the patriarch was set in stone. Swoosh! Just as Xianxia was about to be killed, suddenly, a sharp and cold sword qi swept across the sky. Bam! The 5 sharp rays were instantly destroyed. What? Who is it? Yi Hongming was infuriated. Someone actually dared to meddle in his affairs. Tisk! A disdainful mocking voice sounded, and what responded to him was a cold light. Under the flickering sword qi, that chill penetrated one's bone marrow. Ah! What? Yi Hongming was startled. The sharpness of that sword qi actually gave him a feeling that he did not dare to resist, and he hurriedly leaped and retreated. The space around his body continuously twisted, wanting to use the art of shifting to avoid. But that sword qi was as bright as water, the luster was crystal clear, but it was also incomparably overbearing. It directly shattered the space and completely locked onto Yi Hongming. There was simply no way to avoid it. It's a sword art, be careful. Wei Qing suddenly shouted in a deep voice, and he suddenly slapped over with a palm. The space was instantly compressed layer by layer. That palm wind did not slap toward the sword qi, but it slapped toward Yi Hongming. His body instantly distorted under the power of this palm, and all the bones in his body gave off caw-caw sounds. Then, his entire body was ejected with a bang. Swoosh! The sword that was as bright as water slashed past his chest. It was like a flowing river, giving people a clear and refreshing feeling. The entire sword path was covered in a layer of ice. Bang! A large hole was pierced in the wall of the main hall, and light shone in. Who is it? Who dares to sneak attack me? Yi Hongming's face instantly turned pale. He was just about to establish his prestige, but he lost face like this, which made him angry out of humiliation. That sword just now was really caught off guard. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a sorry state. Wei Qing's face turned cold, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He stared at the 2 figures that were slowly approaching from outside the main hall, and said in a cold voice, Gu Feiyang's sword art, Li Yunxiao. The expressions of everyone present changed greatly, and there were also some elders and protectors who had always been focused on cultivation and did not care about worldly affairs, who revealed a confused look. TSK, is Lord Wei Qing leading a group of Long family elders here for a meeting? Li Yunxiao walked in a few steps, and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. These words made everyone in the Long family feel extremely embarrassed and indignant, and they looked at each other angrily. Soon after, Fei and I also stepped in, supported the injured Shi Kongqing, and said with concern, "Elder Kongqing, are you all right?" Fei and I. Several exclamations sounded out, but the emotions contained in them were completely different. Shi Kongqing was also greatly alarmed, and then he said anxiously, "Leave quickly. These people have all been bribed by Wei Qing and Yi Hongming, they can't tolerate you." Fei Ni's brows furrowed. Although he expected the situation to be very bad, he did not expect it to be this bad. An elder was publicly killed, and no one dared to resist. A bright light flashed across Yi Hongming's eyes, and he said with a sinister smile, "So it's you, the traitor. Really good, it saved this old man a lot of trouble." Wei Qing's expression was ice cold. He stared at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Should I call you Gu Feiyang, or Li Yunxiao?" When these words came out, even more people were shocked. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's up to you, as long as His Excellency is happy. Otherwise, if His Excellency is unhappy and wants to kill people, I can't take it." Wei Qing said, "Li Yunxiao, I won't waste my breath with you. You are Emperor Wu of the Sacred Region, I hope you can make a trip back to the Sacred Region with me." "Return to the Sacred Region?" Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, "Is this Lord Wei Qing's intention, or the Sacred Region's intention?" Wei Qing said, "Naturally it's the Sacred Region's intention, and also my personal intention." "Oh?" A playful smile appeared at the corner of Li Yunxiao's mouth, and he said, "Once I enter the Sacred Region, can I still come out?" Wei Qing raised his brows, and said, "Of course, it's your freedom to come and go." "Freedom? What if I don't go?" Li Yunxiao said. Wei Qing said coldly, "If you don't go, it will be disobeying the Sacred Region's order, and those who disobey will lose their freedom." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. These words were too domineering. To put it bluntly, he had to go, even if he didn't want to go. Wei Qing continued, "You are titled Emperor Wu, the Sacred Region will naturally not make things difficult for you." Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, "Unfortunately, titled Emperor Wu Gu Feiyang is already dead. I am only the young master of Tianshui country's Li family, Yunxiao, I am not worthy of that title." Wei Qing's pupils shrank, and a bright light flashed, and he said, "The Li Yunxiao today, in the future, will definitely not be below Gu Feiyang, there is no need for you to be humble. As for the matter of the title, the Sacred Region has already made arrangements, perhaps the Wind Cloud List martial competition will be held again soon. With Li Yunxiao's ability, it won't be difficult for him to enter the Wind Cloud List again." "What? The Wind Cloud List is going to open again?" Within the Long family's main hall, everyone was extremely shocked, and many people's blood began to boil, as if that name was filled with magic. Li Yunxiao was also stunned for a moment, and said strangely, "Are you addicted to doing it?" Back then, this young master was only looking for novelty. Now that it has become leftovers, who else is going to eat it? Wei Qing said, "The new generation will replace the old, and the new generation will replace the old. Every era needs some bright stars, even if they are all new people participating, it is still good." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, "All new people? I'm afraid this is not in line with the original intentions of the Sacred Region, right?" Wei Qing said, "The era needs to continue to advance. The Sacred Region naturally has this responsibility as the leader of the world. Young Master Yun has the mandate of heaven, and his opportunities are so high that it makes people envious. He should cooperate with the Sacred Region to not let down this era. Lord Wei Qing means that if we don't cooperate with the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, we will be letting down the times? Then if we fail to live up to the times, will we be killed? I'm so scared." Li Yunxiao dug his nose a few times. Everyone's faces darkened. As the reincarnation of Emperor Wu, this brat really didn't pay attention to his image. Wei Qing's face turned cold, and said, "Maybe." Yi Hongming could not hold it in any longer, and shouted, "Lord Wei Qing, this brat is stubborn, and colluded with the Long family's traitor, Fei and I. In my opinion, we should kill him together. If it's useful to keep him alive, then cripple him first." "Shut up!" Li Yunxiao shouted, "I'm talking to your master, how can you have the right to speak?" "Lord Wei Qing, the dog you raised really doesn't know the rules. You. Yi Hongming was so angry that his entire body turned red. The berserk energy exploded out, and he was completely unable to control it. Wei Qing frowned. Li Yunxiao, are you really not willing to follow me back to the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary? Li Yunxiao said coldly, I will go back to the Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, but not as you wish. When this young master is happy, I will naturally go back. Wei Qing said, then when will you be happy? Li Yunxiao dug his nose and said, that's hard to say, but this dog of yours is always staring at me, it's very hard for me to be happy. Wah! Die! Yi Hongming could no longer hold it in. With a loud roar, his body swelled up, and then, he suddenly slapped down with his palm, causing a violent gale to strike down. Boom! The ground was instantly lifted open, and a berserk power surged in all directions. All the main beams exploded at this moment. Rumble! The great hall instantly collapsed, and dust billowed. Yi Hongming, you actually dare to destroy the Dragon Palace. Amidst the chaos, angry shouts came from the crowd. The Dragon Palace was the main hall of the Long family. It was located at the highest point of the Sky Ridge, and was the symbol of supreme authority. Yi Hongming had already gone completely crazy. How could he care so much anymore? He directly locked onto Li Yunxiao's aura and bombarded him with palm strike after palm strike. The entire cloud summit was covered in dust. Feiyang and the main hall were instantly turned into ruins. Shikongqing said angrily, Yi Hongming, you sinner of the Long family. Elders, if we don't stop him, the Long family will be completely controlled by Wei Qing and will fall into eternal damnation. Your words are very unpleasant to hear. Wei Qing turned his gaze away. Shikongqing only felt a chill, and he immediately sensed danger. Suddenly, a ray of red light descended and enveloped him, shouting, be careful. A few more flames appeared in the air and exploded one by one. Fei Yanai had already teleported Shikongqing out. Shikongqing was surprised and delighted. He said, Feini, your strength. Fei Yanai stared warily at Wei Qing before saying, I am not the same as before. Kongqing Darren, be careful. Shikongqing said happily, no wonder Lord Sect Master passed the position to you before he died. He said loudly, everyone, are you still not waking up? Fei Yanai is the Sect Master's appointed successor, and Yi Hongming is only colluding with outsiders to seize the position of Sect Master. If he succeeds, the Long family will definitely fall into an extremely dangerous situation. An elder frowned and said, in that situation, Lord Sect Master could only pass the position to Fei Yanai, right? Don't forget how the Sect Master died, all the experts in the world saw it, the one who killed Lord Sect Master was Fei Yanai. Wrong. Fei Yanai said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, the one who killed Lord Sect Master was not me, but Wei Qing. Lord Sect Master died outside the Crimson Moon City precisely because of his appointment. A white light flashed in her hand, and a silver order badge was raised high up in the air. On it, there was a true dragon and sky phoenix, as if they were alive, and she shouted, the order of the Long family is here, who dares to disobey? Everyone was shocked, no one had ever dared to disobey the order of the Long family Sect Master, but at this juncture. All of a sudden, they all lowered their heads in silence, not knowing what to do. It really is the order of the Sect Master, and it was also when he returned to the Long family. Wei Qing said indifferently, elders, could it be that you can bear the fact that this order badge is in the hands of a traitor? If no one from the Long family goes to retrieve it, then let me do it for you. However, after I retrieve it, I may not return it to the Long family. The people of the Long family were all shocked, and snorted angrily. The elder who spoke before thought for a moment, then stood up, extended his hand, and said, Fei Yanai, hand over the order badge to the elder's courtyard. We will immediately withdraw your wanted order, and from now on, you will no longer have anything to do with the Long family, and you will no longer have to go to the Heaven Ridge. Fei Yanai smiled lightly, and said, I don't want to fight for the position of Sect Master. If there is a sage in the position, I will leave without a second thought. But right now, I cannot be at ease. That elder frowned, and said, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? Aren't you still eyeing the position of Sect Master? Although Yi Hongming's body is flawed, his strength is enough to convince the masses, and with the external support of the sacred region, it will be very easy for the Long family to get through the current crisis. Fei Yanai laughed coldly, and said, get through, no wonder? The two of them are in cahoots, and want to drag the Long family into eternal damnation. Do you think that Wei Qing is learning from Emperor Wu, and does not care about himself, and only cares about others? He is only interested in. Enough. Wei Qing bellowed, and said, Elder He Yu, I will let you take down this girl, and retrieve the supreme authority badge that originally belonged to your Long family. Yes. That elder replied, then walked towards Fei and I in the air, one hand still extended, and said, Don't make it difficult for me, although your strength has improved greatly. If you want to go against me, against the entire elder's courtyard, it is simply impossible. Shi Kongqing shouted angrily, He Yu, don't be unable to distinguish between good and evil, and be stubborn. Unable to distinguish between good and evil? Humph, in this world, the one with the biggest fist is good, and the weak is evil. He Yu laughed coldly, furthermore, the ones who are stubborn are the two of you. Shi Kongqing, you are currently injured, even if you join hands with Fei and I, you are still not my match. I really do not want to completely fall out with you. Humph, even if this old man is injured, how can I be your match? You think too highly of yourself. Shi Kongqing stood in front of Fei and I, shielding her behind him, and secretly transmitted his voice, Hurry up and leave, I will block for you for a while. With your talent, and the sect leader badge, sooner or later, you will be able to return to the Long family again. Fei and I laughed lightly, and said directly, Before coming, I had already prepared for the worst. If I wanted to leave, I would not have returned today. She looked at the crowd, and said, The Long family is the place where I was born and raised. Outside the Red Moon City, the world's heroes saw with their own eyes that I, Fei and I, announced in front of the Lord sect leader that I am leaving the Long family. But the sect leader passed on the badge to me after his death, causing me to have no choice but to return to this place. She raised the badge high, and said, I will now return this badge to the Long family. The only condition is that Yi Hongming definitely cannot become the Long family's patriarch. Everyone was moved, looking at the badge with the true dragon and phoenix engraved on it. They only felt that it was a little scorching, and even more so, they felt a trace of shame. Yi Hongming was still chasing after Li Yunxiao not far away, like a wild beast that had completely gone berserk. Every move was earth-shattering, and the entire cloud peak seemed like it was about to collapse. Badge? His mind suddenly became clear, he turned his head, and immediately saw the sect leader's badge that he had been dreaming of day and night, unable to rest at ease. My badge. Give it to me. He roared, and suddenly rushed over. Although his body was huge, he appeared in front of Fei and I in an instant, and grabbed the badge with his palm. Suddenly, a green light appeared. Li Yunxiao directly teleported in front of the badge, and grabbed it first, and said with a smile, The person who obtains this badge is the Long family's patriarch, and now I am the Long family's patriarch. Bastard, why aren't you kneeling down? Li Yunxiao grabbed the badge and pointed it at Yi Hongming, and started to berate him. Wah! Damn it! Give me the badge. Yi Hongming roared, and threw a punch over. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, and said, Since you like it so much, a gentleman does not take what others like, then go. He was not stingy, and directly threw the badge over. Fei and I said in shock, Husband, you, everyone was stunned, they did not expect Li Yunxiao to be so generous. Shi Kongqing also said angrily, Li Yunxiao, you. He also suddenly rushed up, and wanted to snatch the badge. Haha, the badge is mine. I am the true patriarch of the Long family. Yi Hongming was ecstatic, he grabbed the badge with one hand, and at the same time, he saw Shi Kongqing rushing over from the corner of his eyes, and shouted angrily, Scum, scram. His body became even more demonic, he raised his leg and stomped. Instantly, a huge force appeared, and fiercely pressed down. Shi Kongqing's expression changed drastically, he only felt as if an iron plate was pressing down, causing his blood and qi to churn continuously, and even aggravating the injuries in his body. He finally could not hold on any longer, and fell to the ground. Haha! Yi Hongming laughed wildly, his eyes were filled with madness and excitement. Wei Qing's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in shock, Don't touch that badge. Yi Hongming was stunned, then immediately became vigilant, but his fingers had already touched the badge. There was no metallic feeling, instead, a huge force pressed down, causing his fingers to instantly feel pain. What? This is a mountain peak? The moment he touched the badge, the illusion was instantly dispelled, and the badge had already turned into a mountain peak, emitting a five-colored light. That light shone on his body. It was indescribably oppressive and uncomfortable, as if his entire body was about to collapse. What profound artifact is this? Ihongming was shocked, and suddenly his body completely demonic, turning into a crimson monster. With a loud roar, his claws directly turned into a palm, and instead of retreating, he directly slapped the mountain peak. Wei Qing was shocked, and he muttered to himself, "It really is that profound artifact. This idiot is courting death." Bang! Ihongming's palm hit the mountain peak, and his entire arm was crushed into pieces. With a crackling sound, it was crushed into pieces. Blood continuously burst out of his body, and he was directly sent flying. A long line of blood was thrown into the air. It was a shocking sight. Ah? This? Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. They could not believe what they saw at all. Li Yunxiao made a single-handed seal, and directly put the Tusada Heavenly Mountain back into his hand, a cold smile on his face, and he said mockingly, "Didn't you want it? Why did you run away? Humph, if you dare to say you want it again, I will smash it until you don't want it anymore." Li Yunxiao broke Ihongming's demonic body with one move, shocking everyone present. Fei and I giggled and said, "My husband is so bad. Elder Ihongming's IQ isn't high to begin with, yet you still bully him like this." Li Yunxiao said, "This is what it means to attack where one is weak and win." Pooh. In the distance, Ihongming, who was heavily injured and lying on the ground, spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. Although Li Yunxiao's illusory magic was powerful, if he hadn't been too greedy, he wouldn't have been struck by the Tushita Heavenly Peak. More than half of his demonic body had been destroyed, and he was now writhing on the ground, his flesh and blood churning. Xianxia suddenly shouted, "Quickly kill him. Don't let him completely transform." Li Yunxiao frowned and looked over. He saw that Ihongming's body was indeed changing as his flesh and blood churned. An even more terrifying aura was seeping out. A flame flashed past, and Fei and I appeared above him in an instant. He formed a seal with his hands and slammed them down. Hoo-hoo! A pillar of fire condensed and shot down from the sky. Boom! A barrier suddenly appeared above Ihongming, blocking the pillar of fire. The flames burned in all directions, causing the clouds around the mountain peak to be dyed red. "Xianxia, you!" Xianxia said angrily, "You are helping the wicked. The Long family will definitely be destroyed by you villains." Beside Ihongming stood a grey-robed old man. He raised one hand to the sky, and a faint green light spread out from his palm, blocking Fei Ni's divine flame. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. The flames unceasingly burned his spirit formation power, and the true origin in his body was like flowing water. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. Everyone has their own judgment of right and wrong. I don't object to Fei and I inheriting the position of patriarch of the Long family, but she called this brat husband just now. If she is already married, how can she lead the Long family? In other words, the true ruler of the entire Long family has become this kid. Xianxia said slowly. Although he was shocked in his heart, he still looked as if nothing had happened. Xianxia said angrily, "Preposterous. Just because of this? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey." Xianxia said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home." Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He scolded, "You despicable person, you were obviously bribed by Wei Qing and Ihongming, yet you still talk so much sense. Bah! I, Xianxia, must have been blind to have called you my brother in the past." Xianxia furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly, wanting to argue. However, he was consuming too much of his Xianxia, and the divine fire that was pouring down was about to break through his bounded domain. Xianxia's face turned ashen, and he was unable to speak. Xianxia saw his unsightly expression, plus he opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. He thought he was tacitly agreeing. Thereupon his anger rose and he cursed even more fiercely. "Since I've been invited to oversee the Long family, how can I let you behave atrociously?" Wei Qing's face turned cold, and he finally made a move. He casually slapped his palm across space. "Be careful!" Li Yunxiao exclaimed. Bang! The place where Fei and I was at instantly exploded, causing countless sparks to fly. Her real body had already escaped the moment her opponent struck out his palm. The pillar of fire that soared into the sky lost its source of power, and was instantly annihilated. Xianxia immediately felt his entire body relax, and a wave of blood rushed to his throat, causing him to groan. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. From the result of that move just now, if he were to fight Fei Yan'ai alone, he would most likely not be her opponent. This conclusion was hard for him to accept. "Hausi, are you all right?" Lu Yuan, who was at the side, saw that his expression was a little off, and asked suspiciously. "I'm fine, what can a mere pillar of fire do to me? It's just that seeing Fei Yan'ai and Xianxia's stubbornness makes my heart ache." Zhang Haoxi immediately pretended to be fine, and his face was indifferent. "Phew. Phew. Huff huff." Yi Hongming, who was lying on the ground, began to pant heavily. The flesh on his body began to heal, and his entire body was covered in fur. His body was also more than twice as big as before. Zhang Haoxi couldn't help but take a step back, and his face revealed a shocked expression. "Zhu Yan, is this the true form of Zhu Yan?" The rest of the people were also shocked. They had never seen Yi Hongming transform into such a form. Moreover, all of them were possessors of the true spirit bloodline, and they also understood how strong the bloodline's power was to be able to revert to such a degree. Roar! Yi Hongming finally stood up, and he roared at the sky. The entire mountain peak shook violently, and all the clouds were blown away. A crimson monster that looked like an ape stood there. It had a white head and huge feet, and there was a strange golden yen character on its chest. With a roar, a violent aura swirled around the area, and all the elders couldn't help but retreat. "This is the true form of Zhu Yan? How can it revert to such a degree, this power?" Hu Yuan's face was full of shock, and he cried out involuntarily. "Haha, so powerful, so powerful. This unprecedented power, this feeling, have I already turned into a true spirit?" Yi Hongming also could not help but laugh wildly, and his eyes were red. Under his loud laughter, all the people of the Long family turned pale, and they could not help but retreat again. Pressure. The level pressure of a true spirit. An elder cried out involuntarily, and his eyes were full of fear. The people of the Long family all had the true spirit bloodline, and under this extreme pressure, they could not help but tremble from the bottom of their hearts, and there was a kind of fear that made them want to kneel down. What a joke! With this level, you dare to call yourself a true spirit? Fei Ni's face turned cold, and the aura on his body suddenly soared to the sky. His entire body turned into a fire phoenix that soared in the sky, and the sky was filled with flames that burned half of the sky. Inside the divine flames, a white light slowly rose, and gradually turned into the shadow of an azure dragon, circling behind the fire phoenix. Flying dragon and dancing phoenix. Several elders screamed at the same time. When the shadow of the true dragon and sky phoenix appeared in the sky, all the descendants of the true spirit could not withstand it anymore, and with a plop 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 sound, all of them kneeled down. Except for a few elders who were still resisting the fear in their hearts, all the young masters and protectors could not withstand it anymore, and they all knelt down. Even Yi Hongming's heart could not help but shiver. His giant feet took a few steps back, and with a bang 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 sound, he steadied himself. This move is so useful?" Li Yunxiao said in surprise. "If I had known this would happen, I would have created the flying dragon and dancing phoenix phenomenon to suppress everyone, and I would not have wasted so much time." Although Xianxia was also sweating profusely as he resisted the pressure, he could not help but laugh out loud, and said, "Haha, the true dragon and sky phoenix, the leader of all spirits. Even if you do not admit that she is the Long clan master, so what? She is the leader of all spirits." Wei Qing's expression also became extremely ugly. All the Long clan elders and protectors' gazes fell into his eyes, and they were all shocked and pale. It was likely that their hearts had already begun to waver. "Shut up!" Yi Hongming roared, and he slapped Xianxia with his palm. The palm force created a whirlwind, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Li Yunxiao made a hand seal with one hand, and a gust of wind also revolved in the palm of his other hand, and fiercely blew over. Rumble. The two gusts of wind collided with each other, and produced a loud rumble. Then, they combined into one, and directly rushed into the sky, and turned into an endless gust of wind that dispersed. Whoosh! The flames that filled the sky also dissipated under the power of this gust of wind, and the sky became clear in an instant. Xianxia also retracted her phoenix form, and transformed into her true form, and stood in the sky. Only then did everyone from the Long clan feel that the pressure was gone, and they all stood up. They all looked at Xianxia in the sky with fear and complex emotions, and their hearts beat violently. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Wei Qing took in everyone's expressions, and said calmly, "Dragon and Phoenix dance, is this the true Spirit Clan's most powerful Dharma body? No wonder you wanted to kill Long Qianmiao and steal his dragon essence. TSK, Wei Qing, you really know how to F***king spout nonsense." Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger, and said disdainfully, "Long Qianmiao stole Xianxia Fengguang, and everyone in the world saw that." Then, he was beaten back to his original form by the demon master, and before he died, he was extremely guilty, and passed the position of sect master to Xianxia. Not only did the Long clan's strange ghost witness the whole process, but all the heroes in the world also saw it. "Are you insulting everyone's intelligence?" Lu Yuan shouted. "Strange ghost, is what Li Yunxiao said true?" Everyone turned to look at Odd Ghost. In fact, everyone knew what had happened. After all, it was not a secret. However, the words he said now would have an extraordinary meaning. Moreover, the commotion above the clouds had already alarmed the entire Long clan. Hundreds of people had already gathered a few 100 feet away, and they all looked from afar, not daring to approach. When Fei Ni's Dharma body appeared, even they, who were several 100 feet away, were deeply affected. Many people knelt in front of the crowd, and now, the figure in the distance was like a god. Strange Ghost's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered a few times. He walked up and bowed to Xianxia in front of everyone, and said, "Everything Li Yunxiao said is true, this subordinate greets Lord Sect Master." Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar, and the elders, protectors, and most importantly, the people of the Long clan in the distance were all shocked, and they all had looks of disbelief. "You traitor, die!" Ihongming roared, and he slammed his palm toward Strange Ghost. Squeak squeak. The air let out an ear-piercing sound of friction under the tyrannical palm. Before the palm arrived, Strange Ghost's body had already started to distort. Suddenly, the space twisted in the opposite direction, and under the distortion, Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, blocking in front of Strange Ghost, and stabbed with his sword. The cold light shone on the water, and it was so cold that it hurt. Bang! The sword chi stabbed the palm, but it could not break through, and it only made a slight tremble. Ihongming's palm pressed down, causing his sword's momentum to bend slightly, as if it was about to collapse on the spot. How can he be so strong? Li Yunxiao was shocked. To be able to directly block his sword with the power of a palm, he must already have the power of transcendence. Humph, he snorted, and pointed his finger at the sword, which made a trembling sound. The sound of the sword trembled, and the sword light became even sharper. A monstrous cold air rushed up, and the light under the palm became even hotter, as if it was about to break out of the palm. Ihongming was shocked. A sharp pain came from his palm. His opponent's sword intent was so strong that it almost tore his body apart. He quickly retracted his palm. Suddenly, a sword light lost its resistance and soared up, cutting the sky apart. It turned into a strange scene above the clouds. Wei Qing said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, are you going to interfere with the Long family's matters? If that's the case, this seat will absolutely not look on with folded arms." His face was gloomy. Today's matter was gradually heading towards the worst scenario. Moreover, he was extremely afraid of one person. It was the expert with the true dragon Dharma body and 2 world swords. It was highly possible that he was in Li Yunxiao's Universe God Monument. If he wasn't afraid of that person, he would have taken action long ago. "Oh? Lord Wei Qing makes it sound like you're standing idly by." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "Then what do you think we should do, sir?" Wei Qing said, "I don't want to talk about what happened before. Why don't we let the Long family settle it themselves? Whether Ihongming or Xianxia is more suitable, the simplest way is to let the 2 of them fight it out. The winner will be the king." "No." Li Yunxiao said resolutely, "What the Long family needs is a young man with an extremely powerful bloodline. Not a simple-minded fool who has lived for 100 years and doesn't have many days left to live. He had exchanged a blow with Yi Hongming just now and knew how terrifying he was. Fei and I was definitely not his match. Wei Qing laughed coldly. In this world, the one with the bigger fist has the final say. Don't tell me that choosing a sect master doesn't depend on the fist but on the IQ? Li Yunxiao laughed. Good idea, I agree. Wei Qing snorted. Li Yunxiao, I won't waste time with you. If you want to interfere with the Long family's matters, I can only attack. Fei and I said, my husband, let me do it. Although Yi Hongming is powerful, it's not like I have no chance of winning. Don't forget that my heavenly phoenix Nirvana is immortal. Li Yunxiao hesitated for a moment. In terms of strength, Fei and I was absolutely not a match for Yi Hongming. Unless something happened to Yi Hongming, that was not impossible. He had observed carefully just now. This was probably the first time Yi Hongming had seen such a quasi-true spirit state. It was most likely that Wei Qing had used some kind of secret technique to refine his blood. There would definitely be side effects. No, this battle is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you. Li Yunxiao firmly rejected it. Yi Hongming's current state seemed to be extremely good. He was afraid that the side effects would not occur for a short period of time. Fei Ni's heart warmed and she called out softly, husband. This gentle gesture caused the hearts of many youths of the Long family to instantly shatter. Tears streamed down their faces. Li Yunxiao said, if you want a duel, that's fine. I'll fight in her place. You? Wei Qing frowned and said coldly, what qualifications do you have? Even her husband is not a member of the Long family without the approval of the elder courtyard. Li Yunxiao said, she risked her life to save me outside the Red Moon City. Logically, I should fight in her place. As for whether the elder courtyard approves it or not, it's not important. What's important is that you, Lord Wei Qing, pass. The faces of the Long family's elders alternated between green and white. The position of the Long family's patriarch and the future direction were actually not decided by the Long family themselves. Instead, two outsiders were discussing it. Everyone's face was burning hot. Those youths were even more hot-blooded. They wished they could rush out and beat Li Yunxiao and Wei Qing to death. Wei Qing pondered and was somewhat hesitant. Yi Hongming said loudly, Lord Wei Qing, let this brat fight with me. I want to completely tear him apart. Let Fei and I watch her beloved die in my hands. Let her kneel down and kowtow to me to beg for mercy. Wei Qing nodded and said, all right. But the premise is that you have to fight alone. If there are helpers, then I might have to make a move. Li Yunxiao said, that's natural. This young master is not one to go back on his word. Fei and I said anxiously, husband, be careful. Li Yunxiao had already appeared in front of Yi Hongming in a flash. He sneered and said, since you still want it, this young master will beat you until you don't want it anymore. Roar. Die. Yi Hongming was enraged. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of sound wave. The ear-piercing sound attacked wildly. Boom. Li Yunxiao's body shattered and turned into ashes. What? Everyone was shocked. They found it hard to believe. It ended just like that. Kongqing also widened his eyes and was dumbfounded on the spot. He originally thought that since this brat volunteered, he most likely had a chance of winning. At the very least, he would be able to fight for 300 rounds. Who knew that he would be insta-killed? Everyone felt that it was unlikely, but that was what they saw in front of him. With their strength, they could not see any problems. Wei Qing suddenly shouted in a low voice, mustn't be careless. He's army destroyer Emperor Wu Gufeiyang. His ocular arts and sword arts are unparalleled under the heavens. Yi Hongming said with a cold smile, this old man naturally knows. Want to deceive me with this level of illusionary art? Dream on. He suddenly grabbed toward the void with his large hand. A stretch of space shattered with a rumble. That furry palm directly shuttled through the void and grabbed Li Yunxiao fiercely, pulling him out at once. Haha. Go to hell for me. Yi Hongming was overjoyed. That hand grabbed Li Yunxiao fiercely and swung him a few times in the air. He squeezed down forcefully, wanting to crush his body into pieces. Fool. It's this lord. Why haven't you let go yet? Wei Qing's angry shout came from inside the palm. Yi Hongming's entire body trembled. Only now did he discover that the person he grabbed was Wei Qing. His expression changed, and he said with a furious laugh, "Want to deceive me with parlor tricks? Lord Wei Qing also dares to impersonate? Truly tired of living." Wei Qing said furiously, "Li Yinxiao is right behind you. Take a look for yourself." "What?" Yi Hongming was startled. He only felt as if there was a blade at his back. He turned his head abruptly. Sure enough, Li Yinxiao was currently sneering at him. Furthermore, a streak of cold light suddenly appeared. A sword ray soared into the sky and directly cleaved over. How can this be? Yi Hongming was greatly astonished. That sword chi's power made him not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly let go of Wei Qing and smashed a fist. Over. Rumble, wherever the fist wind passed, everything turned into ashes. That sword ray and Li Yinxiao were annihilated in an instant. This? Yi Hongming was startled inwardly and suddenly had a bad feeling. Saying that you're an idiot isn't wrong. Li Yinxiao's sneer came from behind. The Wei Qing who just let go transformed back into Li Yinxiao all at once. He said mockingly, "If transforming into a true spirit will spoil your brain, then what's the use of transforming?" A streak of sword chi rushed up, emitting a powerful sword aura. Countless sword talismans danced in the air, and clouds surged in the sky. The entire world lost its color. It was as if everything had turned into the shadow of this sword. Only a lonely figure was left between heaven and earth. Sword slashes the stars. Countless sword talismans surged out. Ancient Maha characters popped up on the cold sword's frost and vanished one by one. The sword chi swept across the sky and slashed straight at Yi Hongming's head. Ah! The giant ape's body couldn't help but tremble. That sword gave off the aura of death. The heroic spirit that he had when he obtained supreme power and the feeling of being invincible in the world vanished. He suddenly fainted from shock. He suddenly spread his arms and his chest expanded forward. That Yan character immediately emitted a resplendent golden light. His two large hands also turned golden. He suddenly roared and put his palms together in front of him, slapping towards that sword ray. This sword intent, everyone's hearts trembled slightly. They felt that world-shaking power. When they saw Yi Hongming directly slapping with both hands, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Wei Qing's expression was also incomparably gloomy. Although Yi Hongming's strength was a notch higher, Li Yinxiao was clearly more scheming. Coupled with that terrifying power of Tsutsumi, the situation was probably not good. Bang! Yi Hongming's two large golden hands clamped down on the huge sword aura. An incomparably glaring strong light burst forth. The sword aura kept pushing forward, rubbing against the center of his two palms. That sound made one's teeth ache. His body kept retreating under the pressure of the sword aura. The power in his arms was raised to the extreme, and they were trembling violently. However, after sliding for several thousand feet, he finally stabilized his body and blocked that world-shaking sword aura. Li Yinxiao was also extremely shocked. This sword attack contained almost all of his strength. It was his most powerful attack. Moreover, he had attacked when his opponent was unprepared. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't win. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and strange symbols flashed in his pupils. His whole body transformed into 2 heads and 4 arms. One of the arms slowly raised, and the Tusada sky peak flew up. 5 colored rays of light spun in the sky and smashed towards Yi Hongming in the distance. What? Yi Hongming's eyeballs almost popped out. His strength had already reached its limit. It was already a miracle that he could block such a terrifying sword attack. Now that he saw the Tusada sky peak falling down, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He had suffered a blow from that thing earlier. Naturally, he knew how terrifying it was. He would rather be cut by the sword aura than be smashed into meat paste again. Roar! After making up his mind, he suddenly raised his hands that were clamping the sword aura and forcefully bent it. Boom! The entire sword aura suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying sword intent erupted in an instant. Like a burst dam, it instantly engulfed Yi Hongming. Rumble! A terrifying vortex of sword chi formed in the sky and continued to expand. It was hundreds of feet wide. Under that shocking phenomenon, everyone could feel the sword laws flowing in the sky. The countless sword intents were like a light breeze that caressed everyone's skin, making them feel ice cold. However, as long as they moved, they would immediately bleed. Ah! Not far away, some of the weaker martial artists could not help but tremble. Suddenly, their skin burst open, and thousands of wounds appeared on their bodies. It was a tragic sight. The Tusada sky peak suddenly stopped in the air and floated there quietly. Li Yunxiao gave a muffled grunt and hurriedly withdrew his three-headed, six-armed avatar. His eyes also returned to normal. His whole body had become extremely pale. He had never used a second move while executing the sword slashing the stars. This was because this sword technique required him to pour all of his essence, qi, and spirit into it, so that his body's strength and will could reach 100% harmony. This was the strongest move. However, he did not expect that his opponent would be able to block it. That was why he had no choice but to break through the limits of his body and throw the Tusada sky peak. A wave of salty blood gushed up his throat, but Li Yunxiao swallowed it down and stared coldly in front of him. Just now, he had used the spirit intent power to his limit, causing a large portion of his meridians to tear. His aura instantly dropped, and he was panting heavily in the air. The surface of his body glowed with a faint golden light, and 5 of his 8 gates had energy revolving like a nebula, continuously repairing his body. At this moment, the sword chi vortex in the sky was gradually weakening, and countless sword talismans were slowly being destroyed within it. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shirkongqing muttered to himself, extremely shocked. The rest of the elders and protectors were even more shocked to the point of speechlessness. Strange Ghost's face was pale, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He thought back to when he first met this person, and he was still arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson. A feeling of lingering fear welled up in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light surged out from the vortex, and 2 furry arms the size of cattail leaf fans reached out and tore the vortex apart. Damn it! Yi Hongming's body was covered in blood, and he rushed out in a sorry state. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, and forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body. The spirit intent power formed a seal in his hands. Rumble! The Tushita heavenly peak emitted a 5-colored light, and suddenly fell down. Pung! Yi Hongming was startled, and a violent force burst out from his body. His muscles tensed up, and with a pung sound, he was blasted out from his original position, and was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Pooh! Because he had used too much force, and with the sword wounds all over his body, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Sharp sword chi also slashed into the acupoints of his body, and his limbs and bones were in intense pain, and his injuries seemed to be expanding. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. Yi Hongming seemed to be at a disadvantage now, and it would be difficult for him to win. However, other than the gloomy expression on Wei Qing's face, he did not seem to be too worried, and he could not help but raise his guard. I will tear you apart, Li Yunxiao. Yi Hongming was completely enraged, and his eyes were bloodshot. His entire body looked like it was dyed in blood, and it was a ghastly sight. Bang! The space around him exploded, and Yi Hongming instantly appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He punched out fiercely, and the golden light on his fist expanded, spreading towards his arm. It was incomparably ferocious. Blood ignition. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He hastily twisted his body and dodged the attack with an extremely strange posture. The golden arm slid past his chest, and the berserk aura from the arm shook his body. Bang! Li Yunxiao felt as if his chest had been smashed by a heavy hammer. He retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing his body in the air. Fei Ni's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Stop. Yi Hongming has already gone completely crazy, burning the power of his bloodline. Even if he wins, his realm will drop, and he will not be able to be the head of the Long family. There is no need to fight anymore." Her body ignited with flames, and she was about to rush into the battlefield. Suddenly, a ray of green light descended and instantly suppressed her. Wei Qing said coldly, "You think we don't have to fight just because you say so? Even if Li Yunxiao dies, he will die in your place. You demon." Fei Ni was shocked. She struggled with all her might, but how could she break free? the cold light in Wei Qing's eyes became even more intense, as he stared at the battle circle without blinking. If Yi Hongming could kill Li Yunxiao directly, that would be for the best, but the possibility was too low. After all, the opponent had a holy artifact in his hands, and would definitely summon that true Dragon Dharma body rancor in the end. But that way, he would lose. In the current situation, either Li Yunxiao was killed or he admitted defeat. No matter what the outcome was, it was extremely beneficial to him, so he definitely could not let anyone ruin the battle. After Yi Hongming burned his blood, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. With just a wave of his hand, he had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, forcing Li Yunxiao to flee in all directions. Lu Yuan could not help but say, "Master Wei Qing, there is indeed no need for this battle to continue. Even if Yi Hongming wins, he will be completely crippled. We are willing to serve young Master Fei and I as the head of the Long family." Humph. Wei Qing snorted heavily, and his gaze swept over gloomily. He said, "Since it is a martial arts competition, we must respect the spirit of the martial artist's contract. It is not over until the person involved admits defeat. If he admits defeat, he will naturally have to follow the previous agreement." Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with anger. How could a person who had burned all the power of his bloodline lead the Long family? Naturally, Wei Qing did not care about this. Yi Hongming was originally just a puppet. Perhaps it was better this way, and it would be even more impossible for him to escape from his control. Li Yunxiao's divine sense was extremely sharp, and Wei Qing's words entered his ears. He could not help but laugh. Master Wei Qing is really worried about the Long family. As for the result of the martial arts competition, you are thinking too much. How could this young master lose? He threw out the Tusada Heavenly Peak, and several hand seals were placed on it. Immediately, a 5-colored light spread out, and condensed into a barrier that enveloped him. Boom! Yi Hongming's palm bombarded down, and immediately caused the barrier to shake incessantly. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, but he still heaved a sigh of relief. Although the rebound from the Tusada Heavenly Peak was extremely strong, he could still withstand it. Ah! Go to hell! Boom! 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 Just as he recovered a little, Yi Hongming crazily punched out hundreds of times, and the entire barrier shook incessantly. The backlash from the Tusada Heavenly Peak continued to surge the blood in his body. Pfft! Finally, he could not take it anymore, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He cursed, "Lunatic." As soon as he withdrew the Tusada Heavenly Peak, the power of the fist immediately crashed into him like a meteorite falling to the ground. Bang! His body instantly exploded, turning into countless lightning bolts that shot in all directions. One of them instantly transformed into a real body, and 2 fingers closed together to form a sword art. Clang! Countless cold lights flew out of his body, circling around him, and then turned into rays of sword light that slashed down. Roar! Yi Hongming opened his mouth and roared fiercely. Waves of air rolled up, and actually shook off all the northern sky-chilling star swords. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This giant ape's strength had already reached the level of transcendence, and in terms of strength, there was no way he could resist it. If that's the case, I'll drag you to death. Let's see how much blood you have left to burn. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, emitting 7-colored light. The entire scene in the sky instantly changed, and all around him was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was actually the sea. What? Everyone was shocked. Everyone discovered that they were immersed in the seawater and were continuously sinking. Illusion? How can it be so real? Everyone from the Long family was extremely shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Wei Qing's face also darkened, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Gurgle, gurgle, Yi Hongming also continued to sink, and his whole body was stunned. His body immediately bounced up, and with a punch, he blasted the sea water apart, rolling up a huge wave. Come out! He shouted, and rushed up into the sky. Splash! Finally, the sea surface broke, and Yi Hongming rushed out. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking dragon roar sounded in the sky, and an azure dragon directly swooped down, and spat out a dragon's breath. Ah! Yi Hongming's whole body trembled, and a trace of fear surged in his heart. Impossible. It's fake, it's fake. But why do I feel fear? He constantly comforted himself, but a fear that came from the depths of his soul clearly emerged. The azure dragon's eyes were like lanterns, staring coldly at him, as if it could see through his whole heart, causing his hair to stand on end. Splash! Ihangming was greatly shocked, and did not dare to look at the azure dragon. He fiercely dived into the sea, and fled downwards. This dragon's might is quite useful. The azure dragon suddenly muttered to himself, and then transformed into Xianxia's figure. The scene just now was an imitation of the rain-ground Archaeosaurus's might, and it really scared Ihangming away. Looking at the time, no matter how much blood this guy has, it is not enough to burn. When the time is over, I will skin him and pull out his tendons. Xianxia coldly snorted, and then turned into a ray of lightning and hid. Suddenly, the space twisted, and an overbearing fist blasted over, breaking the sea with a splash. How dare you lie to me, go to hell. Ihangming turned into a ray of light, and directly rushed in front of him. The fist's might stirred up the entire illusion space, and the illusion continued to disappear. Xianxia was shocked, and instantly transformed into the Transcendent's golden body. His 6 hands suddenly clenched, and 6 golden balls smashed out, turning into a nebula, and fiercely hit. Boom! The golden nebula was smashed by the fist, and directly hit Xianxia's chest. Puff! The 3 faces all spat out blood, and Xianxia's body suddenly trembled, and his chest directly caved in, as if it had been pierced through. It was a shocking sight. But he clenched his hands, and at the same time, his fingers behind him formed a seal, and several golden chains flew out, coiling around the giant ape. At this moment, all the illusions disappeared, and everyone returned to the top of the clouds. Wei Qing's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "Dodge!" Ihangming struggled desperately, and his body broke the chains of law one by one. Too late. A sinister smile flashed across Xianxia's face, and he suddenly grabbed the Tusita Heavenly Peak in his hand, and suddenly smashed it down. Bang! Ihangming was scared out of his wits. Although there was not enough spiritual qi on the peak, and there was no 5-colored light shooting out, a sense of danger instantly surged in his heart. No! He suddenly roared, and in an instant, all the chains of law broke, and was about to escape. Boom! But the peak had already smashed down, and the space was completely frozen. The escape light disappeared in an instant, and the Tusita Heavenly Peak directly hit him in the back. Bang! The giant ape's back directly exploded, and it was a bloody mess. Ihangming let out an earth-shattering roar, and his whole body struggled in the air in pain, and kept falling towards the peak. Xianxia's face was also pale, and he immediately withdrew the Tusita Heavenly Peak, and also fell down. Ihangming's punch had directly shattered his internal organs, and if not for the body-refining art, he would have been smashed to pieces. Bam! Bam! Both of them fell onto the cloud summit at the same time, leaving long scratches on the ground. The scratches were filled with scarlet blood. It was a ghastly sight. Husband! Fei and I panicked. She transformed into the heavenly phoenix Dharma body and kept attacking Wei Qing's shackles, but she could not break them at all. Xianxia said loudly, Ihangming's demonic body has been crippled. He's completely lost. Everyone's faces were pale. They were shocked by the tragic battle just now. At this moment, Ihangming was lying on the ground and struggling. There was a large hole on his back. Blood vessels were constantly bursting, muscles were breaking, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from time to time. This was already a sign of severe injuries. His physical body was on the verge of collapse. He used his powerful strength to delay the speed of collapse, but it was useless. Wei Qing said coldly, it's just a lose-lose situation. Isn't it too early to say who's the winner? Xianxia said angrily, does one of them have to die for it to be considered the winner? Wei Qing said, of course not. If one of them admits defeat, it will also be considered the winner. Does Elder Xianxia not understand this basic rule? Xianxia naturally understood. He was so angry that he could not speak. Ihangming's eyes were bloodshot and chaotic. He was probably not even conscious. There was no way he would admit defeat. Xianxia was lying on the ground far away. He was also covered in blood. His chest rose and fell violently, but his life force was still very strong. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Even Lu Yuan, Xianxia, and the other elders were slightly relieved. At this moment, everyone was leaning towards Fei Anai succeeding the position. If Yi Hongming really became the sect leader, it would be a great humiliation. A trace of coldness flashed in Wei Qing's eyes. He suddenly formed seals with both hands. Fei Anai said in shock, "Stop. What are you doing?" Wei Qing's expression did not change, but the coldness in his eyes grew colder. He stared at Yi Hongming's body, and a frightening cold light flashed in his eyes. Ah! Suddenly, a violent scream sounded. Yi Hongming's body trembled violently. The huge wound on his back was actually gradually healing. What? Everyone's eyes widened. That kind of fatal injury could actually be treated? No. No, no. Yi Hongming seemed to come to his senses in an instant. He cried mournfully and begged, "Don't. Let me die, Lord Wei Qing, I beg you, don't." Everyone looked on in shock, not knowing what was going on. After Yi Hongming cried out a few times, he could no longer make a sound. His face became lifeless, without any expression. Whoosh! Yi Hongming suddenly made something simple. He took out a storage bag and reached into his hand to grab a handful of yuandan. He threw them into his mouth like beans and chewed and swallowed them. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched him eat the origin elixirs, not knowing what was going on. Ghost Shura! Fei Anai screamed in fear, You turned Yi Hongming into a ghost Azura. Shi Kongqing frowned and asked, "What is ghost Azura?" Fei Ni's face paled as he screamed, "Wei Qing, you interfered in the martial contest. You cheated. Elders, hurry up and kill Yi Hongming. He has already become a walking corpse without any will and only knows how to kill." What? Everyone was shocked. They saw that Yi Hongming was still standing there quietly eating the yuandan. However, his face was becoming more and more lifeless. Furthermore, the origin energy undulations on his body were very stable. They did not seem to be injured at all. Fei Anai said anxiously, "Ghost Azura is a product of a failed refinement of the blood of the true spirit. It completely has no soul and only has a physical body. It is almost immortal and powerful. The reason why Wei Qing wants to control the Long family is to use the Long family's people to refine a large number of Azuras." Tisk. A cold intent spread out from the summit of the clouds. Everyone felt their hands and feet turn cold. Lu Yuan suddenly shouted in shock, "Elder Pingyu. What exactly is the content of that established research institute?" A slightly plump, round-faced elder's body trembled. His expression turned pale and he appeared to be somewhat flustered. Lu Yuan's face turned ashen as he said in a cold voice, "Could it really be like what Fei Anai said?" Pingyu felt the killing intent around him and could not help but retreat. He said with a trembling voice, "This is all established with Yi Hongming's strong support. I am also not clear about the specifics." Shi Kongqing gritted his teeth and said, "You were fully in charge of this matter, and now you're telling us that you don't know? Pushing the responsibility to a walking corpse?" Pingyu's face turned pale as he insisted, "I really don't know about this matter." What a joke. If he admitted it at this time, he would probably no longer be able to keep a foothold in the Long family. Wei Qing sneered and said, "Everything has its pros and cons, Fei Anai, don't try to generalize. This experiment was started in Lord Long Qianmiao's hands. Furthermore, the ultimate goal is to refine rank 10 divine blood and break through to the deity realm." Deity realm? Everyone trembled all over, especially those elders. Each and every one of them opened their eyes wide. Wei Qing said, "You guys also saw Yi Hongming's power just now. It was under this secret art that he successfully broke through to transcending mortality and sainthood. If not for being harmed by Li Yunxiao, he would be a genuine transcending mortality and sainthood powerhouse right now." Fei Anai said anxiously, "Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Yi Hongming's final tragic pleas are still vivid in our minds. Everyone saw it. Humph, only with sacrifice can there be gains." Wei Qing said coldly, "This is the condition that I negotiated with Yi Hongming previously. I'll do my best to help him break through to rank 10 divine blood. If it fails, I'll turn him into a ghost Azura and have him listen to my commands. this state right now was chosen by him himself. Who can he blame? Want to blame someone, blame Fei and I. Blame Li Yunxiao. Peng Yu said, that's right. If this was Elder Yi Hongming's own choice, he indeed can't blame others. Wei Qing said leisurely, I'm just fulfilling the contract between me and him. The experiment of refining bloodline can be controlled. As long as it doesn't exceed the limits, there won't be any problems. Everyone present, don't you all yearn to improve further at the highest level of the pole? These words made everyone's hearts tremble. All of them fell silent. Fei and I said with a cold smile, hoo, improve further at the highest level of the pole? Everyone better take a look at Elder Yi Hongming's current appearance first. Ah. This made everyone suck in a cold breath, all waking up from their beautiful dreams. Quite a few even broke out in cold sweat. Wei Qing said with a cold smile, how can there be reaping without sowing and obtaining great benefits without taking risks in this world? At least I pointed out an unprecedented path for everyone. Whether you walk it or not is your own business. I didn't force you guys either. Many people, in order to seek a bit of lucky chance, are still unable to obtain it. Even if they have a narrow escape. Only then did Peng Yu's expression turn slightly better. Squinting his eyes, he said with a smile, yeah, what Lord Wei Qing said is extremely true. No one is forcing everyone either. Everyone is an adult and has to be responsible for what they do. Lucky chance, many people can't even beg for it even if they want to. Everyone fell silent. If there was a chance to become a god, even if it was a narrow escape, they would still be willing to give it a try. Even the Long family members in the distance also caused a commotion. It seemed like quite a few people were eager to give it a try. Peng Yu said, this is also the last chance for everyone's strength to cross the limit after stagnating. As long as you aren't greedy, you can control it very well within a safe range. If Elder Yi Hongming wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being too greedy. Wei Qing said, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's let the martial arts competition end first. What? Fei and I was shocked and said angrily, Wei Qing, do you still have any shame? Wei Qing said coldly, I really don't understand what young Master Fei and I is saying. Has the victor been decided? Who died, or who admitted defeat? Fei and I said angrily, even if my husband admitted defeat, does Yi Hongming still have the qualifications to hold the position of sect master? Wei Qing said, then there's another problem. Everyone, don't be anxious. If there's a problem, we'll solve it one by one. He formed hand seals with both hands and kept chanting, as if it was a secret language. Yi Hongming instantly stopped swallowing the origin pills and rushed towards Li Yunxiao. Bastard! You big bastard! Fei and I cried anxiously and struggled with all her might. The restrictions set up by Wei Qing did not budge at all. Li Yunxiao lay on the ground and continuously healed his body. He heard everyone's words, but he was too lazy to speak. The moment Yi Hongming moved, he sat up with a cold look in his eyes. He formed a hand seal with one hand and teleported to the sky, dodging the attack. Boom! Yi Hongming punched the ground, causing dust to rise. Fei Yang and the clouds to tremble. After he became a ghost Azura, although he did not have the power of transcendence triggered by burning his blood, he retained the power of a 9-stars peak. Li Yunxiao said coldly, Sir Wei Qing, you're the one controlling this thing, right? Is it 2 against 1 in the martial arts competition? Wei Qing said, I only triggered the potential in his body and allowed him to transform. Everything else has nothing to do with me. How is it 2 against 1? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Sir Beijianan, come out. With a flash of white, Beijianan appeared beside Li Yunxiao in an instant. He raised his sword slowly, and the aura on his body rose continuously. Wei Qing said angrily, Li Yunxiao, you're looking for help? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, are you muddle-headed, sir? I only asked Beijianan to come out. He was the one who wanted to fight. What has it got to do with me? I can't possibly fight with Yi Hongming and stop Beijianan at the same time, can I? Beijianan nodded and said, you're right. I was the one who wanted to kill this hairy ape. It has nothing to do with Li Yunxiao. A sword aura surged and stirred up the wind and clouds. Countless sword talismans circled around him. World Imperial Sword. The sword radiance suddenly fell and slashed towards Yi Hongming. Roar. Ihongming roared, and a ruthless aura emanated from his body. He punched out fiercely. Kaboom! A terrifying power exploded on the peak of the clouds, sweeping in all directions like ocean waves. The entire mountain peak could not withstand it anymore. Countless array lights surged from all directions and sprinkled down like fireflies. The entire sea of clouds finally stabilized. Everyone was shocked. Shirkongqing shouted, "All of you, stop. If this goes on, the summit of the clouds will be completely destroyed." Beijing Nan looked down expressionlessly, and Ihongming was also expressionless. Wei Qing said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, are you really going to break the rules of the martial arts competition?" Pfft. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He spat and said coldly, "I called you master a few times, and you really think you're one? I don't care if you act like a tyrant in the Long family, but don't blame me for slapping your face if you play tricks in front of me. Turning Ihongming into a ghost azura to fight with me, do you think I'm stupid, or is there something wrong with your brain? Would I do something like that?" Wei Qing was so angry that his face turned green, and he said coldly, "Since you're shamelessly breaking the rules of the martial arts competition, then I might as well take you down myself." His robe fluttered under the surge of his origin power, and a surging power spread out. Everyone felt a suffocating feeling, and they all retreated in shock. Li Yunxiao sneered, "Everyone in the Long family knows who's shameless. You're the administrator of the sacred region. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. If you continue to play by the rules, I'll play with you to the end. If you want to bully me, then I'm sorry, I can only slap you." Everyone's foreheads were covered in cold sweat. He actually dared to speak to Wei Qing like that. Although Li Yunxiao's identity was scary, the difference in strength was still like heaven and earth. Wei Qing was also furious. For so many years, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. However, his emotions were not stirred up by anger. Instead, he calmed down and said coldly, "Is that expert with the true dragon dharma body in your sacred weapon?" Li Yunxiao said, "So what if he is, so what if he isn't?" Wei Qing said, "If he is, you still have a chance of survival today. If he isn't, I'm sorry. Emperor Wu will really fall." Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, "You only know how to bully the weak. If you have the ability, then go and fight with him." "Humph, Li Yunxiao, when did you become so childish? In this world, if the strong don't bully the weak, then should the weak bully the strong?" Wei Qing walked in the air with a mocking expression. Every time he stepped on the rhythm of the world, his aura growing stronger and stronger. "Let me take on the expert with the true dragon dharma body and see if he has the ability to bring you out of the sky ridge. At the same time, I'm also very curious. When did such a person appear in the heavenly martial arts realm? Even I don't know about him." Tisk. An unfamiliar cold voice sounded, "There are still many things you don't know. The vastness of the heavenly martial arts realm isn't something you can measure, Ant." Bang! Everyone's bodies trembled. The chilliness that was revealed in that voice caused everyone's bodies to turn cold. Just what kind of existence was this person who could make so many experts tremble with just a single voice? Wei Qing stared at Li Yunxiao's back. A blue light flickered, and gradually, Che Yu's figure appeared. Fei and I instantly felt the shackles disappear, and the barrier that had trapped her disappeared. She immediately flew to Li Yunxiao's side, her face filled with concern. "Oh? It seems like you know the heavenly martial arts realm very well. Then, why don't you explain it to me, an ant?" Wei Qing said slowly. However, his heart sank. He knew it would be very difficult to kill Li Yunxiao today. Che Yu sneered and said, "It's too troublesome to explain it to you. Why don't I educate you? I'll let you know that your meager ability is really not enough. Hee hee, then you should try your best. Don't let me slap you in the face. That won't look good." Wei Qing's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. They instantly became like ice crystals. With a so sound, Wei Qing disappeared without a trace. Che Yu's face darkened. He snorted heavily and said, "Little Li, get lost." He grabbed the air, and a vast sword spirit appeared. He fiercely slashed out. Chi! The sky was cut in half, but no cracks could be seen. It was as if the two skies had been perfectly joined together. However, the tearing force at the joining point was too great. Countless clouds and spiritual energy gushed into it. Xianxia said, little Li, although he was dissatisfied, he still obediently retreated several hundred feet with Fei and I and watched quietly. Good sword. Wei Qing exclaimed in admiration. He appeared in front of Yu, drew a circle on his palm, and rotated it. Then, he attacked. Yu raised his left hand, which transformed into the shape of a dragon, and grabbed the sword. Bang! Suddenly, a spiritual pressure blasted out between the two of them. The spiritual pressure spread in all directions. The spiritual pressure was unstable, like the surface of a lake shaking. Yu sneered. His body transformed into Archaeosaurus. At the same time, he raised his hand, grabbed the sword, and slashed at Wei Qing's head. Chi! The spiritual pressure in front of him was directly cut in half. Wei Qing's afterimage was suddenly split, and a few strands of his long hair and robe fluttered in the air. Your actions are too obvious. Don't embarrass yourself. Yu shouted loudly. His long tail swept behind him. Bang! It felt like he had hit an iron plate. It was a little painful. What? Yu was greatly shocked. His body was formed from a dragon artifact, and a dragon artifact was a true spirit body. Even if it was a sword or saber, it could still resist it. His body shrank slightly. He was shocked to find that the other party's fingers were pinching his long tail. He immediately shouted and kicked behind him. Wei Qing was not in a hurry. He grabbed his long tail and spun it. At the same time, he made a one-handed sign and slapped it down. Bang! The hand seal accurately struck Yu's shin bone, and a dragon scale was pressed down, causing blood to ooze out. Yu was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. The Sumeruinata sword was instantly unsealed. The horrible sword essence surged. He turned around and stabbed. There was a vague dragon roar on the sword. A Jiutian force spread out in all directions, pressing down along with the sword. Is this the legendary dragon field? It's really powerful. Wei Qing felt the pressure around him and said slowly, I finally understand. You are also an expert with the blood of a real dragon. You accidentally obtained 9 secret dragon treasures. That's how you cultivated the real dragon Dharma body. Hee, 9 secret treasures can combine into one and manifest a real dragon. The legend is really boring. He raised his hand and knocked casually with one finger. Clang, the fingertip hit the Sumeruinata sword. Circles of sword light rippled and swept in all directions. Wei Qing's figure shrank instantly and retreated 10 feet. What? 9 secret dragon treasures. This person is a real dragon Dharma body? The people of the Long family were all shocked. He can still use the dragon field. I'm afraid his strength is no longer below that of Lord Sect leader. Yu snorted angrily, so what? Although this broken body is not perfect, it's enough to kill you. Another sword swept across the sky, and the light spread out like a fan. It's useless. Wei Qing's expression didn't change at all. He just kept moving his body, and instead of advancing, he flashed in front of Yu and said coldly, you have a strong body, but your bloodline is not enough. If you can be modified by me, you will be the most perfect existence, surpassing everything. Perfect your sister. Yu cursed angrily. With the sword in his hand, a green light suddenly flew in the sky. The sword talismans filled the sky, and vaguely formed the shape of Mount Meru, floating in the light. This is... Wei Qing's expression suddenly changed. He finally felt danger and hurriedly retreated. You want to leave? Aren't you very cocky? Yu's face turned cold, and he said, Sword art, demon slayer. Although Wei Qing retreated quickly, the power of the dragon field around him increased along with the sword force, completely suppressing him. He couldn't escape the sword force at all. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, impregnable. He threw the scroll and a seal was placed on it. Immediately, it slowly rolled up, and a majestic and magnificent scene of mountains and rivers flew around it. Boom! The sword world slashed down, and the entire sky was split open. The countenances of Lu Yuan and the others on the peak of the clouds were pale. They'd formed a formation since a long time ago, and they joined forces to strengthen the might of the Grand Mountain Guard formation so as to prevent the Skyridge cloud peak that had stood proud and aloof for 10,000 years from being affected by the aftershock of their battle. So resistant? Chieyu was shocked. In the gradually dissipating energy storm, Wei Qing held the scroll in his hand and stood proudly. The green robe fluttered, and the spiritual energy of the mountain and river state map seemed to have decreased greatly. Daluo Golden Bones. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of something and said loudly, "Be careful, this guy cultivates some secret technique called Daluo Golden Bones." When he fought with Wei Qing outside Red Moon City, he thought that he would win with the 3 halberds, but he didn't want to lose to this Daluo Golden Bones. But what was Daluo Golden Bones, Li Yunxiao didn't know. What? Daluo Golden Bones. Cheiyu's pupils shrank, and his face revealed a shocked expression. Huh? You also know this secret technique? It seems like there is some connection. Wei Qing seemed to feel a little strange. He put down his right hand and put away the mountain and river state map in his hand. He said slowly, "Since you know the origin of this technique, you should also know that you can't kill me with your ability." Haha, what a joke. Chieyu smiled disdainfully. Not to mention secret techniques, even the power of the world and the laws of heaven and earth can be easily cut by the true dragon sword. He grabbed with his left hand, and another vast power rippled out. The true sword of heaven and earth appeared in his hand. When the 2 swords appeared at the same time, it immediately caused a dragon's roar to shake the 9 heavens. The wind and clouds surged in the sky, and the shadow of a true dragon flashed. This is Lord Sect Master's sword. Most of the Long family people recognized this sword, and they were all shocked. At the same time, the dragon's might in the sky seemed to have traveled through time and space, directly passing the pressure of the ancient true dragon. Plop! 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 How could the Long family people resist this dragon's might? The fear that came from the depths of their souls made them instantly kneel, leaving only a few elders who were still struggling. The only one who didn't feel much pressure was Fei and I. Right now, she had the dragon essence and phoenix light. Even if a true spirit appeared, it couldn't make her surrender. The roar of a dragon pierced through the clouds. Chieyu held his sword with both hands and assumed a sword stance. An azure dragon materialized behind him and almost merged with him. Wei Qing could no longer remain calm. Under the surge of the dragon's might, his body was forced to retreat continuously. So powerful. He was shocked. All the bones in his body made crackling sounds as if he had sensed an extraordinary power. A huge blood seal unfolded in front of him. The sky was filled with red clouds and the setting sun was like blood. All the vitality in the sky was rapidly drained by this seal. All the experts on the peak of the clouds were struggling to hold on with pale faces. They felt that their vitality was also disappearing continuously. They were all extremely terrified. The landscape is like a painting. How many heroes have there been in a time? Wei Qing muttered softly. He stepped on the power of the dragon's domain and slammed his palms forward. Boom! The boundless power of the dragon's domain collapsed. The azure light in the sky was continuously devoured by the red halo. Cheiyu's eyes turned cold. His body continued to transform into a dragon. The 2 true dragon swords intertwined with each other and emitted a vast power. Under the influence of the 2 sword lights, his body trembled continuously. All the scales on his body flipped up. True dragon power, God-slaying sword. The 2 swords suddenly slashed out. The sword lights were like giant dragons galloping in the sky, chasing and entangling with each other. Pft! Pft! The people of the Long family below could no longer resist the absolute power. A fear that came from the depths of their souls caused their blood to surge violently in their bodies. There were already several warriors whose meridians had been shattered. They fell to the ground and fainted. The 2 sword lights turned into dragons. They directly broke through the blood seal and slashed the chaotic river and blood scene painting into pieces. The shocking sword chi circled around Wei Qing's body and suddenly exploded. His figure seemed somewhat proud and lonely in the sword light. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Boom! The terrifying sword light soared into the sky. Like a huge wave on the peak of the sea of clouds, it directly rushed toward the boundless galaxy. the entire sky ridge rumbled and trembled under the might of this sword. All of the clouds scattered, and countless birds and beasts flew out of the mountain range. All sorts of wails could be heard, as if the end of the world had arrived. The terrifying power continued to rush toward the Milky Way, and the sky was completely distorted into a funnel, swallowing up all the spirit chi within a radius of several miles. Countless illusions and swaying were formed, making people feel as if they were not in this world. Everyone's faces were pale, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Their bodies were already drenched. Just thinking about this kind of terrifying power made one's hair stand on end, and they could not help but shiver. As the sword chi continued to dissipate, Cheiyu's pure-blooded dragon battle body appeared. He had almost completely transformed into a dragon and was slowly hovering in the air. The scales on his body disappeared one by one, and in an instant, he transformed into a human. The two swords in his hands flashed and disappeared. He grinned and let out a proud laugh. Ha ha ha, pooh. After laughing a few times, he spurted a mouthful of blood, which shot 3 chi high into the air. His aura plummeted, and he had to take several steps in the air before he could stabilize himself. Li Yunxiao blushed with shame and said, "If you don't have the strength, why are you pretending?" Haha. Cheiyu was still laughing wildly and said excitedly, "Too strong, this power is too strong, I like it." He laughed a few times and coughed out a lot of blood intermittently. It was obvious that he was also injured quite badly. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't be too complacent, that person might not be dead." What? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, there was no one within 10,000 miles, and he was engulfed by that earth-shattering attack just now. How could he have survived? Even if he was an administrator, he was not a god. Cheiyu was also shocked, and he stared at the void with his eyes wide open. After that move just now, although he logically felt that he would definitely win, there was a kind of nervousness in his heart that he could not relax. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky, shooting out thousands of rays of light, and a wave spread out. Within the golden light, a huge saber-shaped profound artifact was bobbing up and down. Pooh! A smear of blood sprayed from the back of the saber into the sky. Suddenly, a golden skeletal arm grabbed the handle of the saber and raised it up. Tens of thousands of golden rays flew up, like a blazing sun in the sky. Ah! Everyone was shocked, and they could not help but tremble. Wei Qing's entire body was already unrecognizable. Half of his body had lost a large amount of flesh and blood, revealing a golden skeleton with hundreds and thousands of runes flashing on it. Li Yunxiao was also extremely shocked, and he cried out involuntarily, "Judgment Blade." These 4 words were like a clap of thunder, shaking everyone's heart. The Long family's elders all trembled violently, their faces were filled with fear. Around the huge saber, countless purplish-black rays of light floated and revolved in circles. Cheiyu was shocked. Just by looking at the saber, there was an endless fear spreading in his heart. How is this possible? I have the true Dragon Dharma body, how can I still feel fear? He did not dare to believe it, and suddenly shouted, "Li Yunxiao, what exactly is this Judgment Blade?" Only then did Li Yunxiao's body tremble. He regained his senses and said, "You must not take the Judgment Blade head-on. It is only a blade that contains a vicious aura. It is worshipped in the sacred domain and has killed countless experts. Furthermore, it has absorbed all of their blood essence and resentment. Only after accumulating for many years can it have such terrifying might." Cheiyu calmed down a little and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder there is such a terrifying feeling. The moment the blade appears, the entire world is like a genre purgatory, causing people to tremble in fear." Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "There are countless peerless experts who have died under this blade. It is the weapon that the sacred domain uses to rule the world, so it is called the Judgment Blade. This blade itself is the tomb of an expert." Cheiyu became vigilant, and said coldly, "If it is only evil and resentment, then under my dragon breath, it will be shattered in minutes." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "You must not underestimate it. Although this blade is not a saint weapon, I am afraid that even a saint weapon would find it difficult to resist it." Half of Wei Qing's face was peeled off, revealing his golden bones. His face was repulsive, but his eyes gradually recovered from the endless killing intent and became extremely calm. He said, Li Yunxiao, even at this time and place, I am still willing to give you another chance. As long as you follow me back to the sacred domain, I can take back this blade. Li Yunxiao analyzed calmly, to use the judgment blade, you need the approval of more than 3 administrators. You most likely brought it out of the sacred domain without permission. Once you use it, it will definitely be noticed. Moreover, the power of this blade is too great. In your current state, even if you have the tyrannical Great Luo golden bones, you may not be able to withstand it. Wei Qing said, I have used this blade countless times. Why would I be afraid of being noticed? Moreover, the method of using this blade is different from ordinary Xian weapons. The backlashes are pure nonsense. Li Yunxiao sneered, if it is really as you said, and there is no harm to yourself, will you negotiate with me? Wei Qing, you are overestimating your intelligence. Anger flashed across Wei Qing's face. He gritted his teeth and said, then you will continue to be stubborn? Li Yunxiao snorted, stop talking nonsense. If you want to slash, then hurry up and do it. Anyway, I am not the one receiving this blade. What am I afraid of? If I don't slash, I am a coward. What? Fuck you. Yu immediately flew into a frenzy and let loose a torrent of abuse. Wei Qing was so angry that his face turned green. He stared at Li Yunxiao for a while. Then, he looked at Yu, who was extremely vigilant and holding 2 swords in his hands. The purplish-black cyclone on the judgment blade gradually weakened. Then, it was absorbed by the blade. Wei Qing let go of his hand, and the saber gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Everyone immediately felt their chests relax, and the hellish pressure and fear disappeared in an instant. Li Yunxiao also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His tightly clenched hands were covered in sweat as he gradually relaxed. He did not have the slightest confidence that Yu would be able to block the blade. Just now, he was only showing off his strength to the enemy, letting the other party see his unyielding determination. However, Li Yunxiao knew that there must be a deeper reason why Wei Qing suddenly gave up. It was just that he could not guess it at the moment. The entire summit of the Sea of Clouds was completely silent. No one dared to speak. Even people like Li Yunxiao and Yu, who had cheap mouths, were silent. Because no one wanted to fight anymore. Wei Qing said, you have won today's battle, but I will come back to Long family. Everyone from the Long family trembled in their hearts. Many people understood the meaning of these words, it was the purification of the bloodline. Feiyanai gathered her courage and said loudly, scram back to the sacred saint region. The Long family will no longer welcome you. Don't come back for the rest of your life. Wei Qing turned his gaze and glanced at her. Feiyanai was so scared that her face turned pale, but she still looked straight into his eyes with determination. Even if you become the Long family head, can you really represent the interests of everyone in the Long family? He chuckled and said, in the heart of a person, the desire for power can never be suppressed. Don't worry, I will not force any of you. Long Qianmiao, Yi Hongming, all of them are willing to follow me. Everyone looked at Ghost Azura Yi Hongming. There was no longer the fear and sorrow from before. They were all silent. Everyone was asking themselves, if their cultivation reached the limit and they could no longer advance, would they be willing to choose to purify their bloodline? Moreover, as long as they were not greedy and controlled a certain amount of risk, it would be fine. Many people's answers were yes. But in this world, was there anyone who was not greedy? Purifying bloodline is a child's play. Do you think you are the only one who knows how to do it? Don't forget who invented this great secret technique. A sneer sounded, and a figure flashed in the sky. Chumujie appeared in front of Wei Qing, looking at him coldly from a distance of 300 meters. Wei Qing's pupil shrank, and he stared at him and said coldly, Crazy Jia, you are completely on the opposite side of me. Chumujie said, isn't this because you forced me to? Wei Qing said in a low voice, there are many grudges between you and me, but overall, our friendship is greater than our hatred. You are a rare talent, and only under my command can you unleash your full potential. Are you willing to return to me, and we can pretend that nothing has happened? Xianxia was already dead. Although he did not have any news about Ishi, she was most likely dead. At this moment, Chumujie's talent was even more important to him. Oh? You can pretend that nothing has happened? Chumujia asked in surprise. Wei Qing said, those who do great things don't bother with trifles. Moreover, in my eyes, there are no eternal enemies in this world. Jia jia jia. Xiao Mujia let out a weird laugh and said, Lord Wei Qing's temperament is very compatible with mine. My little heart is beating very fast and I really want to agree. Wei Qing said, you are a smart man and a great alchemist. You should understand what is the best choice. Haha, that makes sense. Chu Mujie grinned. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Wei Qing. He raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers. Suddenly, he grabbed the padao and slashed it down. Bang! A metallic light shook. Wei Qing's 2 bony fingers clamped down on the blade. The smile on his face slowly sank as he said coldly, is this your choice? You really disappoint me. Chu Mujia sneered and said, I don't want to disappoint you. I want you to die. Bending his body, he suddenly raised his leg and flung it out like a whip. He kicked Wei Qing sideways, the truth character flashing. Boom. The space where Wei Qing was exploded by the kick. Countless space fragments scattered. Chu Mujia retracted his leg. The padao also disappeared in his hand. He snorted and looked at the figure hundreds of feet away. Wei Qing said coldly, Chu Mujia, the next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. He knew that it was useless to stay, so he turned around and was about to leave. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of something. He said loudly, Wei Qing, how are Menggu and her brother now? Wei Qing's body froze. The corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a strange smile. He said, Menggu and her brother, hee hee. Do you know their identity? Li Yunxiao said, I don't care about their identity. One of them is my friend, and the other is my disciple. Wei Qing said with a playful tone, and then? Murderous intent shot out of Li Yunxiao's eyes as he said coldly, then, I will bring them back. TSK, wait until you have the strength to say these words to me. Wei Qing did not conceal the ridicule on his face, but the depths of his eyes were extremely solemn. Li Yunxiao stared at him for a while, then returned to normal and said, you can go. I will definitely take back the person you stole from my hands with my own hands. At that time, whether I kill you or leave you alive will depend on my mood. Wei Qing sneered and said, although I don't deny your might and talent, you're still far from wanting to catch up to this seat. With a flick of his long robe, he turned into a beam of light and shot away. Yi Hongming also soared into the sky and chased closely behind. The two of them quickly disappeared above the clouds of Tian Ling Fu. Che Yu exhaled and said, he actually ran away just like that. I haven't even dismembered him yet. Li Yunxiao said, don't embarrass yourself. Hurry up and come down. Che Yu glared and said angrily, you Li Yunxiao, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened just now. You actually used me as a shield. He swooped down and landed on the ground, then swung his fist towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was startled. Although the other party controlled his strength, he was currently injured and could not take it. He hurriedly teleported away and said, I was just tricking him. Don't tell me you were tricked by me too? Your IQ is comparable to Wei Qing's. Humph, you dare to insult my IQ. I'll kill you. Che Yu rushed over again. The two of them immediately turned into a ball of light and flashed in the surroundings. The people from the Long family all looked at each other. No one expected the current situation. For a moment, everyone was stunned and did not know what to do. Shikongqing greets the Long family's patriarch, Lord Fei. Suddenly, Shikongqing shouted and directly knelt down in front of everyone on the clouds. Everyone was shocked and had different expressions. Fei was also a little flustered, but she understood that she had to stand up at this time and bear this responsibility. Elder Kongqing, there's no need to be so courteous. Please get up. She stepped forward and helped Shikongqing up from the ground. Peng Fei frowned and said, even if Yi Hongming is not qualified to be the sect master, isn't it too rash to let Fei be the sect master? Why don't we convene an elder council to discuss this? Elder council? What's that? Suddenly, a light flashed in the distance. Li Yunxiao and Che Yu landed in front of Peng Fei. Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly and asked. Peng Fei was shocked and hurriedly retreated. He said, this is the Long family's highest council. The succession of the sect master must have the consent of the majority of the elders. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, having a meeting is so troublesome. Can't you just ask everyone if they agree? Elder Pengfei, do you agree? He narrowed his eyes and revealed a kind and respectful smile. Pengfei's expression changed slightly, and he said in a daze, I need to think about it before I can answer. Li Yunxiao said, how long do you need to think about it? Pengfei thought for a moment, and said, such a big matter, it will take at least 3 to 4 months of detailed discussion. Li Yunxiao praised, that's right, Elder Pengfei is meticulous and thoughtful, worthy of our admiration. Che Yu, let him rest in bed for 3 to 4 months and think about it quietly. Yes. Che Yu's ice-cold voice sounded. Huh? Pengfei was shocked, and hurriedly said, you guys, bam. Without even seeing Che Yu make a move, the space around him twisted, and Pengfei's chest directly pressed down. Hearing the sound of all the bones in his body cracking, this person spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Li Yunxiao frowned, you only broke all the bones in your body, you don't need to lie down for 3 to 4 months, right? The Long family is one of the 7 superpowers, they have countless healing panaceas. Elder Pengfei reckons that he will be fine after eating a few pills and sleeping. Are you looking down on Elder Pengfei's strength, or are you looking down on the Long family's healing panaceas? Che Yu's face was full of apology, and said, I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well, then let me add another punch. This time I will definitely make Elder Pengfei lie down for 4 months, so that Lord Elder has time to think about the issue of the sect leader. Pengfei laid on the ground with a pleading expression on his face. He struggled to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he would spit out blood. He was completely unable to make a sound, and could only wave his hands continuously. Bam! Che Yu directly stomped down with his foot. His chest instantly flattened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood a few meters high. You should be able to rest for 4 months now, right? Lord Elder, remember to think about it carefully. Che Yu's gaze turned cold, and he kicked out again, sending Pengfei flying, directly falling towards the peak of the sea of clouds. Everyone's faces turned pale, and many of them flashed with anger, but they did not dare to make a sound. Fortunately, Pengfei was a sinister person, and he did not have many friends. In addition, he had colluded with Wei Qing just now, so everyone did not have a good impression of him, so no one was willing to stand up. Clap clap clap. Che Yu clapped his hands a few times, then returned to Li Yunxiao's side, and said, I have successfully completed the mission. Sigh, in order to ensure that Lord Elder can recuperate for more than 4 months, I had no choice but to cripple half of his dantian. Even if his injuries are healed, he will no longer be able to condense Emperor Qi, and his strength will fall below Emperor Wu's. Ah! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at the two of them in horror, all of them feeling afraid. Even Shi Kongqing's face turned pale, feeling that this was too cruel. To make an Emperor Jiuxing drop to the martial venerable realm, this was truly a fate worse than death. However, he also knew that the current situation was not normal, and he had to use thunderous methods to suppress everything, and quickly support Fei and I to take the position. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more troublesome it would be. Humph, he asked for it, he deserves it. Does he think that I am easy to bully? I am not a kind person, to deal with this kind of ignorant thing, I should just kill him, he really does not want face. Li Yunxiao muttered a few times, and seeing everyone's fearful gazes, he immediately put on a smile, and said, everyone, please don't misunderstand, I was just talking nonsense, please don't take it to heart. Everyone's faces were filled with black lines, how could they not take this cruel method and the cold words just now to heart? Lu Yuan's face was livid, and he said, young Master Yunxiao publicly dealt with the voice of opposition, this is trampling on the rules of the Long clan elder. Even if Fei Ni ascends to the position of sect leader, everyone will not accept it. Oh, is it scolding? Li Yunxiao smiled, everyone, please don't misunderstand, I am a person who respects the rules of other sects the most, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Just now, Che Yu found Pingyu to be an eyesore, that's why he made a move, it has nothing to do with me. Everyone, please be more optimistic in your hearts, don't be full of conspiracy theories, things are not that complicated. That's right, I found that fellow to be an eyesore, so I casually kicked him. Yu said unhurriedly, but it's strange, I say, young Master Yun, why didn't these people stand out to protect their dignity and rules when Wei Qing was here? Why didn't they all say anything? Li Yunxiao said, this is what it means to be kind and be bullied. If you give them a little face, they will shine brightly like you, and if you give them a little color, they will start a dye shop. So, it's better to be evil. Later on, if you find them to be an eyesore, just kill them. Don't worry about my feelings, I'm not familiar with them. Alright. Yu nodded, and said, that makes sense. He made a grabbing motion in the air, grabbing the Sumeru Inata sword in his hand and playing with it. However, the killing intent on his body was rising bit by bit, causing the surrounding area to be covered in ice. All the elders' faces turned pale, and at the same time, they felt a wave of shame and indignation. In front of all the disciples of the Long family, they had nowhere to put their old faces. Li Yunxiao smiled wholeheartedly and asked, may I ask which elder does not agree with Fei Ni's succession? Please take a step forward. Shua. All the elders unconsciously took a big step back. Li Yunxiao nodded his head in satisfaction and said, that means that everyone has agreed. I'm very pleased to see everyone working together. I believe that with everyone's help, Fei and I will definitely be able to do well. Don't you think so, Lord Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan's expression was extremely ugly, but he hesitated for a moment, and immediately, a wave of killing intent that seemed to have materialized invaded his body, and he couldn't help but shiver. Moreover, in the current Long family, Fei and I was indeed the only choice. No matter who he found to succeed him, it would be difficult to convince the masses. That's right, Fei and I has the Dragon and Phoenix Light, and is also the chosen candidate by the sect master. She is the most suitable to inherit the position. Lu Yuan immediately expressed his stance, and at the same time, he knelt down on one knee and said, subordinate Lu Yuan greets sect master Fei and I. Fei and I stared at Li Yunxiao strangely, but she smiled sweetly and said, Elder Lu Yuan is too polite, hurry up and get up. She went forward to help Lu Yuan up. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, why do you need to personally help them up? These old things don't know what's good for them, and the key is that they don't have any ability. They're just taking advantage of their seniority, and if they don't listen in the future, just kill them. This world lacks everything, but it doesn't lack idiots. His words immediately caused the elders' hearts to tremble. They looked at each other, but didn't dare to say anything. Thinking about their actions, they were suppressed by Wei Qing to the point of not daring to make a sound, and now they were suppressed by Yu to the point of not daring to make a sound. They indeed didn't have any ability, and couldn't help but blush. Fei and I said angrily, don't speak nonsense. Every elder is the pillar of the Long family, and has witnessed and experienced the glory of the Long family together. They are also the creators and protectors of such a transcendent position, and are respected by the world. She spoke with a sincere expression, but in her heart, she was laughing. She knew that Li Yunxiao was playing the bad cop and letting her play the good cop to win the favor and support of the elders. After all, her qualifications were still shallow, and her strength was not enough to intimidate the entire Long family. Even if she took over, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Now that she had taken the opportunity to suppress all the elders, the troubles in the future would be reduced by more than half. As expected, the expressions of the elders became slightly better, and they revealed slight gratitude. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, whatever you say, I don't like to listen to nonsense, I just want to see what others do. Today, this young master will say the ugly words at the peak of the sea of clouds. If anyone causes trouble for Fei and I will exterminate their 3 families. A chill spread out on the peak of the clouds. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and an endless chill spread from the bottom of their hearts. All of them were greatly shocked. It was just a single sentence, yet as peak experts, why did they feel a chill from the depths of their hearts? It made them tremble uncontrollably. The few elders were even more shocked as they looked at Li Yunxiao's valiant figure standing at the peak of the sea of clouds, as if he was looking down on the world. The corner of Fei Ni's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes were filled with infatuation. She smiled lightly and said, my husband is too violent. Since Fei and I has inherited the position of the patriarch, I must use virtue to convince people, not force them. I will definitely satisfy everyone and protect the prestige of the Long family. Yu chuckled and said, Xiaoli also likes to win people over with virtue, but those who don't accept it are all dead people. His face instantly changed from a playful smile to a cold one. His words were also instantly filled with endless killing intent. The cold light in his dragon eyes swept across everyone's bodies. Coupled with the natural pressure of his level, everyone's bodies trembled and they could not help but want to kneel down. Li Yunxiao said, Don't make it sound so violent. It's fine as long as everyone understands it. This world is actually quite beautiful. Everyone's forehead was filled with black lines, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and their hearts were filled with 10,000 alpacas. Li Yunxiao said, Alright, since everyone supports Fei and I, then pay your respects. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at each other's reactions, not moving at all. Yu's face turned cold, and he said angrily, Within 3 breaths of time, everyone who is standing will die. He raised the Sumeru selfless sword, and a terrifying sword intent spread out. Countless amounts of spiritual energy surged in from all directions. Everyone on the peak of the clouds was shocked, and the expressions of the elders also changed. Finally, they knelt down on one knee and said in unison, Greetings, Patriarch. All the elders took the lead and immediately knelt down. Even the Long family disciples who were hundreds of feet away all followed suit and knelt down. Greetings, Patriarch. As they shouted in unison, their voices shook the 9 heavens, and they were teleported far below the sky ridge. All the birds and beasts within 1,000 miles were shocked. A few days later, on the peak of the clouds, a colorful light slowly floated up from within the clouds, turning into a layer of mirror light that spread out in all directions. Countless spell symbols appeared in the center of the mirror light, and they were surging unceasingly. Several people stood on the peak of the sea of clouds, looking at the fluctuating mirror image. Fei and I said in a low voice, This is the Long family's great light mirror. It has the ability to break through the limitations of space, and it can teleport my husband to any place in the realm of heaven martial arts. Her voice was filled with loneliness and reluctance, and it was quite gloomy. All right. Li Yunxiao replied. Without saying anything else, he walked towards the great light mirror. Fei and I said anxiously, When will my husband come back? I will send someone to wait at the border of the sky ridge. Li Yunxiao said, No need. If I come back to the Long family, you will be the first one I will inform. Fei and I said, What year and what month will that be? Narcissus was dressed in white, and she also pulled Li Yunxiao's hand. She said, That's right. Brother Yunxiao, why don't you stay for a few more days? There are many fun places in the sky ridge, and they are very beautiful. They are completely different from the sea forest. Li Yunxiao said, Why don't you stay, Sister Narcissus, and let Fei and I take you to play? It will save me a lot of trouble. No, no, no. Narcissus pouted, and she firmly rejected this proposal. She said, I want to follow Brother Yunxiao. I will go wherever you go. Fei and I smiled sadly, and said, After I settle the Long family's matter, I will leave my position as the faction master, and I will follow my husband to the ends of the earth. Li Yunxiao said, The Long family's master has a great responsibility. Don't let it go easily. Wait until the world is stable before you leave. Alright, I will listen to my husband's arrangements. Fei and I nodded and said, But I don't know when we will meet again. Can you give me 1 day? Li Yunxiao frowned and thought for a while, but he still sighed and said, We will meet again 1 day. Fei and I felt lonely, and said, Fa Kason. Narcissus hurriedly said, Sister Fei and I, don't be sad. Brother Yunxiao and I will come to see you when we are free. These bags are for you. She took out a few bags that she had bought in the past few days, and pushed them in front of Fei and I. Fei and I laughed bitterly, and chose one to keep as a souvenir. She said, Then Fei and I will wait for husband and sister Narcissus at the top of the clouds. Li Yunxiao said, Yes, let's part ways here. We will definitely meet again in the future. He waved goodbye, and brought Narcissus into the great bright mirror. Their figures became fainter and fainter, until they disappeared into the mirror sea. At this moment, the mirror's light filled the sky with colorful clouds. Looking at the vast sea of clouds, it was as if they were standing at the top of the world, and the endless sky was vast and deep. Fei Ni's heart suddenly lost a large part of it, and her whole body trembled slightly. Finally, she could not hold back her tears. Xianxia furrowed his brows and snorted lightly. But seeing her sobbing softly, he couldn't ridicule her and could only say, "It's only a temporary separation. The heroes of the world who came to congratulate you are still waiting to see you down there." Feianai stopped crying, and her eyes were slightly red. She said, "Let's go too." She looked back at the great bright mirror, and then slowly sank into the sea of clouds. Only then did she and Xianxia go down together. Northern region, outside Nuyan City. 11 figures stood in the sky, discussing something in low voices. Everyone's expression was quite solemn. One of them, a short and stout old man, held a walking stick in his hand. There was a serpent's head carved on it. He said, "Why isn't the boss here yet? Don't tell me he's trapped in Flat Mountain City? What a joke. Even if the big families of Flat Mountain City joined forces, they would not be able to stop boss. He must have been delayed by something else." A woman in yellow said coldly. What second brother said makes sense, and what third sister said also makes sense. In my opinion, boss will be here soon. A middle-aged man in embroidered white robes waved a folding fan in his hand, and said in a gentle manner, "Humph, nonsense." A burly, muscular man scolded, and said, "There are not many people in the world who can stop boss." The short old man frowned, and said, "Sixth brother, restrain your arrogant temper. This is Nuyan City, the headquarters of the Merchant Union. There are countless experts here. In addition to this matter, anyone who dares to come is a very capable person. Don't cause trouble for everyone." The muscular man grinned, and said, "Hee hee, with so many experts here, we can make a name for ourselves. Sooner or later, we will make a name for ourselves. As long as Ling Bai dies, the 8 symbols of death will become history, and our organization will become the true #1 assassin organization in the world." The man in embroidered white robes had a smug expression on his face, and he waved his paper fan, looking relaxed and content. "Haha, that's right." The muscular man clapped and laughed, and said, "When that time comes, the Lingyun 12 blades will be famous all over the world." The short old man snorted, and said, "The premise is that Ling Bai must die, but the question is, will Ling Bai die?" The other 10 people also fell silent, and their expressions turned grave. There was probably no one in the world who dared to say that Ling Bai would die. Ling Bai will definitely die this time. Suddenly, a cold laugh was heard, and a light flashed in the sky, and a man in gray appeared in front of everyone. "Greetings, boss." The 11 of them were overjoyed, and they all went forward to pay their respects. Very good, everyone is here." The man in gray had a peaceful expression, and said, "What fourth brother said just now is right. The meeting in Nuyan City is very important, and it is a chance for us, the Lingyun 12 blades, to make a name for ourselves in the world." The short old man frowned, and said, "But boss, as long as Ling Bai doesn't die, we will never be able to make a name for ourselves." The man in gray chuckled, and said, "Ling Bai is dead for sure this time." During the last auction in Nuyan City, the last profound artifact, Gu Feiyang's divine sword, Star Annihilation, was robbed by the death god's 8 elephants. This is the first large-scale auction organized by the Myriad Treasure Pagoda since the establishment of Nuyan City, and this is a slap in the face. All these years, the Commerce Alliance has been nurturing and strengthening their own strength, so how can they allow such a thing to happen? This directly angered Wan Qian, and that's why they sent out hero invitations to gather all the heroes in the world to kill Ling Bai. The short old man said, "Even so, I'm afraid they can't do anything to Ling Bai. I've gathered some information these few days, and most of the people who came to Nuyan City are here to watch the show and to take advantage of the situation. I'm afraid there aren't many experts who can be of use. That Ling Bai is ranked 4th on the excellence list, and he is an extraordinary existence no matter what. Ordinary experts can't do anything to him at all." The man in gray crossed his hands behind his back and said slowly, "That's right, quality is more important than quantity. The Merchant Union had made such a big fuss. This move was also to let the world know of their power. Otherwise, a mere celestial sword, Star Destroyer, would not be worth it for them to deal with Ling Bai. The final price of this matter might be beyond their imagination." The lady in yellow said, "Boss is right. The Commerce Alliance values profits the most, they would never do anything that they are not sure of. Since they want to deal with Ling Bai publicly, I'm afraid they have full confidence. The man in gray said, not full confidence, but I'm guessing at least 70 to 80%. Hee hee. He suddenly laughed, and his eyes shone with excitement as he said, and I was indeed delayed because of one thing. If that thing is successful, then the chance of killing Ling Bai will increase to 90%. 90%? The other 11 people were shocked, not knowing what was going on. The yellow-robed woman's body suddenly trembled, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, could it be that your cultivation, ha ha ha." The man in gray laughed proudly, "Lu Xian knows me well, yes. I found the path to transcendence. If I succeed this time, I will be able to step into that realm and be on equal footing with Ling Bai." Everyone was overjoyed. The short elder hurriedly cupped his fists. "Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss." The rest of the people hurriedly congratulated him. The burly muscular man laughed even louder, "Haha, this time Ling Bai is dead for sure. Our Lingyun 12 blades will be famous all over the world." The white-robed man also flattered, "As long as boss becomes a divine transcendent, the reputation of the 12 sabers will be able to contend against the 7 superpowers. Boss' position will also be the same as the 7 great sect masters and the 10 great martial emperors." The man in gray was full of smiles. He was obviously very happy. "This is just a guess, it may not come true in the end." The short elder said, "I know boss very well. If he is not confident, he will not say it carelessly. He should have at least 60% confidence to step into transcendence, right?" The man in gray nodded, "It should be 70 to 80%. Also, I heard something, I'm not sure if it's true, that the Holy Region is reopening the Heaven and Earth reputation list." "What? The wind cloud list is being reopened?" Everyone was shocked. Not only were they extremely shocked, but they also felt a surge of hot blood coursing through their bodies. The gray-robed man said, "This matter has not been confirmed yet. If it is true..." His eyes burst with a bright light. He clenched his right fist and said resolutely, "That would be great." An extremely powerful aura spread out from his body, causing the 11 of them to take a step back. Their hearts were surging. The short elder was pleasantly surprised and said, "The Heaven and Earth list has been around for more than 20 years. During this period of time, countless strong practitioners have emerged. I'm afraid that the 10 great Emperor Wu are no longer able to convince the masses. It is indeed time for a new ranking. Let me first congratulate Big Brother in advance for mastering the divine art as soon as possible so that he can seize a spot. I wish Big Brother good luck in mastering the divine art as soon as possible so that you can seize a spot." The rest of the people also congratulated loudly. If their boss could obtain the title of titled Emperor Wu, they would all be proud. The lady in yellow said softly, "I heard that in the Battle of Red Moon City, the divine controller Emperor Wu Yao Jinliang lost his demon pet buried cloud beast. The throne Emperor Wu Tingguang was directly crippled. In addition, the defeated army's Emperor Wu Gufeiyang has fallen long ago. If Ling Bai also dies this time, there will be 4 empty spots. Boss has a high chance of winning." "Yes, I think so too." The man in gray nodded lightly and said, "As long as we succeed this time, when I step into divine transcendence, no one in the world can compete with me for these 4 spots." The short elder suddenly said, "Boss, I heard that the defeated army's Emperor Wu Gufeiyang did not die. The world-famously Xianxia was reborn by taking over the body of an innate fetus." The man in gray frowned and said, "I have also heard a lot about this person. He is indeed a difficult person to deal with. But I am even more difficult to deal with than him." "Of course." The short elder said, "Boss has fought through life and death all these years. Not to mention that his strength is above Li Yunxiao, even in terms of battle experience and true combat power, he is far beyond his peers. I am afraid he is already the number 1 person below divine transcendence." The man in gray laughed and said, "I dare not be the number 1 person, I dare not be." But his expression of enjoyment did not look the least bit like he did not dare to be called the number 1 person. Instead, he looked as if he was the one who could do it. The lady in yellow said, "Since everyone is here, let's hurry into the city. Now that the city is mixed with crooks and honest people, the situation is very complicated. Let's find an inconspicuous hotel to stay in and directly wait for the Commerce Union to come out and take charge. The man in gray said, no rush, no rush. Let me first kill these two amusing people hiding in the void and eavesdropping. It won't be too late to enter the city. What? The 11 people's expressions changed drastically, and they all became alert. They spread out their divine senses and looked around, but they could not sense anything at all. This caused the 11 people to turn pale with fright. To be able to hide for so long without being detected by them, it must be someone with a high cultivation level. The man in gray sneered and said, do you want to come out and die, or do you want me to drag you out and kill you? How dare you eavesdrop on the conversation of the Lingyan 12 sabers? You can be proud of your courage in the underworld after you die. A calm voice said, I did not want to eavesdrop, but I directly teleported here. I did not want to alarm you, so I hid. The man in gray sneered and said, what a stupid excuse. Not far away, the space twisted slightly, and immediately two figures appeared. The man was valiant and had an extraordinary bearing, while the woman was graceful like a fairy, as if she was not a mortal. Everyone was stunned. If there was a word for perfect match in the world, then these two people in front of them were it. The man in gray was also stunned for a moment, then his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the woman with greed and desire. These two people were Li Yunxiao and Narcissus. Li Yunxiao said calmly, excuse? There's no need. Hee, the man in gray sneered and said, there's indeed no need. You two can tell me your names, and I will decide whether to spare your lives. Li Yunxiao said, I'm not interested in telling you my name, I just want to know what the path to transcendence is all about. Oh? You can remain so calm in the face of the Lingyan 12 sabers, you do have some strength. The man in gray sneered and said, that's not something you should know, and so what if you know? You're going to die soon. Li Yunxiao said, it's fine if you don't want to say it, it's just transcendence. It's rare, and you're not one. Ha ha ha. You're really too arrogant. The man in gray sneered and a cruel murderous intent gradually appeared on his face. He said coldly, transcendence? Li Yunxiao said, that's the truth, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Also, forgive me for not knowing much about the Lingyan 12 sabers, but I've never heard of it. Is it an organization that sells sabers? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and everyone was furious. Violent murderous intent spread out continuously, causing sand and pebbles to fly everywhere. The gray-clothed man said coldly, you have a lowly mouth that makes others wish for nothing more than to tear it into pieces. If your goal was to provoke my anger and make me skin you alive, then congratulations, you've succeeded. Narcissus grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm and said, Brother Yunxiao, these people are disgusting, I don't want to see them anymore. Let's go, ignore them. The man in gray suddenly raised his eyebrows and said in shock, Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao? You're Li Yunxiao? The scream broke the silence, and the other 11 people's expressions changed drastically, followed by a look of shock. They were just talking about Li Yunxiao and did not expect to meet him so soon. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I'm the person that you said is not as difficult to deal with as you were. The man in gray immediately became alert, and his eyes stared at him like a poisonous snake. He said, I heard that you have a supreme Xian weapon? Is that true? Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, what does it have to do with you? You can't get it, so why are you asking so much? Ha ha ha. The man in gray suddenly laughed and said, if that's the case, then it must be true. God is really kind to me. First, you let me see the hope of transcending mortality and entering divine transcendence. Now, you've sent me a transcendent grade profound armament and such a beautiful girl for me to enjoy. Ha ha ha, this year is really my lucky year. Narcissus's expression changed, and she said angrily, Toad, don't you dare speak without thinking. She pulled Li Yunxiao's arm and said, Big brother Yunxiao, this person is too despicable. Kill him. Li Yunxiao said, I don't need to kill him. He will come to seek his own death. Humph, I don't care if you're the reincarnation of Pijuan Emperor Wu, but you dare to provoke me with your current strength. You really don't know what's good for you. The man in gray laughed sinisterly, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. His fingers formed into an eagle's claw and grabbed at Li Yunxiao's neck. Li Yunxiao said coldly, see? If I say it, he will come to seek his own death. He immediately raised his hand, and with a single finger like a sword, he fiercely stabbed at the acupoint on the man's palm. The man in gray's expression changed, and he hurriedly clenched his fingers into a fist and punched. Bang! The sword chi slashed at the wind generated by the fist, and a burst of energy exploded, shaking the man away. The man in gray's expression changed, and with a shout, he clasped his hands together. Instantly, the shape of a blade merged with him, and he slashed down. Void Gong Blade. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, "What, Luo blade? The blade really is like the name." He formed a hand seal in front of him, and immediately, 36 northern sky-chilling star swords flew out, and circled around him, forming a sword array. Countless rays of light tumbled, and condensed into a giant sword shadow in the sky, and suddenly slashed down. Kaboom! The blade light shattered, but the sword intent did not diminish. In an instant, it disintegrated into countless sword shadows, and fell like rain. Boom! 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 The space around the man in gray was slashed open. In his hand, a short blade that looked like a blade, but not a blade, danced continuously, and shattered the sword's shadows. His face was extremely gloomy. "Oh? You have some skills." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. He changed his hand seal and raised it above his head. He said, "Myriad swords, thousand swords flow." The countless sword shadows immediately spun and turned into a storm of sword chi that swept out. The gray-robed man was shocked. He turned into a ray of light and was about to leave. However, he found that he was completely sucked in by the storm. His body was almost torn apart. Whoosh! He struggled for a while before he was finally sucked into the sword chi storm. Ah! The other 11 people jumped in fright and abruptly retreated. Their faces were overwhelmed with shock. It was the first time they saw someone who could force their blade handle to such a state. Phantom Gong Blade, Demon Dance. Boom! A huge saber shadow cut open the storm. In an instant, a passage was created. The gray-robed man was overjoyed. In an instant, he was hundreds of feet away. He then stared at Li Yunxiao coldly. He was speechless for a while. After a while, he said, "You are worthy of your reputation. I don't care if you are Gu Feiyang or not. Li Yunxiao is worthy of being the #1 rising star." Li Yunxiao said, "What does this have to do with you? Are you going to let us enter the city, or do you want me to kill you all before entering the city?" The gray-robed man's face twitched. He snorted and said, "I am not afraid of you. I still have important matters to attend to. It is not suitable to fight with you now. However, I will remember what happened today. I will take your life in the future. As for this beautiful girl, I will let you play with her for a few more days." Narcissus said angrily, "Damn it. If Big Brother Yunxiao doesn't kill you, I will kill you myself." Her body glowed with a golden light. The broadsword fell into her hand. She waved it in the air. Immediately, the 8-paned sword will spread out. The sea of bitterness was boundless. The gray-robed man's pupils shrank. He raised his saber in shock and opened up a barrier. Boom! The sword will of the sea of bitterness crashed into the blade spirit boundary. One wave after another was stronger and stronger. The shock in the gray-clothed man's heart became even greater. The cultivation of this beautiful girl in front of him was not strong, but her sword intent was profound and unfathomable, making him feel as if he was looking up to a tall mountain. In his shock, he quickly turned the blade. Bang! A saber light shook and split the sea of bitterness that filled the sky. Boom! Narcissus was so shocked that she hastily withdrew her sword and retreated several steps in the air. Her eyes were filled with anger as she said, "A good man does not fight with a woman. If you have the ability, then fight with Big Brother Yunxiao. What's the use of fighting with me?" The gray-clothed man's face darkened as he said, "You were the one who attacked first. Moreover, I didn't hit you, all right? Don't tell me self-defense won't work." Li Yunxiao said, "It's still useful to keep him alive for now. I want to see how he's going to transcend into sainthood, and also how he's going to kill Ling Bai." TSK, young man, the ignorant are truly fearless. Although the gray-clothed man felt a little awkward, when he thought of the other's identity, he didn't feel anything. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph, how arrogant and despotic. Do you really think you're still titled Emperor Wu? If it wasn't for the fact that I have important matters to attend to, I would take your life right now. But it's only to let you live for a few more days. Let's go." He turned around and turned into a ball of light with the other 11 people, flying into Nuyen City. "Humph, I'll let him live for a few more days." Narcissus clenched her fist and said fiercely, "When he's no longer of any value, Big Brother Xianxia will help me kill him." Li Yunxiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, "This person's strength isn't bad, but he's extremely ambitious. It's hard to say if he'll live until I kill him. If he does, then I'll kill him." "Great." Narcissus clapped her hands and laughed. She said, "I knew Big Brother Yunxiao would stand up for me." Li Yunxiao said, "There are crooks and honest folk mixed in Nuyen City. You'd better return to the Universe God Monument to save me trouble." Narcissus shook her head and said, "No, no. I want to stay outside. It's too boring inside. Nuyen City is the Commerce Alliance's headquarters. It's said to be the most prosperous city among humans. There must be a lot of beautiful bags to buy. I want to buy a bag." Li Yunxiao slapped his head and said speechlessly, "It's only been a few days and you've already been led astray by Fei and I." Narcissus giggled and said, "Big Brother Yunxiao, are you thinking of Big Sister Fei and I?" "No." Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and replied, "No? Then why do you still want to think about it?" Narcissus blinked her big eyes and asked. Li Yunxiao was stunned and said, "When did you become able to think?" "Humph, I obviously do." Narcissus mumbled, "But Big Brother Yunxiao, don't worry. There's also Lord Chumujia in Heaven Ridge. No one will dare to bully her." Li Yunxiao naturally knew the reason why Chumujia stayed behind. It was just to be able to conduct experiments. However, at least at this moment, he would not be like Wei Qing, who would experiment unscrupulously. The people of the Long family had to be willing. This was the bottom line that Li Yunxiao had given him. Now, he didn't dare to go against Li Yunxiao. After all, they were both enemies of Wei Qing and allies on the same side. "Let's not talk about Fei and I anymore. I hope she's doing well in Heaven Ridge. Otherwise..." A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes and he said, "Otherwise, I'll really bathe Heaven Ridge in blood." The two of them quickly turned into a ray of light and entered Nuyen City. The city was not as lively as they had imagined. The people on the streets were in a hurry, and it was much more deserted than the auction last time. Moreover, the streets were filled with a tense atmosphere. The number of warriors on the streets and in the restaurants on both sides of the street had increased. "It's just to deal with Ling Bai, is there a need to make such a big move?" Li Yunxiao sighed lightly. It was likely that the entire merchant alliance had mobilized, as if they were facing a great enemy. This caused a large number of merchants to leave, in order to avoid any setbacks. Narcissus said, "Let's go to the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce first. I also want to meet Big Sister Ding Ling and see what kind of person she is." Li Yunxiao said, "You're not going to buy a bag?" Narcissus said, "In the end, it's filled with a somber atmosphere. There's no cheerful atmosphere at all. I'll buy it in a few days. This huge city is so big that it won't be finished in a short period of time. Yes, I haven't seen Ling in a long time. I miss her a little." Li Yunxiao took out a gilded invitation card and gently flipped it open. There were a few beautiful words on it, giving off a faint fragrance. It was written for him by Ding Ling. When she sent someone to congratulate Fei and I on his ascension, she had specially presented it to him, inviting him to Nuyen City for a meeting. Narcissus said, "Big Sister Ling invited Big Brother Yunxiao. Could it be to deal with Ling Bai?" Li Yunxiao said, "I can't rule out that possibility, but it's most likely not." Narcissus asked, "Why?" Li Yunxiao smiled calmly and did not explain. If it was to deal with Ling Bai, Ding Ling would definitely not have let him come. "I haven't seen Ling in a long time. I wonder how she is now." Li Yunxiao felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. He sped up his journey to the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, he was also very curious about where Ding Ling had gone during this period of time. "This way, may I know where the two of you are headed to?" "This flying vehicle of mine is the newest batch." There are 420 arrays on it, and it's more than twice as fast as those old flying vehicles. New Yan City prohibited private flying. Although this rule was useless to Li Yunxiao, he did not want to cause trouble. Thus, he chose a business to rent a flying vehicle. Li Yunxiao said, "Send us over to the headquarters of the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce." Headquarters? The attendant was shocked. Soon after, he also noticed that the two of them were extraordinary. He quickly said, "All right, please board." The shop assistant instructed his companion behind him before boarding the aircraft and bringing the two of them to travel at a low altitude in the direction of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Li Yunxiao said, "Little brother, have there been any changes in New Yan City recently?" "Changes? That's a lot." The attendant smiled bitterly. He carefully piloted the flying vehicle and said, "The two of you are also here for Ling Bai, right? We're all worried to death. We don't know when to declare war on Ling Bai. Now, we can only wait for the declaration of war and quickly close the door and hide." Li Yunxiao said, "With the Chamber of Commerce's strength, as long as everyone is united, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with Ling Bai, right? Why is there a need to send out hero invitations and gather experts from all over?" The attendant said, "Do you know who Ling Bai is? That's the fourth-ranked titled Emperor Wu. How is it not difficult? Even the entire Chamber of Commerce can't do anything to him. Moreover, the Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to suffer such a huge loss. That's why they're offering great rewards to gather experts from all over the world. Sigh, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. I wonder what will happen this time. How long has it been since Songyang City was destroyed? I hope that New Yan City will not follow in their footsteps." Li Yunxiao was speechless. He did not expect a merchant's attendant to be so insightful. The attendant probed, "Are the two of you also experts invited by the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce?" Li Yunxiao said, "Yes." The attendant said, "No wonder. The Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce also supports dealing with Ling Bai." Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "Oh? Are there other chambers of commerce that don't support it?" "Of course." The attendant smiled. "Even if it's the Chamber of Commerce, there are so many organizations. How can they be united? If there are those who support it, there will naturally be those who oppose it." Li Yunxiao said, "Then may I ask which chambers of commerce support it, and which chambers of commerce oppose it?" This, the attendant hurriedly shook his head. "I'm not sure. You two will naturally be able to find out when you arrive at the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce's headquarters." He obviously did not want to say too much, afraid that a loose tongue would cause trouble. Li Yunxiao did not force him either. The flying device was indeed very fast. They arrived at the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce's headquarters in an hour. "You two are," the guard at the door stopped them. The guard frowned as he looked at Li Yunxiao. Without waiting for him to introduce himself, he exclaimed, You are Lord Li Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao smiled gently and said, "That's me." The guard panicked and hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go in and report it." A few minutes later, the guard ran out and said, "Lord Yunxiao, please come in. The young master wishes to see you." Li Yunxiao frowned. "Young master? Is it Ding Peng? Is Ling Er not here?" The guard said, "Miss Ling Er is in New Yan City, but she seems to have gone out to handle some matters. The current young master is young master Ding Peng." Li Yunxiao said, "Since Ling Er isn't here, I won't bother to talk to Ding Peng. Ask him to arrange 2 guest rooms for me. I'm tired from the long journey. I'll take a rest first." This. The guard was dumbfounded and said, "Lord Yunxiao, I don't think that's a good idea." Li Yunxiao said, "If it's not a good idea, then forget it. I'll find a hotel to stay in. Inform me when Ling Er comes back." He didn't have a good impression of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Ding Shan was the biggest suspect in Yuan Bo's case. Now that Ding Ling Er had stepped down as the acting president and Ding Peng was in charge, he didn't bother to enter the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. "Lord, don't go." The guard was startled and broke out in cold sweat. He said, "I'll report to the young master now. Please don't make things difficult for me." Soon, the guard ran out again and said, "The young master said that since Lord Yunxiao doesn't want to see him, you can find a hotel to stay in." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Ding Peng's attitude has changed since he became the young master. I suddenly want to see him again. The guard was dumbfounded and said bitterly, Lord Yunxiao, are you making things difficult for me on purpose? Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and said with a smile, don't be nervous. You're not qualified to make things difficult for me on purpose. I have the first-class VIP card of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. It's not too much for me to see the young master, right? He took out a token and threw it to the guard. The guard's hand was shaking and his forehead was full of cold sweat. He said with a sad face, Lord Yunxiao, you said you wanted to stay in a hotel by yourself. Why are you making things difficult for me? If I go in and report to the young master will beat me to death. I still have an 80-year-old, alright. Li Yunxiao interrupted, it seems that Ding Peng doesn't like me. Forget it. Tell me where Ling is, and I'll leave now. The guard handed the token to Li Yunxiao and said, Miss Ling seems to have gone to the Star Moon House, but I'm not sure. Star Moon House. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and his expression turned grave. Are you going to see the Star Moon House's Master Han? The guard said, most likely so. Miss Ling has a good relationship with old Mr. Han Junzi. How would I know the specifics? Li Yunxiao said, not bad, I'm very satisfied with your answer. I'll go this way. He took out a bag of primal stones and threw it to the guard, take these. This lowly one doesn't dare. The guard was surprised and overjoyed. He held the bag tightly and pushed it over. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Take it. The guard was overwhelmed by the favor and said gratefully, thank you, Lord Yunxiao. He hurriedly put away the bag of primordial stones. As a guard of the headquarters, although he could get some benefits on normal days, it was still limited. Moreover, this time it was different. It was given to him by the world-famous Li Yunxiao. He would have more capital to brag about in the future. Oh right, why haven't I seen President Ding Shan for a long time? Li Yunxiao asked casually. The guard was startled and frowned. Li Yunxiao said, why? Is there a problem? The guard pondered for a while and said, I haven't seen President for a long time, but President is most likely in Nuyan City. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted and he said, oh? Why do you think so? The guard looked left and right carefully before saying in a low voice, because I found traces of the president's personal bodyguard, Gold Tip and Silver Tip. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, this doesn't mean anything, right? I remember Ding Peng and Ling also had Jin Fengyin Meng's shadow. The guard hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. This is different. Although Jin Fengyin Meng is a bodyguard directly under President, they will indeed be sent out to do all kinds of things. However, there is one person who will never leave President's side, and that is the leader of Jin Fengyin Meng, Lord Lai. A few days ago, I seem to have accidentally heard Lord Lai's voice. Just a voice? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, you make it sound so mysterious. The guard panicked and said, don't doubt me, Lord Yunxiao. My ears are very sharp. As long as I hear a voice once, I basically won't forget it. Moreover, it's an important person like Lord Lai. How can I forget? Li Yunxiao pondered and said, then does this little brother know the situation of the 7 major merchant alliances against Ling Bai? The guard said, this is not a secret. This matter was initiated by Myriad Treasure Tower. Lord Yunxiao must also know the reason. However, dealing with Ling Bai is not a trivial matter. If it is not handled properly, it may lead to a devastating disaster. Therefore, there are different opinions in the Merchant Alliance. The guard was extremely excited and happy to have the opportunity to show off in front of an important person. He said, among them, the Gold Faction, the Star Moon House, and our Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce all support it, while the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, the Tianyi Pavilion, and the Mando Chamber of Commerce all oppose it. Li Yunxiao said, then do you know why the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce supports it? This matter is very dangerous. If Ling Bai doesn't die, who can withstand his anger when he seeks revenge later? The guard shook his head and said, this is not something I can know. It is most likely for the Chamber of Commerce's own interests. Lord Yunxiao, you can ask Miss Ling about it. Li Yunxiao knew that the guard could not know more. He smiled and said, "Thank you for telling me." The guard was flattered. He was even more submissive, and his face was full of smiles. "Li Yunxiao, stop." Suddenly, a loud shout could be heard. Several people strode out of the Chamber of Commerce. After several flashes, they appeared at the gate and blocked Li Yunxiao's way. It was Ding Peng, and there were 3 old men behind him. Ding Peng's eyes lit up. He stared at Narcissus in surprise. Narcissus was annoyed. She said, "What are you looking at?" "You toad, believe it or not, I will gouge out your eyeballs." "Toad?" Ding Peng was taken aback. He said in a daze, "Are you saying I am a toad?" Narcissus said, "I am talking about you." "Who else could it be?" Ding Peng swallowed and said, "Do you know who I am?" "How dare you say I am a toad?" "Do you know that the women in the heavenly martial arts realm who want to get my favor can walk around the heavenly martial arts realm twice while holding hands?" If anyone else had called him a toad, he would have flown into a rage. However, looking at Water Deity at that moment, he could not bring himself to lose his temper. Instead, he patiently explained, "I am from one of the 7 largest chambers of commerce in the Merchant Union." "Fine, I don't want to listen to a toad's explanation. Just make way for me and Brother Yunxiao," Narcissus said impatiently. You. Ding Peng lost his temper. Ding Peng immediately lost his temper. He pointed at Li Yunxiao angrily and said, "You call me a toad, but you call him Brother Yunxiao. Don't be fooled by him. You have to know that he has an ambiguous relationship with my sister." Narcissus said angrily, "It is none of your business. Take care of yourself, toad." "Young Master Ding Peng, what did you just say?" An old man behind him suddenly spoke. His half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in them. He said, "Did you just say that this person has an ambiguous relationship with Miss Ling Er?" The faces of the other 2 old men darkened as well. They stared at Li Yunxiao in unison, revealing hostile expressions. Ding Peng shivered and said, "Sirs, please calm down. This guy is a toad lusting after swan meat. He keeps pestering my sister. My sister doesn't like him." The old man snorted and said, "Young Master Ding Peng, you don't need to explain too much. We have investigated Miss Ling Er. She does have a close friend called Li Yunxiao. But I didn't expect that they have an ambiguous relationship." His eyes were filled with killing intent. The 3 old men locked their divine senses on Li Yunxiao. It seemed like they had become mortal enemies. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "May I ask what these 3 green onions are?" "Shut up." Ding Peng shouted angrily, "Li Yunxiao, how can you say that? These 3 sirs are Fulling Brightness Constabulary's elders. Jing Yao, Jing Ming, and Jing Gao. Their strength is high and they are revered. You better watch your words." Fulling Brightness Constabulary? Li Yunxiao thought for a while. He didn't have any impression of such a sect. But these 3 old men's strength was not ordinary. They were definitely not ordinary people. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, could it be a hidden sect? Ding Peng smiled coldly and said, "It is a hidden sect. I guess you haven't heard of it." "I can't blame you." Li Yunxiao said, "Since it is a hidden sect, why do they want to come out?" Ding Peng snorted and said, "The 3 elders were invited by my heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce." Li Yunxiao said curiously, "I didn't expect the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to be related to these hidden sections. Is it because they want to deal with Ling Bai?" The one who had spoken before was Jing Yao, the elder brother of the other 2. He said coldly, "I am more and more curious about Ling Bai. How powerful is he? I keep hearing his name these days. I want to meet him more and more." Jing Ming said with a smile, "Elder brother, you think too much. How powerful can he be? The realm of heaven martial arts is just a place without a tiger." Jing Gao said, "Let's not talk about Ling Bai. If he dares to come, we will let him know how powerful we are. Let's deal with Li Yunxiao first." Jing Ming snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "What is there to deal with? Just kill him. There are so many people in the realm of heaven martial arts." Clap. 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 Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and said, "You are so aggressive. But I still don't understand why you want to kill me. Are you jealous of my beauty?" But I was born this way. I can't do anything about it. Pa. Jingao spat disdainfully. He sneered and said, "Humph. You are right. I will let you die knowing why. Miss Ding Ling is a dragon among men. Only my young master is worthy of her. You are just a toad. How dare you flirt with Miss Ling? If you don't die, there will be no justice in this world." Narcissus said unhappily, "You three old toads keep scolding my brother Yunxiao. You are the toads, and your young master is also a toad." The three elders' expressions changed drastically. Jing Gao yelled furiously, "Little lass, don't be afraid of running your mouth. Don't think that I won't hit you just because you're a lass. If you dare to speak ill of my young master again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Narcissus was startled by his ferocious look and didn't dare to speak anymore. She took a step back and hid behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, "Narcissus, you've learned bad things from Fei and I. Don't scold people so easily." Narcissus blushed and stuck out her tongue, looking adorable. Ding Peng hurriedly said, "Elders, please calm down. This matter has nothing to do with this young lady. It's all Li Yunxiao's fault. This person shouldn't even be alive in this world." Jing Gao said, "Never mind. Since this lass is young and ignorant, I'll let her off for now. As for this Li Yunxiao, humph, do you want to live or die?" Li Yunxiao was speechless. "Isn't that obvious? Of course I want to live. Do you want to die?" Jing Gao was stunned. These words sounded extremely awkward, and he felt suffocated. He snorted heavily. "Humph. If you want to live, then cripple your own dantian and kneel at the entrance. We'll deal with you when young master and Miss Ling return." Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. "Your young master is with Ling Jing Yao sneered. "Young master and Miss Ling are a match made in heaven. Naturally, they're together. You'd better give up. If you don't, you'll die." Li Yunxiao said, "Ding Peng, this is Nuyan City. There are rules here. As the young master of one of the 7 merchant associations, are you going to ignore the rules? Are you going to ignore someone who wants to cause trouble?" "Haha, Li Yunxiao, you also have times when you're afraid?" Ding Peng laughed maniacally and placed his hands on his hips. He shouted arrogantly, "The 3 elders are my Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association's esteemed guests. Their actions represent the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association's actions. How is this causing trouble? This is a legitimate attack." Li Yunxiao said, "I remember Nuyan City forbids private fights. If you want to fight, you have to do it in the arena." Ding Peng snorted and shouted with his head held high, "The rules are set by the Merchant Union. The Merchant Union can change them at any time, and they can change them if they want. I'm going to change the rules now, what can you do?" Li Yunxiao said, "Does the Merchant Union bully outsiders like this?" Ding Peng sneered and said, "So I'm bullying an outsider, what can you do? Everything here is decided by our Merchant Union. We can do whatever we want. If we want an outsider like you to be flat, we can be flat. If we want to be round, we can be round." Li Yunxiao nodded. He took out a black stone from behind him and said, "This is an image stone. I've already recorded the impact and sound just now. When the myriad treasure tower gathers the heroes of the world this time, I'll let all the outsiders see it." Ding Peng. You, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Although the words he said earlier were the same for everyone, it was also merely the unspoken rules. If it were directly brought to the surface and played in front of the heroes of the world, the meeting this time would probably be affected. The severity of the consequences was unimaginable. If it were on a normal day, it would be much better. Right now, it was precisely the extraordinary moment to invite the heroes of the world. A light consequence would implicate the Heaven Essence Trade Association and even be expelled from the board of directors. A heavy consequence might cause him to be beaten to death on the spot. It was not impossible either. "Why, you're despicable!" Ding Peng cried out in exasperation. Rushing forward to grab that stone, he said, "Quickly give it to me." Li Yunxiao flipped his palm and put away the stone. A surge of force rippled over, pushing Ding Peng far away. Ding Peng panicked and could only beg for help. "3 lords elders, please help me seize back that image stone. Otherwise, if it spreads out, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine." Jing Yao said, rest assured, young Master Ding Peng. Before long, the Heaven Essence Trade Association and Flowing Brightness Manor will be one family. We naturally won't sit by idly and remain indifferent. Furthermore, this Li Yunxiao dares to be impudent in front of the three of us. It's already a capital offense. He gave a look, and Jing Gao immediately let out a cruel sneer. Taking a step forward, he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and chopped down with his palm. If you don't know what's good for you, then go and die. TSK, what a joke. Li Yunxiao calmly raised his right hand and placed it in front of him. A sharp sword chi was emitted and slashed upwards diagonally. It sliced through the air and slashed towards the opponent's palm. Jing Gao was suddenly startled. A sense of danger surged up. In his shock, he hurriedly retracted his palm and retreated a few steps. Jing Yao frowned and said, what's going on? Jing Gao said with some surprise, this brat's strength seems to be a little strange. He's not as weak as he looks on the surface. However, he's just a little strange. There's nothing to fear. Other than surprise, he was even more annoyed. It was as if he had lost face. With a loud roar, he clasped his palms together and chopped down vertically. This time, he used 80% of his origin power. He wanted to chop his opponent into meat paste to vent his anger. In the face of absolute power, any fancy tricks are useless. Li Yunxiao once again raised his right hand and placed it in front of him. It turned into a sword and slashed upwards diagonally. It was exactly the same as the previous move. It was almost a replay of the movement. Even his expression did not change. Bang! His palms were like a giant axe splitting a mountain. It directly chopped down on Li Yunxiao's arms. The air on both sides exploded and the space shook. What? Jing Gao only felt a sharp pain from his palms. It was as if the sword chi had broken through his defenses and invaded his meridians. It wandered through his internal organs and wantonly destroyed his flesh. His eyeballs almost popped out. They were filled with disbelief. His mind was almost muddled. He stood there, not knowing what to do next. Ah! Suddenly, there was a sharp pain from his arms. Li Yunxiao's 5 fingers grabbed both of his hands. His arms turned golden. He suddenly pulled and pushed. Jing Gao's body instantly lost balance. He was pushed back more than 30 meters. The bones in his hands were almost completely shattered. What? Jing Yao, Jing Ming, and Ding Peng all turned pale. They looked a little sluggish. Damn it! He dared to hurt third brother. Kill him. Jing Yao suddenly became furious. His aura soared into the sky. Jing Ming also came back to his senses in an instant. He also raised his strength to the extreme. Seeing that one of their own had been injured, they were instantly enraged. They did not care about propriety or status. They joined forces to attack from both sides. A murderous look flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Since these idiots did not know when to stop, he would cripple them as well. He opened his 5 fingers. Suddenly, he frowned and looked at the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce with some confusion. Elders, please calm down. An old voice sounded. A light flashed into the sky. In an instant, it appeared beside Li Yunxiao. An old man with a hunched back struck out with both palms at the same time. Boom! A strong wind blew. The old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a few steps back and his face turned pale. Jing Yao said angrily, Lord Lai, it's you. Why are you protecting this brat? Although their attacks had been blocked by the old man, they were still enraged. They flanked Li Yunxiao from both sides, brimming with killing intent. The old man hurriedly suppressed his injuries and walked forward quickly. He said, Elders, please calm down. Young Master Yunxiao is also an honored guest of our association. Don't hurt our friendship because of some small misunderstanding. That will make it very difficult for our association. This old man was the commander of the Golden Edge Silver Light, Old Lai. Ding Peng saw that he was also alarmed. He hurriedly said, Old Lai, this Li Yunxiao did not know what was good for him. He injured Lord Jing Gao, cough, cough. Jing Gao violently coughed twice and interrupted, how can there be injuries? He just had the upper hand because of carelessness. Old Lai hurriedly said, since there are no casualties and both sides are honored guests of our association, how about we bury the hatchet for the sake of my master and young mistress? Xianxia said coldly, this brat and young mistress Ling are ambiguous. He must die. Otherwise, what is my young master? Xianxia's expression turned cold. Originally, the amusing behavior of the three people from the Flowing Brightness Constabulary did not make him angry. After all, he had experienced so much and seen all kinds of idiots. He did not mind three more. However, when the other party mentioned Ding Ling and the young master from the Flowing Brightness Constabulary, he suddenly became inexplicably angry. A wave of killing intent spread and his eyes became clear. He said coldly, in that case, this young master will first kill the three of you, then kill that so-called young master. The two of them instantly felt Xianxia's killing intent. It was faintly discernible, and a sense of danger surged in their hearts. This greatly shocked them and they became extremely vigilant. No, no, no. Old Lai's forehead was densely covered with cold sweat. He hurriedly pulled Xianxia tightly and almost hugged him with both hands. He said, young Master Xianxia, even if you don't want to see this old man's face, you should at least see young mistress's face. Young mistress has gone to the Star Moon House and will be back soon. Xianxia frowned and said, are you blind? It's these three idiots who want to kill me. Do you want me to let them kill me? Old Lai also cursed Xianxia and the other two in his heart. They were from hidden aristocratic families, so they didn't know how powerful Xianxia was. However, he was very clear that this person was the reincarnation of the defeating army's Emperor Wu. Three elders, for the sake of old master and young mistress, how about we not mention this matter for now? After the matter in Nuyan City is settled, we can discuss it at length. He also knew that these people from hidden aristocratic families didn't know how to deal with human affairs. If he asked them to let Xianxia go, they wouldn't be able to accept it emotionally, and they wouldn't be able to accept it either. Therefore, he suggested to postpone the matter at length. As long as the two groups didn't fight, they could slowly resolve the matter in the future. Since Lord Lai has come forward, then we'll let this person live first. Xianxia said seriously, but after the matter in Nuyan City is settled, the heavenly yuan commerce can't stop us from killing this person. Old Lai thought to himself, at that time, who knows who will be killed? Of course, of course, of course, of course. We naturally can't stop the private matter between the two of you, but please don't cause trouble in Nuyan City. With your cultivation, once you start fighting, it will definitely be earth-shattering. The entire Nuyan City will have to pay attention to it. Old Lai heaved a sigh of relief and flattered them. As expected, the complexion of the three immediately turned for the better. Xianxia pointed at Xianxia and said coldly, brat, we'll remember you. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we'll definitely hunt you down. Idiot, you've successfully angered me. Today, for Ling Er's sake, I won't cause trouble for Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce for now. But if you dare to act like an idiot in front of me again, I'll kill the three of you first, and then that so-called young master of yours. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he slowly said in a cold voice. Normally, he wasn't easily angered, especially towards this kind of idiot. He had seen it many times in his daily life, so he was indifferent. However, when he heard that Ding Ling and their young master were together, an indescribable anger burned in his heart, and he wanted to kill someone. Narcissus also felt his murderous aura, and lightly shook his arm, calling out, Big Brother Yunxiao. Xianxia was suddenly startled, and only now did he realize that his emotions were out of control to this extent. He hurriedly operated his yuan qi, calmed his mind, and suppressed his emotions. What did you say? Jingming was furious, and said, ungrateful little bastard, you're courting death. His figure exploded, and his hands formed a seal in the air. The sky full of afterimages suddenly gathered into his palms, and he fiercely formed a seal, and shouted, go to hell. Old Lai's expression changed greatly, and at the same time, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the other to be so insensible, and he was also angry that the other didn't give him face. He clenched his fists, and a tiger's roar came from his 5 fingers. Just as he was about to make a move, Xianxia patted his shoulder, and all the true essence in his body suddenly dispersed, and the true essence that he had just gathered directly sank. What? Old Lai's whole body trembled, and a huge wave of fear welled up in his heart. He turned his head in shock, and when he saw that indifferent face, he actually couldn't help but tremble. Gu Feiyong. He really is Gu Feiyong, Old Lai's trembling voice was shouting in his heart, but at this moment, he actually couldn't make a sound. He could only anxiously, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. He almost looked at Li Yunxiao with a pleading gaze. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "You've always been in the Chamber of Commerce, haven't you? You only came out to mediate when there's trouble. What were you doing earlier? Or do you think this young master is easy to bully?" Old Lai's mind was racing, but before he could explain, he saw a figure flash in front of him. Li Yunxiao had already disappeared from where he was. 5 thunders strike. There was a clap of thunder in the sky, followed by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. They flickered in the sky and gathered into the hammer in Li Yunxiao's hand. Golden runes kept surging out of the hammer and flashing in the surroundings. Jing Ming's mouth gaped open in shock, but there was no time for him to react. One of his hand seals was swallowed by the lightning, and the giant hammer came crashing down like a canopy. The entire world seemed to have become its own world. Thunder World. Boom. The hammer smashed onto Jing Ming's head. Countless lightning bolts transformed into dragons and poured into his body. They expanded his muscles and bones and burst forth from his body. His entire person was like a body of lightning, constantly releasing electricity in all directions. His expression changed from shock to pain, and finally to dullness. "Ah? Second brother. Second brother." Jing Yao and Jing Gao's jaws dropped, they were petrified on the spot. Li Yunxiao withdrew the lightning and returned to Narcissus's side. "Let's go, I'm feeling much better now. But if someone continues to fool around, I don't mind killing them." Jing Ming was almost charred by the lightning and fell from the sky. "Second brother. Second brother." The 2 elders rushed forward and protected Jing Ming. They could smell the fragrance of meat coming from his body, and they didn't know if he was dead or alive. "Ah!" Jing Yao suddenly roared towards the sky, and shouted angrily, "Kill him, quickly kill him." Old Lai's head was full of cold sweat. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Elders, you should take a look at Elder Jing Ming's injuries first. If you delay treatment, that's right. Quickly save second brother." Jing Yao hurriedly called back Jing Gao. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "Li Yunxiao, flowing light manner will definitely not let you off. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will definitely die." Li Yunxiao's mood had calmed down a lot. He couldn't be bothered with these clowns and directly walked away. Ding Peng stood there in a daze. He also felt cold sweat all over his body. It was very sticky and uncomfortable. He said, "Lord Lai, just now, Li Yunxiao's image stone." Old Lai's mood was terrible to the extreme. He snorted and said, "What kind of person is Li Yunxiao? Do you really think he will bother with you? What's more, you are Miss Ling Er's blood brother. Don't worry, he doesn't have time to care about you." Ding Peng was stunned. He thought of his sister and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. But very quickly, he was extremely vexed. A kind of anger of being looked down upon surged into his heart. "Quickly go and take out all the healing panaceas from the Chamber of Commerce," Old Lai ordered. Although Jing Ming's injuries were extremely serious, he was not dead. As long as he was not dead, he could be saved. He was slightly relieved. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked in the direction Li Yunxiao left. He couldn't help but shiver when he thought of that pressure. "Big brother Yunxiao, why did you hold back just now? Why didn't you directly kill that toad?" The 2 of them were on the flying car. Narcissus couldn't help but ask about what happened just now. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "It's just a toad. It doesn't matter if I kill it or not. Now that Nuyen City is about to experience a storm, I don't want to cause trouble for the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce." Narcissus said, "You're worried about causing trouble for big sister Ling Er, right?" Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "That's true. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm afraid Ling Er will be implicated, even if Nuyen City is overturned, it has nothing to do with me." Narcissus mumbled, "Humph, big brother Yunxiao is so good to big sister Ling Er." Li Yunxiao could naturally hear the strong jealousy in her words. He was embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything. After a while, Narcissus said, "Where are we going now?" Li Yunxiao said, "Star Moon House." Apart from Ling I also want to talk to their manager. Han Junting's beautiful face appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. This girl is Chu Hongyan's disciple. I can't kill her, but she always goes against me and tries to plot against me. Now the whole world knows my identity. I don't know how this girl feels or how Hongyan is doing. Narcissus suddenly said, "We're going to see big sister Ling soon. Aren't you happy, big brother Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao was surprised and said, "Why do you say that?" Water deity said, "I see that you are frowning." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He was indeed full of thoughts at this moment, so he said, "No, I'm just thinking about a problem." "Humph, I knew it. You're going to see big sister Ling soon. How can you not be happy?" Narcissus pouted angrily. Li Yunxiao, suddenly, a ray of light flew from the sky. It was so fast that it almost reached them in the blink of an eye. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he immediately stopped the flying car. That ray of light was obviously coming for them. If they continued to fly, they would probably run into it. The ray of light fell in an instant, and slowly turned into a figure. It was an old man holding a vermilion cane in his hand. He slowly raised his head, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. Narcissus was surprised and said, "Projection?" The old man wasn't a real entity, but his whole body was transparent and condensed by light. However, the cane in his hand was a real existence. Narcissus said in surprise, "This is just a projection, not an incarnation. How can it fly alone?" Li Yunxiao glanced at the old man and replied with a smile, "The crux of the matter is the crutch in his hand. It's called the Scarlet Dragon Crutch. It allows a projection to be attached to the crutch, allowing him to fly." Narcissus said in realization, "So that's how it is." The old man also smiled and said, "This young lady is very cute. Could she be the princess of the Four Seas, the daughter of the Bo family?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Your eyes are as sharp as ever." The old man laughed and said, "You're the one who's really amazing. Even the princess of the Four Seas was abducted by you. Young lady, this red dragon cane is also a rare profound artifact. If you like it, this old man will give it to you." Narcissus shook her head and said, "I'm a girl. How can I look like holding a cane? You should use it yourself. Also, without this cane, how are you going to fly with a projection?" "Haha, little girl is so cute. This old man likes it. We hit it off at first sight. If you don't mind me being old, you can call me big brother. I've always wanted a cute little sister like you." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Narcissus widened her eyes and said in shock, "Of course I think you're old. You're at least 100 or 200 years old. You're already a grandfather. How can you still be my big brother?" The old man was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Yunxiao also smiled and said, "A dog can't stop eating *T merchants are really good at scheming. We've just met and he wants to make the princess of the Four Seas his little sister. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" The old man hurriedly explained, "Fei Yong, you've misunderstood me. I really like this little sister and want to take her as my godsister." Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered and said, "Put away your thoughts. The continent is enough for you. Don't have any more ideas about the Four Seas. Let's get straight to the point. What business do you have with me?" The old man smiled bitterly. Then, with a reproachful look, he said angrily, "Gu Feiyang, you really don't treat me as a friend. You made me think you were dead. I was sad for 20 years. Li Yunxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, "Sad your sister. Why don't I see you taking revenge for me? Stop putting on an act in front of me. Otherwise, I'll smash your projection out with a palm, so that I don't have to listen to your nonsense." That old man said embarrassedly, "I'm sincere." He instantly stopped because he already saw Li Yunxiao raise his hand and move his palm. He was afraid that if he said another word, he would slap over. "All right then. Since you don't believe it, it's fine too. But this old man's heart can be witnessed by the sun and moon." The old man hurriedly changed the topic and said, "I hope that you come to the Myriad Treasure Tower to meet with me. Let's have a good talk. It's inconvenient here. Li Yunxiao said, it's about Ling Bai, right? I'm not interested in this matter, and I don't have the ability to participate. I also find it strange. With your shrewdness, you shouldn't do such a careless and dangerous thing. Could it be that there's another hidden reason? The old man's expression was solemn as he said, there's indeed another hidden reason. You should be very familiar with Ling Bai's cultivation and cultivation method. If you help me, the certainty will be greater. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, you go back, I really don't want to participate in this matter. And I know you very well, since you've announced to the world that you're going to do it, then you're naturally very confident. The old man said bitterly, I'm really not confident this time, the risk is too great. I've probably not had more than 5 adventures like this in my life. Gu Feiyang, take it as I'm begging you, how about helping me? Do you still remember the agreement between us? Li Yunxiao said, of course I remember, but I'm no longer Gu Feiyang. Otherwise, I'll come straight to you after reincarnating. The old man said, you didn't find me, that's because you don't trust me. Li Yunxiao said, sorry, I was still too weak at that time and couldn't trust anyone, I could only trust myself. The old man nodded and said, I understand, and I can understand you. If it were me, I most likely wouldn't be willing to reveal my identity either. But since the world already knows it now, you also admitted it calmly, proving that you've already recovered Gu Feiyang's confidence back then. Li Yunxiao said, no matter when and where, in good times and bad times, this young master has never been unconfident, all right. The old man said with a smile, that's true, I've never doubted Feiyang's heart of a martial arts powerhouse. I hope you can continue to be a guest of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, I'm quite free and unfettered now, I don't want to be restrained. The old man said with a smile, the Myriad Treasure Tower has never restrained you, just like before, when have they ever restrained you? Li Yunxiao said, although there are no overt restraints, I still feel apologetic in my heart after taking someone's money. This is the restraint of morality and contract. Sigh. The old man sighed and said, in today's world, there aren't many moral people like you, so I'm very eager for you to help me. And with the power of the Myriad Treasure Tower, it will definitely be useful to you. Li Yunxiao fell silent. Although he was extremely confident in stepping into transcending mortality and entering holiness, the current situation in the world was ever-changing. There were many things that he couldn't do alone. But forgive me for not being able to help you deal with Ling Bai. His tone finally softened as he said, moreover, I don't think you can do it. Although you've always been a very dependable person, this matter is not appropriate no matter what. The old man said with a somber face, I know, but Ling Bai didn't give the Myriad Treasure Tower face too much last time. We must give him an unforgettable lesson. Li Yunxiao said, you are not the kind of person who would do such an impulsive thing for the sake of a little face. Since you cannot speak frankly, please leave. The old man hurriedly said, it's not that I can't speak frankly, it's just that I can't speak too much here. Now that such a big commotion has been caused, heaven knows how many powerhouses have rushed over to watch the show. I must be on guard against eavesdroppers. Please gather in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Li Yunxiao said sternly, you can go back first. I have something to do for the time being. If I'm willing to come, I'll look for you. If I don't come, it means that the matter has fallen through, and you don't have to look for me anymore. The old man's body trembled slightly as he cupped his fists and said, then I'll be waiting for Feiyang's arrival at any time. This is the highest level token of the Chamber of Commerce. Take it, you can use it to mobilize all the resources of the Chamber of Commerce at any time. Seeing this token is like seeing me in person. He slapped the crimson dragon staff with his palm. Instantly, the dragon shape on the staff opened its mouth and spat out a silver light. Pa! Li Yunxiao took it in his hand. There was a magnificent one word on it, which seemed to be rich and overbearing. Seeing him accept it, the old man smiled and said, this token is used in the entire Chamber of Commerce. There are no more than 5 of them in the world. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but frown. This token was extremely precious. It seemed that the old man was very eager to ask him for it. The old man's expression was a little strange as he said with a playful smile, you're going to the Star Moon House now? Do you know who's behind the Star Moon House? Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and kept the token. he said with a distressed look, Divine Cloud Palace. The old man smiled and said, so you already know about it. I thought I could provide you with some information. Li Yinzhao sighed and said, you really touched my sore spot. I'm not going to chat with you anymore. You can go back first. The old man cupped his fists and said, then I'll be waiting for you at any time. Just now, you used your divine power in front of the Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid the law enforcement team will come to investigate very soon. You just need to show me the token and you'll be fine. After saying that, his projection shrunk into a ball of light and merged into the crimson dragon staff. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Narcissus said, Big Brother Yunxiao, who is this old man? Li Yunxiao said, Million Treasure Tower's owner, 1000. Water deity nodded. She only knew that the 1000 Treasure Tower was a large chamber of commerce. That was all. Li Yunxiao sighed. Many things that happened in the past appeared in his mind one by one. Narcissus said, since it's very dangerous to kill that Ling Bai, Big Brother Yunxiao shouldn't go. Li Yunxiao said, I don't want to go either, but... He sighed again and said, there are many things that are beyond my control. Narcissus praised, that's right. There are things that a man can do and not do. Li Yunxiao revealed a stunned look and said, you know what this sentence means? Narcissus shook her head and said, I don't really understand, but it seems to be very powerful. I've heard people say it before. Li Yunxiao, seems like someone's coming again. Narcissus raised her hand. Very soon, several dozen rays of light surrounded the aircraft tightly. All of them held weapons with solemn expressions and stared at the two of them vigilantly. The person in the lead had a grave expression and said in a cold voice, was it the two of you who caused the commotion in front of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce just now? He stared at the two of them, monstrous waves surging in his heart. He couldn't see through the two's cultivation at all. Especially that man gave him a feeling like he was facing an abyss. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, so what if it is, so what if it isn't? That person gulped and said, if it isn't, we'll leave immediately. If it's the two of you who took action, looking at your extraordinary bearing, you're definitely not ordinary people. I hope you won't make things difficult for us and can make a trip back to Million Treasure Tower with me to explain the reason. Li Yunxiao took out the token from earlier and threw it over. The pupils of the person in the lead constricted. After catching it, his body suddenly trembled and he cried out, ah! Commander, what's wrong? The deputy commanders on both sides looked over curiously. That person hurriedly propped up the token with both hands, took a few steps forward, and handed it over, saying, I had eyes but couldn't see and offended the esteemed guest. I hope that you can forgive me. Li Yunxiao gave an end sound and put away the token, saying, the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's matter just now was indeed my doing, but it's already been handled. Everyone, there's no need to investigate anymore. Yes. That commander answered and stood respectfully by the side. Li Yunxiao directly operated the flying device, passing through the crowd with a whoosh, disappearing in front of everyone very quickly. Commander, just who was that person just now? A deputy commander finally could not resist asking and said, that bolt of lightning power from the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce just now was earth-shattering. It probably alarmed the various major forces. That commander's forehead was still covered in beads of sweat as he said, I don't know who this person is either. The deputy commander was stunned for a moment and said, that token, it's the Myriad Characters King token. Ah. All of the martial artists trembled for a bit, their faces revealing looks of terror. The deputy commander said in shock, it can't be. Even the elders don't have the Myriad Characters King token. Only the building master, the supreme elders, and several prominent big shots in the heavenly martial arts realm can have them. That youngster is only 20 years old. The commander said seriously, it has the unique mark of the Myriad Treasures Tower, so it can't be fake. So, during this time everyone must be extremely careful. God knows how many big shots have come to Nuyen City. Even the higher-ups can't afford to offend them, let alone us. Yes. Everyone answered in unison with a grave look on their faces. This might be the biggest test for the law enforcement department since the establishment of Nuyen City. The deputy commander said, I just got news that the Lingyun 12 Blades, a famous assassin organization that has caused chaos in the heavenly martial arts realm, has also come to Nuyan City. Will they cause trouble? That commander's expression changed, and he said, I've seen one of the Lingyun 12 Blades. He's only ranked 11th, but his blade martial intent isn't something I can block. Since such an organization has come to Nuyan City, the higher-ups will make other arrangements. We don't need to worry about it. We just need to do our job well. After they chatted for a while, they turned into beams of light and disappeared in the sky. Gu Feiyang, the princess of the four seas, tisk, interesting, a strange laughter echoed in the sky. Soon after, a dim light fell and turned into two people. One of them was tall and fat with a round head, while the other was short and thin, like a dwarf. Their sizes were 5 or 6 times different. Also, the Lingyun 12 Blades, tisk, interesting. The short dwarf laughed evilly. Slap, the fat man. Slapped the thin man, and he fell to the ground. The impact of the impact caused the street to crack. Humph, interesting my ass. The Lingyun 12 Blades is just a small fry. How is it interesting? Swish, the thin man jumped out and raised his hands high. He tapped the ground with the tip of his right foot and instantly turned into a whirlwind. Countless wind blades flew around him and attacked the fat man. You dare to hit me? I'll kill you. The thin man's angry shout came from within the strong wind. The whole street was shattered, and many bluestones were crushed. There are experts fighting, run. A large number of people rushed out of the surrounding shops and fled for their lives. They were like countless ants that scattered in an instant. Hey, you're serious? Be careful not to attract experts. If you dare to hit me, I'll just attract experts and perish together with you. You brainless skinny monkey, so what if I want to hit you? Why don't you tell me what's so interesting about the Lingyun 12 Blades? It's just interesting, so what? What's so interesting about Gu Feiyang and the Princess of the Four Seas? Of course it's interesting. Damn it, you're just looking for a beating, aren't you? Then I'll fulfill your wish. As Fatty spoke, he retracted his head, squatted down, and used both hands to protect his head. Then, he shot up like a huge metal ball rolling in the air, and slammed into the astral wind. Rumble, a horrifying power crashed in the air. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed and even spread into the distance. Swoosh, there were figures flashing in the sky instantly. The law enforcement squad that just left returned to where they were, all looking at the ruins below in horror. Apart from horror on their faces, there was also extreme fury. Everything within a radius of several miles turned into ashes. There was already no sign of anyone. Who did it? Damn it. A deputy commander gritted his teeth and said, to actually not give the Merchant Alliance face like this. Lord Commander, what should we do? That commander said with a gloomy face, to be able to cause such horrifying destruction, it's already not an ordinary powerhouse. Continue to strengthen the defenses. Actually, he also knew in his heart that it was useless. A feeling of powerlessness welled up. Myriad Treasure Tower's headquarters, inside a side hall, a bronze cauldron was placed in the center. Green smoke was curling out from inside. An old man sat cross-legged, both hands placed on his dantian as if he was meditating. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over and spun above the bronze cauldron. It was actually a small crimson dragon. It raised its head and shook its head before turning into a walking stick and slowly descending. The old man opened his eyes and grabbed the walking stick. In a flash, he was already standing in front of the bronze cauldron. He slowly paced back and forth, appearing to be preoccupied. Tower Lord. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door. A figure directly came in and knelt on one knee and said, "Not good. Someone is causing trouble in the city. The impact is huge. Several miles have already turned into ruins." What? Wan Xianxi's expression changed drastically as he said furiously, "Who did it?" That person said, "It's unclear for now. Head Elder has already gone out personally to investigate. He specially ordered this subordinate to inform Tower Lord." Wan Xianxi said in a cold voice, "Must find out who it is. Regardless of who it is, kill the chicken to warn the monkey." He raised his walking stick and rushed out straight away. This was a critical period now. Severe punishment must be used. After Li Yunxiao and Narcissus's flying device left for a while, it suddenly stopped in the air. Eh? Li Yunxiao turned his head back. His pupils constricted as he stared into the distance. Narcissus was also flabbergasted. What a strong elemental energy wave. Who's fighting at the place where we were just now? Li Yunxiao said softly, two almost identical elemental energy waves, but one is yin and one is yang, one is hard and one is soft. There is something special about it. Narcissus said in surprise, Big Brother Yunxiao is amazing. You can even detect this? Li Yunxiao blushed with shame and said, it's not that difficult. You just don't have enough experience. What surprised me was that the epicenter of the energy fluctuation was exactly where we were standing earlier. This proves that the two of them were already here, and they were able to escape my perception. It seems that Xianxia was right to be cautious. Water deity also shook her head and nodded, as if she understood it very well. Li Yunxiao looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. He said, let's go. There are too many experts in the world, and I was too arrogant. It's not our business anyway. We should worry about it. The flying car quickly went far away. A few hours later, it appeared in front of a small exquisite building. There were 3 beautiful words written on it, Xian Pavilion. This was where Han Junting lived. Faint zither music could be heard. Li Yunxiao stood on the flying car and listened quietly with a serene expression. After 10 minutes, the music stopped and Han Junting's female voice sounded. Since Lord Feiyang is here, why don't you come in? Her voice was pleasing to the ear, neither servile nor overbearing. Li Yunxiao and Narcissus descended and slowly stepped into the Xian Pavilion. There were some changes inside. A bead curtain was hung in the small hall, and a few figures could be seen through the curtain. One of them was a woman wearing a smoky silk dress. She stood up from her seat, her body slightly trembling. Li Yunxiao rolled up the bead curtain and smiled. Ling long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot, and you look even more radiant. The woman was Ding Ling and behind her was the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's general manager, Su Hong. The other 2 were Han Junting and Granny Sunflower. When Han Junting saw Li Yunxiao enter, there was an obvious fluctuation of emotions in her eyes, like ripples on the surface of a lake that had been wrinkled by the rain. Big Brother Yunxiao. Ding Ling cheeks were slightly red, and she cried tears of joy. Her eyes were moist. Li Yunxiao smiled. Where have you been all this time? I've looked for you many times. Ding Ling was delighted and said shyly, I've settled some matters with the Chamber of Commerce. This is also the reason why I looked for Big Brother Yunxiao. Oh? You didn't mention it in detail in the jade slip. It must be very important, Li Yunxiao nodded. When he was at the Tianling clan, he received both Ding Ling jade slip and Myriad Treasure Tower's invitation. If it was only the latter, he wouldn't have come to Nuyan City. Ding Ling said, yes, and it's great news. Hee, once big sister Ling sees her sweetheart, she completely forgets about everyone else. Han Junting buried her nervousness in her heart and giggled. She picked Ding Ling and started playing. Ding Ling blushed and said, it's all thanks to little sister Junting this time. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Han Junting said, it's a small matter. We're like sisters, it's nothing. She turned to look at Li Yunxiao, and her eyes seemed to tremble with fear. She slowly stood up from the zither table and bowed. Junting greets Lord Feiyang. Li Yunxiao said, who did you learn the song Rain Hitting New Lotus from? Han Junting nodded and said, isn't Lord asking a question you already know the answer to? This song was jointly created by Lord and my master. Where else could Junting have learned it from? Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh and said, how is she? Her? Who is she? Han Junting raised her brows and asked softly. Li Yunxiao's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, Han Junting, do you think I don't dare to cripple you? The atmosphere turned cold. Ding Ling didn't know about the conflict between the two and was shocked. She hurriedly said, Big Brother Yunxiao, what's wrong with you? Li Yunxiao restrained his anger and said, I hate talking to stupid women, especially stupid women who think they're smart. Han Junting snorted stubbornly and sneered. Since that's the case, then I'll have to ask Lord Feiyang to leave. This is my Xian pavilion. I don't welcome you now. Little sister Junting. Ding Ling was a little anxious. She didn't understand why the two of them acted like enemies the moment they met. Han Junting sneered and said, Big sister Ling this person is the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang. I'm sure you also know that. Don't be fooled by him. Look at how many women surround him when you're not by his side. Look at this little girl, so tender. TSK, even I, as a woman, can't help but want to kiss her. Narcissus blushed and stuck out her tongue. A woman kissing another woman. Shameless, shameless. Ding Ling only noticed Narcissus now. She forced a smile and said, Could this little sister be the legendary princess of the four seas, little sister Narcissus? Narcissus was stunned. Have we met before? How do you know me? Ding Ling smiled and said, Little sister Narcissus is really beautiful and cute. Narcissus was a little shy. She lowered her head and said happily, Big sister Ling too. I've been wondering what you look like along the way. Now that I've met you, although you're not as beautiful as I imagined, you're still very pretty. Ding Ling was speechless. As one of the two beauties in the Merchant Alliance, it was the first time she heard such words. However, she was a Merchant Alliance worker after all. She had high emotional intelligence. She smiled awkwardly and said, Hee, little sister Narcissus is really naive. Narcissus didn't lie. Along the way, she felt a little uneasy, afraid that Ding Ling was prettier than her. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. She heaved a sigh of relief. Narcissus said, We went to the Tianyuan Merchant Alliance to look for you just now. We encountered many bad guys who wanted to beat up Big Brother Yun Xiao. What? Ding Ling was shocked. She quickly asked, What happened? Su Hong, who was behind her, also became shocked and nervous. Narcissus smiled and said, Don't worry, Big sister Ling There's a toad who doesn't know what's good for him. He's almost beaten to death by Big Brother Yun Xiao. Su Hong was shocked. Could it be? Li Yunxiao said, It's an elder from the Flowing Brightness Mansion. He said that I have an ambiguous relationship with Ling so he wanted to beat me up. However, I've already shown mercy and spared his life. Ding Ling face turned pale. She said angrily, Those elders are too much. Li Yunxiao said, Oh yes, I heard that you're with some young master of theirs. Why don't I see him? Ding Ling face looked even worse. She quickly said, Big Brother Yun Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with Jing Xiaoyi. It's just a business relationship. Li Yunxiao was embarrassed. Ling you're thinking too much. I'm just asking because I don't want to see him. Ding Ling said, I'm discussing some important matters with little sister Junting. Little sister Junting doesn't like this person, so she asked him to have tea alone at the headquarters of the Star Moon House. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Although Tianyuan Trade Association and Flowing Brightness Mansion have some dealings, if they go overboard, I don't mind losing this partner. She turned around and said, Su Hong, tell Jing Xiaoyi to go back on his own. I'm with Big Brother Yun Xiao. I don't want to see him again. She looked determined. Clearly, she was afraid that Li Yunxiao would misunderstand something. Su Hong was shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought about it a lot. If he did that, he would offend the Flowing Brightness Mansion completely. How would he dare to go if his partner became his enemy? Moreover, Jing Xiaoyi had a strong cultivation base and a bad temper. He could tell that he was a narrow-minded person. It was possible that he would beat him to death on the spot. What's this? Hurry up and go. Ding Ling face darkened. She was getting angrier. Han Junting could tell that Su Hong was embarrassed. She smiled. Sister Ling this is a serious matter. We can't rush it. It's better to think about it at length. If you really want to go, let me do it on your behalf. It's more convenient for me to do it than head butler Su Hong. Ding Ling thought about it. I'll have to trouble you then. If Jing Xiaoyi doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind falling out with the Flowing Brightness Mansion. Su Hong was drenched in cold sweat as he listened. He looked at Han Junting with a pleading gaze. If things really escalated to that point, it would be a huge problem for Tianyuan commerce. Han Junting averted her gaze and smiled. Li Yunxiao said, Ling let's go. I came to Nuyan City to look for you. I don't want to see anyone else. Ding Ling was touched. She felt warm. Han Junting sneered, oh, Lord Feiyang is so cold and arrogant. Never mind, I don't want to see random people either. But let's forget about what Uncle Master Yun asked me to do. A strong gust of wind swept past, and Li Yunxiao appeared in front of her in an instant. With a move of capturing dragon, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted Han Junting up. He said coldly, I have a premonition that you will die in my hands one day. Granny Sunflower was shocked and shouted, Gu Feiyang, what are you doing? Han Junting sneered, you're the one who doesn't want to see anyone else. I don't want to see anyone else either. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're titled Emperor Wu? Brother Yunxiao, Ding Ling was anxious. She didn't know what happened between them. Li Yunxiao suppressed his anger and put Han Junting down. He said, don't forget about what happened in Nuyan City. You promised me that Star Moon Temple would provide me with a year's worth of information for free. Han Junting said coldly, I did promise you that. But now, you're the one who doesn't want it. Ding Ling quickly said, good girl, don't be angry. I don't know what misunderstanding there is between you two. But Brother Yunxiao is a good person. I hope you can bury the hatchet. Han Junting covered her neck as if she was hurting her. She said coldly, I won't lower myself to his level. Since I said it, I will do it. But I have some clues about the two things Uncle Master Yun asked me to find out. It's just not accurate. Morong Zhu, who Tsutsumi possessed, appeared a few times in West Region. I will give you his location later. As for senior sister Luo Yunsheng. What? Sister Yunsheng is your senior sister? Ding Ling was shocked. She knew Divine Cloud Palace was behind Star Moon Temple, but she didn't expect her to be Chu Hongyan's disciple. She suddenly understood the grudge between her and Li Yunxiao. Han Junting said, I also have some clues about Shiji's matter, but this concerns our school's secret, so forgive me for not being able to tell you for the time being. She suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in her heart, as if she could sense Li Yunxiao's killing intent. She hurriedly said, we don't have enough clues yet. It's useless even if I tell you. I need. Li Yunxiao said, I believe you will be able to get me. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and struck out a seal. He was calm and unhurried, neither fast nor slow. Han Junting was shocked. She watched as the hand seal landed on her. She felt like she couldn't resist it. Even the origin force in her body froze. Smack. The hand seal landed on her shoulder and disappeared in a flash. Han Junting felt like she was bitten by a mosquito. She didn't feel anything after that. Her shoulder was not red or swollen. Goo. Feiyang, you've gone too far. I'll kill you. Her face turned pale. She quickly made a hand seal, and countless afterimages appeared in the sky. Then, she slammed them all down. Ah. Ding Ling was shocked. She didn't expect the fight to escalate to a point where weapons clashed. She knew Han Junting's strength was extraordinary. Although Li Yunxiao wasn't weak, he wouldn't be able to stop anytime soon. But the result stunned her on the spot. Li Yunxiao did not move from his original position. His expression was calm as he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Immediately, a green light surged in the air. Under the distortion of space, electricity appeared and destroyed the afterimages. Han Junting's entire body was restrained by a force, and her body could no longer budge an inch. She was shocked and terrified. Li Yunxiao's cultivation was the same as hers. They were both 9 stars beginner Emperor Wu. But he was able to suppress her easily. He seemed to be more powerful than the last time in Red Moon City. The immense fear immediately sobered her up a little. Her anger was swept away, and she calmed down. Li Yunxiao looked at her and said, your master and I are related. I don't want to make things difficult for you. But you've schemed against me time and time again. Even now, you still haven't changed. I can only punish you. Han Junting's face turned white, but she smiled coldly and said, my master must be blind. How could he like someone like you? Hee hee. Grandma Sunflower's face changed. She said in shock, Genting. Ding Ling and Su Hong were shocked too. As a disciple, it was disgraceful to say such a thing to her master. Li Yunxiao wasn't angry. He just snorted and retracted the power of lightning. He turned and left. Ding Ling comforted her, Sister Genting, don't be angry. Young Master Yun must be angry. That's why he was so impulsive. Only Han Genting and Grandma Sunflower were left in Xian Pavilion. Grandma Sunflower was nervous. She couldn't see Han Genting's face. She had a bad feeling. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Han Genting's body trembled, and she actually laughed. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. Grandma Sunflower said in shock, Genting, are you okay? Grandma, I'm fine. Han Genting turned around. Her eyes were shining, but her face was full of smiles. Granny Sunflower felt a little apprehensive and stared at her blankly. Han Genting combed her hair and regained her beauty. She smiled and said, Grandma, I'm really fine. I'm really happy that Gu Feiyang isn't dead. Grandma Sunflower's face darkened. His power is unfathomable now. Even if he's not as strong as he was in my previous life, he's not far from it. Miss, don't go against him. Otherwise, the sect master won't like it. Han Genting's face darkened. She became sullen and said angrily, Shut up. Don't try to use master to pressure me. If it wasn't for Gu Feiyang, master wouldn't be like this. I hate him to death. All these years, I've always wanted to skin him alive. Unfortunately, he died 20 years ago. I've even sent people into Tianxiao Mountain several times to get his body out and grind his bones to ashes. The sullen look on her face disappeared. She smiled strangely and said, Haha, that's great. He's not dead. Ha 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 ha, that's great. Grandma Sunflower's hair stood on end. Her face was full of worry. Genting, what do you plan to do? With our power, we can't deal with Li Yunxiao. Han Genting's eyes were cold. She snorted. If it's a weak opponent, how could he be worthy of master's favor? It's only meaningful if he's strong. Let's first tell Jing Shaoyi about Li Yunxiao. Grandma Sunflower said that Jing Shaoyi isn't Li Yunxiao's match. Han Genting sneered. If a mere Jing Shaoyi can deal with him, would I need to think so deeply? I'll just let him cause some trouble. The more trouble Li Yunxiao has around him, the easier it is for him to slip up. What we need to do is to quietly wait for him to make a mistake. Grandma Sunflower said worriedly, the Commerce Alliance is working together to deal with Ling Bai. If we act recklessly now, won't it displease the Thousand Gem Tower? Han Genting said coldly, whether Ling Bai dies or not has nothing to do with me. I want Li Yunxiao to die. If the Thousand Gem Tower is dissatisfied with me, then we'll withdraw from the formation to deal with Ling Bai. Grandma Sunflower was shocked. She knew that Han Genting was determined to kill Li Yunxiao. Alright, I'll go right now. No matter what you want to do, I'll always support you. Han Genting watched as Grandma Sunflower disappeared outside the Purple Yen Pavilion. She calmed down, her eyes filled with hatred. She suddenly clutched her chest and bent over. A pained expression appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face and it gradually contorted. Why do you like him? He's a stinky man, what's so good about him? He made you suffer for half your life, so I'll crush his flesh and refine his soul to avenge you. Ha 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 ha. That pained face suddenly burst into laughter, shaking like a flower. Amidst her laughter, Han Genting took off her violet gauze and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. She held a colorful ribbon in her hand and danced in the air. Outside the Purple Yen Pavilion, 7 or 8 streets away, 3 or 4 miles away. Li Yunxiao and the other 3 did not go far, but walked on the bustling streets. Even in times of crisis, New Yen City was still the #1 shopping center in the world. The flow of people was very large, and Narcissus was dazzled by the variety of things around her. Wow, this bag is so beautiful. Narcissus skipped to a shop and picked up a light blue lady's bag inlaid with a few golden leaves. Her eyes were full of stars as she said, Big brother Yunxiao, I want to buy this. When the shop owner saw Narcissus, he was stunned for a moment. The people in front of him all had extraordinary bearing and were definitely not ordinary people. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, "Miss, you have a good eye. This is my shop's latest product, and it's just been on the market." Ding Linger took a look and smiled. "Sister Narcissus, don't just focus on looking good. Although this design is novel, it's made of ordinary beast leather. It's too low class." The shop owner was shocked and knew that an expert had come. He hurriedly said, "Miss, you have a good eye. You're right. The material of this bag is indeed not too particular. I have a bag made from the skin of a deep-sea giant frog. It is inlaid with 36 North Sea pearls, and each pearl is priceless." He turned and took out a grayish-brown lady's bag. It was uneven, but under the luster of the pearls, it was very bright. "This is my shop's treasure." Narcissus took a look and shook her head. "No, no. The deep-sea giant frog is so ugly. I get goosebumps just touching its skin. Also, the grade of the pearls is too low. It's ugly. I want this." She waved the bag in her hand. Ding Linger smiled softly. Sister Narcissus has seen all kinds of treasures. Naturally, she won't be interested in such inferior products. Just take this new one. She took out her primordial stones to pay. Narcissus said happily, "Thank you, big sister." Su Hong followed behind them and thought that this girl was too simple. She was bought over by Miss just like that. Princess of the Four Seas. He did not know if she was really stupid or pretending. Ding Linger heaved a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, "This girl seems easy to get along with." Li Yunxiao asked, "Linger, why did you ask me to come to Nuyen City?" Ding Linger smiled. "Of course, it's something good. I disappeared for so long to settle this matter. In the end, Sister Genting helped me a lot. I didn't expect her to be the disciple of Palace Master Chu Hongyan. Between you and her, my grudge with Han Genting has nothing to do with Hongyan. As long as she doesn't provoke me again, I won't hold it against her." Li Yunxiao said. "Yes, of course Big Brother Yunxiao is not such a petty person." Ding Linger smiled. "May I know what realm Brother Yunxiao's cultivation is now?" Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "Beginner 9 stars. I've accumulated a lot of core force, but I can't break through. I've also cultivated body skills, but the energy required for my body is too terrifying. It has slowed down my cultivation." Emperor Jiuxing. Ding Linger was shocked. "We've only been apart for a few months. I didn't expect Brother Yunxiao to improve so quickly." Li Yunxiao sighed. If the tyrannical body tempering technique didn't consume too much energy, he would have reached the peak of 9 stars and was not far from divine transcendence. "What I've done this time might help you take a big step forward. I can't say for sure that you can reach the peak of 9 stars, but I'm sure you can reach the intermediate level." Ding Linger said confidently. "Intermediate 9 stars?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. Linger's understanding of martial arts is still shallow. Although there's only a small step between the beginner and intermediate level, it's like a huge chasm. Ding Linger blinked and smiled. "I know how difficult it is to take another step forward. But Brother Yunxiao, do you think I'm the kind of person who would brag?" Li Yunxiao said suspiciously, "Of course not. That's why I find it strange." Ding Linger became serious. "Brother Yunxiao, have you heard of the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill?" "What?" Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. He cried out involuntarily, "The legendary 9 yin breaking adversity pill that can turn one into a god on the spot. Did I hear that right?" His reaction was too big, and many of the people around him turned around in surprise, revealing stunned expressions. However, most of them had never heard of this kind of medicinal pill before. They were only very shocked by the phrase, "become a god on the spot." Li Yunxiao knew that he had lost his composure. He blinked his eyes and his pupils turned pitch black, emitting a demonic light. Everyone who looked over was stunned for a moment. They felt their minds go blank, as if they had forgotten something. Ding Linger was also shocked by his reaction. She mumbled softly, "Big Brother Yunxiao will attract all the powerhouses in the city." Li Yunxiao suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "I really can't believe it. Ling you've most likely been tricked by someone. This kind of thing only exists in the legends. Even in the ancient times when there were all kinds of rules and immortal state powerhouses everywhere, this kind of thing might not have existed. Ding Ling smiled and said, of course I know this is rare. Otherwise, there would be powerhouses everywhere in the world. I don't have the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill, but I have the recipe. Recipe? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, let's not talk about whether it's real or not. Even if it's real, I'm afraid the materials used to refine this pill are already extinct. It's no different from a fool's dream to want to refine this pill. Ding Ling praised, as expected of brother Yunxiao. You can see the crux of the problem immediately. The reason I disappeared for half a year was to find a way to refine this pill. Although I can't refine a pure 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill with the existing materials, it can reach the level of 8 yin and 8 yang. It has half the effect of the real 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill. I wonder if such a pill can help brother Yunxiao break through to the intermediate stage of 9 stars? Li Yunxiao said, if it can have half the power of the real pill, of course it won't be a problem. But even if it's the 8 yin and 8 yang breaking adversity pill, I'm also very suspicious. Ding Ling said, with brother Yunxiao's meticulous mind, it would be strange if he didn't suspect it. This recipe was accidentally obtained by father. It was because of the appearance of this recipe that father gradually faded out of the Chamber of Commerce and began to focus on research. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, Ding Shan retired behind the scenes to study the recipe? Ding Ling said solemnly, that's right. I wasn't clear about it before. I thought father had no intention of advancing because of his body and retired to the countryside. It turned out that it was to study the recipe of the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill. This item is too precious. Father had no choice but to hide it from everyone, including me and my brother. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, what a meticulous mind. He even hid it from his own children. In fact, everything is still under his control. Ding Ling was a little embarrassed. I know that brother Yunxiao is still suspicious of elder Yuan Bo's death, but I think father definitely didn't do it. There must be a misunderstanding. Oh? You asked him personally? Li Yunxiao said coldly. Ding Ling's face was a little ugly, and she said, I asked, but father didn't answer me. With his temper, he won't answer. Li Yunxiao said, I will find out the truth about Yuan Bo sooner or later. Regardless of whether your father admits it or not, you can rest assured that I will not wrongly accuse him. Ding Ling nodded, but her heart seemed a little heavy, like a stone was pressing on it. After father obtained the recipe of the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill, he has been studying it wholeheartedly and looking for raw materials everywhere. As brother Yunxiao said, too many natural treasures have long gone extinct. Father had no choice but to look for other materials to replace them. In the end, with little sister Junting's help, he finally collected the last few raw materials. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly, and he said, Han Junting also knows that you're refining this pill? Ding Ling smiled and said, of course not. I only asked her to help me look for some raw materials. Li Yunxiao mused and said, if that's the case, after such a long period of planning and preparation, plus the heavenly essence commerce's power, it is indeed very likely that your father can refine a medicinal pill with half the power of the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill. It's just that this kind of top secret matter, why would your father let you leak it to me? Ding Ling said, because the refinement of this medicinal pill still requires brother Yunxiao's help. Li Yunxiao said curiously, oh? I'll be in charge of the pill refinement? Ding Ling shook her head and said, no need. Father is an alchemist master to begin with. After a few years of dedicated research, his attainments in Formula Dao have long reached level 9, which is enough to be in charge of refining the pill. But the entire process of refining the pill still lacks a very important link, and that is the true essence power of a martial Dao expert. It must gather the power of 18 Emperor Jiuxing experts, and the attribute needs to be 9 yin and 9 yang. 18. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, other than the 7 super forces, where can you find 18 Emperor Jiuxing experts in this world? Ding Ling smiled lightly and said, I've already found them, and brother Yunxiao is one of them. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, I roughly understand now. gathering the yin and yang attribute true essence of Emperor Jiuxing, fusing them into the medicinal herbs to condense into a pill. And if I didn't guess wrongly, the breaking adversity pill condensed is more than one. Ding Ling did not hide her admiration at all. She was a little infatuated as she said, Brother Yunxiao is really smart, that's right. The complete refinement is enough to produce 18 pills, corresponding to the attributes of 18 Emperor Jiuxing experts. However, the environment is no longer the same as it was in the ancient times. Father is not confident that he can make 18 pills, and with the materials that we have prepared for a few years, I'm afraid we can only make it once. Li Yunxiao said, if you can't get the pill, your father will have other ways to compensate you, right? Ding Ling nodded and said, that's right, but father has promised me that he will give one to Brother Yunxiao no matter what. Li Yunxiao's eyes were also filled with anticipation as he said, if I really have the 18 and 8 yang breaking adversity pill, I can break through to intermediate 9 stars without a problem. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, did your father also invite the Lingyun 12 sabers? Ding Ling was shocked. How did Brother Yunxiao know? Could it be that you met the Lingyun 12 sabers? Li Yunxiao said, so that's how it is. It turns out that the 18 and 8 yang breaking adversity pill that they were talking about is the 18 and 8 yang breaking adversity pill. Ding Ling said, Brother Yunxiao didn't have any conflict with them, right? These 12 people are all people who kill without batting an eyelid. In recent years, their reputations have risen, and they seem to be catching up to the death god's 8 symbols. Especially after the 8 symbols fell in Nuyan City, these 12 blades have become the #1 villain. Li Yunxiao said, after a few moves, that Saber Honcho does have some skills. Ding Ling said, Saber Honcho's boss is called Zhu Gao Yuan. He is very strong, but few people know how strong he is. It is said that those who have seen him in action are all dead. Li Yunxiao chuckled. He is only at the peak of 9 stars. However, his martial intent is not enough, and his strength is limited. Ding Ling smiled bitterly. Only at the peak of 9 stars. Only Brother Yunxiao dares to say that. The second brother is called Xianxia, and the third brother is called Tang Yu. The 3 of them are Emperor Jiuxing's experts. They are among the 18 people invited by my father. Li Yunxiao smiled. Luckily, I was in a good mood at that time, so I didn't kill those bastards. Narcissus had been playing with the new handbag. Suddenly, she raised her head and mumbled, you are in a good mood because you are going to see Sister Ling. Ding Ling blushed slightly and lowered her head happily. She was a little shy and embarrassed. Li Yunxiao also coughed a few times and scolded, if you talk nonsense again, you will enter the Universe God Monument. Only then did Water Deity reveal an unwilling expression. She said, all right, then I was wrong. I won't say any more. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Ling. Then, a strong wind blew. In the blink of an eye, a man in white appeared in front of them. He looked at Ding Ling with a reproachful expression. Then, he turned his gaze to Li Yunxiao. His gaze turned into a sharp blade, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Ding Ling's expression changed drastically. She turned pale and gritted her teeth. Jing Shaoi, why are you here? Humph, why am I here? The man in white's eyes were spitting fire. He said coldly, you used to call me young Master Jing. Now that you have a lover, you call me Jing Shaoi. Don't spout nonsense. Ding Ling's cheeks turned red. I used to call you Child Jing out of respect. If you're spouting nonsense again, I'll cut off our friendship. What? You're good. Jing Shaoi's body trembled with anger. He laughed. Haha, fine. You're cutting off all ties with me because of this man. Ding Ling you're really looking down on me. Is his name Jing Shaoi or not? Narcissus blinked. He was upset when Sister Ling called him Jing Shaoi. Now he's calling himself Jing Shaoi. I'm confused. The crowd was speechless. You. Jing Shaoi was furious. He thought that someone was deliberately humiliating him. Anger rushed to his head, but the moment he saw Narcissus, he was stunned. Then, his face darkened and he said coldly, little girl, how dare you make fun of me? If I don't take you back and punish you, my name isn't Jing Shaoi. Narcissus frowned. How did I make fun of you? You're the one who's confused me. What's your name? Humph. Xianxia scoffed. I'm not going to argue with a little girl like you. You'll know what this young master's name is when you follow me back. Greed flashed in his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. It was obvious that he was interested in water deity. Ding Linger's face turned cold. Xianxia, you're shameless. Fine, you said I'm shameless. Xianxia growled. Then I'll show you how shameless I am. A ray of sword chi shot out from his hand, aiming for Ding Linger's belt. He was going to cut open her dress. Ding Linger was shocked. She was angry, anxious, and furious. That power directly suppressed her, and she was unable to move at all. Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand and his palm turned golden. He grabbed at it unhurriedly and destroyed the sword chi in his hand. Pig! How dare you meddle in my business? Xianxia flew into a rage, and a monstrous aura emanated from him, causing the people on the street to scatter in a frenzy. He glared at Li Yunxiao fiercely. Seeing that Ding Linger and Narcissus were surrounding him, his murderous intent grew stronger. Ever since I was young, those who dared to disobey this young master all died. The woman I want, even if she's a married woman, can't escape. Those I hate, even if they are my clansmen and relatives, must die. Li Yunxiao, you're dead for sure. His face was extremely distorted, and he had completely lost his original elegance. The only thing missing was that his body was not being burned by the flames of anger. Li Yunxiao said leisurely, TSK, so powerful? But this is the Merchant Union City, you can't do whatever you want. Humph, Merchant Union City? In this young master's eyes, they are nothing but pigs. I'll kill you today, and let's see who dares to interfere. Xianxia was almost roaring. Li Yunxiao raised his head and said loudly, Lord Law Enforcers of the Merchant Union, now someone is calling you pigs, and wants to openly violate the rules of the city to kill me. Are you going to come out and do something, or continue to play dead and hide? He directly used the sound wave technique, and everyone within a radius of several miles could hear him clearly. The people in the void could no longer sit still, and the space rippled like water, and a law enforcement war chariot appeared. A powerful aura descended from the war chariot, and then a barrier opened up, sealing the space where everyone was. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, feeling that he had been tricked by Li Yunxiao, but he was very proud, and thinking that there were still 3 elders in the city, he was still fearless. You insulted the Merchant Union, and wantonly broke the rules. I don't care who you are, come with us now. 3 rays of light flew down from the warship, surrounding Xianxia, their faces cold. Come with us? Do you know who I am? No matter who you are, you have to go. How dare you? Xianxia said angrily, I am the young master of the Flowing Brightness House, and even if you are stronger than me, who would dare to touch me? Flowing Brightness House? The leader of the group heaved a sigh of relief, and said, At first I thought it was some big force, and I was afraid of it, but it turns out to be a small sect that I have never heard of. Now we don't have to worry, and we don't have to go. He waved his hand, and said, Just kill them. Xianxia, yes. The other 2 shouted in unison, and attacked Xianxia from the left and right, one using the small grappling hand, and the other using the big grappling hand. Their cooperation was seamless. Xianxia was shocked and angry, and he suddenly jumped up, condensing sword chi, and slashed at the 2. You dare to fight back? Die. The leader of the group's face darkened, and he also rushed up, punching out with both fists, and the entire space was compressed. With the 3 of them working together, their power doubled. Humph, a bunch of ants. Today, I will kill you all. Zing. A sword rang, and a cold light flashed. Bang. 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 The 3 enforcers' moves were instantly broken, and blood splattered everywhere. The 3 of them screamed in pain as they were pushed back dozens of feet. Oh no! This person's strength is unfathomable. One of them was pale, and his face was filled with fear. Haha, ants. What Merchant Union enforcers? Tui. They are simply pigs. Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he swept out with his sword, intending to take the 3's lives. Boom. His sword chi had just slashed out when it suddenly exploded, turning into a violent force that shot into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Who? Who is it? Xianxia was shocked, and he stared at the sky warily. Humph. A cold snort filled with anger rang out. Xianxia only felt his body tremble, and then a light flashed, and an old man appeared in front of him. Before he could see the old man's face clearly, he was slapped in the face, and all his teeth were shattered on the spot. Pfft. In great pain, he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. Swallow it. Don't dirty Nuyen City. A cold voice came out of the old man's mouth, and Xianxia felt a heavy slap on his mouth again. All the blood and broken teeth were forced into his stomach. Then, he felt a very thick slap on his head, and he completely lost consciousness with a bang. Grand Elder! Grand Elder! The three enforcers hurriedly covered their bleeding wounds and walked over. Ding Ling also hurriedly bowed to the old man and said, Ling greets Grand Elder Zhongxi. The old man was the Myriad Treasure Tower's Grand Elder, Qin Zhongxi. He nodded at Ding Ling lightly, and then looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated gaze. He said with some displeasure, Lord Feiyang, you really hid it from me. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, Why do you say that, Grand Elder? Qin Zhongxi said, the divine sword, Star Annihilation, which was snatched by the Death God's 8 elephants during the Nuyen City auction, ultimately ended up in Lord Feiyang's hands, right? Li Yunxiao said, that's this young master's sword to begin with. Taking it back isn't considered overboard. Qin Zhongxi said embarrassedly, that's true. It's just that Lord Feiyang wasn't willing to tell with his true self and treated the Myriad Treasure Tower as an outsider. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, what should know naturally can't be hidden. My identity is already known to the world now. Qin Zhongxi said solemnly, Lord Feiyang's capability, this one has always admired it. Now that your identity is known to the world, it's also your excellency who intentionally let the world know, right? Li Yunxiao said in surprise, why do you say that? You have to know that I have quite a few enemies. Qin Zhongxi chuckled and said, Lord Feiyang never does things that he's not confident in. Since he told the world with his true self, then he definitely already possesses the strength to protect himself. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said with a smile, Grand Elder's imagination is running wild. Haha. The two people exchanged glances and smiled. Qin Zhongxi took a look at Xianxia who was like a pile of mud on the ground. He lifted his foot and stomped over, planning to stomp him to death directly. Hey! Grand Elder, show mercy! Su Hong suddenly shouted, running out with a head full of cold sweat as he said, can't kill. This boy can't be killed. Otherwise, it will cause big trouble for the Heavenly Essence Trade Association. Ding Linger said coldly, Head Steward Su is too exaggerated. The Heavenly Essence Trade Association is a part of the Merchant Union. What big trouble can there be? This Xianxia is blindly arrogant and causes trouble. Leaving him alive is the big trouble. Su Hong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said embarrassedly, young miss should be the person who knows Flowing Brightness Manor's strength the best. If their eldest young master dies in Nuyen City, not only will it have a certain impact on the Heavenly Essence Trade Association, it will even bring a certain impact to the Merchant Union. Moreover, now is a critical moment. Ding Linger frowned slightly. Naturally, she was aware of the situation. But when she thought of how this person was pestering endlessly and might ruin Big Brother Yunxia's impression of her, she immediately said firmly, although Flowing Brightness Manor is not weak, the Heavenly Essence Trade Association is not a pushover either. Qin Zhongxi roughly understood the situation now. He said, that Flowing Brightness Manor should be a hidden sect, right? They are not well known, but they can nurture such a disciple. They are definitely not ordinary people. Since Head Steward Su said to let him live, let's keep him alive first. If we want to deal with him, let's wait until this matter is over. Ding Linger looked at Li Yunxiao for his opinion. Li Yunxiao said, Grand Elder is right. Let's keep him alive for now, in case any accidents happen while we are dealing with Ling Bai. Ding Linger then said, since Big Brother Yunxiao has said so, let's give him a chance. If he still doesn't repent, I won't go easy on him. Su Hong heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly went forward to check on Xianxia's injuries. Although his life was not in danger, he was already in big trouble with injuries like this. He muttered in his heart, secretly wishing to go back earlier and hand this troublesome problem to Lord Lai. Qin Zhongxi said, since Lord Feiyang has come to Nuyan City again, follow me back to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Let this old man do his duty as a host. He invited sincerely. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I still have something to discuss with Ling Er. Grand Elder, you can go back first. There's no need to protect me in secret. Qin Zhongxi was greatly embarrassed and said, Lord Feiyang has misunderstood. I just happened to meet him while patrolling. I'm not following him. Li Yunxiao said in disbelief, oh? Has Nuyan City's safety problem reached such a serious stage? They actually want Grand Elder to lead the team personally? Qin Zhongxi revealed a grave expression and said, it is indeed more serious than imagined. Even the fat and thin monks appeared. What? Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He said solemnly, these two have appeared here. Could it be that he is here as well? Qin Zhongxi was also filled with worry. He sighed and said, I don't know. I hope he didn't come. Otherwise, it's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse. Li Yunxiao's eyes shone. If he really came, it might be a blessing and not a curse. Qin Zhongxi was stunned. Why do you say that, Lord Feiyang? Li Yunxiao smiled and did not explain. You'll have to ask Wan Qian about this. I'm not sure either. Qin Zhongxi thought for a while. Lord Feiyang's words are so profound. I don't think I can understand them. Li Yunxiao smiled. Let's not talk about this. Fat and Skinny Duda, those two idiots, actually didn't die after 20 years, they can be considered to be quite lucky. Indeed, only Great Elder can suppress them. Qin Zhongxi's head ached. I just hope they don't cause any more trouble. I've been so busy these days. I'm exhausted. Li Yunxiao smiled. Wan Qian asked you to come out, right? Then I won't disturb the Great Elder's inspection. I've already met with Wan Qian. I'll pay you a visit if there's anything. After that, he didn't stay any longer and left with the others. Su Hong carried Jing Shaoi. Li Yunxiao glanced at him. This young master broke the Commerce Union's rules. Shouldn't he be taken away by the enforcement team? It's against the rules for us to bring him back. He did not want to kill Jing Shaoi now to prevent affecting the refinement of the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking crisis pill. But he did not want to bring him back to Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce either. Su Hong said, this isn't good. Li Yunxiao said, it's not good to bring him back. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is a member of the Commerce Union. Are we going to lead the way and ignore the rules? Ding Ling scolded, Brother Yunxiao is right. Su Hong, what are you doing? Su Hong did not leave. He could only put Jing Shaoi down and said, thank you, Great Elder Zhongxi. Qin Zhongxi didn't know Li Yunxiao's attitude, so he could only say, don't worry, leave it to me. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, just do everything according to the rules. Do not break the rules because of me or the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce. Don't worry, I won't break the rules. Qin Zhongxi immediately understood and watched them go away with a smile. Only when he was far away did his eyes narrow slightly, as if he had something on his mind. He muttered to himself, why is it a blessing and not a curse for that person to come to Nuyan City? He clearly couldn't figure it out, and his brows furrowed deeply. One of the enforcers stepped forward and pointed at Jing Shaoi. Grand Elder, what should we do with this person? Qin Zhongxi's face darkened, and he shouted, of course we'll follow the rules. No matter who it is absolutely impossible for them to break the rules. He kicked out, and a shockwave burst out, causing the ground to explode. Jing Shaoi's body flew up and flipped towards the law enforcer, covered in blood. An exquisite aircraft was flying in the sky, and the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's logo was printed on it. Li Yunxiao said, I'll go to the Jingya sacred ground to cultivate for a few days to avoid getting involved in all kinds of trouble. Once everyone is here, come and inform me, Ling Er. Ding Ling Er's shoulders trembled, and she said, Brother Yunxiao, I really have nothing to do with that Jing Shaoi. Please don't misunderstand. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with black lines. He looked at Ding Ling Er's nervous expression and felt a little speechless. He raised his hand and placed it on her shoulder. He chuckled and said, silly girl, you're thinking too much. Do I need to explain? I just don't want to get involved in the storm in Nuyan City. Whether it's refining the breaking adversity pill or facing Ling Bai, I don't want to see either. Only then did Ding Ling get rid of her anxiety. She seemed to feel wronged, and her eyes were slightly red. However, she forced a smile and said, "That's good too. It's just that I can't see Brother Yunxiao every day in Nuyan City." Narcissus moved her head closer and said, "Sister Ling why don't you cultivate in seclusion with us?" Ding Ling smiled bitterly. "I still have many things to handle. I really envy you, silly girl. You're carefree and can follow Brother Yunxiao around without any worries." Narcissus mumbled, "How can it be that good? Brother Yunxiao locks me in the Universe God Monument every day, forcing me to cultivate. It's not easy for me to come out for a few days. Don't you have many people in your Chamber of Commerce? Butler Su is very powerful too. Just let him handle it." Ding Ling's eyebrows twitched, and she said, "That's true. Ding Peng is managing the Chamber of Commerce now. With the help of Butler Su and Lord Lai, it's indeed enough." She turned and said, "Su Hong, let's go to the Jingya sacred ground to cultivate. You can go back first." Su Hong panicked and hurriedly said, "Miss, you mustn't. Young Master Ding Peng is still young. Without you managing the Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to operate." Li Yunxiao said, "Where's Ding Shan?" Su Hong said, "The president has some matters to attend to. He's not in the Chamber of Commerce for now." Ding Linger said, "My father is running around for elixir cultivation. He'll be back in a few days." Su Hong, "Father will arrive in Nuyan City in a few days. With your and Lord Lai's support, Ding Peng can't even hold on for a few days?" An unhappy expression appeared on her face. She was even a little angry. Su Hong's face was full of bitterness. If it was before, it would still be fine. But something happened to Jing Shaoi just now. The three elders of Flowing Brightness Manor are at the headquarters now. Lord Lai and I might not be able to hold on for long. Narcissus sneered and said, "So many men can't even hold on for long. Sister Ling a girl, can hold on for long? Aren't you ashamed? Shame on you." Su Hong wiped his cold sweat with his sleeve, not daring to make a sound. He would rather be scolded by Narcissus than face the three elders of Flowing Brightness Manor alone. Being embarrassed was better than being beaten to death by them in a fit of rage. After receiving the three elders in Nuyan City for a few days, he knew that they were arrogant and condescending people. They could take your life at the slightest disagreement. Li Yunxiao said, "Those three elders are also the assistants for refining the 9 yin and 9 yang break adversity pill, right?" Ding Ling explained, "That's right. I've been bringing people to Flowing Brightness Manor to persuade them to help. After all, the key to refining this pill is the Yin Yang treasure cauldron. It's the treasure of Flowing Brightness Manor. Father promised to give them a third of the pill after it's completed. That's why they're willing to take out the treasure cauldron and send 3 elders to help." If I'd known earlier, I would have just taken the treasure cauldron. I wouldn't have needed their help." Li Yunxiao said, "So it's that complicated. The ingredients for refining the 9 yin and 9 yang break adversity pill are too complicated and precious. I'm afraid Tianyuan Commerce owes many favors all these years." Ding Ling sighed. "That's right. But as long as the pill is successfully refined and reaches the expected level of 8 yin and 8 yang, it's all worth it." Li Yunxiao nodded. "That's true. But, a third of the pill, will Ding Shan be so generous?" Ding Ling's expression changed slightly. She knew what Li Yunxiao was referring to. She said, "Father agreed to this. I don't care about the details. It's fine as long as Brother Yunxiao gets his share." Li Yunxiao was touched. "Silly girl, you don't have to do anything for me. Even without this pill, I'll be able to return to my previous life's peak sooner or later and improve further." Ding Linger looked expectant. She clasped her hands in front of her and was filled with excitement and admiration. "I look forward to seeing Brother Yunxiao rule the world." Li Yunxiao touched her hair and said softly, "I will." Ding Linger felt an unusual emotion flowing in her heart. Her body heated up and she could not help but blush. "Sister, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Did you get hurt just now?" Water deity suddenly cried out in alarm, her face full of concern. Ding Ling suddenly felt like beating her to death. She quickly turned around and said, "It's nothing. Something went wrong when I was circulating my vital energy." Water deity hurriedly said, "Are you alright? Brother Yunxiao, quickly take a look at Sister Ling Li Yunxiao chided her awkwardly, meddlesome. If you continue meddling, go to the Universe God Monument. Narcissus was so frightened that she did not dare to speak. Brother Yunxiao, wait for my news. Ding Ling said with her back facing Li Yunxiao. She did not dare to turn around and flew away from the aircraft with Su Hong. After a while, Li Yunxiao arrived at Jingya Sacred Ground. There were experts flying in and out of the sky from time to time. The cultivation ground was 3 to 4 times bigger than the previous time. However, it was affected by the major event. It was less elegant and spiritual, but more solemn. You are. Ah. You are. The person in charge was Shui Hongtao, whom they had met previously. He recognized Li Yunxiao at once. His expression changed and there was a tinge of fear. Li Yunxiao did not seem to know him. He said calmly, "Give me a purple room." He threw the Tianyuan Trade Association's token to him. Yes. Shui Hongtao hurriedly replied. He did not dare to say anything else and quickly went through the procedures. The surrounding people looked at him strangely. They were all wondering what kind of big shot he was. He actually made the person in charge so nervous. He was also a few times more efficient in handling matters. Li Yunxiao did not stay any longer. After all the procedures were done, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the hall. Shui Hongtao heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. He thought for a while and quickly took out a jade pendant. He threw a few seals into it and smashed it. A talisman flew out from the jade pendant. It flashed a few times in the air and was destroyed. The solemn expression on his face slowly eased and he revealed a cold expression. The purple room that Shui Hongtao had opened for Li Yunxiao was very luxurious. It was obviously a top-notch one. It was like a dream. There were all kinds of exquisite tools and mountains of top-grade origin stones. This cultivation ground is developing very quickly. However, with the pressure from Lingbai, I'm afraid many people have already left. The ones who have yet to leave are either in seclusion and do not know the news or they are waiting to watch a good show. I wonder how many innocent people will be implicated by the Commerce Alliance's decision this time. Li Yunxiao sighed and threw a few seals to set up a barrier in the room. Then, he took out the Universe God Steel and flew in. Lord Moody, I have something to ask you. Li Yunxiao came to a certain place on the World God Monument. He felt a barrier power in front of him, so he stopped and greeted loudly. After a while, a beam of yellow light shot up from hundreds of meters away. It flickered in the air and gradually turned into a burly, majestic man. He stared at him with a dignified look. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said joyfully, "Congratulations, Lord. You can leave your body directly." The figure said slowly, "This Starlight Soul body is indeed amazing. I can survive alone and continue to cultivate even if I don't attach myself to a puppet. You came to find me, could it be that you have gathered enough materials for the divine refined steel?" His eyes emitted a bright light, as if he was somewhat excited. Li Yunxiao said, "Not yet. I have something else to ask." "Oh? That's so slow." Moody was a little disappointed and said, "What is it?" Li Yunxiao said, "Have you heard of the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill?" Moody was stunned and said, "Of course I have." "Why? Did you obtain this pill?" Although he was a little shocked, he was still calm. It was obvious that although this pill was precious, it was nothing in his eyes. Li Yunxiao said, "No." He explained the matter in detail and asked, "What do you think are the chances of refining the pill this way, Lord?" Moody frowned and looked at the sky as if he was thinking about something. "It can't be refined." "What?" Li Yunxiao's body trembled and he said in shock, "How can it be? Even with the combined power of 18 Emperor Jiuxing, it can't be refined under the sky?" Moody said, "It's not that it can't be refined, but there seems to be a problem with the process." Li Yunxiao was stunned and said, "What problem?" Moody said, "I'm not sure about the details, so I can't make a judgment." You are also a level 9 alchemist, so you can think about it yourself. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, how can I figure it out? If I can figure it out, do I need to ask you? Suddenly, a golden light shone. Moody's hands formed an incantation gesture, and a group of runes fluttered in the air. One by one, they flashed in front of Li Yunxiao, and each rune vanished in an instant. This is... he exclaimed in shock, the 99 Yang Break Adversity Pills recipe. Milord actually has this pill formula in his hands. Ling Moody said, not only was I the king of the North region back then, but I was also a divine refinement master. Is it strange that I have a few pill formulas? Li Yunxiao was shocked once again, and exclaimed, divine refinement master. Ling Moody said, there's no need to make a fuss. You can look at the 99 Yang Breaking Adversity Pills formula and you'll know that there's a problem with the process. He seemed a little tired and said, my soul is temporarily unstable, so I won't talk to you anymore. He turned into a streak of yellow light and landed on the ground in the distance. Li Yunxiao clearly felt that the barrier's power had weakened a lot. He immediately sat down cross-legged and directly comprehended outside the barrier. He had used Tsutsumi's power to forcibly imprint the pill formula into his mind, and only then did he continue to read it word by word. This pill formula had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. As he read it word by word, his soul trembled, and his entire spirit was sucked into it. His expression became infatuated. After a few days, the confused expression on his face gradually disappeared, and he slowly opened his eyes, which were flashing with a bright light. If I have enough materials and find a few helpers, I might really be able to refine a top-grade 99 Yang pill. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, and his figure suddenly became faint, disappearing from where he was in a trance. In the purple room, his real body, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also opened his eyes. With a wave of his long sleeves, he removed the barrier around him. Just as he stood up, an incomparably domineering saber edge slashed straight down. Boom! Li Yunxiao's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, leaving only an afterimage and the ground that was split open by the blade. The environment around him changed, and he appeared in a barren land. The huge gully that was created by the blade just now was still there. Next to the gully, green lightning flashed, and Li Yunxiao appeared. He said leisurely, this purple room is really not bad. I can actually emulate the opponent's attack to cultivate. Since it's not bad, then you should practice well. Don't forget to pay for it. A cold voice rang out, and another blade appeared in the sky, slashing down. Li Yunxiao dodged it again and appeared in the sky. His finger turned into a sword chi and slashed out. Swoosh! The sky was instantly pierced through, and under the ripples of water, the sword chi created a pitch-black hole. A grayish-white figure suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at him with a blade. Dang! Li Yunxiao's two fingers closed together, and he pointed in the air. The cold sword slashed out, and the blade slashed down, causing light to shine. Oh? So it's you, a lackey. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, how did you know I was in this purple room and came to kill me? Isn't it very easy for me to find out information about a person? The grayish man was the Lingyan 12 Saber's saber handle, Swigao Yuan. His face revealed a ferocious expression, and he slammed his palm on the back of the blade. A violent force surged out, and Li Yunxiao was pushed back several meters. In any case, just die for me. Void Gong Blade. The treasure blade was unsealed, and it became 7 or 8 meters long and 3 feet wide. He held the hilt with one hand and slashed out, directly shattering the illusion. Tisk! Li Yunxiao sneered in disdain. His body flashed, and he stood on the back of the huge blade. He stood with his legs together, and he stood steadily. You do have some skills, but you will die today because you underestimated the enemy. Swigao Yuan laughed sinisterly, and he suddenly opened his mouth. His upper body turned into a demon, and his head turned into the shape of a snake that was several times bigger. With a venomous gaze, he bit down. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He gathered his essence force and wanted to fly up, but he suddenly realized that his feet were stuck. That force was very strong. He looked over in shock, and he saw that 2 arrays appeared on the back of the blade. They sucked his feet like a swamp, and even his body was sinking slowly. What the hell is this? Li Yunxiao cursed. Suddenly, his body shone with golden light, and his whole body turned golden. His hands grabbed the two sharp teeth in the snake's mouth, and he couldn't bite down. Swish, 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 a slender red tongue shot out like a rope. The tip of the tongue was dotted with chi construct, and it went straight for his heart. Boring. Li Yunxiao frowned, and 2 heads and 4 arms appeared behind him again. One of his arms grabbed that red tongue. Unexpectedly, the tongue was soft, and it curled around his arm like a long whip. Then, it extended infinitely, and it went straight for his heart. Li Yunxiao stretched out his arm again, and he put his 5 fingers together to block his heart. With a slap, he slapped the tongue away. Roar! Sui Gaoyuan was furious. His hairy left hand turned into a claw, and he slapped down. Li Yunxiao stood still, and his expression didn't change. He clenched his fist and punched. Bang! The big hand slapped on his fist, and his body trembled. Ha ha ha! The snake's head let out a strange laugh. The red tongue kept moving, but it didn't dare to come over anymore. It seemed like it was hurt by the slap. Li Yunxiao was confused, and he said, "What's so funny? Do you think that you can scare me? I have seen monsters that are much scarier than you." Sui Gaoyuan sneered, "You will know later. This Xian artifact of mine is called illusory gong saber. The inside of the saber leads to the endless void." Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he felt a strong pressure coming toward him. Sui Gaoyuan tried his best to suppress him, and his body kept sinking into the saber. Ha ha ha, you will be exiled in the endless world forever. Sui Gaoyuan grinned hideously, and his snake eyes were filled with viciousness and cruelty. Li Yunxiao felt that the suction was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't get rid of it. He was shocked, and he cursed, "Fuck. Do your parents know that you are so stupid?" Ha ha ha. Sui Gaoyuan laughed crazily, and his snake eyes were filled with sarcasm. He said, "The so-called Pooling Emperor Wu is just SOSO. How disappointing." Li Yunxiao's expression changed several times. In the end, he begged for mercy, and said, "Lord, please let me go. There is no enmity between us." "Why do you want to kill me?" "Humph. Why do I want to kill you?" Sui Gaoyuan sneered, and said disdainfully, "Because there is enmity between us. Because you have a divine instrument, because you have a woman that I want, because you are the titled Emperor Wu, because I don't like you, because you are more handsome than me, and because of all these reasons, any one of them is enough to kill you 10,000 times." He roared, and shouted, "Die." The muscles on his hairy arms bulged, and they became twice as thick. He pressed Li Yunxiao down, and he kept sinking into the nothingness of the saber. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with fear, and he wailed, "Lord, please let me go. Everything is negotiable. I can give you the divine instrument and the girl. If you think I am handsome, I can disfigure my face." "Humph, it's too late." Sui Gaoyuan sneered, "If I knew that Pooling Emperor Wu is so weak, and that you have no moral integrity, I would have made you kneel down and lick my shoes." Li Yunxiao's face was filled with hatred, and he shouted, "You will die a horrible death. I will sink into the nothingness, and you will not get the divine instrument." "Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry about that." Sui Gaoyuan laughed, "I can find the exact coordinates of anyone who enters my void gong saber. After you die, I will come and take care of you." Ha ha ha. Li Yunxiao struggled madly, but it was useless, and he sank into the nothingness. Ho! Sui Gaoyuan put away the saber, and returned to his normal state. His monstrous body also changed back to human form. "Humph, I thought I would have to go through a lot of trouble, but it turns out that he has an undeserved reputation." Sui Gaoyuan looked not far away, and said, "Lord, you can come out now. This titled Emperor Wu is just SOSO. You and I have been too careful." However, there was only silence in the nothingness, and no one responded to him. "Lord?" Sui Gaoyuan shouted again, and suddenly, a bad feeling rose in his heart. He raised his saber and became vigilant. "What's going on? Who is over there?" He stared at a node not far away, and his eyes flashed with cold light. The void gong saber slashed, and a water-like saber light flew out. Swoosh! The entire sky was cut in half, and an endless nothingness was revealed. The darkness kept expanding, and even Sui Gaoyuan was swallowed by it. Suddenly, dots of light appeared in the surroundings. If one looked closely, they would see countless stars. Zhuo Gaoyuan was shocked. What's going on? This is just an illusory space of the purple house. Even if it's not destroyed by my saber, it should show its weakness. He was shocked, his eyes widened as he stared into the distance. A dried corpse slowly floated towards him. Li Yunxiao. Zhuo Gaoyuan retreated a few meters in fear. He stared at the dried corpse vigilantly, sweat dripping from his forehead. Even if Li Yunxiao was swallowed into the void, he couldn't have turned into a dried corpse so quickly. The eyes of the dried corpse were extremely strange, as if it was staring at him and kept floating towards him. He swallowed with difficulty, he felt cold. He held the saber with both hands and was extremely vigilant. Li Yunxiao, don't play tricks in front of me. He angrily swung his saber. A huge saber ray like a crescent moon flew across the night sky and landed on Li Yunxiao's dried corpse, completely shattering it and turning it into dust. Zhuo Gaoyuan raised his saber and shouted angrily, "Come out. I know it's you, Li Yunxiao. Come out and fight me if you have the guts. What's the use of illusory arts?" He was suddenly shocked and scolded himself for being too careless. Gu Feiyang's pupil technique was unparalleled in the world. When Zhuo Gaoyuan was suppressing him, he felt something was wrong but he didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't expect to find himself in such a predicament. Come out, come out. Zhuo Gao suddenly swung his saber. The saber ray flew across the night sky, but it was useless. The night was silent. Suddenly, a trace of fear surged in his heart. If Li Yunxiao never answered, would he have to stay in this empty space until he died? Come out now. Zhuo Gao was scared. He realized he couldn't break this illusory space. No matter how he attacked, the night sky didn't change. It was as if those stars had never changed since the beginning of time, and they would continue to exist in the future. Suddenly, a star appeared. The light gradually changed, and Li Yunxiao's figure appeared. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile, "I'm very curious. Who is the lord you mentioned just now? Who did you come with?" Zhuo Gaoyuan roared in anger, "Fight me to the death if you can. If I lose, I will tell you." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Why would I fight you to the death for no reason? Who do you think you are?" Zhuo Gaoyuan was so angry that his neck turned red. He roared, "Then you will never know who I came with. Forever?" Li Yunxiao looked at him contemptuously and said leisurely, "Can you hold on to forever and not say anything?" "What do you mean?" Zhuo Gaoyuan frowned. He saw that Li Yunxiao's silhouette had already disappeared. That place had turned back into a star, glowing with a faint yellow light. It was as if Li Yunxiao had never appeared, and what he had just seen was just an illusion. Zhuo Gaoyuan felt like his brain was muddled. He couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. He roared, "Come out. Trash. Pig, come out." The illusory gong blade slashed down fiercely, shattering the star with a loud bang. Zhuo Gaoyuan, time passed bit by bit. 1 day. 3 days. 1 month. 1 year. Zhuo Gaoyuan came back to his senses from sitting with his legs crossed. His eyes were filled with sadness, and then endless fear appeared in his eyes. His body began to tremble. He found that he had been cultivating in this void for a whole year, but his strength didn't improve at all. How could this be? He was finally scared. He thought that Li Yunxiao's strength was at most at the peak stage of martial Dao. He was also at the peak stage of martial Dao. Even if he was slightly weaker than Li Yunxiao, as long as he cultivated for a while longer, he would be able to break this illusion. But to his horror, he found that no matter how hard he cultivated, it was useless. A feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He roared, "Li Yunxiao, come out. Come out. I beg you, come out." Again, it was useless. There was no sound in the void except for the starlight. No, it can't be more than a year. It must be an illusion caused by the illusion. Zhuo Gaoyuan immediately came to a realization. He immediately comforted himself, maybe it's only 2 hours, or even less. That lord will definitely make a move. His face twisted, and he said coldly, when that lord makes a move and breaks the illusion, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. His hatred was boundless, and it spread out in the void, accompanied by endless killing intent. Then, another 10 years passed, Zhugao Gaoyuan, 30 years. 50 years. 100 years. 300 years. Ah. He woke up from his deep sleep, and when he saw the same environment, he finally broke down. He couldn't remember how long it had been. He even forgot many things. He couldn't remember why he was here, and where he was going. Zhugao Gaoyuan held his head. His hairpin broke, and his long hair was messed up. He let out a painful cry and grabbed his neck with both hands, trying to strangle himself. He suddenly stopped, as if he found something wrong, as if he had a different feeling. Not far from him, there was another person. He had an extraordinary appearance, and he was looking at him with a smile. You are Li Yunxiao. A bolt of lightning flashed in his mind, and he seemed to remember many things. Li Yunxiao, I will kill you, I will kill you. Not only did Zhugao Gaoyuan go crazy, his eyes turned red, and he cried. He was trapped in this place for 300 years. 300 years. I will kill you. The illusory gong blade slashed out, but it passed through Li Yunxiao's body, and he was unharmed. TSK, only 300 years. Li Yunxiao's figure smiled faintly, and said, looks like my eye technique has regressed. I thought it was 1,000 years. Zhugao Gaoyuan shuddered, and he suddenly cried and begged, Lord, please let me go. Please let me go. Sob. Li Yunxiao said, only 300 years, and you can't hold on anymore? There was an idiot who was exiled by me for 100,000 years. When he came out, he couldn't even recognize his own mother. 100,000 years, Zhugao Gaoyuan shuddered and cried, Lord Yunxiao, I was wrong. I will never fight you again. Please let an ant like me go. Sob. Li Yunxiao said, first, tell me how you came to the purple room to deal with me, and who came with you? The purple room? Zhugao Gaoyuan was confused. After all, he had lived for too long, and he had forgotten many things in 300 years. I remember now. He was shocked, and he bellowed, Su Liani. It was that bitch Su Liani. I have been trapped here for 300 years, and she didn't come to save me. Damn it. Li Yunxiao said, so it was that old hag from the Tianyi pavilion. I see. I will let you go this time. If there is a next time, remember that it is 100,000 years. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a caw sound, the surroundings suddenly changed. Zhugao Gaoyuan trembled, and he was overjoyed. It was broad daylight again. He was still holding the virtual gong saber in one hand, half of his body transformed, and his two snake fangs were gripped tightly by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao stepped on the passage of the virtual gong saber, and half of his body had sunk into the passage. Ah? Zhugao Gaoyuan immediately understood. His mind gradually became clear, and everything came back to him. Ah. It was only for a moment. He was horrified, and his heart was trembling. 100 years had passed in a blink of an eye. Why don't you put away your poisonous fangs and saber? Li Yunxiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his transcendent's golden body. He looked at Zhugao Gaoyuan coldly with a sneer. Zhugao Gaoyuan was struggling internally. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was still trapped in his virtual gong saber. Zhugao Gaoyuan had only used the eye sorcery to make Zhugao Gaoyuan lose his mind for a moment, and it felt like 300 years had passed. He felt like dying. If he let go now, he might lose the best chance to kill Li Yunxiao. But if he didn't let go, Zhugao Gaoyuan shuddered. He didn't know if he could dodge the next eye sorcery. If he got hit again, he would rather die. After a moment of struggle, Zhugao Gaoyuan finally retracted his transcendent's golden body. At the same time, he put away his saber and retreated dozens of feet. He stared at Li Yunxiao cautiously. Be careful, Li Yunxiao sneered, it's only 300 years. Do you have to be so careful? Zhugao Gaoyuan's face was paler than lime. He gritted his teeth and said, I would rather die than be your enemy again. Let's pretend that what happened today never happened. Goodbye. Li Yunxiao said, never happened? You want to leave after fighting? You must be joking. Zhu Gaogaoyuan's face darkened. He said, then what do you want? The mastermind of this is still out there. I am just hired. I don't want to do this business anymore. If you are not satisfied, from now on, wherever Li Yunxiao goes, Ling Yun 12 Saber will stay away. What do you think? Pfft. Li Yunxiao sneered, what does it have to do with me whether you stay away or not? As if I'm afraid that you won't stay away. What happened today will not end so easily. You must promise me one thing. This is directly related to both of us. It will be beneficial to you too. Zhu Gaogaoyuan was stunned. He asked suspiciously, beneficial to me too? What is it? Is it to kill Ling Bai? Li Yunxiao smiled, of course not. You want to kill Ling Bai with your strength? Maybe in your next life. Humph. Zhu Gaogaoyuan said angrily, wait till I reach divine transcendence. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He said, that's why I am looking for you. What? Zhu Gaogaoyuan was shocked. He said, could it be that you are also? Li Yunxiao nodded. He said, I am also one of the 18 Emperor Jiuxing invited by Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Zhu Gaogaoyuan was silent for a while. He said, with your strength, you can definitely get one pill. I don't understand why you are looking for me. Could it be that you want to join forces with me to snatch the pills? His eyes suddenly lit up. He licked his lips and said excitedly, if I can snatch all 18 pills, then, Li Yunxiao smiled. He waved his hand to stop Zhu Gaogaoyuan. He said, you are too naive. It's hard to say whether the pills will be formed or not. What? Zhu Gaogaoyuan's expression changed. He said in shock, what do you mean? This pill refining was related to him reaching divine transcendence. He had to be careful. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, don't be nervous. Let me explain. By the way, how did Su Liani find you? Why does she want to kill me? Zhu Gaogao snorted, how would I know? Li Yunxiao rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and said, I did have some small misunderstandings with the Tiani Pavilion, but they were just small misunderstandings. Don't tell me that the old witch is so petty. Fine, I will go out and talk to her later. Li Yunxiao and Zhu Gaogao began to talk. Zhu Gaoyuan's face suddenly became extremely shocked. Then, he revealed an extremely solemn expression that didn't dissipate for a long time. Li Yunxiao said, you and I know about this. You are a smart man. You should know what to do. Zhu Gaoyuan's brows furrowed into the shape of a chuan. He remained silent. After a while, he said, I see. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, actually, you don't have a choice. Zhu Gaogao said in a deep voice, I know. Be careful. Su Liani is outside. I don't want anyone who can defeat me to be killed by someone else. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, don't worry. I won't die even if you are all dead. Humph. Zhu Gaogao snorted, turned around, and left. With one step, his body began to become transparent. After a few steps, he completely disappeared. Li Yunxiao's right eye emitted a strange light and took in the surroundings. He was back in the purple room. The door was wide open, and there was a faint fluctuation of origin energy. Zhu Gaogao had left. Li Yunxiao raised his head and said, Grandma Su, come out and see me. Humph. A cold snort came from inside the room. The space in the room twisted slightly. A woman in a blue court dress stood in the air, looking at him coldly. The woman's blue gauze robe was embroidered with dark flowers. Her face was cold and beautiful. She was stunning and emotionless. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Grandma Su, we have no grudge against each other. You don't have to find someone to kill me, do you? No grudge? The woman said coldly, from Yao origin to Songyang City, how many experts of mine have died in your hands? Even my most promising disciple, Liang Yui, went to the saber sword sect because of you. Isn't this a grievance? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, those experts you sent are all idiots. They're all courting death. How can you blame me? As for Liang Yui, she was also forced away by that idiot Su Danhe. Everyone can testify that day. Su Liani pulled a long face and said, no matter what, the Tiani Pavilion has suffered a great loss because of you. How are we going to settle this score? Spreading his hands out, Li Yunxiao shrugged and helplessly said, if you think that way, then you'll only suffer greater losses in the future. As for how you want to settle the score, it's up to you. Anyway, you can't beat me now, so I'm not afraid of you. You. Su Liani was infuriated by his shameless behavior. She gritted her teeth and said, fine. I'll see for myself how powerful the reincarnated Gu Feiyang is. With a point of her finger, a beam of light that looked like a pillar of water shot up. The light was half purple and half black, and it continuously condensed in her palm. In the end, it turned into a two-colored flower and flew towards Li Yunxiao. The two-colored flower emitted a terrifying power that locked the space in the purple room and crushed it. Li Yunxiao's gaunt figure flickered in and out of existence. Under the strangling power, thousands of golden lights shot out from the surface of his skin. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space began to shake violently. The purple and black colors were torn apart. A storm swirled around Li Yunxiao, and thousands of birds screeched. Wind and cloud rule by me. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He struck out with his palm. The wind rises, cloud Feiyang. All the power was repelled, and the golden body became solid. The two-colored flower exploded with a bang, and turned into two wisps of green smoke. The purple room became quiet again, and only the sound of Su Liani's rapid breathing could be heard. Grandma Su, do you want to try again? Li Yunxiao looked at her with a smile. Humph. Su Liani's expression changed several times, and she turned around to leave. TSK, do you really think you're the lord of Nuyan City? You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think I'm a pushover? Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold. He flicked his finger, and an electric arc shot out with a pop sound. Bang! The arc of lightning exploded in front of Su Liani, turning into rings of lightning that stacked on top of each other and enveloped her body. Su Liani was shocked, and she said angrily, you think you can trap me with just a lightning bolt? You're looking down on me. Her long robe fluttered, and her hands danced in front of her. Beautiful flowers flew out and circled around her arms. A total of 9 flowers appeared, and Su Liani pushed her palms forward. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 flowers of light shattered, and a terrifying power burst out like a tidal wave. Kaboom! The lightning bolts around her were drowned out. Su Liani stood in the air with a cold face. The light was like a giant flower in full bloom, and her face was dark and gloomy. But in a flash, the giant flower ring was cut into pieces, and even the light was condensed, turning into a pale blue color. The blade was as fast as lightning, and it sliced the entire room in half. It was as if everything in the world had ceased to exist. Only this sword slashed down, and everything fused into it. Su Liani's eyes flashed with fear. She raised her hands and made a series of hand seals. Her 10 fingers danced in the air, and finally, she formed a hand seal. Her 10 fingers intertwined and pressed down on the blade. A spirit emerged from her fingers, and like a beast opening its mouth, she bit down. Zing! After a short but rapid grinding sound, the cold blade stopped 3 inches in front of Su Liani's chest, but the sharp sword will and cold chi directly pierced into her heart. A plum blossom-sized blood mark seeped out, but it was frozen by the cold chi in the blink of an eye. Bang! The 10 fingers that gripped the long sword suddenly cracked, and fresh blood flowed down the blade, dripping down. Su Liani's face was pale, and her eyes were blank and unfocused as she stared at Li Yunxiao. Heh, I said you can't beat me. Since it's your first time and you're a woman, I'll only cut off your arms today. Consider it a small punishment. Li Yunxiao sneered, and his long sword trembled slightly. Boundless cold chi and sword chi rose up. Seeing that her arms were about to be cut off, Su Liani screamed in fear, no. Please let me go. Her face had already lost all color and was deathly pale. Let you go? Granny Su, 10 minutes ago, you were going to kill my people. Li Yunxiao said coldly. Su Liani's lips were pale, and she bit them so hard that they bled. She said, Master Feiyang, I actually came here for another matter. Put down your sword, and I'll tell you in detail. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and said, do you think I'm a child? Now that you can't kill me, you want to talk business? Su Liani said hurriedly, I did want to kill you, but it was also a test to see if you had the strength to talk business with me. Li Yunxiao sneered, put away his sword, and said, let's talk. I'll see what you can come up with to save your life. If we can't talk business, the master of the Tianyi Pavilion will die here today. Su Liani glanced at the red blood mark on her chest, raised her head, and said slowly, I asked Sui Gaoyuan to kill you because I wanted to test your strength. But if you can't pass the test, I won't mind killing you. After all, you have a grudge against the Tianyi Pavilion. Li Yunxiao said nothing and waited quietly. Su Liani wanted to test his reaction, but she was disappointed. There wasn't even a ripple of emotion in his eyes. He looked at her calmly, and even if there was a trace of mockery in his eyes, there was no doubt about it. She sighed inwardly, but she was also delighted. She continued, if you can defeat Sui Gaoyuan and join forces with me, I'll make a deal with you. You've done better than I expected. A deal? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, let's see what you can offer to buy your life. Su Liani's face was contorted with anger. After a moment of consideration, she uttered a shocking statement, I want to bring the Tianyi Pavilion to your side. What? Li Yunxiao's expression finally changed. He was stunned at first, and then he looked puzzled. Su Liani heaved a long sigh and said I want to join you, but I actually want to seek your protection. Protection? Li Yunxiao said, is the Tianyi Pavilion in big trouble? Su Liani shook her head and said, no. Li Yunxiao said, then what's going on? I want to know what you mean by protection. Su Liani said, what do you think about the future of the merchant union? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, the future is boundless, and the future is bright. Su Liani said with a wry smile, I'm talking to Lord Feiyang openly. Why do you have to be so polite? Li Yunxiao said, oh? What do you think about the future of the merchant union? Su Liani shook her head helplessly. She said with a wry smile, then I'll be frank. It's still unknown whether Nuyan City can survive this. Even if it does, I'm afraid there will be drastic changes, and the power structure of the 7 councils will be completely broken. Li Yunxiao said, I've heard that the Tianyi Pavilion is strongly against the declaration of war against Lingbai. Su Liani nodded and said, that's right. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, the Manduo Chamber of Commerce, and the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce are all strongly against it. However, the 3 of us are not powerful enough to dictate the general direction of the merchant union. Li Yunxiao grabbed a bamboo chair and sat down. He said, who came up with the idea to deal with Lingbai? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that something is wrong. The development of the merchant union is based on profits. This is not cost-effective, and it's putting the cart before the horse. It's not in line with the style and interests of the merchant union. Su Liani looked sad for a while, then said, Master Feiyang also noticed it. Li Yunxiao said, so it's normal for them to oppose it. What's unusual is that the other 4 sects are in favor of it. Su Liani's expression changed several times. She said with a solemn expression, that's why I can't figure it out. The 10,000 gem tower is the initiator of this, so it's natural for them to agree with it. But why did the Money Sect, the Star Moon House, and the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce agree with it? She paced slowly in the room with her head down and analyzed, the rise of the Star Moon House is too sudden and unbelievable. I've always had a guess, and now it seems that I'm right. Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, you mean the force behind it? Su Liani smiled, Lord Feiyang probably knows that it is from Divine Cloud Palace, right? More and more people know about this, it is not a secret. But Divine Cloud Palace is just an old sect that has been sealed off for 20 years. Even if they are strong, they are not good at business. How can they support Star Moon Temple in an instant? Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, you mean there's someone else behind the Star Moon House? Could it be Plethora Treasure Tower? Su Liani praised, Lord Feiyang really got it. Other than Plethora Treasure Tower, who else in the world has such capability? They took over the 4 extreme sects business and gave it to Star Moon Temple. If Star Moon Temple is not under their control, they would not be so generous. Li Yunxiao's face was solemn as he pondered. Su Liani looked at him and smiled bitterly, I have guessed this long ago. Not just me, I think the other presidents also know about it. But Plethora Treasure Tower is too powerful, and with Divine Cloud Palace's cooperation, we are powerless to stop them. Li Yunxiao said, how confident are you in this guess? Su Lianyi said, I was 80% sure, but after the declaration of war against Ling Bai, I can basically be sure. Not only me, the presidents of Mando and Leifeng Chambers of Commerce are also sure. Li Yunxiao was shocked. You mean, this declaration of war against Ling Bai is very likely to involve Divine Cloud Palace? Su Lianyi said, what else does Lord Feiyang think? Other than money, what else can Plethora Treasure Tower use to fight against Ling Bai? Li Yunxiao's face darkened, an inexplicable sense of irritation surged in his heart. Su Lianyi said worriedly, now Lord Feiyang understands our predicament, right? Plethora Treasure Tower has been lying dormant in the Merchant Alliance for so many years. After this war, the Merchant Alliance will be unified. Li Yunxiao said, you want to borrow my strength to resist the unification of the Merchant Union? You think too highly of me. Su Lianyi said, with Lord Feiyang's current strength, it is indeed difficult to turn the situation around. Even if he were to return to the peak of his previous life, he might not be able to do it. But it is different now, because you have a saint artifact in your hands. Her eyes lit up as if she had seen the light of dawn. With some excitement, she said, I heard that there's a world inside the divine tool. I wonder if it's true. Li Yunxiao looked at her strangely and said, are you trying to move the entire Tianyi Pavilion into the divine artifact? I don't mind letting you hide in there for a while, but what's the point if the Tianyi Pavilion's businesses all over the world are taken away? Su Lianyi's excited expression suddenly became dejected, and she said, how could I not know that? It's just that I don't have much of a way now, and I can only take it one step at a time. But I will never condescend to live under the 10,000 Treasures restaurant and listen to his every command. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, you are just finding a way out for yourself, not for the Tianyi Pavilion. Su Lianyi said angrily, the Tianyi Pavilion will fight until the end. As long as all the key members are still alive, there is hope to take back everything. The so-called Chamber of Commerce and sects all refer to people, don't they? As long as people are alive, there will always be hope. Li Yunxiao said, that sounds reasonable, but why should I help you? Or should I say, why should I protect you? Am I not courting death by making an enemy of the 10,000 Treasures Tower and the Divine Cloud Palace? Now that the world knows that I have a saint artifact in my possession, there are countless people who want my life. If there are 2 more of them, I might really die. That won't happen. Su Lianyi said with certainty, you are the foreign minister of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Although that was in the past, this is a critical moment, and the 10,000 Treasures Tower will certainly want you back. And the relationship between the Palace Lord of the Divine Cloud Palace and you, as for the benefits, as long as you agree, I will give you everything you need. From now on, the Tianyi Pavilion will belong to you, and I am only your steward. Her face was full of determination, as if she had made up her mind. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. Then, he rubbed his chin and said, this is a very tempting offer. Few people in the world will refuse it. Even if they know it is a trap, it will be worth it to die for such a huge fortune. Su Lianyi curled her lips into a smile and said, so, Your Excellency, do you agree? Li Yunxiao waved a hand and said, let me think about it. Su Lianyi was taken aback. She said, do you still need to think about it, Your Excellency? Li Yunxiao said, a gentleman loves money, but he must be alive to get it. Su Lianyi said with a frown, Your Excellency must be joking. If you really can't do it, you can just go to the other side of the world. With your strength, who would dare to say that they can intercept and kill you? Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, the realm of heaven martial arts is vast beyond your imagination. There are not many people in this world who can kill me, but there are also many. Give me 3 days, and I will give you an answer within 3 days. Su Lianyi said happily, that's great. I will wait for Your Excellency's reply. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, this matter is of great importance, I have to be cautious. Do you know what the other chambers of commerce think? Su Lianyi said, indeed, we need to be cautious. As for the other chambers of commerce, Su Wansen and Zhu Qishui were also strongly against declaring war on Ling Bai and united with me. But recently, for some reason, they have been acting very secretive and distancing themselves from me. She frowned and said, "It is precisely because of this that I feel more and more uneasy. That is why I thought of seeking your Excellency's protection." "Oh? You are being isolated?" Li Yunxiao was surprised and said, "Anyone can see the situation in the Merchant Union. They should be working together to deal with the Wanbao Pagoda. How come you are all alone now?" "Humph." Su Lianyi's face showed anger and she said coldly, "God knows what these idiots are thinking. When they are all swallowed, it will be too late. I really want to see their expressions when they kneel in front of Xianxia and cry." Li Yunxiao pondered and thought to himself, could it be because of the 99 yang break crisis pill? If they can produce a large number of masters, they can indeed compete with the Wanbao Pagoda. But what if they fail? Su Lianyi said, "It seems that your Excellency still has something on your mind. I will not disturb you any longer. I will wait for your Excellency's good news." Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "You go back first. Maybe I will give you a reply in less than 3 days." After Su Lianyi left, he pondered for a moment and also turned into a ray of light and rushed up. In a flash above the training ground, he disappeared on the spot. A moment later, in the sky above the Wanbao Pagoda headquarters, Li Yunxiao appeared and descended. "Who is it?" A loud shout came from the headquarters, and then a ray of light rushed towards Li Yunxiao. In the light, a majestic figure with a gloomy face appeared. "Stop." The man's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed Li Yunxiao's throat. Li Yunxiao blocked in front of him with one hand, his fingers clenched into a fist, and stretched out. "Pa!" The 2 palms collided in the air. The man's face darkened. He only felt that there was an extra item in his hand. When he fixed his eyes on it, his whole body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, 10,000 characters token. A figure flashed by, and Li Yunxiao put away the token. Then, he floated down, and there was no longer any obstruction. "Haha, come on, why make such a big commotion?" Wan Qian's voice sounded from inside. "Come in." A beam of light flew out and slowly unfolded in the sky, turning into a curved rainbow bridge in the sky. Li Yunxiao smiled and stepped on the bridge. In a few steps, he disappeared from the bridge, and the rainbow light also gradually dissipated. Such a scene alarmed almost everyone in the Myriad Treasure Tower. They all looked in the direction Li Yunxiao disappeared in shock, and they all speculated in their hearts. The burly figure in the sky also had a shocked expression, and then it became serious. He said softly, "Li Yunxiao, Gu Feiyong." In a side hall, there was a large brass cauldron in the center, constantly emitting a sweet fragrance. Wan Qian smiled. "You're finally here. I'm very relieved." Li Yunxiao smiled. "I'm not here for your matter. I'm just bored and wanted to find someone to chat with." "Haha." Wan Qian laughed. "You're not someone with a lot of time. You coming here at least proves that you're interested in Ling Bai's matter." Li Yunxiao said, "I'm more interested in the Merchant Alliance." "Oh? What is it?" Wan Qian raised his eyebrows. The scarlet dragon staff appeared in his hand, and he slowly walked around. Li Yunxiao said seriously, "Naturally, it's about the Merchant Alliance's domination of the world." Wan Qian seemed to have expected this. He only smiled lightly. "Recently, all kinds of rumors have been flying everywhere. If we can't get past this, how can we dominate the world?" Li Yunxiao said, "It seems that your desire to dominate the world is real. In this battle against Ling Bai, how confident are you?" Wan Qian's expression became serious. He said in a low voice, "Transcending mortality and entering sainthood is already the peak of this world. Ling Bai is an expert among experts. No matter how confident I am, it's not reliable. I can only do my best." Li Yunxiao stared into his eyes and suddenly sighed. "Wan Qian, we've known each other for a long time. How can I not understand you? If you don't have complete confidence, you won't make a move. What I'm curious about is this complete confidence. Just what is it that gives you such courage and determination?" Wan Qian looked over and stared at Li Yunxiao. "I do seek stability in everything I do. The Myriad Treasures Tower has achieved today's situation precisely because of this. But I no longer want to be stable like this. Because I no longer have time. The myriad treasures tower can continue for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, but what about me? A cold light flickered in his eyes. This is an excellent opportunity. It's worth it for me, Wan Qian, to take this risk and gamble. Li Yunxiao said, are you sure that Ling Bai will come? Or maybe he's drinking wine somewhere, making you busy for nothing. Wan Qian smiled. If I don't even have this much confidence, then wouldn't I be the laughingstock of the world? Fei Yang, you have to help me this time. He said earnestly, his white hand patting Li Yunxiao's shoulder. His face was full of expectation. Li Yunxiao slapped him away. Stop pretending to be affectionate in front of me. Let me ask you, if you have time to beg me, why don't you spend some time to unite the merchant alliance? If everyone works together, our chances will increase greatly. Wan Xianxian looked at him strangely and suddenly laughed. Haha, Fei Yang, are you trying to get information out of me? I'm very curious about your motives. You've never cared about the merchant union's internal affairs. Could it be for the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Li Yunxiao said, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce has its own experts. It's not my place to worry. I do have a motive, but you only need to answer me. Wan Xianxian laughed. Tisk, tsk. Only you would dare speak to me like this. The more arrogant you are, the more I feel that Emperor Wu has returned. You also feel that Ding Shan of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce is not simple? Li Yunxiao retorted, which one of you merchants is simple? Haha, merchants will always be merchants. How can we compare to titled Emperor Wu? Wan Xianxian couldn't help but lament, so what if I'm the richest man in the world? Li Yunxiao said, you're beating around the bush. Is it inconvenient for you to answer? Wan Xianxian laughed, I have nothing to hide from you. The merchant union will inevitably move toward hegemony and become the 8th superpower in the world, but that's only if we survive this calamity. As for the attitude of the other members of the merchant union, I don't really care because they're unreliable and don't have enough power for me to rely on. The current situation is completely within my expectations. You naturally know the background of the Star Moon House. Money Gang's Qianxing is also not an ordinary person. As for the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Haha, have you received Ding Shan's invitation to refine pills? Wan Xianxian smiled and looked at Li Yunxiao with a teasing look. You know about this too? Li Yunxiao was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. If Wan Xianxian didn't know about the gathering of 18 Emperor Jiuxing in Nuyan City, then the intelligence work would be terrible. Wan Xianxian said, what do you think the chances of refining pills are? Li Yunxiao said, I don't know yet, but it seems you have no confidence in refining pills. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm. Haha, so you can see through me. Wan Xianxian smiled. Refining the 99 yang breaking adversity pill is impossible in this world. If he can really refine it and raise the entity of the entire merchant union, I will be happy to see that. An illusory pill recipe had caused Ding Shan's confidence to swell to the extreme. The moment it exploded, he would return to the cruel reality. But by then, it will be too late, and the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce will soon be mine. Li Yunxiao said, but Ding Shan seems very confident. Wan Xianxian sneered, there will be a result soon, but you'll know soon enough. As for the 3 small fries, the Tianyi Pavilion, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, and the Mando Chamber of Commerce, it was a foregone conclusion that they would be swallowed by the myriad treasure tower. After I've taken over the 4 great merchant unions, even if the Star Moon Temple and the Money Sect were to leave the merchant union, it wouldn't matter anymore. Li Yunxiao said, looks like everything is within your calculations. As for the matter of dealing with Ling Bai, I will give you an answer after Ding Shan finishes refining the pill. Alright. Wan Xianxian was overjoyed. Don't hold too much hope, lest you be disappointed. Li Yunxiao nodded, I came to find you for another matter. I heard from Qin Zhongxi that the fat and skinny idiot also came to Nuyan City? Wan Xianxian's expression sank, and he said solemnly, indeed, I am also worried about this matter. I have already sent more people to search the entire city, but I don't know if that person has also come, or what his goal is. Li Yunxiao said, if he comes, with his help, you will have a high chance of killing Ling Bai. Wan Xianxian said, how do you know he will help me? Why not cause trouble or help Ling Bai? Li Yunxiao smiled, that will depend on how you obtained the secret art you gave me back then. Wan Xianxian's pupils shrank. This matter has been weighing on my mind for a while, but I couldn't find the right opportunity to ask you. How is your cultivation of the tyrannical heavenly refinement art going? Li Yunxiao said, not bad, not bad. Oh? A strange expression appeared on Wan Xianxian's face as he stared at Li Yunxiao, but he couldn't find any clues. Smiling, he said, good, good. I was worried that there was a problem with the art back then, but fortunately, nothing happened. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Although the tyrannical heavenly body refining art was extremely powerful, the cultivation process and problems were beyond his expectations. It seemed to be incomplete. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, Tower Master, you seem to have known that there was a problem? Wan Xianxian hurriedly said, how could that be? It took me a lot of effort to get my hands on such a top-notch divine ability. I'm just worried. You know my temperament, I'm naturally paranoid. Li Yunxiao faintly smiled, your paranoia has made me paranoid as well. Wan Xianxian awkwardly laughed, Fei Yong, we have been friends for many years, how could I possibly give you a problematic art? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, of course, I trust you. The two chatted for a while longer. Wan Xianxian asked about the tyrannical heavenly refinement art more than once, but Li Yunxiao always evaded the topic. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Li Yunxiao bid his farewell and left. Wan Xianxian stood beside the bronze cauldron, his expression darkening. I didn't expect him to cultivate the tyrannical heavenly refinement art, and you were the one who gave it to him. A faint voice rang out, filled with shock and dissatisfaction. That was many years ago. I didn't expect Fei Yong to still be alive, and there seems to be a problem with the art. Wan Xianxian mused. Oh? There's a problem with the art? The voice asked. How would I know? This kind of supreme art is imprinted on the inheritance medium and can only be passed on to one person. I don't even know the content. Wan Xianxian frowned, didn't you fight him before? You should know what to do. Humph. Let's not talk about that fight. I won't let him have a good time next time. The voice said coldly, with a hint of resentment. After Li Yunxiao left the myriad treasure tower, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew in the air. After a while, he appeared in the sky above the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Lord Yunxiao, I sent someone to look for you. Once he entered the Chamber of Commerce, he saw the anxious Su Hong and said, who knew that you had already left Jingya sacred land? I was worried that there would be delays, so I sent people to look for you. He hurriedly led the way in front and brought Li Yunxiao into the headquarters. Li Yunxiao said, I went to settle some matters. Where's Ling Er? Su Hong said, eldest young mistress has something to do and is not here for the time being. What? Li Yunxiao stopped in his tracks and looked at him suspiciously. He said, now is such a critical moment. What can Ling Er go out for? Su Hong shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Li Yunxiao turned his head to look at the long corridor and said indifferently, let Ling Er come and see me. Otherwise, I won't participate in this pill refinement. Ah, this. Su Hong was stunned. He was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. He said, Lord, you can't go back on your words. How do you want me to explain to Lord President? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I said it casually. Let's go. Su Hong was speechless. Countless alpacas galloped in his heart, but he did not dare to show it. He hurriedly brought Li Yunxiao through a few corridors and entered a large hall. The hall was very spacious. It was not crowded at all with 20 to 30 people inside. It still appeared very spacious. The moment Li Yunxiao and Su Hong entered, all the conversation stopped. Dozens of gazes looked over. Being stared at by so many experts, Su Hong trembled all over. But in the blink of an eye, he heaved a sigh of relief. Those people all looked at Li Yunxiao. It was just a moment ago, but they already felt like collapsing. They hurriedly lowered their heads and made an inviting gesture, inviting Li Yunxiao inside. Li Yunxiao naturally would not have stage fright in such a place. The corners of his lips curled up slightly and he strode in. Other than the dozens of experts present, there were also many followers and servants of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. They all looked at him coldly. Most of them were people that Li Yunxiao knew. The throne with a dragon engraved at the front was empty. It should have been reserved for Ding Shan. Two people sat on the lower left. They were Ding Peng and Jing Xiaoyi. One of them revealed a horrified expression. The other person's face was filled with rage. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked like he was trying his best to suppress his emotions. Li Yunxiao saw him too. He knew that the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce must have stepped in to get him back. The three elders of the Flowing Brightness Mansion were also present. Jing Ming's injuries seemed to have healed a lot. He glared at Li Yunxiao. Everyone present could feel the unfriendly aura from the three of them. They looked like they were watching a show. Li Yunxiao sneered softly. He walked straight to the chair that Su Hong had brought. With a wave of his long robe, he sat down in a relaxed manner. He picked up the spirit fruits and spirit wine beside him and started eating and drinking as if there was no one else around. Humph, how arrogant. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore and snorted coldly. But it was not Flowing Brightness Mansion. On the opposite row of seats was a stone-faced old man with long eyebrows. He did not hide the sarcasm in his eyes. He said coldly, "Someone thinks that he is the titled Emperor Wu. He is so arrogant." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. He did not seem to have heard him and continued eating his food. Everyone present could see clearly the moment they came in. Except for one or two relatively young experts, the others were famous for a long time. A few of them were famous even in his previous life. The stone-faced old man with long eyebrows was one of them. His name was Qi Jingyan. Everyone became spirited and secretly rejoiced. Finally, someone had come forward. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary among them. They could test Li Yunxiao's strength. But who would have thought that Li Yunxiao would not care at all? He continued to chomp on the spiritual fruits and gulp down the spiritual wine, not at all behaving like a gentleman. Bang! Qi Jingyan finally became angry. He slammed his palm on the table and stared at Li Yunxiao. He shouted, "I'm talking about you." All the spirit wine and spirit fruits on the table flew into the air and kept rolling. A green-robed old man sitting beside him stroked his beard slightly. He gently raised his hand and made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, stopping the fruit wine in its tracks. The wine slowly fell back onto the table without spilling or damaging it in the slightest. The old man's name was Mao Yingyan, and he was also a famous powerhouse. Li Yunxiao was still leisurely eating his fruit as if nothing had happened. "You're going too far." Qi Jingyan flew into a rage and leaped up from his seat. He drew circles with his palms in front of him, and fierce palm winds flew everywhere. Ding Peng was shocked. "Lord Jingyan, don't attack. Don't forget my father's agreement with everyone. If you recklessly attack and ruin the alchemy, you'll have to compensate for what you're supposed to get." Qi Jingyan's body froze for a moment before he withdrew his palm technique and sat back down in rage. However, his aura fluctuated along with his rage, causing the entire hall to become extremely stifling. However, everyone present was a powerhouse, and they seemed completely fine. They continued to chat and enjoy their wine. Only the attendants and servants' expressions changed. "You're an idiot. After the alchemy, I'll have to properly deal with this titled Emperor Wu." Qi Jingyan snorted heavily and slowly withdrew his aura. Li Yunxiao stuffed a pomegranate-like spirit fruit into his mouth and carefully chewed it. After swallowing it, he leisurely said, "I know you, I think you're called Jingyan or something. Speaking of which, I don't think we have any grudges?" "Humph, no grudges? Haha. That's the funniest joke I've heard today." Qi Jingyan's face was covered in a layer of frost. "Do you still remember the master of the northern region's falling water stream, Qi Taisui?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment before absent-mindedly saying, "I remember now. There was indeed such a person who specialized in abducting women to use as human cauldrons, extracting their vital yin before killing them. When I found out about it, I killed him in passing. The surname Qi is rare, so that Qi Taisui was most likely your father." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly, revealing looks of disdain. "Bah!" Qi Jingyan was furious. "That's my big brother." "Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Li Yunxiao said apologetically, "But your big brother cultivated an evil technique and deserved to die." I wonder if you cultivate an evil technique? Qi Jingyan angrily said, stop pretending to be a good person. What does it have to do with you what technique my elder brother cultivates? In any case, I will definitely avenge this irreconcilable enmity. Li Yunxiao recalled and said, I've been killing Qi Tai Sui for many years, and I've been staying in the northern region all this time. Why haven't you come to take revenge? Qi Jingyan snorted and said, at the time, I was cultivating a powerful divine ability. When I came out of seclusion, I looked everywhere for you and found out that you were already dead. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes and can let this seat take revenge with my own hands. The corners of everyone's mouths curled up in mockery as they sneered in their hearts. Mao Yingyan asked in astonishment, Brother Jingyan, why is there such a thing? I remember that you were very free before Gu Feiyang died, and you even went to the western region to travel for a few years. Don't you remember that you had a disciple in the western regions? Qi Jingyan's old face turned slightly red. He was greatly embarrassed and said with a snort, I am indeed going to the western region to cultivate my divine ability. If I knew that my elder brother was killed, I would have killed Gu Feiyang first. Who wants to kill Gu Feiyang? Why is there someone more ambitious than me? A leisurely and lazy voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the door, only to see a dozen or so people walking in from outside. Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded slightly at the newcomers. The people who came in were the Lingyun 12 sabers. Zhu Gaoyuan didn't dare to be careless, so he respectfully cupped his hands towards Li Yunxiao. Then, his gaze swept across the hall and finally fell on Qi Jingyan. He couldn't help but sneer and say, Big idiot, are you the one who wants to kill Gu Feiyang? Pfft. Mao Yingyan spat out a mouthful of wine. He choked on the spot and started coughing violently. The others were also shocked and looked at Zhu Gaoyuan. It turned out that many of them didn't recognize this person. What did you say? Qi Jingyan almost fainted from anger. His entire head was flushed red as rage rushed to his head. Zhu Gaoyuan laughed and said, come on, come and hit me. If you dare to attack me, you will be violating the contract with Ding Shan. The 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill will be yours, big idiot. Pfft. Qi Jingyan, who was about to kill Ding Shan, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of hatred. Haha, boss, you are so bad. Among the 12 blades, the woman in yellow covered her mouth and giggled. The rest of the people couldn't help but roar with laughter, swaying left and right. You, Qi Jingyan was shaking with anger. Strong waves of elemental energy rippled out from his body, but he still suppressed it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and attack. Ding Peng hurriedly stood up and led Zhu Gaoyuan and the others away. He said, everyone here is a powerful expert invited by my father. Please give Tianyuan commerce some face and don't cause trouble. Zhu Gaoyuan said, almost everyone is here. Where is your father? Why is he so arrogant? He made everyone wait for so long. Ding Peng was annoyed. The others were the ones who waited for a long time. But he didn't dare to complain. He hurriedly explained, my father has something to do. He will come immediately. Haha, Zhu Gaoyuan, you are too impatient. As he was speaking, an old but powerful voice was heard. 3 people appeared outside the door. They all looked extraordinary. They walked in with smiles on their faces. Father! Ding Peng was overjoyed. He hurriedly went to greet them. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. It wasn't the first time he saw Ding Shan, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Now that he looked closer, he did have the demeanor of a king. Ding Shan's eyes also glanced at him. He seemed to be smiling at him. Ding Shan was wearing silk clothes. He had 2 white mustaches on his upper lips. He always had a smile on his face. He greeted everyone. The 2 people next to him were the president of Thunder Wind Commerce, Zhu Qishui, and the president of Mando Commerce, Su Wansen. Li Yunxiao thought of Su Lianyi's words. No wonder these 2 commerce associations walked away from her. They were with Ding Shan. He just didn't know why Ding Shan didn't find Su Lianyi. If the 4 of them joined forces, they might really be able to fight with 10,000 Treasure Tower. After Ding Shan greeted them one by one, he said, I have retired from the Commerce Alliance for many years. I didn't expect so many friends to come to support me. I am really grateful and honored. Everyone became polite. They all said, how can we not come when the president invited us? It is my honor to be able to witness this pill being refined, and so on. It is my honor to be able to witness this pill being refined. Ding Shan kept a smile on his face. He gently stroked his mustache and said, since everyone is interested, I won't say any more polite words. In the future, if there is anything my Heaven Yuan Commerce Associations can help with, don't hesitate to look for me. Everyone was overjoyed. Being able to make friends with the super commerce associations was extremely beneficial to any martial artist. Zhu Qishui said, everyone is a little impatient from waiting. Brother Ding Shan, please begin. Ding Shan nodded and said, I won't talk nonsense. Everyone first look at the process and steps. If you have any questions, just ask. He waved his hand. Instantly, more than 10 rays of light flew out from his sleeves. They were all jade slips and shot toward everyone. Li Yunxiao grabbed his and scanned it with his divine sense. After finding no problems, he placed it on his forehead and carefully read the information inside. The hall immediately quieted down. Even breathing was extremely soft. Very soon, everyone took down the jade slips. Most of them looked calm. The process inside was very simple. There was basically no doubt. Even the distribution method after the pill was formed was clearly written. Ding Shan said, if everyone understands, then let's begin now. He directly struck a seal into the ground. Instantly, countless rays of light slowly lit up. An array appeared under everyone's feet. He suddenly called out, Elder Jingyao. Jingyao's gaze focused. Staring at the array under his feet, he formed a seal with both hands. Seals flew out from his 10 fingers and continuously churned in the air. His palms turned crimson and dark-green as he fiercely slapped out. Rumble. The hall shook, and an ancient profound artifact, a cauldron, appeared from the seal and landed on the ground with a rumble. Li Yunxiao looked over. This cauldron was divided into 2 colors. It exuded an extremely strong ancient aura and a sense of vastness. It was obviously an ancient profound artifact. Jing Yao glanced at everyone's shocked gazes and said proudly, this is my flowing brightness mansion's treasure, the Yin Yang Cauldron. It is the best profound artifact to refine the 9 Yin and 9 Yang break adversity pill. If President Ding Shan hadn't sent people to beg for it many times, my flowing brightness mansion would never have lent it out. Jing Shaoyi suddenly added, I hope the president will not forget the conditions. Everyone was speechless. Borrowing the cauldron was definitely an exchange of benefits. Everyone knew that when it came to the surface, it was really worrying. Ding Shan was also slightly embarrassed. But he dissolved it with a smile and said, that is natural. The Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's reputation is known throughout the world. Humph, Jing Shaoyi snorted lightly. His gaze became fierce as he gloated at Li Yunxiao. Ding Shan's expression became solemn. He said, everyone, please sit in your respective positions. The refinement will begin immediately. I have planned for more than 20 years for today. I only managed to find all kinds of materials and found many substitutes. If I fail, I will have to wait another 20 years to refine again. Ding Peng clenched his fists and said firmly, don't worry, Lord Father. I will definitely not fail. Ding Shan nodded and patted his shoulder in relief. He said, as expected of my, Ding Shan's, son. Although your martial arts talent is not high, everyone has their own fate. Father has never forced you. But in today's refinement, you must do your best. This is also my greatest test for you. As long as you pass it, I can retire with peace of mind and leave the entire Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's affairs to you to manage. Ding Peng became agitated and nervous at once. He said excitedly, Lord Father, don't worry. Even if I die, I will definitely refine the pill. Jing Yao suddenly frowned and said, although young Master Ding Peng is born with a body of yin and yang balance and is most suitable to be the yin-yang cauldron's conduction medium, his strength is too low after all. Will there be any accidents? Ding Shan said, rest assured, Elder Jing Yao. For today's refinement, I have already studied it countless times. There won't be any mistakes. Ding Peng's role is only to conduct the energy. He does not need to be too strong himself. Xianxia said, it's good that you are confident. I don't want to waste this opportunity. Sui Gaoyuan licked his lips and chuckled. Let's get started. I'm thirsty. Ha ha ha. Everyone smiled and sat down according to the positions described in the jade slip. Then, they formed different hand seals. Ding Peng looked nervous. He walked to the yin-yang cauldron and sat down. He placed his palms on the cauldron. Buzz. The cauldron vibrated. Yin and yang qi gushed out, circled around Ding Peng's body and spread out. All the martial artists felt a shiver in their hearts as they felt the powerful aura. It was like the vast and boundless division of yin and yang when the heavens and earth were first created. All of them felt reverence in their hearts as they hurriedly sat down and poured their yuan force into the seal on their palms. Suddenly, a vast energy surged out from each of them, messing up the yin and yang qi. They were like points that rippled. Ding Shan's pupils shrank. He flew into the air and took out all kinds of treasures. He threw them into the cauldron. The yin and yang qi rolled them up and they disappeared. He sat cross-legged above the cauldron. At the same time, he made countless hand seals and set up many enchantments. The entire Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was heavily guarded. Everything within a few miles around the headquarters was a forbidden area. The yin-yang cauldron released the power of the tool. It worked with the array on the ground. Suddenly, the hall was filled with two-colored lights. The lights flowed around everyone. Li Yunxiao frowned. He felt a large amount of origin qi gushing out of his hand seals. Not only that, even the pores on his body opened and origin qi flowed out. He was shocked. It didn't look like he was making elixirs. It was like he had become a origin stone. The yin-yang cauldron was extracting his origin qi. Don't panic. It's normal. The yin-yang cauldron needs your 9 yin and 9 yang elemental powers. Don't resist. Just focus on your dantian. Don't make any mistakes. Ding Shan said slowly. Many people were frowning. But after hearing that, they relaxed and let the yin-yang cauldron extract their energy. Although they felt uncomfortable, they could still bear it. Li Yunxiao frowned even more. The process of making elixirs seemed to be different from what was written on the recipe. Could it be that Ding Shan changed the recipe? This possibility was extremely high. After all, the rules of heaven and earth had changed, and the refining process of the past might not be suitable for the present. But as a Tier 9 alchemist, Li Yunxiao still felt that something was wrong, and a bad premonition grew stronger and stronger in his heart. His hand seal changed slightly as he channeled the spirity force, which flowed along the circulatory cycle. Wherever it passed, all the pores would close. In an instant, his entire body became like an iron bucket, and not even the slightest bit of power leaked out. Not only that, but he also began to meditate and adjust his breathing, constantly recovering the energy he had lost before. Several hours later, there seemed to be an irritable mood spreading in the hall. Li Yunxiao secretly opened his eyes and saw that a large number of experts' foreheads were covered in sweat and their clothes were soaked. The two-colored light was still spinning, and the yin-yang cauldron kept spewing out alchemic flames. It was indeed refining pills. In the entire hall, only 3 people had serene expressions, and they were Li Yunxiao, Du Gaoyuan, and Ding Shan. Even Ding Peng was covered in sweat, and his body seemed to be alternating between hot and cold. He kept trembling, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, looking at the color of that alchemic flame, it indeed looks like a peerless elixir, and Ding Peng's appearance is definitely not fake. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? Ding Shan also had a serene expression, and he was dignified. From time to time, his hand seal changed and entered into the yin-yang cauldron, driving the alchemic flame. Li Yunxiao kept observing the hand seal that Ding Shan had formed, and the frown on his face deepened. The hand seal seemed to contain a power that he did not understand, and with his experience, he had never seen it before. I can't. Suddenly, someone shouted. His face was pale, and beads of sweat flowed down his face. His body trembled violently. Lord Wan Yuan, you must hold on. Ding Shan opened his eyes and said, we are already halfway done. Do not be distracted. If you make a mistake, it will directly affect everyone else. The consequences are unimaginable. That person gritted his teeth and said, but, Ding Shan interrupted, there are no buts. Everyone here is bitterly holding on. Could it be that you, who has cultivated to Emperor Jiuxing, cannot even endure this little bit of difficulty? Although the expressions of the others were ugly, when they saw the alchemic flame continuously spitting out in the yin-yang cauldron, light flashed through their eyes. They licked their tongues and closed their eyes, continuing to hold on. Ding Shan flicked his finger, and a golden light shot down. He said, this is my secret returning origin pill. It will be very beneficial to you. Wang Yuan caught it, and after taking a look, he swallowed it. He said, thank you, Lord President. In a short while, shock appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with joy. It seemed that the effects of the alchemic pill were extremely strong, and he could not contain his joy. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Under Tsutsumi's gaze, after Wang Yuan swallowed the alchemic pill, the vitality that gushed out of Wang Yuan's body became thicker and thicker, showing a disheveled state. Shock flashed through his eyes, and at the same time, another pair of eyes looked over. It was Zhuo Yuan, and his face was also filled with confusion. Li Yunxiao gave him a look, and he slowly closed his eyes. He no longer cared about the situation outside, and focused on cultivating. Suddenly, he felt a slight pain on his Luanhai acupoint. Then, the pores on his body began to open one by one. As the spirity force circulated in his body, it began to absorb the yin and yang qi from the outside world. What? What's going on? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Initially, he was afraid that his vital energy would leak out, so he closed all his pores. Why did they open on their own now, and they were even absorbing without restraint? After the yin and yang qi flowed into his body, it revolved around his meridians, and was finally absorbed by his body. He could clearly feel that his strength was becoming stronger. This, although Li Yunxiao was shocked, he was more surprised than surprised. The surging power contained infinite power, and it was much stronger than the yuan qi that he usually absorbed. He tasted the sweetness, and he could not help but become bolder. He began to circulate the creation qi, and accelerated the absorption of the yin and yang qi around him, turning them into his own strength. A few hours later, no. All of a sudden, Wang Yuan let out a startled roar. Everyone trembled, and they all opened their eyes to look at him. Ah! Everyone gasped. Wang Yuan, who was previously full of vigor, now had sunken eyes. His entire body was almost skin and bones, and there was not a single trace of blood on his body. Blood vessels could clearly be seen under his skin, and it was as if his entire body had been sucked dry. How could this be? Everyone was greatly shocked. They couldn't help but look around, and the result shocked everyone. Everyone's faces were black, and they looked extremely exhausted. Even their skin was wrinkling. Stop, I'm going to die. Wang Yuan looked at his body and screamed in horror. He raised his hands and tried to grab forward, but he felt extremely powerless. Ding Shan, what the hell is going on? Thunder Wind Merchant Association's president Zhu Qishui was shocked. He discovered to his horror that his quintessential essence had also been sucked dry, and his body was starting to feel extremely weak. Now, even a fool knew that there was a problem. They all looked in horror, and Ding Shan, who was above the yin-yang cauldron, was in high spirits. His face was flushed, and he was brimming with endless joy. Ding Shan, you, Su Wanson also screamed, his face full of fear. The remaining people could not sit still, and they were all horrified. Ding Shan slowly opened his eyes and said, everyone, don't panic. This is normal. We are about to condense the pill. After consuming the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking crisis pill, not only will you all recover to normal, but your strength will also improve. Jin Yao's face was pale as he said, why is everyone's strength drained, but only you and Li Yunxiao are advancing instead of retreating? You seem to have become even stronger. Ding Shan's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Li Yunxiao. His eyes revealed shock and anger as he shouted, Li Yunxiao, what are you doing? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I'm just doing the same thing as Lord Ding Shan. Whatever you are doing, I am doing. Ding Shan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned gloomy. His eyes spewed fire as he said angrily, no wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong. So it was you causing trouble? Li Yunxiao said in surprise, I'm just doing the same thing as Lord. What's wrong with that? Ding Shan's expression was extremely gloomy, but this was clearly not the time to settle scores. He could only swallow the bitter pill in silence. He closed his eyes and continued to absorb. Li Yunxiao also frantically circulated the single energy art of creation. The yin and yang qi in the hall started to surge towards the two of them in a form visible to the naked eye. This time even an idiot would know what was going on. Xianxia shouted angrily, stop. Ding Shan, quickly stop. He was shocked to discover that he had already been suppressed by the formation below. Even the yin-yang cauldron had lost contact with him. He could not command it at all. Not only him, but everyone also felt the suction from the ground and the pressure from the yin-yang cauldron. They had completely lost the power to resist, and they were like primordial stones embedded in the ground, allowing the array to draw power from them without limit. Immediately, all kinds of curses rang out, all of them filled with anger. But very quickly, everyone discovered that it was useless. Ding Shan and Li Yunxiao were still absorbing very quickly and did not have the time to pay attention to them. The various experts' attendants outside the formation, as well as some of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's servants, all had extremely ugly expressions. They were also suppressed by the barrier's power and could not move at all. Jing Shaoyi said in panic, Ding Shan, quickly stop. You dare to disrespect the three elders. You can't bear the wrath of flowing brightness matter. At this time all kinds of wailing and begging for mercy sounded, but it was still to no avail. Boss, why are you all right? Save me. Ling Yun 12 Saber's second saber, Xiang Hufeng, was trembling, and so was the third saber, Tang Yu. Both of them looked at Zhu Gaoyuan pleadingly. Although Zhu Gaoyuan's face was pale, he was not as skinny as the others. However, he was also very anxious. Li Yunxiao had only told him to be on his guard, so he had been careful at the beginning. Not much of his strength had been drained away, but he had still lost a lot of it. At this moment, he was suppressed by the formation and the yin-yang cauldron, unable to move. Zhu Gaoyuan clenched his teeth and started to move slowly. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He tried to force himself to stand up, but his body was trembling violently. Ding Peng also felt dizzy. He almost could not stand steadily. He said with a trembling voice, Father, what is going on? I feel like I am going to be sucked dry too. Ding Shan said anxiously, don't panic. You will be fine. You are just a medium. As everyone's energy is disappearing, it is normal for you to feel like this. Just hold on for a while longer. Ding Peng clenched his teeth and continued to hold on. Ding Shan's hands were moving quickly. He seemed to be strengthening the absorption of energy. Light smoke rose from the surface of his body and surged into his skin. Li Yunxiao did not hesitate either. He could feel the shackles of the 9 stars intermediate stage. He kept extracting the yin and yang qi to break through. A terrifying phenomenon appeared around his body. The yin and yang qi turned into 9 dragons and surged into his body. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Who had ever seen such a cultivation scene before? Ding Shan's face was gloomy. Everyone's energy had been drained, and the two of them had fallen out with each other. There was no need for them to pretend to be refined, and they sucked as much energy as they could. However, he realized that he was far inferior to Li Yunxiao. Jing Shaoyi saw that the 3 elders' energy was getting weaker and weaker. He said anxiously, Ding Peng, stop. Since our families are connected by marriage, we are one family. We cannot kill each other. What? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up. He said sternly, what did you just say? Jing Shaoyi was shocked by his sharp gaze. He took a few steps back and said, Ding Shan has agreed to marry Ding Ling to me. Ding Shan stared coldly at Li Yunxiao and said, that's right, my daughter and young master Shaoyi are in love, they are a perfect match. Li Yunxiao only felt a boom in his mind, and his emotions instantly became unstable. With the circulation of his yuan qi obstructed, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his meridians were thrown into disorder. The 9 dragons' body infusion phenomenon immediately disappeared. Ding Shan was overjoyed. While crazily absorbing the energy, he said, "My daughter has fallen in love with young Master Xiaoyi at first sight since a few months ago. She has been living in Luming Mansion for the past few months." "Don't tell me you don't know?" Although Li Yunxiao knew that he was trying to provoke him, the restlessness in his heart still spread, and the aura in his body became more and more chaotic. He hurriedly gave up on continuing to absorb the energy. Instead, he formed a series of hand seals and began to guide his qi to calm himself down. Ding Shan was overjoyed and sped up his absorption of the energy in the field. Everyone lay on the ground in despair, their eyes filled with resentment. Jing Shaoyi looked at the three elders lying on the ground in horror. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Ding Shan, since the two families have formed an alliance, and Ling likes me so much, the three elders are also on the same side." Ding Shan opened his eyes and stared at him, shouting, "Shut up! If you say another word, this old man will kill you right now." Jing Shaoyi was frightened by his terrifying aura and did not dare to say another word. Su Wanson's face was also pale, and his entire body trembled violently. He said in a trembling voice, So that's how it is. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood. You are actually trying to transcend mortality and enter sainthood." Ding Shan's body continued to churn, and the pressure that was increasing exponentially caused everyone's heart to tremble. This kind of power was the power that they had longed for but could not obtain, transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Ding Shan's expression became more and more serene. He said slowly, "If not for this, why would I need to spend so much effort and pay such a price, and why would I bear to sacrifice everyone?" Qi Jingnian said in a trembling voice, "Lord Ding Shan, since you have already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, and our cultivation is almost exhausted, please be merciful and spare our lives." The others looked at him in disdain, their faces full of disdain. Their strength had fallen from Emperor Jiuxing, and everyone had the same thought. They did not plan to live at all. Losing their cultivation was worse than death. Ding Shan sighed, "I was also forced into a corner. I hope that everyone can understand." "Understand? I understand your grandmother." Mao Yingyan gritted his teeth and roared, "If there is a chance, this old man will kill all 18 generations of your ancestors." Ding Shan shook his head and said, "Everyone here is not a kind person. How many people have died at your hands? Which peerless elite did not step on piles of bones to reach their current position? It's just that it is your turn to be stepped on." Tang Yu said coldly, "We are stepping on you openly with our strength, but you despicable scum, you are playing tricks and scheming." Ding Shan said, "This can only be said to be a victory in terms of intelligence. The winner is king, and the loser is the bandit. Everyone, why do you need to say so much? Isn't it better to quietly accept this cruel reality?" Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Previously, they were peerless elites, but in the blink of an eye, they became frail old men. Not to mention being all-powerful, it was difficult to even prolong their lives. Sui Gaoyuan's face was pale, and he was still struggling bitterly. He said, "Since you have already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, everyone is basically useless. They are no longer a threat to you. Why don't you release the formation and let everyone live?" Ding Shan said, "Although everyone has become medicinal dregs, this is a rare opportunity. Let's do our best. I have just transcended mortality and entered sainthood, and my realm is not stable. I need your medicinal dregs to stabilize my realm." "Medicinal dregs, you bastard." Zhu Qishui was also drained of blood. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "We have been friends for so many years, but I was blind to know a bastard like you." Ding Shan said, "You are too serious. What kind of friendship do you have with me? Don't flatter yourself." Thump, suddenly, Ding Peng knelt down on both knees and said with a trembling voice, "Father, I can't hold on anymore. I feel like my dantian is going to be emptied." His body was shaking more violently than the others. All the essence force was poured into the yin-yang cauldron through his body, and then released for Ding Shan to absorb. Ding Shan closed his eyes and said, "Good son, hold on for a while longer." "Hold on, you scum!" Sui Gaoyuan suddenly roared. The saber in his hand flashed, and a huge saber shadow slashed through the air. Countless runes flew around the saber, and its power was boundless. Ding Shan's face suddenly changed, and anger flashed in his eyes. He clapped his hands together and slapped. Boom! The saber shadow crumbled instantly, and the terrifying power spread out. The entire formation was broken, and the yin-yang cauldron was sent flying into the sky, spinning and buzzing. Puff, Ding Peng finally spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have split open, and countless energy forces rushed out of his body. Wounds appeared on his body, and he fell to the ground, bleeding all over. No one knew if he was dead or alive. You spoiled my plan. Die. In the chaotic hall, Ding Shan's cold voice was heard. He leaped down, and pointed his finger at Sui Gaoyuan. A terrifying aurora fell, and it was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone. Sui Gaoyuan was shocked, and a sense of death surged in his heart. He quickly turned the virtual gong saber and blocked in front of him. Bang, the aurora hit the saber, and Sui Gaoyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying. The huge saber kept buzzing, but the surface of the saber surged with black light, and it devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. The aurora seemed to be sucked into it. Eh? Ding Shan frowned and said, "This saber is not bad. It saved your life." Clang, Sui Gaoyuan's face was full of vigilance, but his injuries were too severe, and he could not hold on any longer. He stabbed the saber into the ground, and he knelt on one knee. Now that the formation was broken, everyone outside the formation ran in, and they carried the powerhouses, and all of them were terrified. Su Hong also helped Ding Peng up, and he said in fear, "President, young master is dying." Ding Shan looked over, and said, "What a useless thing. You're dying so soon. If you can't, then forget it. Everyone has their own fate, and you can't force it." What? Su Hong was shocked, and he said in disbelief, "President, young master is your son." Ding Shan said leisurely, "Don't say that. I don't have such a useless son." Li Yunxiao also opened his eyes in shock, and he said, "Old man Ding Shan, have you become stupid from cultivating? You don't even care about your own son's life?" Ding Peng also looked at Ding Shan in shock, and his eyes were filled with confusion and shock. Ding Shan glanced at him plainly, and said, "Are you very surprised? Do you think that I don't even want your life? Haha, how can I be so cruel as to not want my own son? The reason is that you're not my son." What? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked, and Ding Peng was completely dumbfounded. He widened his eyes, and his eyeballs were like dead fish. Haha. Ding Shan twirled his beard and chuckled. "Although I'm not some peerless figure, I'm at least the president of a club, and I'm considered a hero. How can I have such a useless son like you? This doesn't make sense in terms of bloodline. How can this be? How can this be?" Even Su Hong's face was lifeless, and he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. "You lied to me, you lied to me." Ding Peng forcefully took a deep breath, and he cried out in a hoarse voice, and he looked extremely miserable. Ding Shan sighed, and said, "Forget it. Even if you and I aren't related by blood, we're at least father and son. There's no harm in telling you the truth. Back then, I adopted you because you have a body of balance between yin and yang. If I didn't nurture you from a young age, why would you listen to me obediently and willingly be the medicine primer?" Everyone in the hall felt their hair stand on end. For the sake of today's situation, they had actually planned it so far. Everyone had a strange feeling, and suddenly felt relieved. They felt that it was not unjust for them to be schemed against today. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Then, what's Ling Er's identity?" Ding Shan glanced at him, and gave a strange smile. He said, "Why don't you guess?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Guess your sister." Haha. Ding Shan laughed out loud, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. He said, "Titled Emperor Wu is indeed different. He can still be so calm at this moment." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "What do you mean by that, President Ding Shan? I'm in a pretty good state right now. I just absorbed so much spiritual energy, and my body is full of vital energy. How can I not be calm? I'm not like these people, turning into dregs one by one." Everyone lowered their heads in shame and resentment, full of anger. One person said resentfully, "Lord Feiyong, since you already saw through Ding Shan's plot, why didn't you inform everyone? To think that you're a titled Emperor Wu, to think that your character is so despicable." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Who is this? Do I know you?" You were foolishly schemed against, and you're actually blaming me. You're really outrageous. Everyone, roaming the world not only relies on strength, but also intelligence. He pointed at his head and drew circles. Also, this Lord Qi Jingyan is still waiting to settle the score with me after this is over. Those 3 flowing brightness matter experts wish they could skin me alive. Do I need to remind you guys? There's a hole in my brain. Li Yunxiao said coldly. Clap clap. Clap clap, Ding Shan clapped his hands and said with a smile, well scolded. In the pugilistic world, you can only blame yourself if you lose. Reality is this cruel. A loss is a loss. But young Master Yunxiao, are you sure that you've won? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and he said, I didn't bet in the first place. How is there a win or loss? Ding Shan said, stepping into this great hall means betting one's life and family's life. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, could it be that you still want to take my life? Ding Shan slowly raised his hand and pointed at Li Yunxiao. He said, that's up to you, not me. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, let's not talk about this first. I'm very curious, how did you change the 9 yin and 9 yang break adversity pill into such an evil art? And what's with the pill fire in the yin yang cauldron? Ding Shan's eyes lit up. He seemed to be interested and said proudly, this is the result of my years of research. He walked in front of the yin yang cauldron and slapped it. With an explosive sound, the lid of the cauldron flew up, and a brilliant light flickered out. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance spread out. Breaking crisis pill? Everyone was shocked and looked at the pill excitedly. A few experts even wanted to crawl up from the ground and struggle over, shouting, break adversity pill. Give me. Give me. Ding Shan looked at them with pity and said, don't struggle. Even if you swallow all 5 of these pills, you won't be able to recover. He kicked away a person who was crawling towards him. That person's body was instantly pierced by the qi, and he died on the spot. Li Yunxiao seemed to have come to a sudden realization and said, I roughly understand now. This process is actually still alchemy, but other than these 5 pills, all the other pills melted and were absorbed by you on the spot. The advantage of doing this was that he didn't have to worry about the pill's backlash, and he could break through to the peak in an orderly manner. TSK, what a genius. Ding Shan's face was full of praise. He said, as expected of Pujuan Emperor Wu. You saw through the situation with just one look. Other than this, the most important thing is that I modified the array. That's how I could extract the medicinal ingredients' energy to the greatest extent. Unfortunately, Mr. Yunxiao and Zhuo Gaoyuan were left out. These medicinal ingredients were not completely extracted. What a pity. Oh right, Mr. Yunxiao even used up a lot of them. Is it really okay for you to take the fruits of my labor like this? Ding Shan's face was full of reproach. Hee, just treat it as a red packet that Mr. President sent me. Li Yunxiao cupped his hands together and smiled. Congratulations to Master for becoming a divine transcendence. From now on, you will become an unparalleled expert in this world. Master's realm is not stable yet, so you should rest more. I won't disturb you, so I'll take my leave first. He turned around and was about to leave. Pujuan Emperor Wu, you're so humorous. Ding Shan's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, no wonder my daughter is so infatuated with you. His body flashed and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. His 5 fingers formed into hooks and clawed at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's body swayed and he took 2 steps back. His palm turned golden and slapped Ding Shan's arm. Pa! Ding Shan's arm was shaken away. Ding Shan's attack missed. He was slightly shocked. He thought that with his divine transcendence ability, he would be able to deal with martial artists easily. He did not expect Yi Futian to be so relaxed. Ding Shan groaned in his heart and changed his technique again. Several blinding lights danced on his fingertips and he pointed at Yi Futian. Swoosh! Swoosh! The space was pierced. The sound of friction was painful to the ears. Li Yunxiao's body turned into green lightning and exploded into 9 lightning dragons that scattered in all directions. He dodged the power of the aurora. The next moment, there was a flash of lightning. All the lightning gathered in the sky above the hall and formed his real body. He looked down with a cold smile. The wrinkles on Ding Shan's forehead deepened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He said, "You can dodge my attack so easily?" Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. "I told you, Guildmaster has just advanced. Your realm is not stable yet. You need to rest more." "Humph." Ding Shan snorted. His gloomy face gradually dissolved. He smiled and said, "I'm very pleased that Mr. Yunxiao has such strength. I can rest assured in trusting Ling Er to you." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Where is Ling Er?" Ding Shan smiled. "Don't worry. She's safe now." "What, you're thinking of her after not seeing her for a few days?" "If Mr. Yunxiao is willing, why don't I make the decision today and let you two tie the knot and be united forever? That way, we'll be a family." He winked and said with a smile. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. "Is Ling Er your biological daughter?" Ding Shan smiled bitterly and said, "Of course she's my biological daughter. Ding Peng's role is to balance yin and yang. He's used as a medium. Ling Er is a girl. If she's not my biological daughter, why would I raise her?" Li Yunxiao looked at him suspiciously. It was obvious that he didn't believe him. "Sister. Sister is my biological sister." Suddenly, Ding Peng's weak voice sounded. He struggled to say, "Sister has a birthmark on her waist that's exactly the same as mine. She's definitely not born from this demon." He suddenly tore his robe. There was indeed a crescent-shaped birthmark on his waist. He pointed at it and said, "Sister's birthmark is exactly the same as mine." Li Yunxiao saw the birthmark at once. He felt indescribably relaxed and said, "I see. Unfilial son." Ding Shan shouted coldly and said angrily, "Unfilial son, die." He slapped out with his palm. Several rays of light intertwined in his palm. With a boom, the space in front of him was instantly torn into pieces. Ding Peng didn't even have time to scream before he was completely pulverized. "Humph. I've raised you for more than 10 years. Is this how you repay me? This is the consequence of being unfilial." Ding Shan's expression was cold. He looked at the minced flesh on the ground with a cruel expression. Li Yunxiao had sensed danger just now. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. He thought about how Ding Peng was Ding Ling Er's biological younger brother. His birth had undergone such a huge change, and his biological younger brother was used by his adoptive father and killed. He didn't know how great the blow would be. He was secretly annoyed and blamed himself for not being able to save Ding Peng. Ding Shan said sternly, "Young Master Yunxiao, don't believe the words of that unfilial son. Ling Er is undoubtedly my biological daughter. Otherwise, how could I be at ease and let her manage the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce for so many years?" Li Yunxiao was startled. These words suddenly solved some of the doubts in his heart. No wonder when Ding Ling Er was in charge of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, the entire Chamber of Commerce's power was so weak. It turned out that Ding Ling Er wasn't her biological daughter. Thus, the core power had always been in Ding Shan's hands. "Didn't you betroth Ling Er to the eldest young master of the Flowing Brightness Constabulary? A woman can't marry a second husband." Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly. "Heh, what a joke. What eldest young master of the Flowing Brightness Constabulary? Who does he think he is?" Ding Shan sneered. "You. Ding Shan. You. You're good." Jing Shaoyi was originally squatting on the ground treating the injuries of the 3 elders. When he heard this, he immediately stood up. His face was flushed with anger. He said, "You have completely offended our Flowing Brightness Constabulary. What awaits you is, Peng." A yellow aurora shot into his head. Before he could finish speaking, his head exploded like a watermelon. On the spot, he turned into a headless corpse. "Ah?" The 3 elders of the Flowing Brightness Constabulary were dumbfounded. Soon, they screamed in grief and indignation. "Young master! Young master! We are incompetent. We are unable to protect young master." The 3 of them were like lamps that had run out of oil. Their hair was white and their skin was wrinkled. At this moment, they were crying. The rest of the martial artists were also sad. They knew that they couldn't escape this disaster. Their eyes couldn't help but turn red. "Ai! Ding Shan let out a long sigh. He said, it's rare for the three elders to be so loyal and righteous. How can I ruin their moral integrity? I will send you to follow your young master. The three elders were also pierced through their chests by the aurora. They spat out blood and died on the spot. Zhu Qishui clenched his teeth. He said hatefully, the instigator will have no descendants. Ding Shan, you will definitely die without descendants. TSK. Many thanks for Brother Qishui's concern for this little brother. Ding Shan smiled elegantly. There seemed to be even a hint of a smug look on his face. He said, this little brother has a son long ago. It's just that he hasn't been by my side all along. Relax. He has already matured. His future accomplishments will surely not be beneath mine. Rather, it's Brother Qishui who spoke so viciously. This little brother is already harboring a grudge in my heart. In a while, I'll go investigate elder brother's 3 clans and friends. He spoke unhurriedly, without any emotion. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter of life. But in everyone's ears, they could not help shuddering. Cold air poured out from the bottom of their hearts continuously. Zhu Qishui's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, beast. Your crimes don't involve your family. The entire Merchant Alliance won't let you off for doing this. Ding Shan said, many thanks for elder brother's reminder. I believe that everyone present is a man of integrity. They won't spread today's matter around. Everyone shuddered, not daring to make a sound. Su Wanson said with a livid face, Ding Shan, if you kill the 2 of us, Manduo and the Thunderwind Merchant Association won't fall into your hands either. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Money Gang have always been eyeing covetously. If you can let the 2 of us live on, we can obey your orders. It's equivalent to you controlling 3 merchant associations behind the scenes at the same time. It's sufficient to become an existence to contend with the Myriad Treasure Tower and Money Gang. Ding Shan cupped his fists and said, thank you for thinking for me, brothers. But since I've used you as medicinal ingredients, I've naturally thought of what to do next. After you die, the 2 merchant associations will naturally fall into my hands. Both of them were stunned. They only felt that this person's calculations were flawless. It was too terrifying. Su Wanson let out a long sigh and said, Lord Ding Shan, we admit defeat. We are convinced of our defeat. No matter what, I, Su Wanson, am a hero. I'm famous in the world. I don't want to be humiliated by you. After I die today, I hope you won't implicate my family. He suddenly slammed his palm on his forehead. Instantly, a line of blood spurted out. His body fell to the ground and died. Zhu Qishui also knew that he couldn't escape. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Ding Shan 3 times. With tears of blood in his eyes, he said, I misspoke just now. If I offended Lord, please forgive me. Please don't implicate my family. Bang! After Zhu Qishui finished speaking, he suddenly knocked his head on the ground again. Instantly, the rocks shattered. His entire head caved in. A large amount of blood flowed out from the cracks in the rocks. 2 of the 7 merchant associations, 2 of the world's famous presidents, died tragically just like that. What was even more tragic was that they had to beg the enemy humbly before they died. Everyone's faces turned pale. Infinite sorrow spread in their hearts. Too tragic. Too tragic. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I really can't watch this anymore. So, I plan to go back and sleep to expel this nightmare from my mind. Goodbye, Lord Ding Shan. He turned into lightning and was about to fly out of the hall. Young Master Yunxiao is being naughty again. Back then, the East Sea killed 8,000 miles of sea. The entire sea was dazzling, but young Master didn't have nightmares. Ding Shan's body flashed. 9 colored aurora gushed out from his body. As he flicked his 5 fingers, they crisscrossed and turned into a large net. The entire hall was instantly enveloped by the 9 lights. Stay and be my son-in-law. Crackle. As soon as Li Yunxiao's body touched an orange light, he bounced off and transformed into his true body. Countless electric arcs burst out from his body. Zhu Gaoyuan stood up with the saber in his hand and shouted, Lord Feiyong, let's join hands and kill this old bastard. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of killing Ding Shan, especially since he was almost certain that Ding Shan was Yuan Bo's murderer. However, if he were to go all out and fight here, perhaps half of Nuyan City would be destroyed. At this moment, there were countless experts in the city, and no one knew what kind of chain reaction would occur. Furthermore, Ding Ling was still in his hands, and it was obvious that he was holding back. Furthermore, the other party was a divine transcendence expert. Even if he were to join forces with Cheyu to attack him, it would be very difficult for him to escape if he insisted on escaping. For a moment, his emotions fluctuated and he hesitated. Good son-in-law, as long as you pledge allegiance to me, the great situation of the merchant union will definitely be in my pocket. It will also be of great benefit to you. Let's have a good talk. Ding Shan stared at him, and his divine senses completely locked onto Li Yunxiao. The whole place became quiet under a strong suppression, and only some heavy breathing could be heard. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He saw a kind of determination in Ding Shan's eyes, a determination that he had to kill him. Where do you get your confidence from? Do you think that you are invincible just because you have reached divine transcendence? Of course not. However, without the power that surpasses martial arts, it is impossible to fight for hegemony in the world. This is just the beginning. Ding Shan's eyes shone brightly, and he said heroically, if you help me, not only the merchant union, but even the whole world will be able to fight for me. Li Yunxiao said, I'm sorry, I don't have any great ambitions. I just want to quietly practice martial arts, refine pills, and be a handsome man. Ding Shan looked very disappointed and sighed, I originally had my heart set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his whole body slowly floated up. His body shone with a white light, like a pearl. Li Yunxiao immediately became alert. The cold sword landed in his hand, and the tip pointed forward. The sound of the sword continuously reverberated. According to his estimation, Ding Shan had just broken through the shackles of the peak of martial arts, and there was still a certain distance before he could truly reach divine transcendence. It was almost impossible to keep him here. Everyone hastily retreated to the sides. All of them were shocked and overjoyed. They were happy that if Li Yunxiao were to make a move, they might have a chance to escape. However, they were shocked that the shockwaves from the battle between the two of them would turn them into ashes. Suddenly, in the extremely oppressive airflow, a hole was slowly torn open, and a glazed light shone out. Someone had actually forced their way in. This aura, Li Yunxiao was suddenly shocked, and he took a few steps back. He also turned his sword around, and made a defensive posture. Let him go, the glazed light said faintly as it was in a trance. However, under Li Yunxiao's gaze, he had already seen the person's real body. Instantly, the doubts in his heart were swept away. With this person supporting him, it was no wonder that Ding Shan had such confidence and boldness. Ding Shan seemed very unwilling, and he frowned, but, the person said, with your current strength, you can't keep him here. Even with me, we might not be able to. Ding Shan was shocked, and he said in disbelief, how is that possible? He has only just broken through to the intermediate stage of 9 stars, Emperor Wu. His realm is already very different from ours. The person said, don't forget, he still has a supreme grade profound weapon, and a divine transcendence expert following him. If they really fight, Nuyan City will become ruins before Ling Bai arrives. Ding Shan's body trembled, and he said in shock, a divine transcendence expert following him? How is that possible? The rest of the people were also shocked. Everyone knew that Li Yunxiao had a supreme grade profound weapon, but it was unimaginable that he had a divine transcendence expert following him. The person's voice was still calm, and he said, I am sure of this. Even if I can hold that person back, do you have the confidence to keep Li Yunxiao here? Ding Shan snorted, and laughed bitterly, even if I have the confidence, I can't do anything at this critical moment. He slowly landed on the ground from the sky, and the light on his body dissipated completely. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned back from the glazed light, and he stared at Ding Shan suspiciously. That white light just now gave him a palpitating feeling, as if it contained an extremely powerful move and weapon, and it was even somewhat familiar. Good son-in-law, father-in-law still doesn't want to fight you. I hope you can consider my suggestion today. Ding Shan was an outstanding person, and he changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. Li Yunxiao looked back into the glazed light, and he sneered, so it's you. Since you've already come out, why don't you show yourself for everyone to see? Also, I haven't seen you for many years. Have you gotten fatter or skinnier? I miss you very much. The person didn't speak for a while, and after a while, he said, we will meet again soon. You and I are friends, not enemies. The corner of Li Yunxiao's lips curled up, and he said with a smile, I hope so. He held his sword, turned around, and left. A sword ray slashed out, and the surrounding enchantment was instantly shattered. The surrounding space blurred, and with a flash of lightning, he disappeared without a trace. Once the enchantment restraining everyone was broken, chaos instantly ensued, and everyone was sent flying in all directions. Ding Shan was furious, and he didn't come to rebuke Li Yunxiao. He formed hand seals with both hands, and streaks of aurora shot through the air, forming a net in the air to stop everyone again. Never mind, let them go. The person in the glazed light said, you've already caused such a huge commotion, and the whole world will know soon. There's no meaning in killing these people. Ding Shan pondered for a while, then waved his hand, and the light that filled the sky instantly dissipated. More than half of the hall had been destroyed when he exchanged blows with Li Yunxiao. At the moment, there were only a few corpses and large pieces of minced meat left on the ground. The people from the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce were also silent out of fear, trembling and not daring to speak. Ding Shan said, Su Hong, get someone to clean up this place, and at the same time, tidy up the hall. I want to entertain an important guest. Yes. Su Hong hurriedly answered. After experiencing this, his mind was still muddled, and he could only do things mechanically. There's no need, I didn't want to appear at first. But seeing that you want to deal with Li Yunxiao by force, I had no choice but to come out to stop you. The figure in the glazed light said, at the same time, I also want to ask for pills from you. Ding Shan's gaze landed on the yin-yang cauldron. The 5 pills inside were glowing with vibrant colors, and the spirit qi was overwhelming. The glazed light grew stronger as it swayed, and the space was gradually torn apart. That ball of light slowly landed on the ground, and 3 figures appeared. The one in front wore a simple gray robe, and his expression was calm. It was Kangwu Qiong, one of the sacred region's administrators. The 2 behind him were his disciple, Zhou Chu, and the other was Qin Chuan. Ding Shan looked at Qin Chuan, and his eyes became a little heated. Kangwu Qiong said, these 5 pills have extremely high spirit qi. I wonder how high it is? Ding Shan retracted his gaze and sighed. Although I have achieved my goal after being sabotaged by Li Yunxiao this time, I am extremely regretful. These 5 breaking adversity pills only have the power of 7 yin and 7 yang, and the effect is equivalent to a tenth of the real 9 yin and 9 yang. Kangwu Qiong said, that's already very good. I didn't know that Li Yunxiao was among the people you chose, or else I would have definitely stopped you. Ding Shan said with a bitter expression, it's all because that girl Ling Er begged me to let Li Yunxiao come. Moreover, he has a transcendent grade profound artifact, so how can I not be tempted? Who knew that he could see through my trick and get a share of it? What a surprise. Kangwu Qiong was also moved, and he said in a low voice, don't forget that he is Gu Feiyong. Don't go against him casually in the future. He is involved in too many things, and I'm afraid he has the heavenly mandate. Don't provoke him lightly. Ding Shan had never seen him so cautious, and was stunned for a moment before he said, I understand. Kangwu Qiong said, now that you have transcended into holiness, Wan Xianxia would never have imagined that the fake pill recipe he purposely leaked back then would actually create a peerless expert. He will soon receive the news, and who knows how much he will regret it. Ding Shan sneered coldly. Wan Xianxia thought that everything was within his calculations, but he didn't know that countless variables had already arisen. Now that I control the Heaven Origin, Thunder Wind, Mando, and Heaven First merchant unions, he won't even be able to unify the merchant union, let alone dominate the world. His face was filled with excitement, and the more he spoke, the happier he became, but his eyes would occasionally glance at Qin Chuan. Kangwu Qiong said, if not because I'm afraid something will go wrong with Ling Bai's matter, I would let you use this move again after the matter is over and break through to extraordinary holiness. At that time, the myriad treasure tower's strength will be weakened, and you can take advantage of the situation to rise again. But I'm afraid that your strength is not enough. If something happens along the way, it will be troublesome. Ding Shan said, my current state is very good. This feeling of standing at the peak of life is too wonderful. I can't wait to reach this moment earlier. Kangwu Cheong said with a smile, you've already waited for over 20 years, do you still care about this bit of time? I can only silently help you from behind. As for how far you can go, it will all depend on your own fortune. Ding Shan smiled lightly and said, relax, I schemed for 20 years and hid in the Myriad Treasure Tower for over 10 years. It will definitely be foolproof. His gaze kept looking at Qin Chuan, becoming hotter and hotter as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Chuan's expression was also somewhat agitated. Finally, he took a step forward and bowed down, saying, this child pays respect to Lord Father. Ha ha ha. Ding Shan laughed joyfully and hurriedly went forward to help him up with both hands, saying happily, finally, this day, you and I will reunite as father and son. Both of them appeared very agitated, their 4 limbs and arms tightly interlocked. Ding Shan's eyes were even somewhat red as he said, you must have suffered a lot by following by He Yuhu's side. Father has not properly fulfilled his responsibilities for so many years. After I unify the Merchant Alliance and dominate the world, I'll properly make up for it. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Father is too serious. I've been very good by Master's side. Good, good. I really should thank Lord He Yuhu properly for nurturing my son to be so outstanding. Ding Shan was very gratified and happy as he said, now, come back to my side. Your mother's surname is Qin, so I called you Qin Chuan back then. Now, you should change back to your surname. From today onwards, you're Ding Chuan. Qin Chuan said, I've used the surname Qin for so many years. If I change it all at once, I'm not quite used to it. Moreover, I also want to commemorate my mother whom I've never met. I'll still be called Ding Qin Chuan. Ding Qin Chuan, Ding Qin Chuan, Ding Shan repeated it a few times and praised, good name, good name. From today onwards, you will be called Ding Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled faintly. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He immediately hugged Ding Shan and called out affectionately, Father. And, good son. The father and son hugged each other tightly, both extremely happy. Zhou Chu was dumbfounded. Only now did he realize Qin Chuan's true identity. He couldn't help but smile, congratulations, brother Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and thanked him before saying, Ding Peng is dead, what about Ling Er? How does father plan to deal with sister Ling Er? Ding Shan said, I know you have a good relationship with Ling Er. If you like her, then marry her. Be it a wife or a concubine, or just play around, it's up to you. It's just that father killed her brother and killed her family back then. I'm afraid that this hatred will be buried in her heart and one day it will sprout. Qin Chuan sighed worriedly, I really did not expect things to come to this. I have always treated Ling Er as my little sister. Furthermore, I already have someone I like. Father, you are overthinking things. Oh? I wonder which family's girl is so lucky to be favored by my son? Ding Shan's interest was piqued. Qin Chuan blushed and smiled, let's not talk about it for now. Haha, you're shy. Fine, I'll wait and see who in this world is worthy of my son. Ding Shan said with a smile. Then, his smile faded and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, since you are not interested in Ling Er, this girl will always be a scourge. Qin Chuan shuddered and hurriedly said, no. Although I will not marry Ling Er, I do not want her to be hurt. Furthermore, her existence will not affect us too much. I hope that father will not fight over her. Ding Shan said, all right, since you are the one asking for her hand in marriage, then I will spare that girl. Furthermore, this girl is also an excellent card to use against Li Yunxiao. Qin Chuan had a worried expression and said, I hope that sister Ling Er can be with Li Yunxiao in the end. Ding Shan looked at him and said sincerely, son, a man must not be sentimental. Otherwise, a hero's spirit will be short. Qin Chuan cupped his fists and said, I will remember father's teachings. Kangwu Cheong smiled and said, this is the first time the two of you have reunited. You should enjoy the happiness of a family, but now is not the time. Let's wait until the future to reunite. Qin Chuan said, Lord Kangwu Cheong is right. I still hope to learn a few more years by Master's side. Ding Shan patted his shoulder and said in relief, that's good too. Staying by Lord Heiyuhu's side is indeed better than staying here. Work hard, son, and this world will be yours in the future. I will, Qin Chuan said firmly. Kan Guqiong said, it's getting late. I'm afraid Wan Qian will send people here soon. It's not suitable for me to stay here. How many of these pills can you give me? Ding Shan frowned and said, how many? How many do you need? I was planning to give them all to my son. Kan Guqiong said, with Qin Chuan's current strength, using 5 as a waste. How about this, I will take 2 and leave 3 for him. What do you think? Ding Shan looked at Qin Chuan inquiringly. Qin Chuan said hurriedly, 3 is enough. Kan Guqiong smiled and said, after you take these 3 pills, you will be invincible among all the youngsters in the world, except for Li Yunxiao. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered with a cold glint. He said, I hope I can catch up to him one day and fight him at the apex. Ding Shan laughed and said, haha, you are ambitious. I like it. But you don't need to be discouraged. Li Yunxiao is, after all, Gu Feiyang's reincarnation. He has his previous life's experience, as well as heaven-defying opportunities. You can't compare to him in any aspect. Kan Guqiong said, there will be a chance. Let's go. He waved his arm, and a ray of light flew out and swept away the 5 pills in the yin-yang cauldron. 3 of them shot toward Qin Chuan. Then, he turned around and the 3 of them turned into rays of light that gradually disappeared from the palace. After a short while, all kinds of rumors and news spread throughout Nuyan City. The whole Merchants' Union City was shocked, and the news spread to every corner of the realm of heavenly martial arts. I heard that Ding Shan killed 18 Emperor Jiuxing sent by Ling Bai alone and sucked their blood. Then, he crossed the apex of the martial path and became one of the few experts in the world. Are you stupid? Where did you hear such rumors? I have some inside information. Those 18 Emperor Jiuxing were the hidden experts of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and they were all killed by Ling Bai in one night. TSK, Night Shadow Emperor Wu is really scary. It can't be? Ling Bai came here? Did he really dare to come? Why not? You don't know that even the young master of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, Ding Shan's son, Ding Peng, had half of his head cut off by Ling Bai. He died on the spot. Ding Shan almost went crazy, and he only managed to repel Ling Bai when he went crazy. I didn't expect the titled Emperor Wu to be so powerful. Ding Shan is going to die before his son. It's a pity that such a large business has no successor. Exactly. I'm afraid the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will never recover from this setback and will withdraw from the Council of the Commerce Union. Alas, the incident of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had stirred up a storm in Nuyan City. Everyone was on tenterhooks. It was quiet inside the Tianyuan pavilion. Under the sunlight, the place looked a little gloomy. Su Lianyi was worried, and her face was pale. The information she had received was naturally the most accurate. She already knew everything, and Li Yunxiao had disappeared right after that incident. There was no trace of him at all. How is it going? She asked one of her disciples. All the core members of the Tianyuan pavilion had gathered together. They were talking to each other with different expressions. The disciple said hurriedly, Master, there's still no news of Li Yunxiao. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce and the Mando Chamber of Commerce have been taken over by the new president. He announced on the same day that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will lead the 3 chambers of commerce to work together and form an eternal alliance. Humph. What do you mean by eternal alliance? Isn't the Commerce Union supposed to be an ally? How could they form an alliance in secret? An elder was furious. Su Lianyi felt exhausted. This was inevitable after the incident. She finally understood why Zhuqi Shui and Su Wansen had distanced themselves from her. It turned out that they had allied themselves with Ding Shan and wanted to fight against the Plethora Treasure Tower together. However, they didn't want to be the first to die a tragic death. The 2 chambers of commerce had been handed over to someone else. She couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. What kind of people were in the Commerce Union? How could they plot so deeply and terrifyingly? She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by the Plethora Treasure Tower or the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Master, now that things have come to this, why don't we choose a side now? That way, we won't fall into a passive position and end up at the disadvantage of both sides, an elder suggested. Su Liani said coldly, then which side do you think is more suitable? The elder's eyes lit up and said, although Ding Shan has reached the level of divine transcendence and swallowed the other two chambers of commerce, he is still young and inexperienced. I suggest we seek refuge with the Plethora Treasure Tower. We can't. The Plethora Treasure Tower is still the leader of the Commerce Union, but they are getting old. In my opinion, the situation is more important than the people. The rise of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is the replacement of the old with the new. We should seek refuge with President Ding Shan as soon as possible to reap the greatest benefits, another elder analyzed carefully. Humph, seek refuge with Ding Shan? Are you a spy planted by him? You know, Ding Shan is ranked behind our president in terms of seniority. Don't slander me. This wasn't an era where seniority mattered, but where the strong were king. Do you dare to say that to Ding Shan's face? Enough. Su Liani was annoyed by the argument between the two. She scolded, the Tianyuan Pavilion will not seek refuge with anyone. Let's see who can defeat us. Clap, clap. Clap, clap. A round of applause and mocking laughter came from outside the hall. Master Liani, you are as heroic as any man. Unfortunately, this is not a wise move. All the members of the Tianyuan Pavilion turned pale. They rose to their feet and looked out of the hall. A dozen figures rushed into the hall, led by Lao Lai, the leader of the Golden Edge and Silver Gleam of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Su Liani pulled a long face and scolded, we are having a meeting in the Tiani Pavilion. Who gave you permission to barge in? Lai Lai said with a smile, Master Liani, you are being too serious. The Tiani Pavilion and the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce have always been on good terms. We have helped each other and joined the same Chamber of Commerce. Joined the same Chamber of Commerce? Su Liani sneered, are you forcing me to join the Myriad Treasure Tower? Lai Lai said, the Myriad Treasure Tower will become a thing of the past. You are smart enough to see the situation clearly. The dozen or so people behind them surrounded them, their bodies emitting a biting cold murderous aura that made people shiver. Su Liani was extremely shocked. Although these so-called Golden Edge and Silver Edge weren't very strong, the murderous aura that caused one's heart to palpitate was something that had been tempered on the edge of life and death countless times. However, she still wore a sarcastic expression and said with a sneer, Ding Shan is too arrogant. He rose to power by playing tricks and harming countless powerful cultivators. Such a person will be killed by the powerful cultivators in the world sooner or later. I am ashamed to be associated with him. Lai Lai sighed and said, are we going to wipe out the Tiani Pavilion today? Ha ha ha, old dog, you are too arrogant. Su Liani was so angry that she laughed. She scolded, how dare you talk about wiping out the Tiani Pavilion? If you dare to be rude again, don't blame me for sending you to the next world. She activated her primary energy. Two beams of light shot out and intertwined in the air, turning into a purple and black flower. The gorgeous colors kept jumping around, making it look extremely terrifying. Lai Lai's expression changed slightly. He clenched his fists and shouted, Master, are you really going to go against the current situation? The situation is what people do. Cut the crap and let's fight. If I want to take over the Tiani Pavilion, I will burst Ding Shan's stomach. Su Liani said resolutely. The other elders were also shocked. One of them said in a deep voice, Su Liani, how can you represent the entire Tiani Pavilion? I don't agree to go against the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. We are merchants after all. Don't tell me we are going to use relics to seek harm? This was the elder who proposed to surrender to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. The others looked at him with different expressions, each with different thoughts. Su Liani was furious and shouted, Gong Xiaozhen, you have been bribed by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Gong Xiaozhen felt a little guilty under the overwhelming pressure, but she still gritted her teeth and said, I'm not wrong. Do you think I've been bribed to stop you from bringing the Tiani Pavilion to its doom? Su Liani's eyes swept across the faces of the elders, as if they were shaken. She said angrily, she said, Lai 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 Zhang, with the elders, Liani said, Lin Lai said. We should Shan. Yang Gong Shan, and Ming Ming King, and turned, and said. said, you are all, Yang, you, you, and, you have Li, I have Lai. Gong Xiaozhen's expression changed. She yelled, elders, don't be fooled by her words. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is bound to unify the Commerce League. Lord Lai came here in person to persuade us. How could she stir up trouble when he was so sincere? I don't think Su Lianyi is fit to be the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and an uproar broke out. They could smell a conspiracy and subversion. However, those who were able to participate in the discussion here were all shrewd people. At this juncture, no one would casually declare their position and pick a side. After all, it would directly affect their future and even their lives at this moment. Lao Lai said with a smile, it seems that there are still wise people in the Tianyi Pavilion. Guild leader Ripple, a wise man submits to circumstances. Many people understand this saying, but why don't you understand it? Gong Xiaozhen cupped her fists and said with a pious expression, Master Lai, Su Lianyi is stubborn. Not only is she harming herself, but she is also trying to drag the Tianyi Pavilion into a bottomless abyss. The elders and I will never agree to this. We hope that Lord Lai can help us clean up the mess and remove this person from his position as the president on account that we are all from the same branch of the merchant union. The expressions of Su Lianyi and all the other elders changed greatly, and they were extremely furious. This was already colluding with both inside and outside to force an abdication. Lai Lai stroked his beard and nodded. Elder Gong is right. As a member of the Merchant League, how can I bear to see the decline of the Tianyi Pavilion? Fine, I'll contribute to the unity and stability of the Merchant League. He waved his hand, and a dozen people immediately unsheathed their Xian artifacts. The radiance of their swords and sabers lit up the entire grand hall. The murderous aura coalesced into an impenetrable wall and surged towards Su Lianyi. The purple and black flower in front of Su Lianyi was drifting erratically under the pressure. She raised one hand and made a hand incantation gesture. Then, she said in a cold voice, is this the power that Ding Shan has been hiding all this time, the golden edge and silver glare? Today, I'll make you all history. She changed her hand incantation gesture, and the two-colored flower bloomed in the air. A vast amount of energy surged out of it. In an instant, the grand hall was turned into a rain of petals. Countless petals fell and scattered in all directions. Every petal that fell on the killing intent enchantment was like a stone thrown into a lake. With a bang, it created waves, and in an instant, countless ripples spread out in all directions. The entire hall became dazzled, and unceasingly collapsed. Su Lianyi, don't be so arrogant. You've ruined the grand hall of the headquarters. How will you be punished? Gong Xiaozhen raised one hand, and suddenly, a golden light fell into her palm and turned into the golden jiao scissors. She opened the scissors with both hands and flew forward to cut the petals. Kacha! A jiao dragon appeared. It roared and moved forward in the rain of petals. Su Lianyi's expression changed. She shouted, traitor, I'll send you to hell first. Her 5 fingers changed continuously as she formed seals one after another. Her right palm turned pitch black as she slapped the flood dragon's forehead. Bang! Su Lianyi's palm turned into a black flower and pressed on the jiao dragon's forehead. Cracks began to appear. The jiao dragon's body struggled and screamed in agony. Damn it! Gong Xiaozhen leaped up and changed her hand incantation gesture. The jiao dragon turned into a golden light and flew back into her hand. It turned back into the golden scissors and slashed down. Now that the Merchant League had changed, she had to show enough sincerity to please the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Only then would she be able to reap more benefits in the future. Moreover, there was no turning back now that they had fallen out. Su Lianyi's eyes turned cold. She had to kill Gong Xiaozhen on the spot. Only then would she be able to suppress the impulsive emotions of the crowd and stabilize the situation. Her hands formed a seal. And a lotus flower appeared in her palm. A white light appeared on her eyebrows and opened up like a mirror. In the mirror, there was an identical flower with different colors. The flower in the mirror shot out a ray of light and landed on her palm. The 2 flowers combined into one and shone with a myriad of colors. Flower of 2 lives of impermanence. Su Lianyi shouted. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She struck out with both hands at the golden Jiao dragon's scissors. Gong Xiaozhen was shocked. She knew that this was the opponent's most powerful technique. She could not block it with her current strength. However, she could only brace herself and pour all of her energy into the golden Jiao dragon's scissors. Rays of golden light appeared and a Jiao dragon appeared. But it was useless. The two-colored flower landed on the scissors. It was as if hundreds of flowers were blooming. The power of the golden Jiao dragon's scissors was completely suppressed. Gong Xiaozhen was shocked. She screamed, "Master Lai, save me!" She threw down the scissors and tried to escape. Su Lianyi's face was cold. She had already made up her mind to kill Gong Xiaozhen. How could she let Gong Xiaozhen escape? Her hands formed a seal and the flowers condensed into two colors, purple and black. They fell down on Gong Xiaozhen's head, determined to take her life. Arrogant! Lao Lai shouted. Then, a burst of gray light appeared. A thick and broad hand covered in calluses slapped down toward the two-colored flower. Roar palm! Kaboom! The palm blocked the two-colored flower, but the spiritual pressure was repelled. Gong Xiaozhen spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Her face was pale. Su Lianyi's expression changed. Her art of 2 lives of impermanence was suppressed by Lai Lai. The entire hall began to shatter in a daze. Some of the harder rock materials were blasted away, and most of them turned into powder and dissipated into the air. Suddenly, a silver light bloomed. A white silhouette appeared on a sword. Both of his hands turned into a sword and pointed at Su Lianyi's forehead. The sword force squeezed through the spiritual pressure created by the 2 palms. It was like a black line spreading out in the water. It moved in an irregular path, twisting and turning, heading straight for Su Lianyi's forehead. It looked beautiful, but Su Lianyi's heart was filled with endless fear. If she was pierced by that black line, she would die for sure. All the elders were watching coldly from the side. Suddenly, a sense of despair rose in her heart. She felt physically and mentally exhausted. Suddenly, she felt that death was not a bad thing. She had lost count of how many people she had killed. Sooner or later, she would have to pay for what she had done. Dang! That black line of sword chi was suddenly blocked by something. It made a metallic sound. Then, it rippled and spread out between Lai Lai and Su Lianyi's spiritual pressure. What's going on? The 3 of them were shocked. They stared at the black line. Suddenly, a golden finger appeared. It was the sharp golden light that overflowed from the finger that blocked the sword chi. What? Who is it? The white-robed man's expression changed. Lai Lai and Su Lianyi were also shocked. However, their feelings were the opposite. The golden finger reached out from the void. It slowly turned into a palm, a right arm, then half of a body, until it was completely exposed. A handsome face with eyes as bright as the sea of stars. The corner of his mouth was curled up with a playful smile. Young Master Yun. Su Lianyi was overjoyed. She cried out in excitement. Her eyes were slightly moist. Lai Lai's heart sank. He said solemnly, "Young Master Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. He bent his golden finger and flicked it. With a dang sound, the ink thread was shattered. The white-robed man felt his arm go numb. He almost lost consciousness. He retreated quickly. Then, Li Yunxiao's fingers formed into a claw. He grabbed at Lai Lai. The spiritual pressure in the air was almost non-existent to him. The golden figure stepped in the air without any hesitation. Lai Lai shuddered. He was scared out of his wits. Even if he faced Li Yunxiao head-on, he was confident that he was not Li Yunxiao's opponent. Not to mention in this kind of situation. He lost control of his mind. Su Lianyi's flower of 2 lives of impermanence suddenly gained the upper hand. It pressed down fiercely, forcing his palm force to retreat. The spiritual pressure in the sky suddenly tilted to one side. Lai Lai grunted, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He had already suffered internal injuries. What made him even more terrified was that Li Yunxiao extended his 5 fingers and grabbed his throat. His eyes were filled with fear. If he was grabbed by those 5 fingers that could cut through iron like mud, he would be killed instantly. Suddenly, a golden light bloomed, and countless sword chi and saber auras rushed up. More than a dozen golden edge and silver edge warriors attacked together, forming a dense sword net that strangled Li Yunxiao. The man in white took a step forward, holding his sword. The countless sword shadows seemed to merge with him, turning into his sword will, piercing through the air. Boom! Before the sword will arrived, the spiritual pressure between Lai Lai and Su Lianyi was shattered, and a terrifying chi wave shook in all directions. The two were the first to suffer the backlash, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer, and flew backward. Li Yunxiao retracted his right hand, grasped the ice sword in his hand, and slashed out a long sword path. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords clashed, and countless sword lights burst out, and the sharp arcs of light hit the two. Li Yunxiao's body was golden, and he only left shallow marks on his opponent's body. But every time it hit his opponent, blood spurted out. His white robe was instantly dyed red, and hundreds of wounds appeared on his body. The man's face turned pale. Li Yunxiao sneered, "I remember you. You're the one who killed Yuan Bo. It seems that Ding Shan is indeed the mastermind." The man in white was Tianjue, who had met Li Yunxiao that day. Tianjue's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The ant that he could crush with a snap of his fingers back then had become so powerful in just a few years. "No matter what the reason was, you didn't kill me that day. Today, I will let you go." Li Yunxiao's sword will trembled, and suddenly, a powerful sword will spread out, shattering the opponent's sword will. Pfft! Heavenly Jew coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell down from the sky. The rest of the Golden Edge and Silver Brilliance experts also suffered from the backlash and were all injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Li Yunxiao said, "I'm just letting you breathe for a few more days, that's all. Yuan Bo died in your hands, I will definitely kill you in the future. Ding Shan won't be able to escape either." Su Lianyi replied, "Young Master Yun, where have you been these past few days? I've sent people to look for you." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Thanks to Lord Ding Shan, my cultivation improved significantly. I have been cultivating in seclusion in the Quiet Grace sacred land for the past few days." Su Lianyi was stunned. "The Holy Land of Quiet Grace? I've also been there, but I didn't see your registration information." Li Yunxiao scratched his head and said with a smile, "Although I found a room that was pleasing to the eye, I just needed to knock out the person inside." Su Lianyi. "It's good that you're here. Since you've already acted, does that mean you've agreed?" Li Yunxiao nodded with a straight face and said, "I've agreed." Su Lianyi was overjoyed and said, "I knew you would agree because you're smart enough. It's a win-win situation." Lai Lai's face darkened. Suppressing his injuries, he cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, what do you mean by this?" Li Yunxiao said, "Nothing special. From now on, the Tianyi Pavilion will be under my protection. You can leave now." He waved his hand to send the guests away. Lai Lai's face was even more unsightly than a bitter gourd. The elders of the Tianyi Pavilion looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, they didn't know what to think. Gong Qiaozhen said angrily, "Do you think we'll be under your protection just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" Li Yunxiao looked at her with eyes as deep as the sea. Her heart skipped a beat and she was frightened. She retreated dozens of feet, regretting what she had said. "Stupid woman," Li Yunxiao scolded. Gong Qiaozhen was furious, but she didn't dare to do anything. She could only grit her teeth, her eyes full of resentment. Su Lianyi said coldly, "Elders, I'll be frank with you now. From now on, the Tianyi Pavilion and Li Yunxiao are allies. We're on the same side. Our fortunes and misfortunes depend on each other, and we'll share the same fate. If any of you are not willing, I won't force you. In consideration of your years of hard work, I'll give you a generous amount of vital stones. Farewell." One of the elders said worriedly, "How can Master be so confident to bet the future of the Tianyi Pavilion on this man? Although he's the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, that's all in the past. Now, he's just an Emperor Jiuxing." Su Lianyi said, "Life is like a game of chess. Who doesn't gamble with every move? Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you." The elder pondered for a moment and said, "All good things must come to an end. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I'll take my leave now." There's no need for the vital stones. She cupped her hands at Su Liani and left. Su Liani nodded slightly, her face expressionless. When she was fighting with Lai Lai, none of the elders came to her rescue. She was utterly disappointed. It didn't matter if they all left. Gong Xiaozhen said hurriedly, Elder Yuan, please wait. The Tianyi Pavilion was built by everyone. How can Su Liani monopolize it? Yuan stopped and turned to the side. Although she thought Gong Xiaozhen's words were reasonable, she didn't know what to say. She was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Gong Xiaozhen's face lit up with joy when she saw that Su Liani had been persuaded. She said, the Tianyi Pavilion belongs to everyone. Even if you want to leave, you can't just leave with a few vital stones. You have to share it fairly to convince everyone. Oh? Then how do you want to share it? Su Liani's eyes were filled with coldness. She had long wanted to kill Su Liani. Gong Xiaozhen cautiously kept her distance from Su Liani. She snorted and said to the elders, it's simple. Take out the accounts of the Tianyi Pavilion and share it with everyone. One of the elders said with a frown, it's easy for you to say, but there are too many valuable items in the Chamber of Commerce. It's difficult to estimate the value of the items. Also, how do we estimate the value of the shops all over the world? Another elder rubbed his chin and said, we can estimate the value based on the grade of the items and the geographical distribution of the shops. We don't have to be too precise. Given our status, we don't care if it's a little more or a little less. Not bad, that's a good idea. The others all nodded in agreement. Lao Lai was also watching quietly. He thought it would be a good idea to gather the elders together if they could divide the items in this way. That way, they could avoid a direct confrontation with Li Yunxiao and drive Su Liani out of the pavilion. Come here, come here. Li Yunxiao waved at Gong Xiaozhen, motioning her to come over. Gong Xiaozhen frowned and said, what's the matter? If you have something to say it in front of everyone. If you have nothing to hide, there's no need to talk in private. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, all right, it's nothing. I just want you to come over so I can beat you up. I really want to beat you to death. What? Gong Xiaozhen was shocked. Suddenly, she felt a strong pressure coming from the sky. She screamed in fear and flew up into the sky, turning into a beam of light and escaping into the distance. You think you can escape? Li Yunxiao sneered. His eyes narrowed and his face twisted. His mouth formed a strange posture. A surge of true yuan that had been brewing for a long time rushed out from his internal organs. He opened his mouth and spat out a strange sound wave. Roar. The space shook violently, and the world spun. That sound wave had the vague shape of a dragon in the sky, directly hitting Gong Xiaozhen. Bang! Gong Xiaozhen's body burst out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body was sent flying for dozens of feet and fell heavily on the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Dragon roar. It's actually a dragon roar. Lao Lai's face turned pale. That roar just now had even shaken his mind, causing his injuries to worsen. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Dragon roar was the most powerful sound wave attack. It could even shake the heavens, however, because the human body structure was different from that of dragons, it was impossible to imitate the sound of dragons. Therefore, the only way to cultivate this sound wave technique was to cultivate the tiger roar. However, he never expected that someone could actually master the dragon roar. The elders of the Tianyi Pavilion were also pale and bloodless. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes, facing the breeze, and said slowly, the flies are finally gone. The world is quiet again. He opened his eyes, looked at the elders, and said, who else wants to share the property? Step forward. The elders looked at each other in bewilderment. The dragon roar just now had scared them out of their wits. None of them dared to step forward and die. Li Yunxiao pointed at one of them and crooked his finger at him. You, step forward. I heard you talking about the distribution plan. You sounded very powerful. Let's talk about it in detail. No, no. The elder backed away in fear and said, I'm not powerful at all. I was just talking nonsense. Oh? Li Yunxiao said, now, let's be serious. How should we divide the property? The elder's face darkened, but he soon calmed down and said, in my opinion, although everyone in the Tianyi Pavilion has worked hard, only President Su Liani deserves the credit. Since she's the president, the Tianyi Pavilion belongs to her alone. We're just helping her out a little. If you really want to distribute the Tianyi Pavilion, just give us some primordial stones every year. What do you think? Yes, you're absolutely right. This is a good distribution plan. The others chimed in. They seemed to like the idea very much. The president is the core of the Chamber of Commerce. She has single-handedly developed the Chamber of Commerce to where it is today. If anyone wants to leave, he or she should just take some primal stones. That's right. Even if we don't give the primal stones, we have nothing to say. After all, we have been in the Chamber of Commerce for so many years and have received a lot of resources. The president has never mistreated us. That's right. If we take the primal stones, we are not worthy of being the elders of the Tianyi Pavilion. I think we should donate some of our private stash to make up for what we have done to the president over the years. That's right, that's what I want to hear. Everyone chimed in one after another, applauding and praising the distribution plan. Lai Lai's face darkened. His wishful thinking had been ruined. In this world, strength was everything. Su Liani looked at the elders and was speechless. Then, she felt a deep sense of sorrow. It was no wonder that one of the top 4 alliances among the 7 major merchant alliances would be the first to crumble and become the weakest. She started to blame herself and reflect on herself. Li Yunxiao said, it's rare for you all to have such high awareness and sentiments. I am very touched. A gentleman has the beauty of helping others achieve their goals. How can I not help you achieve your loyalty and brotherhood? Leave behind all the storage profound artifacts and valuables on you, and you can leave. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. All the praises stopped, and the entire hall was silent. Even Su Liani was dumbfounded. She looked at Li Yunxiao with a strange expression. She looked at the elders and wanted to laugh, but she tried to hold it in. Lord Yunxiao, this is making things too difficult for us. An elder's expression was extremely ugly. Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he said coldly, hard on you? Do you mean that you were lying to me? No. Everyone saw that he was about to explode. The pressure he emitted made everyone's heart tremble. It's just storage artifacts. After we take them away, we will be penniless. We will only be left with life artifacts, Li Yunxiao shouted angrily, the remaining natal profound weapon? Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Leave behind your storage profound artifact and other valuable items. Aren't natal profound artifacts precious? Ah? Everyone was dumbfounded and said in a daze, natal profound weapon. This, Li Yunxiao took a step forward, not hiding his might at all. Golden light and lightning flashed, suppressing all of the elders, causing their faces to turn pale. They did not dare to say anything, even though they were furious. Do you think I am just talking? Li Yunxiao said coldly. This is too much. Sisters, let's fight this bastard. One of the elders was shaking with anger. She grabbed a willow leaf knife and swung it at Li Yunxiao. It's just death. What are you being so arrogant for? Killing intent flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he said coldly, then go to hell. He punched out, and the space around him twisted under the pressure of his fist. The blade stopped a few inches away from the surface of his fist, completely restrained by a powerful force. The elder struggled with all his might, but he was unable to move an inch forward. Thunder World! Li Yunxiao shouted and spread his 5 fingers. A lightning barrier emerged from his palm and spread out in all directions like the axis of a celestial body. Boom! Under the impact of the power of the Thunder World, the elder's body instantly exploded, and the willow leaf saber also broke with a bang. When the sword broke, the man died. Li Yunxiao retracted the Thunder Realm. The sky was clear and cloudless again. However, there was no warmth in the Tianyi Pavilion. Except for Su Liani, everyone else felt a chill. What a joke. You dare to talk about dividing the wealth in front of me with just this bit of strength? And you're even talking like you're serious. There must be something wrong with your brain. Li Yunxiao muttered disdainfully as he glanced at the rest of the crowd. When the elders heard those words, and when Li Yunxiao's gaze swept over them, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they were all greatly frightened. That's right. How can I divide the Tianyi pavilion when I don't have the strength? Isn't that courting death? Li Yunxiao's words brought them back to the cold reality. The strong were respected, and the weak were like ants. Young Master Yunxiao is right. We were foolish before. An elder hastily took off her storage artifact and her natal artifact and placed them carefully on the ground. She cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, Master President, for taking care of me for so many years. It's a small world. I'll take my leave now." She didn't want to stay a second longer. She turned around and flew away in a streak of light. The other elders followed suit when they saw that she had left safely. Although it was painful to leave, their lives were more important. With their strength, they could be put in an important position no matter which sect they joined. There was no need to worry about resources. In an instant, all the elders had left, and not a single one was left. Su Lianyi felt melancholy. She heaved a long sigh. She suddenly felt that she was the only one left in the world. She felt empty and lonely. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "What do you want these inhumane subordinates who would fly away at a critical moment? You should learn from Ding Shan to cultivate subordinates. Look at them, they are all more loyal than the last." Lao Lai's face twitched. He cupped his fists and said, "Since young Master Yunxiao has interfered, I will return empty-handed. Master President won't blame me for this. I'll take my leave now. I hope young Master Yunxiao will reconsider and not go against the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce." Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, "Don't leave in such a hurry. I want Master Lao Lai to stay for a few more days." Lao Lai's expression changed. He said, "What do you mean, Master Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "I don't have a choice either. Linger is still captured by Ding Shan. I want to see if I can use you to exchange for her." Lao Lai said, "Young Master Yunxiao is thinking too much. Miss Linger is Master President's doting daughter. It's just that she was disobedient and was imprisoned by Master President. Nothing will happen." Li Yunxiao said, "Is that so? But I'm still worried. Why don't Lord Lao Lai bring me to take a look?" Lao Lai frowned and said, cupped fists. "The place where Miss Linger is imprisoned is the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce's secret. Forgive me for not being able to comply." Li Yunxiao said, "Then there's no choice. Milord better stay and have some tea. The rest of you can leave." Although his tone was calm, as if he was chatting with you, it was so overbearing that it made people uncomfortable. At the same time, it also gave people a feeling that it was hard to defy. Anger surged up on Lao Lai's face. He said in a deep voice, "Does young Master Yunxiao really want to go against the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce? All along, the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce has helped young Master a lot, right? We've advanced and retreated together. But today, we have to go against each other like this. I'm rather disappointed." "Disappointed?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Don't you think it's strange for you to say that? Let me make it clear. If Ling doesn't come to see me in 3 days, I'll kill you as a sacrifice to my sword. Then, I'll go to the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce and make Ding Shan's 20 years of planning go down the drain." He turned to Tianjue and said calmly, "Tell Ding Shan my words." Tianjue's heart skipped a beat. Fear flashed across his unfeeling Taoist heart. He looked at Lao Lai and asked for his opinion. Lao Lai's face darkened. After a while, he said, "You guys go back first. Tell the Master President everything that happened here." Tianjue nodded. He waved his hand, and all of them turned into a beam of silver light and shot out of the Tianyi pavilion, disappearing into the horizon. Li Yunxiao suddenly appeared in front of Lao Lai in a flash. He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and struck Lao Lai's chest. Lao Lai was horrified. He hastily stepped back and drew circles with his hands in an attempt to parry the attack, but it was no use. The palm landed squarely on his chest. It was as if he had been branded by a red-hot iron. He grunted in pain and then felt no pain. He looked down and saw a formation on his chest. It disappeared in an instant. Then, he was horrified to find that the formation was floating above his dantian. As it operated, it seeped into his limbs and bones and locked his meridians. "This is Primordial sealing. Lao Lai yelled in horror. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. There were thousands of ways to seal one's primordial energy, but each of them was different. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that they were extremely dangerous. If one failed to seal the primordial energy properly, the meridians would be damaged and the foundation of martial arts would be destroyed. Li Yunxiao turned around and ignored Lao Lai. He said, Master Liani, I've sealed this old man's dantian. You should seal him well. Don't let anyone rescue him. Su Liani said, don't worry. I'll guard this man myself. I'm going to reshuffle the entire Tianyi pavilion and form my own team of trusted subordinates. The disintegration of the group of elders was a huge blow to her. She didn't trust anyone anymore. She had come up with all kinds of ideas to reorganize the Tianyi pavilion. Li Yunxiao said, this is very important. I'm relieved that you're guarding him. Ding Shan must still be cultivating in seclusion to stabilize his state of divine transcendence. I'm going to the Star Moon House. Su Liani asked curiously, why are you going to the Star Moon House? Li Yunxiao said, to find a way to save Ling Er. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Su Liani pondered for a while and looked up at Lao Lai with a cold sneer. She was about to taunt him when a flash of lightning flashed and Li Yunxiao came back. He stood there motionlessly, as if he had never left. Moreover, his expression was extremely solemn, as if he had never been there before. What's going on? Su Liani was startled and asked, what happened? Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. He didn't answer. Instead, he looked up and sensed the throbbing in the sky. Su Liani followed his gaze but saw nothing. She was about to ask him about it when her expression suddenly changed. Her pupils contracted as she stared at the white spots drifting down from the sky. She cried out involuntarily, snowflakes. Snow would never fall in June for no reason. Old Lai was startled as well. He raised his head and looked around. Li Yunxiao had sealed his essence power, and his 5 senses and 6 senses were also completely locked down. He could only rely on his eyes to see. There wasn't any human figure in the vast sky, but he could see the faint snowflakes, and it was getting more and more. Is the president here to save me? Lao Lai's eyes lit up and his face was full of hope. The snowflakes continued to fall. Li Yunxiao was covered with a layer of white flowers, but he was still motionless like a statue. Su Liani stood quietly beside him. She was on high alert, and her hands were sweating. She didn't even know who the enemy was, but she was already so nervous. For the first time in her life, the invisible pressure made her breath quicken. She stole a few glances at Li Yunxiao. His handsome face was expressionless under the snowflakes. Li Yunxiao suddenly moved. It was not his body that moved, but his eyes. His pupils suddenly turned blood red and became eerie. All of a sudden, the snowflakes swirled and danced in the air. Amidst the colorful snowflakes, there was a faint white figure slowly descending. The sky above the Tianyi pavilion became magnificent, as if a man had returned to the snowy night. Su Liani's vigilance suddenly collapsed. In this snowy world, she completely gave up all resistance. A deep sense of fear and powerlessness welled up in her heart, and she could not even stand steadily. Old Lai's face was also pale. He knew that the person who came was definitely not Ding Shan. No matter how much Ding Shan's strength had increased, he would not have this kind of heaven-like profound intent. The white snow danced in the sky. The pure white figure descended, like the purest snowflake, quietly standing in the sky, unchanging. Su Liani finally saw the person clearly. Her heart suddenly trembled, and she cried out involuntarily, Ling Bai. This cry seemed to have used up all her strength. Her whole body slumped to the ground, unable to summon any strength. Ling Bai's figure blended seamlessly with the scene in the sky. The white snow drifted around him, sprinkling down. The endless sky all turned into his reflection, isolated between heaven and earth. The veins on Li Yunxiao's face bulged, and the tsutsumi almost protruded out, taking up half of his face. It looked very strange, terrifying, and abnormally ferocious. His body finally moved. His hands formed a seal in front of him. A wave of sword light gushed out from his body, turning into a 36 sword array, spreading out in all directions. Countless sword wills surged. He grabbed the cold sword Frost, raised his hand, and the entire earth seemed to condense into a shadow, elongating behind him. Between heaven and earth, there was only white snow and a pitch-black shadow. Suddenly, a snowflake fell silently. It was the only movement in the entire world. The snowflake itself did not change, but in the eyes of these people, it was constantly magnified, until they saw the crystal-clear ice crystal, magnificent and magnificent. The entire world was within this flower. Pointing at the white snow. These 3 words were spat out from his thin lips, accompanied by the falling of the white robe. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, his whole body could not help but tremble. The northern sky cold star swords around him all vibrated with a clang. The cold sword Frost shook out a layer of frost, then became incomparably calm. The ripples in Li Yunxiao's eyes disappeared in an instant. There was no ripple in an ancient well, as deep as the starry sky and the sea. All of his emotions were swept away at this moment. The only thing left in the world was that finger of snow and the sword in his hand. 36 northern sky cold star swords trembled violently. Countless sword seals and cold light surged out, dancing on the ground and gathering into the swords in his hands. Sword intent surged. Bang, the sound of swords breaking came from the space. All the northern sky cold star swords were sent flying into the sky by a force. The frost on the cold sword in Li Yunxiao's hand also sank and instantly became dim. A snowflake appeared on the tip of the sword. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it had always been there. It was like an unpolished jade, perfect and flawless. Clang, Li Yunxiao's arm drooped down as his sword stabbed into the ground. The entire sword trembled as the snowflakes melted into water and flowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. The snowy scene gradually dispersed, and the clear sky was restored. Everything that had happened before was like a dream, so unreal. Su Lianyi rubbed her eyes. She was a little dazed. Was what she saw real? She wasn't sure, but when she turned around, Li Yunxiao's face was as pale as paper. Tsutsumi was also long gone. His right hand that was holding the cold sword was shaking violently. Countless shining swords were scattered around. Pfft! Li Yunxiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The dark red blood fell on the snow-white ground, extremely glaring. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. It was as if a huge amount of fear had been injected into his body, and now it was all released. Young Master Yun, are you okay? Su Lianyi gradually regained her strength and hurried over to help him up. Li Yunxiao shook his head slightly, but his face was still extremely pale. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and suddenly laughed. Hee hee, ha, ha ha. Blood kept spitting out from his mouth, but he still couldn't help but laugh, which was accompanied by violent coughing. So strong, so strong. Are you trying to get back the humiliation of losing to me that year? Ha ha ha. I really want to go one step further, and then trample on you. Su Lianyi's whole body was cold. Under that kind of aura just now, she couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance, but this person in front of her still wanted to fight. Lao Lai's face was also pale. He had already knelt down under the pressure just now, and was still trembling non-stop. Li Yunxiao swallowed some medicinal pills and natural treasures, and slowly recovered. He put away the northern sky cold star swords that were scattered all over the ground, and said, Ling Bai is already here. Is Wan Baolu still sleeping? Maybe this time it won't be as intense as imagined, and it will end soon. Su Lianyi was shocked. Young Master Yun, you mean? Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows. Who knows? No matter what, there will be a result soon. The situation is getting more and more interesting. I have to rescue Ling Er as soon as possible. Damn that Ling Bai. He cursed through clenched teeth. Emperor Wu, who had just broken through to the intermediate stage of 9 stars, was full of confidence. He was confident that he could break into the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to rescue Ling Er. However, he was severely injured by Ling Bai's attack. Without further delay, Li Yunxiao turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the courtyard of the Tianyi Pavilion. Su Lianyi wore a complicated expression on her face. She couldn't calm her emotions down, feeling as if she had just escaped from the gates of hell. Is this the power of the most powerful in the world? She smiled bitterly and said, I've been a frog at the bottom of a well for so many years. Li Yinxiao turned into lightning and flew in the sky at lightning speed, heading towards the Star Moon House at an extremely fast speed. Old dragon, how was that power? It's very powerful, much more powerful than it was back then. Qiuyu's voice sounded in Li Yinxiao's mind. Li Yinxiao smiled faintly and said, Ling Bai's talent has always been unparalleled in the world. After 20 years, he must have improved even further. I really want to fight him. He could only feel his blood continuously heating up and his battle intent surging. Qiuyu sneered and said, Fight? You think too highly of yourself. Even I may not be able to defeat him. Not? Humph. Li Yinxiao said coldly, You are the one who thinks too highly of yourself. You can't defeat him at all. You have no hope. Damn you. I have the Dharma form of a true dragon, and I have 2 world swords. I can kill anyone who stands in my way. Qiuyu bellowed. Li Yinxiao snorted and said, You can't even defeat Wei Qing. You won't die from bragging. Qiuyu raged, F*CKU. Do you believe that I won't kill you? After a while, Li Yinxiao arrived at the headquarters of the Star Moon House. However, Han Junting was not among them. The person in charge recognized him and quickly received him well. The manager went to the treasure tower to discuss matters. The treasure tower? Li Yinxiao smiled in surprise and said, Ding Shan stepped into divine transcendence and swallowed Mando and the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. Is Wan Qianqian finally unable to sit still? TSK, with internal and external troubles, can he force out all the power of the treasure tower? He chuckled and turned into lightning again, flashing toward the direction of the treasure tower. There were martial artists flying in the air from time to time, all in the direction of the treasure tower. Everyone's expression was very serious. There were also many who went directly from the Quiet Gray Sacred Land. In Nuyen City's rules, all the cultivators in the Quiet Gray Sacred Land had to accept the Commerce Union's deployment when there was an emergency in the city. Although this rule was repulsive, the cultivation resources opened up in the Quiet Gray Sacred Land were very tempting. It still attracted a large number of independent cultivators. In addition, how many people in the world dared to cause trouble in Nuyen City? Therefore, this rule had never been used before. This seemed to be the first time. Many martial artists had expressions of deep worry on their faces. Everyone knew who the enemy Nuyen City was facing now was. However, when they thought of the fact that there were many people and the Commerce Union was also an extremely powerful force, even Ling Bai would not be able to deal with them easily, the people who stayed behind were calmer. Li Yinxiao was also extremely astonished. He thought to himself, could it be that the Myriad Treasure Tower had already noticed Ling Bai and started to gather martial artists on a large scale? He caught up to a martial artist and called out, Friend, may I ask why you are in such a hurry to the treasure tower? That person was startled by the silent and sudden voice. He hurriedly moved several meters away and asked warily, Who are you? Li Yinxiao smiled in a friendly manner and said, I just saw that Lord is in a hurry, so I couldn't help but find someone to ask what happened. Could it be that Ling Bai is here? That person stared at Li Yinxiao's face and scrutinized it for a while. Suddenly, he cried out in shock, You are Li Yinxiao. Li Yinxiao was stunned for a moment and said with a frown, You know me? That person became very agitated and said while trembling, I know. Back then, you fought with Beihai's Ruinxiang in Red Moon City, and your name shook the world. You were also wanted by Red Moon City for so long. Who in this world doesn't know you? Li Yinxiao rubbed his chin and thought, I accidentally became famous. Should I change my appearance? That person hurriedly said, Please don't. Idol, you are my idol. He was extremely agitated and handed over a piece of paper, saying, Lord Idol, please give me an autograph. Back then, the Jiang family's second young miss had the marriage martial competition. I originally wanted to go too, but the disparity was too great. Luckily, Lord Idol defeated the sea race's prince and won glory for our human race. After Li Yinxiao gave him an autograph, he said, May I ask why you all are in a hurry to Myriad Treasure Tower? Is it for Ling Bai's matter? That person said, Precisely, in order to practice the ancient Grand Array and use it to deal with Ling Bai. Ancient Grand Array? Li Yinxiao frowned and said, Putting aside that most of the ancient Grand Arrays are lost, even if there are, they are mostly damaged. Coupled with the evolution of heaven and earth laws, it might not be suitable for this place. That person was taken aback and shook his head, saying, I don't understand these. So many people going together, it must be the kind with great power. Lord Idol, are you also going to Myriad Treasure Tower? Li Yunxiao said, precisely so. I'm going to join in the fun too. I'll make a move first. Not waiting for the other party to respond, his figure disappeared with a flash, only leaving behind a few electric arcs that dissipated with a crackling sound. An hour later, in the sky above Myriad Treasure Tower, Li Yunxiao manifested his true body at once. Immediately, countless divine senses locked onto him. Furthermore, all kinds of power pressed over like waves. Who is it? A loud shout rang out, and then a figure appeared in the air. It was the guardian who had appeared before. He was stunned when he saw Li Yunxiao, and then waved his hand. The pressure and countless divine senses immediately receded like the tide. The sky was extremely quiet, as if there was no one at all. So it's Lord Yunxiao. Please come in. This person was very straightforward and did not waste time at all. He directly made an inviting gesture, and then disappeared in the air. Li Yunxiao's divine sense swept out, and he immediately sensed Wan Yiqian's aura. At a glance, there were only a few people walking around in the headquarters of Myriad Treasure Tower, carrying out daily transactions. But under his divine sense, there were at least 100 experts' auras hidden in the surroundings, and all kinds of dangerous ambushes. Even he could not see all of them. The defense this time was clearly much stronger than the last time. Even a fly in and out would be closely monitored. It's Fei Yong. Come quickly. Wan Yiqian's voice came from afar, and he seemed somewhat excited. Li Yunxiao followed the voice and walked down without any obstruction. The next moment, he appeared in the conference hall. He saw Wan Yiqian greet him happily. There were 5 other people in the hall, First Elder Qin Zhongxi, Han Junting, Grandma Sunflower, as well as the money gang's leader Qianxing and Qian Wudi. Wan Yiqian grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand and walked inside, saying happily, haha, you finally appeared. Come, come, there are no outsiders here. You must be very familiar with these people. Among the 6, only Qianxing was unfamiliar, but he had met him several times in his previous life. Qianxing stood up and smiled to show goodwill. Li Yunxiao also smiled and nodded in response. His gaze fell on Qian Wudi, and he cupped his fists, saying, Brother Wudi, we meet again after a long time. Qian Wudi panicked and hurriedly cupped his fists to return the greeting. He squeezed out a bitter smile, saying, Lord Yunxiao is titled Emperor Wu. It's too much to call me brother. Qianxing also smiled and said, Lord Yunxiao, you can just call him invincible. This brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he offends Lord in the future, I will apologize to Lord here. Please forgive me. Li Yunxiao stopped him and said, Brother Qianxing is too polite. Young Master Wudi does not need to belittle himself. Among the younger generation, young master is one of the best and your future is limitless. Besides, Gu Feiyang is dead, and I am Li Yunxiao in this life. Qianxing smiled and said, It's my son's fortune to be able to make friends with Lord Yunxiao. Wudi, hurry up and thank Lord Yunxiao. Qian Wudi hurried forward to thank him. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. He knew that there was already a huge chasm between the two of them. Unless the other party's cultivation caught up to his, the sense of awe he felt would never disappear. Qianxing twirled his beard and smiled. I still have something I want to thank Lord Yunxiao for, but I never had the chance to see him in person. Today, I can finally thank him in person. Li Yunxiao hesitated for a moment before understanding what he meant. He said indifferently, You're talking about Qian Duo, right? Qianxing was a little surprised. He did not expect Li Yunxiao to be able to guess it. He immediately sighed and said, That's him. Many thanks to Lord Yunxiao for taking care of him all this time. He's still in Yanwu City. I wonder if he's doing well. Li Yunxiao looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Staring at Qianxing made his hair stand on end, and his gaze became evasive. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, President Qianxing, what are you saying? The money gang is spread all over the world. How could there be no informants in Yanwu City? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. On the other hand, I really don't know anything about the city. I should ask Lord President about it. Haha. Xianxia laughed awkwardly. He stroked his beard and said, I don't know much either. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Wan Qian hurriedly said, Lord, we're all acquaintances. There's no need to be so polite. Fei Yang, where have you been these past few days? I've tried to find you many times, but I couldn't find you. I thought you'd left the city. His gaze suddenly focused on Li Yunxiao's complexion and he asked in surprise, You're injured? Hee, it's no big deal. It's just a small injury. Li Yunxiao said, I obtained a fortuitous encounter a few days ago, and my cultivation has improved quite a bit. I found a place to stabilize my realm. Wan Qian's pupils constricted, inwardly shocked. He could see that the injury on Li Yunxiao's body was definitely not a small one. It had directly injured his internal organs. It was clearly the work of an extremely powerful expert. How many people in Nuyan City could injure him to this extent? Could it be? He immediately thought of Ding Shan and couldn't help but feel delighted. It would be great if the two of them directly became enemies. Fei Yang, a great battle is at hand. You mustn't injure your body. You must rest well for the next few days. Wan Qian was very concerned about him. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Don't worry. It won't take long for such an injury to recover. Wan Qian put on a relieved look and said with a solemn expression, Let me ask you something. Has Ding Shan really reached the divine transcendence realm? The pupils of the other 5 people also constricted, and they all looked over with solemn expressions. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, It's true. Phew. Wan Qianqi let out a long sigh, an indescribably complex expression on his face turning calm. After pondering for a while, he seemed somewhat agitated, and he started pacing back and forth in the hall. The other 5 people also wore solemn expressions, and they seemed to be pondering something. A martial artist reaching the divine transcendence realm was an extraordinary matter even in the heavenly martial arts realm, and it was even more so in the merchant union at such a crucial moment. Wan Qian seemed to be talking to himself, and he kept saying in a low voice, How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? It doesn't make sense. Everyone present heard it loud and clear. Han Junting still had the appearance of an old man. She asked suspiciously, Tower Master, why is it impossible? Wan Qian was taken aback. He shook his head and said, It's nothing. Fei Yang, you were a participant at that time. Can you tell us the details? Li Yunxiao told them everything in detail, and he even told them about Ding Ping and Ding Ling Er's identities. However, he didn't tell them about Firmament Dome. The 6 people's expressions were ice-cold, and flames of anger flickered in their eyes. The deaths of Zhu Qishui and Su Wanson in particular made their expressions unsightly. Even though they had competed with each other, and many times they had even fought to the death, they had fought against each other for many years, and when they heard about their tragic deaths, they all felt sad for them. Wan Qian nodded slightly. What Li Yunxiao had told him was the same as what he had heard. After all, many people had escaped at that time, so it was easy for him to learn the details. Han Junting said, If we had really fought at that time, would you have been able to defeat Ding Shan? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Head shopkeeper, you must be joking. How could I possibly have won when my cultivation base was higher than his? Wan Qian suddenly said, When Ding Shan wanted to kill you, a mysterious person appeared and stopped him. Do you know who it was? His eyes shone as he stared at Li Yunxiao. The information they had gathered was the same as what Li Yunxiao had said, but no one knew who the mysterious person was. Li Yunxiao pretended to be deep in thought and said, I have a guess, but I can't be sure. This is a serious matter, and I can't speak carelessly. Wan Qian was displeased, but he still said calmly, In that case, I can't force you. It's right to speak cautiously. Since Ding Shan has already reached the Saint Ascension realm, he will naturally become the strongest force against Ling Bai. I have sent people to visit him several times, but they all said that he is still in seclusion. It's understandable if he is really in seclusion, but the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce has nearly swallowed up the Mando and Thunderwind Chambers of Commerce. They have also taken over a large portion of the Tianyi Pavilion. Therefore, I suspect that he is using seclusion as an excuse to expand his territory. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, What do you plan to do, Wan Qian? Wan Qian said with a straight face, the Commercial League is a united body, and we all advance and retreat together. I have to find out what Ding Shan is trying to do. Is he trying to split the league or something? At this critical juncture, I will not allow such internal strife to take place. The 6 of them thought to themselves, 2 out of the 7 major merchant leagues have been taken over. Why can't I allow such a serious internal strife? As for what Ding Shan was trying to do, even a blind man could tell. However, these were just their thoughts, and no one dared to say it aloud. Xianxia echoed, exactly. That is why we have gathered here to discuss countermeasures and to get an answer from Ding Shan. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, since they didn't invite Su Liani, the Tianyi Pavilion was indeed nothing in their eyes. Are you going to force him to abdicate? Wan Qian nodded and said, yes, we don't have much time left. We must get an answer today. Li Yunxiao said, I saw many martial artists gathering here on my way here. I heard that they are going to practice the ancient grand array? Wan Qian said, yes, I just got the news. Ling Bai will probably come to Nuyen City in a few days. We must practice the ancient grand array as soon as possible. That is why I am anxious to see Ding Shan. Fei Yang, I need your help. His eyes were full of sincerity. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, Ling Bai is already here, but he didn't go straight to the Wanbao Pagoda. Instead, he played a trick on me, which shows that he doesn't take the Wanbao Pagoda seriously at all. Or maybe he is also waiting for the ancient grand array. One side was facing a formidable enemy, while the other side seemed to be playing a game. It was obvious who was superior. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, fine, I will help you. But I have 2 conditions. Tell me, even if it is 200, I will agree as long as it is within my power. Wan Qian was overjoyed. He patted his chest and promised. Li Yunxiao said, first, I want you to help me get Ding Linger out. Wan Qian said solemnly, as long as Ding Linger is fine now, I will do my best to negotiate with Ding Shan. If the negotiation fails, I will save Ding Ling, or even if I have to raise the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to the ground. Li Yunxiao was very satisfied. He said, second, I have been looking for 2 natural treasures. I don't know if the Wanbao Pagoda has them. Wan Qian said with a smile, don't you know the Wanbao Pagoda? As long as it exists in this world, I will most likely have it. Li Yunxiao said, Earth Core Iron and Ultimate Sky Ice Essence. Everyone was startled and looked at each other. Han Zhenting and Qianxing also frowned, seemingly thinking about these 2 items. Even with their vast knowledge, they had never heard of them. Wan Qianqi's expression became serious. Forgive me for asking too much, but what does Fei Yang need these 2 items for? Those that can use this thing are all ancient recipes. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. That's right. Does the Myriad Treasure Pagoda really have them? Wan Qianqi pondered for a moment. Earth core iron is also known as eternal wood. It was a very common material in ancient times, but it went extinct later on. Only a few tyrannical roots were buried deep in the earth, turning into something as hard as iron. That's why it's called earth core iron. Li Yunxiao was a little surprised. When I first heard about eternal wood, I didn't know what it was. Wan Qianqi's recognition of heavenly treasures is far above mine. Wan Qianqi smiled. Fei Yang is too modest. As the head of the world's #1 merchant association, I naturally recognize some things. The Myriad Treasure Pagoda does have a small piece of eternal wood, but not much. Li Yunxiao was ecstatic. The 2 most troublesome materials for refining divine steel were actually in the Myriad Treasure Pagoda's collection. Then what about extreme sky ice essence? Wan Qianqi's expression became a little strange. After a while, he said, is the extreme sky ice essence from the extreme northern small ice sky? Li Yunxiao said, that's it. Wan Qianqi shook his head. This thing doesn't exist in this world anymore. Even the Myriad Treasure Pagoda doesn't have it. And I dare say that it doesn't exist in this world anymore. Unless we find the extreme northern small ice sky. Li Yunxiao was a little disappointed, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. At that time, he had asked Yuan Gaohan. Although the other party also insisted that he didn't have it, he had some clues. As long as there was a trace of possibility, it was worth trying. One is already beyond my expectations, he said contentedly. Wan Qianqi said, all right, Fei Yang, help me get through this. I'll help you find Ding Ling and give you the eternal wood. He whispered a few words to Qin Zhongxi, discussing the matter of obtaining the eternal wood. This kind of heaven and earth treasure was rare in the world. Even as the president, it was not appropriate for him to casually ask for it. After discussing for a while, Qin Zhongxi excused himself. Li Yunxiao's eyes shone with a fiery light. According to Mudi, even without the extreme sky ice essence, the remaining materials could still be used to refine subgrade divine steel. Finally, with the blood of the true spirit and the extreme sky ice essence, the grade of the refinement could be raised to the next level, and it could be refined into the hardest metal under the sky, godly refined steel. He thought of Luo Qingyun. He had to think of a way to get the true spirit blood from him. His dragon blood was the most precious bloodline in the world. After making the arrangements, Wan Qianqian said, there's no time to lose. Let's go now, lest a long night brings trouble. If we can't solve it before Ling Bai arrives, the situation will escalate. Everyone was a nimble person. After they left the main hall, many experts quickly came to greet them. Then, dozens of rays of light soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Many people saw the large number of light spots in the sky and felt the absolute pressure. They all ran back into their houses in shock or fled in all directions, not daring to stay on the streets alone. The group arrived at the headquarters of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce in an hour. They seemed to be blocked by a force, and their flight slowed. Wan Qianqian was the first to stop and said, everyone, stop. There's a barrier. Everyone stood in the sky and looked down coldly. Qianxing sneered. What a powerful barrier. Who is Ding Shan guarding against? Inside the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, some people had already noticed the situation outside. Seeing the sky full of powerful figures, they all ran inside in fright. Wan Qianqian said, let's go down. Once everyone landed in front of the Chamber of Commerce, Wan Qianqian said loudly, Ding Shan, come out quickly. Don't think about hiding today. His voice passed through the barrier and entered. After a while, a lazy voice sounded in response. So many good friends have come to visit this old man. I'm really grateful. Everyone, don't worry. I've only been in seclusion for a few days. My body is fine, so there's no need to worry. Worry your ass. You're still not coming out at a time like this? Do you want us to break your barrier and pull you out? Wan Qianqian said coldly, not at all polite. Knowing that they couldn't hide, a group of people slowly walked out of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. The one in the lead wore a crown and looked refreshed, like a grandmaster. It was Ding Shan, completely different from his previous plain demeanor. If he had been concealing his strength and concealing himself before, he was now a dragon in the field. Behind Ding Shan was Jin Feng and Silverlight. Tianjue, who had just been released by Li Yunxiao, was also there. No one showed any fear. After walking out, Ding Shan and Tianjue's gazes actually ignored Wan Qianqian and landed on Li Yunxiao first. Their pupils constricted, but they quickly recovered their calm expressions. Wan Qianqian sneered. You're finally willing to come out? I thought Lord Ding Shan was cultivating the ninja turtle art and was going to hibernate for several thousand years. Ha ha ha. Laughter broke out all around, their eyes full of mockery. Tianjue and the others' expressions changed abruptly, all of them angry and murderous intent gradually surging. Ding Shan raised his arm, motioning for them to calm down. Only then did he sweep his lazy gaze over the crowd. It's noon right now, and the weather is hot. Everyone worked so hard to get here. Have you all eaten? Wan Qianqian, Li Yunxiao smiled and rubbed his belly. Yes, I'm full. Have you all eaten? Cough, cough. Ding Shan coughed twice, not expecting to be asked a question in return. He said awkwardly, I just ate. Everyone fainted. Wan Qianqian's face was vaguely angry. They had come with so many people, but the atmosphere had suddenly become strange. This made him feel ashamed. He shouted, Ding Shan, what the hell are you doing? The Merchant Alliance was originally one, but you took advantage of the crisis to have wild ambitions and swallow up the other two. What are your intentions? You must give everyone an explanation today. Ding Shan raised his eyelids and said in surprise, what, swallow up the other two? Who slandered me like this? You're even more wrong than Doi. Xianxia said coldly, stop acting. Everyone knows what kind of filthy things you've done. You used the name of alchemy to deceive 18 famous powerhouses and used despicable tricks to drain their true yuan. You're truly outrageous. I'm outrageous? Humph, you're the one responsible for those 18 powerhouses, Xianxia. Ding Shan laughed coldly. If you hadn't deliberately tampered with the pill recipe, there wouldn't have been a failure, and such a serious accident wouldn't have happened. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at Xianxia. Could it be that the pill recipe belonged to him and he had tampered with it? Li Yunxiao was also stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. No wonder Xianxia was so sure that the alchemy would fail, and he was so dejected after Ding Shan stepped into sainthood. What do you mean? How dare you slander me in front of the world, calling a deer a horse, and distorting the truth? Xianxia flew into a rage and threw the crimson dragon staff on the ground, his entire body trembling. Heh, I'm slandering you and distorting the truth? Ding Shan laughed coldly and said, back then, which despicable fellow intentionally let me obtain it and even changed the key parts of it? Did you think I didn't know? Heh, if it weren't for my extremely high talent, I would have long since died during the refining process. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he said coldly, what a joke. What do you mean purposely let you obtain it? That pill recipe was obtained with great difficulty, and there was no way to tell whether it was real or fake. When it was stolen, I was furious and searched the entire city to no avail. So it was stolen by a despicable person like you, and you still dare to say that refining the pill was an accident? Shameless! Ding Shan spread out his hands and said, all right, whatever you say. A painful thing has already happened. Although I was also at fault, my original intention was for the good of everyone. This situation was also unexpected to me. Now that it has come to this, it can only be said that the dead are dead, and the living should be encouraged. Everyone was speechless, feeling that they had never seen such a shameless person. He was clearly the instigator, but he had become the victim. Xianxia was also stunned, not knowing what to say. Li Yunxiao also felt a little helpless. This kind of person was like a piece of soft candy, unable to be crushed no matter how you pinched him. He was lazy and soft, making you uncomfortable. Lord Ding Shan is right. The dead are dead, and the living should be encouraged. How does Lord plan to encourage them? Ding Shan said leisurely, naturally, I will run the Chamber of Commerce with all my heart and repay everyone. As for Lord Zhu Qishui and Lord Su Wanson who died in this accident, I will take good care of the Chamber of Commerce for them so that they can leave without any worries. Everyone felt a gust of air stuck in their chests. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't let it out. It was an indescribable pain. Xianxia said coldly, that's good. Now that more than half of the 7 directors of the Chamber of Commerce have been gathered by you, I hope President Ding Shan can spare some time to lead the Chamber of Commerce to face the upcoming crisis. Ding Shan said, Ling Bai? Xianxia said, yes. Ding Shan smiled slightly and said, Ling Bai was provoked by your myriad treasure tower, what does it have to do with the Chamber of Commerce? But the Chamber of Commerce is one body after all, advancing and retreating together. My Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer 100 million top-grade primordial stones, plus 100 pieces of various profound artifacts to support you, as a token of our sincerity. Xianxia's face darkened, killing intent shooting out of his eyes as he said coldly, as expected, nurturing a tiger brings calamity. This seat can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Right now, there are only 2 paths in front of us, either submit or die. Since he couldn't win the argument, Xianxia lost his patience and directly laid his cards on the table. He said coldly, if you don't know what's good for you, this seat will first deal with internal strife. Ding Shan raised his brows slightly and said, Lord Xianxia, are you going to kill each other and exhaust your strength? Xianxia said coldly, if we don't take the same path, how can it be called killing each other? Xianxia laid all his cards on the table. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ding Shan's frivolous demeanor faded a little. His eyes flickered with coldness. Xianxia chimed in, Ding Shan, this is where you're wrong. We've been together for many years and have always been happy. You've taken over the Mando, Leifeng, and Tianyi merchant unions and occupied half of the merchant union's power. Now that we're facing a common enemy, you're trying to stay out of it. That's not right. Ding Shan said, I'm only managing the Mando and Leifeng merchant unions. It's too hurtful to say that I've taken them over. As for the Tianyi pavilion, they've turned down my offer and sided with young Master Yunxiao. Huh? Is that so? Qianxing was stunned and looked at Li Yunxiao. Wan Qianqi and the others were also surprised. They looked at Ding Shan inquisitively. Li Yunxiao smiled sheepishly and said, from the conversation just now, I can see that Master Ding Shan is logical. How could you make such a basic language mistake? I was invited by Master Su Liani of the Tianyi Pavilion to help them fend off a powerful enemy and protect themselves. Ding Shan said blankly, oh, where is the powerful enemy now? Li Yunxiao said, he's probably in the dungeon of the Tianyi Pavilion. Who knows? A cold glint flashed in Ding Shan's eyes as he said, it's a pity that young Master Yunxiao treats my right-hand man as an enemy. I hope we can let go of the past and look forward to the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid my daughter will be very sad if our relationship ends early. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. Where is Ling Er now? Ding Shan said, she should be in the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. Who knows? The two of them were at loggerheads. Li Yunxiao's murderous aura intensified. He didn't care about Ling Bai, the merchant union, or the world. If Ding Shan refused to hand over Ding Ling Er, he would turn the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce upside down. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was really angry, Wan Qianqi was overjoyed. He said, Feiyong, let's not waste time with him. Now, let's make a move to suppress him, and then let people wash the Heavenly Essence Trading Association with blood. We'll definitely be able to rescue Miss Ling Er. Ding Shan said angrily, massacre? Wan Qian, you really dare to mess around in front of a great enemy. Wan Qianqi sneered, don't think that just because I'm wholeheartedly focused on dealing with Ling Bai, I have no time to deal with you. Do you think you can take advantage of this opportunity to grow stronger and eat me up? Let me tell you frankly, I didn't expect you small fries to be of any use in the first place. Since you couldn't hold back and jumped out first, I'll borrow your head to calm the people down. At his command, everyone rushed forward and surrounded Ding Shan and the entire Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Ding Shan was infuriated, and the aura from his body spread out. Instantly, the heavens and the earth surged, and a terrifying force created shockwaves that forced everyone back. They all revealed expressions of shock and fear, not daring to move forward. I've already stepped over the shackles of martial arts. There aren't many people who dare to say that they can kill me these few days. He was brimming with confidence as he coldly stared at Wan Qianqian. Wan Qianqian's eyes turned grave. This power was indeed extraordinary. Although it was still very elementary, it was already very difficult to kill him. Ding Shan sneered, what, you're not going to make a move? If you insist on forcing me into a dead end, don't blame me and Ling Bai for teaming up and overturning your myriad treasure tower. How dare you? Wan Qianqian shouted angrily. He was originally hesitant, but after hearing this, it seemed to touch his reverse scale. He shouted, this time, even if Ling Bai wins, I'll get rid of you first. The crimson dragon staff in his hand turned red, and the light wrapped around his body. Rings of red light spread out, as if countless dragon shadows were flying around, suppressing Ding Shan's aura in an instant. Extraordinary divine. Although everyone was shocked, they were still calm. After all, the head of the Chamber of Commerce was rich enough to rival a country. He was the richest man in the world, and it was difficult to match someone who dared to challenge Ling Bai without such strength. Ding Shan was finally moved. He said coldly, you really dare to make a move? I don't believe it. He formed a seal with both hands, and rays of multicolored light flew up and revolved around his body. His aura instantly surged, pushing aside Wan Qianqian's crimson dragon flames. Two terrifying forces clashed in the air, causing space to constantly distort. Everyone in the surroundings retreated 300 meters in shock, not daring to get close. Just the might of the spiritual pressure was enough to make people's hearts tremble. If a battle broke out, they would definitely be implicated. Only Li Yunxiao and the others were still standing in the distance, watching coldly with their arms crossed. Li Yunxiao also formed a sword with both hands, and sharp sword qi constantly surged out. He knew the identity of the person behind Ding Shan, and he had to be wary of Kangu Qiong's appearance. If Kangu Qiong didn't show himself, he didn't mind teaming up with Wan Qianqian to kill Ding Shan. Wan Qianqian's expression became extremely calm, and pride flashed in his eyes. He sneered, "Ding Shan, you think too highly of yourself and overestimate yourself. You've always kept a low profile, so why are you so high profile now? It seems that stepping into the extraordinary divine has made you so arrogant that you don't even recognize yourself. Arrogance can make a person go crazy until they die." He formed a hand seal with his right hand and pointed forward, and red light flashed on his arm. The crimson dragon staff in his left hand immediately transformed into a dragon, spiraling up his arm and roaring as it charged forward. Roar! A dragon's roar soared into the sky, reverberating in the sky above the Heavenly Origin Trade Association. The entire space rippled endlessly from the dragon's roar. Everyone in the surroundings covered their ears, and their expressions changed drastically. However, it was useless. The sound waves didn't seem to enter their ears, but directly resounded in their minds, shaking their souls. Ding Shan's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He also looked furious, and he shouted, "Since that's the case, even if I can't kill you, I'll make you pay a heavy price." He formed a hand seal, and 9 beams of light gathered in his palm. He fiercely pushed them out, and a power that could pierce through heaven and earth surged out. 9 vortexes of light appeared in front of him, constantly devouring the power of the crimson dragon. Even the dragon's roar was suppressed outside the vortexes. The sky was instantly divided into 2 halves, and a terrifying pressure collapsed in the middle. It was as if the sky had burst a dam, and the Milky Way had fallen on Jiutian. Even the expressions of Han Zhenting, Qian Sheng, and the others changed drastically, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Not to mention the ordinary martial artists, all of them kept quiet out of fear, and their bodies were soaked in cold sweat. Was this the power of transcending mortality and entering holiness? If these two were like this, then how terrifying would Ling Bai be? For a moment, everyone was filled with worry about the future. Suddenly, 2 extremely discordant voices resounded in the sky. They weren't affected by the spiritual pressure, and wantonly spread through the sky, clearly falling into everyone's ears. "Aya, they're really fighting. Who do you think will win?" "It's definitely 11,000. This old man has hidden himself very deeply. No one has seen his true strength for so many years, and he dared to declare war against Ling Bai. His strength is most likely not weaker than Ling Bai's. And that makes sense, but I'm still more optimistic about Ding Shan. Don't be fooled by his weak and gentle appearance, he's able to extract true essence and bones without any hesitation. Such a vicious and merciless person won't be defeated so easily." "So what if he's vicious and merciless? If he's not strong enough, then he's just a side dish." "Humph, if you have the ability, then go and eat. If you can do it, then go. If you can't, then don't be an idiot." "Idiot? I'm going to be an idiot. So what? You speak as if you're very strong. If you're strong, then go. You go, you go. You go, of course you go." As the two argued until their faces were red, the originally extremely nervous martial art suddenly became calm. Not far away, 2 people, one fat and one skinny, had appeared. They were quarreling and about to start fighting. When Wan Qianqian and Ding Shan saw these two, their expressions changed slightly, and they withdrew their auras at the same time. However, they still coldly looked at each other, unconvinced. When Li Yunxiao saw these two, he also withdrew his sword and frowned. "It's you 2 idiots? Where's Ao Changkong?" "Ah." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the fat and skinny duo in shock. Could it be that these two were related to the world's #1 titled Emperor Wu? It must be known that Ao Changkong was a very mysterious person. He wasn't famous for decades, but he suddenly rose like a comet and shook the world. After that, he disappeared like the air, and no one knew anything about him. Could it be that he was going to appear again? The fat and skinny duo immediately stopped quarreling and looked over at the same time. Fat Tuchuo asked in a strange tone, "Are you really Gu Feiyang?" strange, he's clearly dead, so how can his soul reincarnate? What's going on? Thin Tuchuo laughed and clapped his hands. Haha, you don't understand, right? This is called seizing the body of an innate fetus. It's an evil technique with an extremely low success rate. Humph, how could I not understand seizing the body of an innate fetus? But he's clearly not one of them, alright? Fat Tuchuo became angry. Li Yunxiao was startled. After so many years, this was the first time someone could see that he wasn't as simple as seizing the body of an innate fetus. He couldn't help but look at the fat Tuchuo in front of him a bit more. Although these two people's intelligence was worrying, their strength and vision were still pretty good. Thin Tuchuo sneered, how is it not? It's obviously, haha, it's embarrassing. Don't ever tell others that you know me. I can't afford to lose face like this. Fat Tuchuo's face turned slightly red, but he still shook his head and muttered, strange, really strange. Xianxia said, Fat and Thin Tuchuo, where's Lord Ao Chong Kong? Thin Tuchuo giggled and said, maybe he's in this city, who knows? Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and the others were also shocked. However, these two idiots were talking like crazy, so they couldn't tell if they were speaking the truth or not. Xianxia frowned and said, if he doesn't come out to meet us, then what are you two doing here? Thin Tuchuo said, we saw that you guys were fighting, so we came to stop it. Everyone was a bit dizzy. These two lunatics had almost started fighting themselves, so what the hell was there to stop them from fighting? Xianxia also found it funny, and said, with your trashy strength, you want to stop them? Fat Tuchuo hurriedly shouted, stopping a fight doesn't necessarily depend on strength. He pointed at his head and said, it depends on intelligence. Xianxia. End of chapter 1647. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.